Chapter 1262. I never would have thought Naruto actually managed to beat Neji. Even after Sasuke's match, Kiba was still captivated by the fight between Neji and Naruto. Who was Neji? He had long heard of him as the Hyuga clan's super genius, terrifyingly strong. Yet, who would have thought Naruto was even more terrifying? Just by using the gentle fist he'd learned on the fly, he managed to defeat Neji, who had trained in it for 10 years. It truly opened his eyes. The phrase, "genius is merely my threshold," seemed to describe Naruto more accurately the more he thought about it. Hinata, hands clasped, secretly glanced at Naruto. Naruto-kun always works very hard, he's just always been silently diligent. Her voice was soft but exceptionally firm. During their time at the Ninja Academy, every day after school, Naruto would practice for 3 additional hours at Training Ground 3, a daily task for his scholar title. She had witnessed it every time. Naruto-kun's sweat-watered seed has finally bloomed, she thought, a blush spreading across her face. She secretly glanced at Naruto again, only to find him looking back at her, making her face turn even redder. "Hey, Hinata, Hinata," Kiba called out, pointing frantically at the electronic scoreboard. Hinata followed his gaze. Hyuga Hinata vs Gaara. The 2 prominent names shone brightly on the board. Her pupils suddenly contracted, then uncontrollably widened, her eyes churning with waves of disbelief. "Hey, Hinata." Kiba felt his throat go dry, his voice trembling slightly. "You should just forfeit. You've seen his methods before." He recalled how Gaara had cleanly eliminated 3 opponents, leaving their bodies utterly disintegrated, a scene that had scared Team 8 into immediately turning tail and fleeing. That kind of monster is not someone we can deal with. At the mere thought of that disintegrated scene, Hinata's blood drained, her face turning pale, and her body began to stiffen, becoming somewhat unresponsive. "Hinata, I agree with Kiba," the usually most reserved Shino awkwardly suggested. "My bugs tell me that fighting a monster like that won't end well. If anyone can be his opponent, it's only Naruto." "Naruto-kun." Few tilde. Hearing that name, Hinata took 2 deep breaths, letting air re-enter her lungs. Her stiff body seemed to relax, and she regained sensation. The distance between her and Naruto-kun seemed to be growing, further and further, so far that she could no longer see his back, especially after graduation. This time, she wanted to try for herself and see the gap between them. She didn't want to be left behind by anyone. In the arena, under Kurenai's watchful eye, and despite Kiba and Shino's dissuasion, Hinata stepped forward. Hinata actually has to face him. Sakura frowned slightly, looking at the red-haired Sand Village ninja. She recalled Naruto's commentary on all the examinees the night after the written exam. The little redhead below was clearly among the strong, but Hinata's strength? Sakura knew it was average. At this thought, Sakura couldn't help but feel sorry for Hinata, but she still asked Naruto with a hint of expectation, "Will she win?" "Chances are 0%. Naruto's gaze was fixed on the small figure in the arena. He silently sighed, stating the unavoidable truth. The match began. Gaara's gourd was uncorked. His gourd didn't contain medicine, it was apparently modified to hold sand. Red hair plus love, tattoo plus self-supplied cement-like sand. The more Naruto looked, the more familiar it seemed. Was this guy from the goth emo family? Countless grains of sand flew out of the gourd, automatically swirling around him. Hinata began her probing attacks. Gaara seemed to have no intention of making the first move, instead standing still and allowing Hinata to test him freely. But Gaara's sand possessed an innate guardian function. All of Hinata's attacks were defended, not harming the little redhead in the slightest. Suddenly, the situation in the arena took an abrupt turn, and Gaara began to attack proactively. Bang 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 tilde. Hinata desperately batted away the incoming sand. According to Kakashi, Hinata's Byakugan had a 360 degrees field of vision. While she could see the attacks, she couldn't defend against them all, as the sand was attacking from all directions simultaneously. Thud tilde. With one misstep, Hinata was violently slammed against the wall by the sand. The one-sided beatdown made Naruto unable to bear watching further. He murmured under his breath, "That's enough, Hinata, just give up." But Hinata did not grant Naruto's wish. Although blood stained her clothes, she stubbornly stood up again. She was tenacious, but Gaara had no heart. Thud tilde. No sooner had she stood up than Hinata was slammed against the wall again by even more sand. Even from that far away, Naruto could feel the tremor. Tight, my fists are tight. Hinata, covered in blood, tried to get up again, but her small body was enveloped by an increasing amount of sand. This jutsu. Kiba, who had seen it before, instantly turned pale with fright. Hinata. Gaara, his expression turning bloodthirsty and insane, extended his palm as if to crush Hinata and squeezed his hand. Die, sand coffin. Whoosh tilde bang tilde. As the sand-formed coffin was about to pulverize Hinata, Naruto suddenly flashed forward, swatting away the swirling sand with a single palm. Behind him, several Jonin sensei also appeared around Hinata. Such a display was indeed befitting of the Hyuga clan princess. Tch tilde. In this situation, Gaara felt as if his toy had been snatched away, but he knew that further attack was hopeless. His eyes, beneath his heavy dark circles, returned to their calm state. He was expressionless, his voice cold. Why did you save her? Life, in his eyes, seemed less valuable than a number, but rather like an ant to be crushed. Why? Because I feel like it, damn it. He glanced back at Hinata, who was covered in blood, lying on the ground, only able to gasp for breath. She was such a tiny figure, looking exceptionally pitiable. Naruto sighed softly. She had given it her all, fighting to this point. He took a majestic step forward, surging chakra swirling around him, and declared with conviction, "This battle ends here. If you wish to continue, I'll be your opponent next." You. Gaara felt an impulse. Naruto's previous fight with Neji had already set his blood boiling. However, with so many Jonin around, he suppressed this impulse. There will be a chance. He walked away indifferently, his gourd on his back. Watching his retreating figure, and then looking at the unconscious Hinata, covered in blood, Naruto felt an uncharacteristic anger. Rokudo, arrange it for me. Next match, I want to fight Gaara. After the battle, Hinata was taken away by the medical team. Naruto followed to check. Thankfully, they were all external injuries. After taking the leisure pill, she'd be a good man, no, woman again in 5 minutes. Returning to the second floor, Naruto found Sakura wasn't there. He looked down at the arena and saw Sakura was in a match. Her opponent was that Sound Village ninja, the chicken Naruto had instantly taken down with Genjutsu, Zakuabumi. Sakura had plenty of chakra and good taijutsu, so she defeated him after 3 rounds of intense fighting. Next, one after another, the matches continued. As Naruto focused on observing his opponents, a voice spoke beside him. Naruto-kun, thank you. Hinata lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness, her voice timid and hesitant. It was as if the incredibly tenacious and persistent person, covered in blood and determined to see the fight through, hadn't been her. However, seeing her bouncing around lively, Naruto broke into a bright smile. No need to thank me. How are you feeling? Much, much better. This little girl was like a completely different person from before, but Naruto noticed that Hinata truly seemed to have changed. The formerly gentle, timid, and easily bullied girl was beginning to grow stronger internally. As the aspiring son of the ninja world, Naruto generously radiated his light. You were amazing today. I'm even a little impressed with you. Hinata looked up in surprise, meeting Naruto's gentle gaze directly. Her eyes sparkled with expectation as she stared at Naruto and asked, "Really?" Fakey tilde. The light that had just ignited in Hinata's eyes instantly extinguished. Seeing her sad, downcast look, Sakura couldn't help but slap Naruto hard. Hey, Naruto. Hahaha, did I fool you? Naruto mischievously winked at Hinata, intending to make a joke to help her forget her recent defeat. But seeing the pure expectation in her sparkling eyes, he instantly scratched the back of his head, his voice unconsciously softening. But seriously, today's Hinata was super tenacious. So cool? No, she was so beautiful. Tenacious, cool, beautiful, these words exploded like bombs in Hinata's ears. She suddenly looked up at him, their gazes meeting for only half a second before darting away as if shocked. A blush like the softest rouge spread across her face in layers. Hands clasped in front of her, her fingertips tightened slightly and her head lowered even further. She squeezed out a few words, trying to make them clear. Naruto-kun encouraged me. I'm very grateful. Every word seemed to carry a burning warmth. Ha ha ha, Naruto laughed brightly. Shy little girls were indeed fun, but Hinata had truly grown. This kind of growth could only be glimpsed in snippets during occasions like today. From today's matches, not just Hinata, but every student of their generation was rapidly growing. And not just people, but from the information gathered by his various clones, the entire ninja world was undergoing changes. The great nations, besides Konoha, were all expanding their armies, preparing for war, and flexing their muscles. A new war was clearly on the horizon. In the past, Naruto disliked war entirely because he couldn't extract the maximum profit from it. But times were different now. He, Naruto, now had numerous clones, a vast and overwhelming force, more than enough to even challenge the 5 great nations single-handedly. With his current strength, he could completely fish in troubled waters and achieve his strategic objectives. Since that's the case, let them offer a salute to the birth of the sun. Ninja World, your good days are coming. Chapter 1263. After specially thanking Naruto and also offering a quick thanks to Kakashi, Hinata headed back. Her departing figure was light and joyful, radiating a visible happiness. Watching her, Naruto thought, so cute. A punch would probably make her cry for ages, right? The moment this thought appeared, he froze. It seemed no one else in this world besides him would understand that meme. Naruto suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Seeing his sudden sigh, Sasuke oddly glanced at him, his gaze peculiar. Hey, what's wrong now? She's all better, aren't you happy? You wouldn't understand. Seeing someone engage him, Naruto immediately put on his acting face, displaying an expression of worldly incomprehension, wailing, I can't go back. I can never go back. Sasuke was practically rolling his eyes at his dramatic antics. He used a new term he learned from Naruto, mercilessly retorting, a slut is just being dramatic. Glancing up at her pretty face, Naruto seemed to recall something and suddenly laughed. Old pig, it'd be great if you were a girl. The old pig nickname again. Sasuke didn't quite understand what Naruto was hinting at, but he had a feeling it wasn't anything good. Finally, he asked with some curiosity, why? Then if I punched you, you'd definitely cry, ying 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 for a long time. Heh heh. Seeing Naruto talk nonsense, Sasuke decisively turned his head to watch the arena. Sakura gave Naruto a resentful look, likewise chuckling to herself. If Sasuke were a girl, where would that leave me, Sakura Haruno? The matches continued as usual. Next up was Rock Lee, with his bowl cut, thick eyebrows and tight jumpsuit. His opponent was the unlucky Choji. Seeing his draw, Choji's face fell, and even the potato chips in his hand lost their appeal. Though encouraged by Asuma's all-you-can-eat barbecue promise, Choji's eyes glowed fiercely, and his single massive abdominal muscle burned with 10,000 points of fighting spirit. He used his secret technique to become a rolling ball of meat, spinning faster than a top. But because he was too fast, after only a few rolls, he repeatedly crashed into the wall with great force, knocking himself unconscious and directly out of the match. Lee, your youth has blossomed with a fervent brilliance. Guy-sensei shouted, youth, while hugging Lee. This was the only remaining sapling from his team. Guy-sensei. Instantly, the two embraced passionately, their eyes like open faucets, 2 streams of hot tears flowing down. In a short while, a puddle had formed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Naruto even felt a surge of excitement himself. It was truly a waste not to unleash such great youth. He even wanted Sasuke to immediately join the two of them and run 500 handstand laps around Konoha. Then he would sit on the sidelines, eating melon and watching the show. Next, the matches continued, one after another. Finally, all 10 qualifiers emerged. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Rock Lee, Shikamaru, Shino, Kankuro, Temari, and Dasukinuta. Counting carefully, Naruto realized that 2 entire teams had passed the preliminaries. Team 7 and Gaara's team from the Sand Village. This lone sapling team from the Sand seemed surprisingly strong. Next, the final drawing of lots commenced. First match, Sakura Haruno vs Dasukinuta. Sakura Haruno knew Dasukinuta. His ninjutsu was very powerful, It seemed to be sound wave attacks. Will I win? Second match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Rock Lee. Sasuke hadn't expected to face Rock Lee, a taijutsu ninja. Taijutsu seemed to really be his weakness. He glanced sideways at Naruto again. After returning, he definitely needed to continue strengthening his taijutsu training by utilizing the Sage Mode connection within Naruto's body. If he couldn't learn Gentle Fist, he at least needed something else, right? Third match, Shino vs Kankuro. Fourth match, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Shikamaru, another woman, what a drag. And Temari, looking at Shikamaru's pineapple head, felt quite indifferent. Fifth match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara. Naruto and Gaara, making their grand entrance for the final match, exchanged a glance of mutual dislike. When dismissed, Team 7 encountered Gai Sensei's team. Kakashi, your Team 7 actually all passed the assessment, as expected of my self-proclaimed lifelong rival. Gai Sensei gave a vigorous thumbs up, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth, his smooth bowl cut reflecting an unusual light. After exchanging greetings, he abandoned his students and immediately pulled Kakashi to a corner. He looked back at his 3 students, and seeing no one approaching, he curiously asked, "Hey, Kakashi, quickly tell me, what's your secret technique? To have all 3 of your students enter the 3rd round of the exam." Kakashi, who had been passively dragged along, thought it was something important. Was that all? Kakashi thought, what secret technique do I need? Would you believe me if I said I don't even know myself? Anyway, just plant a seed and let nature take its course. The student's strength will naturally shoot up. To this, Naruto thought, if you, Kakashi, don't care about your students, someone else will naturally take advantage, like that leopard sensei surnamed W. Shen. In short, what let nature take its course? It's all me, Naruto, making silent efforts behind the scenes. Hey, Neji, you can always come find me, I'm always available. Naruto hadn't forgotten Neji, his defeated opponent. He had plenty of time anyway, so guiding him wouldn't be a waste. After all, they were Konoha ninjas. They would all be forces in his hands in the future. Meanwhile, Tent, whom Sakura had met before, was chatting with her. Wow, Tilda, your team has 2 handsome guys, and they're both really strong. Seeing her gaze flit between Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura let out a laugh, silently chanting inside, "Stay away from Sasuke, stay away from Sasuke." The last 2 members of the 2 teams were opponents, Sasuke Uchiha and Rock Lee. After a casual hey Tilda and greetings, they stood awkwardly, making small talk. Despite the awkward conversation, Lee's gaze kept drifting towards Sakura. Finally, he made some kind of decision, resolutely walking up to Sakura. "You're Sakura-chan, right?" Lee gave a thumbs up, looking exactly like a mini Gai Sensei. He showed what he thought was his coolest smile and firmly declared, "My name is Rock Lee. Please go out with me. I will protect you with my life." A confession. A voice from behind suddenly piqued Naruto's curiosity. He instantly stretched his neck, his blue eyes widening in an instant, and 2 roaring flames of gossip whooshed to life within them. The show has begun. He, Naruto, had never been confessed to, yet Sakura-chan was actually having her day. Let me see who it is. Who is this brave warrior who dared to confess to Sakura-chan? He turned his head, and a green jumpsuit immediately came into view. So it's Lee. Looking again, Sasuke, whom Sakura secretly openly liked, was standing right beside them, watching. What do you call committing a crime in front of the husband? Naruto instantly gloated, grinning mischievously, and egged him on, "Sasuke, say something." Sasuke hadn't reacted yet, but Sakura was getting a bit flustered. She explicitly stated her rejection. Absolutely not. It had nothing to do with Sasuke. Primarily, she just couldn't appreciate the bowl cut, the tight jumpsuit, and the thick eyebrows. What? Lee's face turned ashen, his formerly bright eyes instantly losing all light. Even the exuberantly youthful Lei couldn't withstand such a blow. Hey Lee, cheer up. Gai Sensei, who had been secretly conspiring with Kakashi, finally returned. Youth doesn't allow us to be so lax. Since your confession failed, to unleash your boundless youth, as your teacher, I will run 500 handstand laps around Konoha with you. Gai Sensei. Lee. It made Heroes shed tears, and the two were once again tear-streaked. This passionate scene was temporarily too much for Sakura to accept. She pointed at the two of them and asked Kakashi for confirmation. "Kakashi-sensei, are they okay?" Kakashi sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. You'll get used to it." Chapter 1264. Guy-sensei and Lee were shedding tears, roaring about going for extra training. Before leaving, Guy suddenly wiped his tears and winked at Kakashi, lowering his voice. "All right, I'm off, but my old rival, you really need to step up your game." Catching his, you know what I mean expression, Kakashi felt a fleeting sense of pride, but also an immense headache. He hadn't even imagined that all three of his adorable subordinates would make it to the third round of the exams. As a teacher, he was indeed a bit proud. However, figuring out how these three students would continue their training gave him a massive headache. Especially Naruto, he truly wanted to fulfill his duties as a teacher, but, alas, he lacked the strength. In less than 3 days, he'd been completely squeezed dry. Could it be that I, the renowned Konoha shinobi, copy ninja, Hadake Kakashi, actually have a day where my strength isn't enough? He was disheartened to find that it was indeed true. "Kakashi-sensei, how's Karin doing?" Naruto suddenly asked, curious about the progress concerning his clan member. Since Kusagakure was destroyed, the Kusa shinobi team had been living in constant fear. The other two wanted to return, but Uchiha Obito didn't even spare dogs, let alone them, scaring them into only daring to stay in Konoha. Karin, unlike the other two, directly applied to join Konoha village. The intelligence review process is still ongoing. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his tone steady. As a Uzumaki descendant, the review should basically be fine. She should return after the Chunin exams. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Karin, that classic red-haired Uzumaki. Naruto, on the other hand, had bright golden hair. He hadn't really seen Naruto take such an interest in any girl before. Could it be? Swoosh! An Anbu member instantly appeared, landing precisely in front of the four, silently blocking their path. The newcomer had purple hair and was a female. She glanced at the three youngsters, then explained her purpose to Kakashi. "Kakashi-senpai, the Hokage-sama requests your presence." Her tone carried an undeniable urgency. "All right," Kakashi nodded, instructing the three. "You all are dismissed for now. Gather again tomorrow, and I'll arrange your training plan then." Watching their white-haired sensei leave, Naruto stretched lazily, ready to bolt. Extra training? Absolutely not needed. Did they not understand what a stat monster was? More importantly, his previously established Ninja World Research Center had successfully cobbled together a working computer. All he wanted now was to teleport home and quickly take a look. He turned his head and caught Sakura and Sasuke's unspoken eye contact. His his heart sank. Something's off. Did Lee's bizarre antics actually make these two's feelings warm up? He grinned, very tactfully waving his hand. "Ha, you two definitely have more secrets to share. I'm out, see you later, Tilda." Hearing this, Sakura immediately interrupted. "Wait, Naruto." Naruto stopped again, looking at the two strangely. It was Sakura who spoke. Does she still want me to be a third wheel? The two exchanged glances again, then Sakura very naturally leaned in close to Sasuke's ear, her cherry-pink bangs almost brushing the lower edge of his forehead protector. Sasuke, surprisingly, didn't avoid her, even lowering his head slightly to listen. The two talked quickly in hushed tones, only audible to each other, yet completely unhidden right under Naruto's nose. Then Sakura took a few steps to Naruto's front, her eyes sparkling, with a hint of a mysterious smile. "Hey, Naruto, we found a super awesome place, wanna come?" Sakura's eager gaze was fixed intently on Naruto. When he glanced behind her, he even caught a rare, but unmistakable, glint of expectation in Sasuke's eyes. Naruto groaned inwardly. Damn it, they're coming for me. On the other side, watching the distant figures of Team 7, Orochimaru's hidden desires were almost impossible to conceal. He had intended to use the chakra-absorbing Akado Yori to force Uchiha Sasuke to use his cursed seal to see its effectiveness, but unexpectedly, it was dismissed with a single genjutsu. He yearned even more to obtain those sharing an eyes. As for the seemingly more talented Naruto, he dared not covet him. A Nine-Tails Jinchuriki like that, not to mention whether Konoha would give him a chance. The Akatsuki organization would also not let him go in the future. Once one became a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it meant entering a death countdown. He would never forget those Rinnegan eyes, even more terrifying than the Sharingan. "Zaku, are you all right?" Zaku Abumi of the Sound Ninja team had both his arms broken by Sakura's punch, leaving him almost crippled. Who would have thought that such terrifying monstrous strength could erupt from that pink-haired little girl? Orochimaru's golden eyes naturally locked onto the two conversing. However, the moment he glimpsed Haruno Sakura, the ethereal image of Tsunade strangely floated into his mind. The same terrifying brute strength. Had she also inherited that woman's medical ninjutsu? Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, these three faces clearly pointed to the same name, Kakashi's Team 7. Headache Kakashi seems more interesting than the rumors suggest. To be able to teach geniuses like Naruto and Sasuke, and a little genius like Haruno Sakura. He remembered that Brat was just a genius ninja back then. Is he now transforming into a genius teacher? The scene shifts. In the Smoky Hawkage's office, the third Hawkage was listening to an Anbu report. Kakashi arrived quietly. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at him, tapped his pipe, and nodded, gesturing him to wait. The Anbu's report was precisely about the bizarre incident with the electronic bulletin board. Traces of genjutsu manipulation? Hiruzen's pipe abruptly stilled between his fingers, his eyes gleaming sharply. Someone actually dared to pull strings right under my nose. Have you pinpointed the target? His voice was as heavy as a dropped stone. No leads yet. The Anbu lowered their head. HMPH? A short, cold snort filled the air with chill. Such a dirty trick, who else could it be? That despicable disciple, Orochimaru, is probably involved. His thoughts shifted, and another name suddenly surfaced in his mind, Danzo. Is that old friend also seizing the opportunity to stir up trouble? Orochimaru has his eyes on Sasuke. What does that old friend covet about Naruto? The recent report flashed through his mind. Kabuto Yakushi was indeed connected to Root. The conclusion was irrefutable. The old Hawkage slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, a cold glint flashing deep within his cloudy old eyes once more. I must give Danzo one last thunderous warning. Cut off his hands and make him stay far away from Naruto. After all, a genius like Naruto could absolutely be nurtured to become Hawkage. He belonged in the sunlight. His heart was resolute. He absolutely would not allow him to be tainted by Root's shadows. The Anbu departed, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze fell upon Kakashi. Studying his beloved subordinate, Hiruzen's eyes suddenly filled with admiration, like someone looking at their company's top salesperson. That gaze, a mixture of relief, praise, and expectation, weighed heavily upon Kakashi. All three matches today were witnessed, and Kakashi's Team 7 had all made it into the final round. The three young genin were anything but mediocre. Even the seemingly weakest, Haruno Sakura, had glimpsed the path of monstrous strength, appearing like a smaller version of Tsunade reborn. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but lament how truly correct it was to transfer Kakashi out of the Anbu. Kakashi, the third Hawkage said earnestly, the village has decided to give you more responsibility. Kakashi's only visible right eye flashed with an obvious moment of surprise. Chapter 1265. Kakashi stepped out of the Hawkage office, his single eye expressing sheer exasperation. To actually be given a position in the Jonin squad? Tusk, what a hassle. But as for Naruto's matter, he shook the scroll in his hand. Flying Thunder God, from beginner to burial, limited edition with 4th Hawkage's progeny notes. He was familiar with this thing. Back in the day, he'd nod on this scroll until he went bald, eventually realizing one truth. It's not my fault I couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God. It's the Jutsu's problem. But Naruto, that kid's a genius, and with the 4th Sun bonus, he should be fine. At most, it's just a matter of time. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and then learning to whoosh-whoosh teleport. Kakashi's mind automatically replayed the 4th's high-octane flashback. As for the 4th's other signature move, the Rasengan, for Naruto, in his own words, just a sprinkle. In a daze, Kakashi again imagined Naruto as the 4th. Could it be, as Naruto said, make out paradise really hurts the brain? Does reading too much lead to spiritual emptiness? even making one's even chakra insufficient. He was even constantly urged by the kid to find a partner, and then to entrust the book to him for safekeeping. Thinking of this, he also lamented Naruto's personality, which was a bit too mischievous compared to the fourth Hokage. If only Naruto's personality wasn't so mischievous. Well, he's still young, we'll talk about it later. On the other side, Naruto trailed closely, eyeing the whispering duo ahead, his gaze gradually growing suspicious. What's going on? Has this cold, hard, Uchiha nail house really had its foundation loosened by the green tea limited edition strategy that he taught Sakura? Sasuke, oh Sasuke, I never knew you were the tsundere ceiling, saying disgusting with your mouth, but your body gets easily swayed. However, this guy's mind is filled with nothing but revenge, revenge, and more revenge, more united than the Avengers. Will these two have a good ending? At this thought, as the ninja world's top matchmaker, Naruto immediately pulled out his "for your own good" brand megaphone. Sasuke, he said earnestly, be good to Sakura. Don't be like Takumi Fujiwara from that racing anime next door. His girlfriend's engine was about to blow a gasket, and he was still thinking about gutter runs. Both your car and your wife are important, understand? Hearing this, Sakura's lips curved wildly upwards, and she desperately covered her mouth, making fdirt sounds. It was too hard to suppress her laughter. Though Sasuke didn't understand, he immediately activated low pressure mode, dark clouds gathering on his face, lightning faintly flickering. Do you want to try dying once? Naruto, I'm invincible, do as you please. Don't you understand why I'm so arrogant and not afraid of being beaten? Invincibility is my trump card. Speaking of which, Naruto changed the subject. Where are you two trying to pawn me off to? This looks like the VIP of VIP sections in the hot spring district already. Ta-da-da-da-tilde. Sakura suddenly spun a gorgeous 360-degrees turn in front of the most luxurious establishment on the street corner, spreading her arms out as she grandly introduced. Surprise giveaway, Konoha's Hot Spring Industries' newest luxury hot spring sensation, Naruto Sasuke Sakura's bath. Naruto. He didn't react for a moment. What kind of Frankenstein's monster aesthetics is this name? Wait, this weird name, who bought this place? Sakura put her hands on her hips, suppressing a laugh. Who else? Our dear Sasuke-chan. Sasuke leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, not bothered by Sakura's nickname, and nodded with noble indifference. Naruto's previous boasts hadn't lied to him. All that talk about real estate being eternally hard currency, value investment. After returning from the land of waves, he had bought this hot spring, planning to build Naruto's exclusive bond nest, crossed out, partner base. It had already appreciated by 10% by now. And Naruto instantly petrified. This is the power of money for a rich second generation, isn't it? Then he suddenly realized, wait, you always said my house is quite big before. It wasn't a slip of the tongue, you really are a rich heir showing off, aren't you? This guy, Naruto, was intensely envious. He had money too, but his ventures were equally extensive. The investment in the land of grass was a huge sum, and Uzumaki Gautama was doing God knows what, throwing billions and billions of ryo around. He currently had no money to buy hot springs. Moreover, as someone who appeared to be a pauper, it was even less suitable for him to make large purchases. Otherwise, if a crime of unknown source of huge assets came down, he would be in trouble. No, Konoha would be in trouble. For the sake of Konoha's safety, he, Naruto Uzumaki, the rising son of Konoha, had always adhered to a simple policy. But Sasuke, this grand gesture. No, from today onwards, he had to show some respect to Uchiha rich bro. That night, the three of them soaked in the Uchiha exclusive imperial bath, imbued with special petals and swirling with mystical steam. Naruto was steamed to the point of out-of-body experience, feeling extraordinarily refreshed. Damn, if I'd known hot springs were this amazing, I would have stayed here every day and never left. On the other side, Sakura happily splashed in the water. Woohoo tilde finally, no more squeezing into the women's bath and watching old ladies scrub their backs. Late at night, Naruto, wrapped in his hot spring exclusive little dinosaur onesie pajamas, rolled into the center of the master bedroom bed. Just as he was about to play a thrilling game of landlord with Kurama, Naruto suddenly realized that in reality, his left and right arms were suddenly subjected to a physical lockdown jutsu. No need to look. This cherry blossom scent and the same Uchiha Imperial Bath scent on him undoubtedly belonged to his two teammates. Remembering their whispered conversation earlier that day, sure enough, Sasuke wasn't planning anything good. Naruto sighed helplessly. When he saw that the hot spring's name put Naruto first, he knew trouble was coming. But he still let out a helpless shout to express his attitude. I knew it, you two Bond assassins. In the darkness, Sasuke curved his lips. Plan successful square root. The next day, Kakashi-sensei graced them with his presence. Facing this, Naruto Sasuke Sakura's bath, that came with a poverty limits imagination buff, his Sharingan beneath his headband almost crashed and rebooted. His gaze locked onto the sign for 3 seconds. This name? Did Naruto buy this? Hi Kakashi-san. The 3 kids popped out from the entrance. Sensei, please come in quickly. Experience this Uchiha-exclusive hot spring spa crafted especially for chakra nobles, guaranteed to be soul-tinglingly sublime. Soon, the 3 men soaked in the misty hot spring. During this time, Naruto squinted at Kakashi. Tusk, this inverted triangle body shape. Quite enviable, but is Sensei's mask attached to his face? He doesn't even take it off for a bath. Naruto, Kakashi's lazy voice drifted through the steam. Do you know the Flying Thunder God jutsu? Naruto, huh? Flying Thunder God, wasn't that the first skill he bought after transmigrating? He pretended to recall, wasn't it the 4th Hokage-sama's whoosh, and then he's gone, express delivery teleportation jutsu? Kakashi closed his eyes, enjoying the water flow as if casually mentioning, if I were to teach you this thing, how long do you estimate it would take you to master it? How long, immediately, or right now? How about a quick round-trip performance? Hot Spring Hawkage's office, ramen shop, Dad's burger joint, all in 1 second. Though his inner monologue was dramatic, Naruto outwardly pretended to ponder deeply. Kakashi-san, my learning speed actually depends on your relationship status progress bar. Kakashi's lazily closed eyelids whooshed open a slit. Chapter 1266. Kakashi paused slightly. The Flying Thunder God technique, the 4th Hokage's renowned spatial ninjutsu, was profound and indescribably esoteric. The 3rd Hokage had personally witnessed Naruto's exceptional talent and comprehension, which was why he solemnly entrusted him with the scroll carrying the legacy of the Yellow Flash. His intention was clear. Only Naruto might be able to grasp a bit of it. This was almost Konoha's sole hope at present. Yet Naruto was tying such a heavy trust to his elusive, single no more progress. Kakashi looked at Naruto's confident yet sly expression and was momentarily speechless. This kid. He was actually shifting the pressure onto him. As for whether Naruto could fulfill the promise. Naruto, Kakashi's visible eyes slightly narrowed, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over him. If I succeed in getting a girlfriend tomorrow, can your Flying Thunder God be complete by tomorrow? His tone carried an immense amount of doubt. Naruto's blue eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs, the surprise comparable to when he accidentally discovered the 9 tails disguised as a chef. Even the usually silent Sasuke couldn't help but glance over. Really? Oh, big news, huge news. This couldn't be taken back. He immediately made a pact with Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, it's a deal. As long as you successfully hold hands with teacher lady tomorrow, I Naruto Uzumaki. Guarantee that before sunset tomorrow, I'll whoosh, 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 tilde, instantly flash deliver all the orders from Dad's burger shop, using the Flying Thunder God technique. A visible black line slid down Kakashi's forehead. Was the Flying Thunder God technique meant to be used like this? Show some respect to Minato-sensei, hey? And this promise, why did it sound so unreliable? Instantly, he remembered a phrase Naruto liked to say, and he immediately adopted it. Really? I don't believe you. Naruto was instantly flabbergasted. How dare you use my line? Seeing the words, do I look like I believe you? Clearly written on Kakashi's face, Naruto's lips curved into a smirk. It was time to show off, little buddy. Speaking of which, Sensei Kakashi, his voice held a hint of mystery. Do you remember that time in the Land of Waves when I asked how ice release came to be? Ice release? Kakashi's dead fish eyes showed a flicker of memory. He was wondering why Naruto was asking about this. Naruto prompted again. That's right, you told me. The flexibility of water release, the sharpness of wind release, and the harmony of yin and yang combine to form ice. Kakashi nodded perfunctorily. Oh, just a textbook answer. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Naruto shook his head, slowly and elegantly immersing his palm into the steaming hot spring water beneath him. So, after I went back, I did a little research into the harmony of yin and yang fun. Kakashi's eyebrow just raised. Ice release, secret technique, ice cold happy fat boy soda jutsu. Naruto lightly exclaimed, and a biting cold current burst forth from his palm. Buzz! 1 second, it was a serene, health-preserving hot spring. The next second, a nuclear-level cold wave struck. Screech! The previously ethereal Uchiha hot spring had all its warmth instantly sucked away. The scalding hot spring water flash-freezing into a semi-solid, giant soda slushy bucket, shimmering with crystalline ice. Plop! Hiss! All three of them simultaneously recoiled and jumped up, Kakashi's silver hair almost freezing into icicles. Naruto contentedly rubbed the ice crystals off his fingertips, his tone calm. There, ice release. Purely handmade keke genkai, no added preservatives. Then he raised an eyebrow, heavily implying, Quick, praise me for being a genius. Kakashi, completely dumbfounded, JPG. At this moment, his brain was about to explode. His visible eye was wide open, and his Sharingan was almost shocked into activating Mangekyo. Keke Genkai, ice release. This wasn't granted by bloodline. Instead, this kid had self-developed it using a casual textbook answer he'd given him. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing, ultimately just taking a breath of cold air mixed with spices. When he looked up at Naruto again, the shock in his eyes hadn't completely subsided. Before, seeing Naruto's various genius displays, he felt like he was already numb enough. But looking at it now, it seemed, it was only a medium level of numbness. There was at least extreme numbness, special numbness, and extreme special numbness to come. This kid, he wouldn't even be shocked anymore if Naruto suddenly pulled out wood release. Seeing Sensei Kakashi silent, Naruto thought it wasn't enough and chose to up the ante. Sensei Kakashi, still not enough. How about I add wood release too? Another silence fell, but it was also the final straw that broke the camel's back. All right, Kakashi's voice was dry from excessive shock. He stared at Naruto with complex eyes. This time I concede. As for the promise, give me some time. Kakashi's voice deepened slightly, that usual layer of laziness replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible solemnity. The talent and potential Naruto displayed were like a strong light, piercing through the fatigue and detachment that had long enveloped his heart. The heavy shadows of his past, his father, Abido, Rin, the fourth Hokage, still lingered in his memory. He had once thought his heart had grown quiet, secretly binding all his unfulfilled desires and the strength to protect to these 3 young lives before him, who represented the future. He had once thought he would never love again, nor would he harbor such. Almost burning expectations for anything. Yet now, for the future of Konoha, for this youth, who carried Minato-sensei's blood and displayed astonishing talent to truly soar into the sky? Yes, he seemed to have to try once again to open that long-sealed door to his heart, to choose to face the sunlight again and bear the responsibility of guidance and legacy. Especially thinking of Orochimaru lurking in the shadows, that unresolved sense of threat made him even more aware. Action was urgent. Within a month, Kakashi looked at Naruto, his gaze direct and profound. I will do my part. Naruto, he called, his tone more focused and expectant than ever. Are you sure you can do it? Of course, Sensei Kakashi. Naruto grinned, without the slightest hesitation, responding decisively. Oh right, Sensei Kakashi. Naruto seemed to suddenly remember something, pulling out a small notebook and a pen from behind him with lightning speed, his face etched with eagerness to learn as he leaned in. Please, give me a few more fusion-type Keke Genkai recipes. He scribbled down the water plus wind combination, tapping the notebook loudly. Like lava release, boil release, dust release, just tell me all of them. I'll research them together tomorrow and make a Keke Genkai family bucket. guaranteed to be even more sumptuous than the old man's family bucket. Instantly, a black line appeared on Kakashi's face. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trianhong Mengzai. Chapter 1267. Konoha Year 60, July 7th weather. Sunny probably, Konoha's sun is open for business. At 8:00 a.m., the world's sun dutifully peeked out from the east. Konoha's sun, however? Heh! Today, that venerable elder, Naruto Uzumaki, was feeling whimsical and decided to rise majestically from a steaming hot spring, complete with 2 human sloth accessories dangling from him. At 9:00 a.m., in the hot spring VIP room, Naruto Uzumaki warmly met with the king of lateness and seasoned expert in Liu Bei-style erotic novels, crossed out, the elite supervising jonin Kakashi Hadake. Both sides reached several important consensuses in a warm, enthusiastic, and constructive atmosphere. The talks were fruitful, and both host and guests departed in high spirits. After the talks, Kakashi-sensei directly hauled away Sasuke, human accessory, Kidamander, and Sakura, Sage Land VIP member, Sakura, leading them into specialized training. This left behind only Konoha's son, Naruto Uzumaki, who was about to embark on the grand endeavor of pioneering a new era of wood-style plus Flying Thunder God. At 10:00 a.m. at the Ninja World Daily, Konoha Provisional Headquarters top star Naruto Uzumaki special feature. Naruto Uzumaki sat with his legs crossed, adopting a boss-like posture. Oh, Dahira, your KPIs are looking good recently. Uchiha Rokutsu crossed out. Tsuchimi Dahira rubbed his hands obsequiously, a fawning smile on his face. All thanks to your awe-inspiring power, boss. The moment your stunning photo was published, the focus on the Konoha Chunin exam's special issue sold like crazy. Girls were practically trying to bust down the newspaper stands, almost fighting over your photos. Naruto sighed, instantly embodying an actor. Ah, as the rising sun of the ninja world, for the sustainable development of the newspaper, and for the expansion of public opinion throughout the world, I can only make a sacrifice and personally take some glamour shots. Of course, the small sum of 150,000 ryo was also a perfectly legitimate source of income. This led to Operation Codename, Acting Like a Man Special Project. Ultimately, a set of 30 breathtaking photo albums was born. The provisional title was Acting Like a Man, Inaugural Issue Cover Person, Godly Face, Naruto Uzumaki. At 11:50 a.m., it was overtime meal time. Naruto Uzumaki enjoyed a simple, humble, pure work meal. A super luxurious tonkatsu ramen with 3 extra servings of chashu, 2 hot spring eggs, and a mountain of seaweed and bamboo shoots. At 1:05 p.m., the annual Filial Piety Project was initiated. Konoha's son, Naruto Uzumaki, personally visited the Konoha Central Bookstore with the objective of snatching up copies of the newly released, super best-selling book, Romance of the Five Nations. Naruto mingled among the excited crowd, diligently queuing up, though in reality, his shadow clone had already secured limited signed editions in the back. The moment he got the book, his shadow clone, Tsuchimi Dahira, frantically pressed the shutter, capturing close-up shots. The book was for Kakashi, adding +1 to his respecting one's teacher persona. The next Ninja World Daily front page plus Acting Like a Man headline read, Konoha's genius humble beyond compare. A top star in public, a thoughtful student secretly snatching his mentor's favorite. This directly spread the glorious image of Konoha's son Naruto Uzumaki, respectful of his teacher and humble, through Acting Like a Man and Ninja World Daily to every corner of the ninja world. Naruto Uzumaki was truly too filial. At 2:05 p.m., during the Konoha-san's busy schedule, Naruto Uzumaki, mid-yawn, once again reviewed his shadow clone's weekly report. Land of Grass construction progress. New cement in place, all city construction blueprints ready. Infrastructure maniac, let's go. Intelligence note, full throttle. The branch is highly motivated, vowing to turn the Land of Grass into a concrete paradise. Land of Water, Mizukage struggle, progress bar. The Land of Water Observation Journal is going wild. The whole population is clamoring for Zabuza Mamacha-sama to return and be the Mizukage. Zabuza-sama stated, the people's will, preparing to shine for the prosperity and strength of the Land of Water. Intelligence note, rebellion mission soon to be launched. This intelligence is highlighted and bolded. Danzo Shimura once again ambushed our core business, the Oishi Carefree Pills flagship store. Event description, that old man dispatched his Root brand thug squad, under the pretense of suspected tax evasion plus false advertising, and almost threw our excellent store manager, Ashiyama Kei's, into Konoha's jail, ultimately forcing the store to temporarily close down. Naruto put down the intelligence, his expression serious. Ashiyama Kei's, come here at once. Report to the chairman in detail about that bandaged old man's harassment. At 2:10 p.m., Ashiyama Kei's, snot and tears flowing, presented his tearful accusation. Boss, Danzo Shimura is too inhumane. Relying on the Hawkage's advisor title, Root is just his personal thugs. This time, he directly stormed the store under the guise of technology sharing for Konoha. But in reality, he was openly robbing us of the lifeblood formula of our carefree pills. He even threatened to seal our store. Our store was forced to close, woo-woo-woo. At this moment, Naruto was also analyzing Danzo Shimura's photos and intelligence. This was an old man around the same age as the third Hokage, reportedly the third's classmate. Like Kakashi, he was one-eyed, with the other eye wrapped in bandages. He wondered if what was underneath was a Sharingan of the same model as Kakashi's. He was one-armed, with the other arm also wrapped in bandages. Surely, he couldn't have Sharingan wrapped on his arm too, could he? Tusk, looking at that face full of scars and missing limbs, he really does look like an old veteran who dedicated himself to Konoha. Naruto's eyes sharpened. However, no matter how old his merits, he can't seize the lifeblood of my Oishi Carefree pills. Kei-san, enduring humiliation and carrying a heavy burden, you've worked hard as store manager. As for this bandaged old grandfather Danzo. Naruto stroked his chin, a benign smile appearing. No rush. Let's mess with him a bit, find someone to investigate him. I want to see if this great loyal subject of Konoha is hiding any little surprises privately. 3:30 p.m. During the Konoha Sun's business radiance moment, Naruto Uzumaki, shining brightly, visited the old Godfather fast food restaurant to guide their work and signed a sky-high endorsement deal. The endorsement fee was a negligible 1 million ryo. As the Ninja World Daily frantically promoted him, the Konoha Sun positive persona began to take shape. The effect? Outstanding among outstanding. Walking through the village, there were actually fans screaming, Naruto-sama tilde. Not just little kids and same-age fanboys and fangirls. Even Hana-san changed her tune, praising, this brat has become a big star tilde. Huang Bo, a Chinese actor, truly didn't lie. When you become famous, everyone around you is nice. So, what about when you become powerful? The good person masks of those around you will be directly welded to their faces. At 6:20 p.m. after a tiring day, Master Naruto finally embarked on the Sunset Road home. Upon reaching the hot spring area, Naruto noticed a white-haired pervert crouching by the wall ahead. He was in an extremely professional bending-over posture, observing human art through a gap, muttering suspicious, hehe tilde sugoi tilde, surround sound effects. In broad daylight, no, as the sun set, there was actually such a pervert. Naruto Uzumaki, Konoha's arch-nemesis of evil, has arrived. Hey, what pervert dares to trespass? Take this kick of justice. Dwang, Naruto's seemingly bratty tantrum, kick actually contained in a tibitty bit of precise finesse and in a tibitty bit of chakra control. The white-haired man only managed a fleeting glimpse, seeing a blonde brat, then his entire body was precisely guided like a cannonball, landing with a thud directly into the women's hot spring. Ah, there's a pervert. Kill him, the women's bath instantly turned into a battlefield. Splashes and screams flew, fists and towels merged. The scene was, for a moment, extremely harmonious. Chapter 1268. Jirya, with a face full of shoe prints and slap marks, comically wearing an unidentified bra on his head, yet sporting a fulfilled, lecherous grin, oblivious to the nosebleed dripping down his face. Ow, it hurts, but it's totally worth it. My life is complete, hee. His perverted delight lasted less than 3 seconds before his swollen eyes sharply narrowed in alertness. That blonde, blue-eyed brat, quick as a flash. He looked strangely familiar. He abruptly sat up straight, his lecherous grin vanishing, and his swollen eyes couldn't hide their sharp gaze. Spiky blonde hair, clear blue eyes. Minato Namikaze. The name almost escaped his lips, but he denied it. No, impossible. Confusion on his swollen face suddenly gave way to a jolt of realization. He slapped his thigh, wincing in pain. That child, could it be Naruto? He's actually grown so big. And possesses such ghostly speed. SSS, ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn it, that brat kicks too hard. The pain receptors finally overcame the hormones and surprise, dragging him back to reality. Jiraiya winced, rubbing his bruised backside, his eyes complex as he looked back at where Naruto had disappeared. Hadohata. A burst of laughter suddenly exploded in his ear. Hey, old man, was getting kicked into a human football fun? Did the slap sashimi taste fresh enough? Naruto had been watching the entire process from the side and was practically dying of laughter. The old man whipped his head around, allowing Naruto to see his front. Dozens of clear slap and shoe prints were clearly etched onto the old man's face. And atop his head, a mysterious, pure white crown of unknown origin hung suspended, fluttering in the wind. Naruto almost split his sides laughing. But looking closely, hiss. This old man was built like a giant bear, yet remained upright despite countless slaps. Even more outrageous was his expression. A nosebleed painting his face, a slight upturn of his lips, actually conveying a sense of bittersweet ecstasy. This ecstatic expression made Naruto's lips twitch. Huh, can he be that perverted? Hey, brat. The old man's face was as black as a pot bottom now. Stinking brat doesn't know how to respect his elders. He straightened his back, instantly activating his showing-off mode, striking an unbelievably awkward toad-like hip-swaying pose. Ribbit, haha, a good question. I am the great sage of Mount Myaboku, sage of the toads, commonly known as Toad Sage, presenting myself. Naruto watched the strange and embarrassing dance, feeling his toes curl so hard they could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Doesn't he feel any embarrassment himself? And besides, Toad Sage. Anyone can claim to be a sage, huh? Even I, Naruto, wouldn't dare call myself a sage. Moreover, catching sight of the crisscrossing slap marks and flowing nosebleed on the other man's face. Naruto's lips twitched wildly. I think it's pervert sage, horny sage, wouldn't you agree? You brat, don't you know how to respect your elders? Jiraiya was practically fuming. He pulled out a book from his clothes and showed it to Naruto. See, I told you I'm a writer doing fieldwork for my work. The red cover of the book looked surprisingly familiar to Naruto. Make Out Paradise. Isn't this the book Kakashi-sensei always carries? So you're the author. What exactly is written in this book? Hey, the brat recognized me, huh? Jiraiya's face finally showed a hint of proud satisfaction, which would have been true if you ignored the shoe prints and slap marks on his face. However, I won't tell you what the content is. And HMPH, you brat, you interrupted my research. I'll let it slide this time, but next time I won't let you off so easily. Wait. Naruto called out, as if suddenly realizing something. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto the retreating silver-haired spiky head. If I'm not mistaken, you are the legendary, famous Jiraiya-sama, aren't you? Jiraiya's steps halted. He turned back surprised. Oh, brat, you know this sage. Of course I know him. For the sake of his Hokage dream, he had long since memorized the hierarchy of Konoha's higher-ups. The cruel truth was, the Hokage seat, being strong alone, was useless. The core of the Hokage seat was still the master-student lineage or the sibling relay. Having a strong background was what truly mattered. Although he, Uzumaki Naruto, was linked to the future 6th Kakashi-sensei and his own 7th position, how long would it be until Kakashi became Hokage? His goal had already been set, 5th Hokage. To become Hokage, 2 things were indispensable: fame and virtue, no, fame and character. For this, his virtue, military strength, was already maxed out. Only fame remained elusive. If he, Naruto, became the 7th Hokage, he wouldn't lack fame, as his sensei would be the 6th. But if he wanted to become the 5th Hokage earlier, he needed to find a new ladder. Ask the 3rd Hokage to be his master. The old man was already old and secluded. What about the Sannin? Orochimaru had defected, Tsunade was missing, and Jiraiya was wandering the ninja world. But who would have thought? He'd encounter this old man again at a hot spring. A turning point in life, fleeting. Shouldn't he seize it immediately and forge it into his destiny? In a flash of lightning-quick thought, Naruto stepped forward, his voice clear. Jiraiya-sama. His eyes burned, containing nothing else, only the burning desire for Hokage. Please accept me as your student. Chapter 1269. Becoming Hokage, that was merely an appetizer for Naruto. He knew perfectly well. Sitting on the Hokage seat wasn't just about taking control of Konoha, the strongest ninja village. What did Hokage represent? Plenty of subordinates, ninja clans crying and begging for protection. Two gathering of experts, all the village's elites working for you. 3 knowledge treasury, forbidden jutsu, secret techniques, all unlocked. 4, and even more important, directly hugging the land of fire's golden leg. Money, food, people, you'd have everything officially certified. But something felt like a thorn in his side. Naruto had always been puzzled and didn't understand. Look at the ninja world's broken rules. Ninja villages had to grovel before daimyo. What the hell? Can ninjas only be the daimyo's dogs? Haha, it must be influenced by the history and culture of the Little Suns. Japan. The Little Suns structure. No, the ninja world structure was so small it was barely toothpicking size, brother. He, Naruto, was different. He had been nurtured by 5 millennia of history. As the saying goes, the son of heaven, one with strong soldiers and horses shall be it. How could there be a destined kind? Why could the Hokage only manage military affairs? Why did a powerful Hokage have to be confined within the broken cage of ninja? The mere nominal title of the 5th Hokage was nothing. The table he truly wanted to overturn was the chair under the daimyo's butt. The daimyo's throne of the land of fire. That was the first step towards becoming the son of the ninja world. Hokage? Just a stepping stone, used to ascend the daimyo's throne, who would still care about being just a broken village leader. First, set a small goal, directly grasp both military and political power. Become the undisputed, true benevolent father of the land of fire. As for letting a clone impersonate the daimyo before that, hard to control personality, secondary. The key point was, if he could honorably sit in that position, why play sneaky with a substitute? The path of kingship should be taken openly and righteously. Once he secured the Hokage's throne and held the gun tightly, he could casually concoct some grand justification. Loyalist? Clear the ruler's side. Slogans? He could have as many as he wanted. This was the benefit of a long history. There were too many tactics to reference. Coupled with the propaganda of a media group, directly A-move and snatch that golden dragon throne. By then, he would give a rallying cry, and countless subordinates would rise. This stale, dilapidated system of daimyo would be swept directly into the trash heap of history. Dad was starting a new version. And the prerequisite for accomplishing all this was to become Hokage. To ascend the Hokage's throne, he, Naruto, had long been prepared. The method was simple but effective. A carrot in the left hand, a stick in the right. No, it was justification in the left hand, morality in the right. Morality was already prepared. All that was missing was justification. Actually, if it weren't for Orochimaru's Konoha crush fiasco suddenly hitting him, forcing him to race against time, he, Naruto, would have 100 tricks to slowly plan his layout. But now, only a month left until the Chunin exams, and the Konoha crush incident was equally close. No time. So, he could only take a shortcut. Naruto's eyes were practically glued to this eccentric old geezer. Look at this guy. A bit comical in appearance, but that physique, that aura, whoa, he was a walking political vetting pass, for crying out loud. His titles were famous. Master's Generation, 3rd Hokage's last disciple. Jianghu status, legendary Sannin of Konoha. Highest value, 4th Hokage's personal master. Bowing to this Buddha, it was equivalent to instantly getting the Hokage direct lineage, golden stamp, officially certified VIP. Doing this wasn't for anything else, purely to buy pre-selected candidate insurance for the Hokage election. This was an opportunity not to be missed. The 3rd Hokage had been in power for half a century. Who knew if this unknown 5th Hokage would be a long-lived type like the 3rd? Thinking this, Naruto took a deep breath, settling his chi in his danshin. Jiraiya-sensei, please accept me as your disciple. Heh, Jiraiya's mouth twitched. This blonde brat changed faces faster than flipping a book. Just moments ago, he was calling him pervy sage, and now he's clinging to his leg. Accepting him as a disciple, it was indeed time to teach him how to control the nine tails. But he suddenly remembered today's headline in the Ninja World Daily: Naruto Uzumaki. What genius! Being a genius is just my entry requirement. What big talk. Jiraiya huffed inwardly. Let this old sage test you out. Dragon or worm, one Rasengan will tell. He immediately became a method actor, straightening his swollen face. Accept you? All right. However, Jiraiya deliberately dragged out the ending syllable. Time-limited test. Within 1 week, you need to learn this Rasengan. If you can learn it, you'll be my last disciple. Narusengan. Was it the Narusengan he knew? Watch closely, only this once. Jiraiya, full of swagger, spread his palm and began to demonstrate. Ziza-ziza-te. A chaotic mass of wild chakra swirled, instantly forced into a glowing blue, dazzling orb. Jiraiya, for the first time in a while, smiled. Now he finally had some dignity in front of this brat. Kid, see that? Even a genius of this sage's level has to spend a whole week diligently forming it. Can you master it in a week? Then you're part of my lineage. Seeing this, Naruto just smiled without speaking. It really was the Rasengan. This was a sure thing, insurance obtained as if for free. Don't even say a week, Naruto suppressed his laughter, his tone as flat as possible. I can do it right now. Oh, Jiraiya glanced at him, his eye twitching. This kid's gotten too cocky, hasn't he? Naruto wasted no more words, casually raising his right hand. Chakra instantly condensed and spun in his palm. In just an instant, a perfectly formed, intensely blue Rasengan appeared in his palm. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly constricted. What? This kid actually knows it? Did he just learn it? Oh, and there are advanced versions too. Seeing the expression on the old geezer's face, Naruto was utterly relaxed. Bim. With the infusion of more chakra, the orb in his hand suddenly expanded, and the chakra raged violently. A Rasengan Pro, half a person tall and blindingly blue, was spinning wildly. Jiraiya's mouth hung open, his face filled with disbelief, his jaw practically dislocated. Try this next. Naruto's voice remained calm as chakra erupted around him. Chakra swept like a hurricane. In Jiraiya's stunned gaze, a Rasengan Max, 5 meters in diameter, vast as a full moon in the sky, was defiantly raised by him. The enormous, ghostly blue light illuminated the entire hot spring area like an illusion. This, Jiraiya's throat was dry, all sound caught in his terror. Finally, still more. Jiraiya's voice trembled, his worldview teetering on the brink. Naruto raised 5 fingers into the air. Whoosh! A piercing shriek tore through the air. Wind-style chakra infused, pure blade-like wind nature appeared and perfectly merged. A spiraling light wheel shuriken radiating destructive keenness, rotating at high speed, wind-style, Rasen shuriken. It vibrated in his raised palm. Silence, absolute silence. Jiraiya was like someone whose brainstem had been struck by a massive hammer. He stood frozen in place, his thoughts completely congealed. The fusion ninjutsu that he couldn't even figure out the direction for, this brat, could perfectly use it just by seeing the basic version. What kind of monster was this kid? Chapter 1270. Cough, cough. Jiraiya forcibly steadied himself, but his heart still churned like a stormy sea. His swollen eyes struggled to widen, fixating on the little blonde like he was seeing him for the first time. Naruto Uzumaki, Minato's son. Minato was a genius, but this kid in front of him? His talent simply shredded common sense. Even Nagato, his deceased disciple who possessed the Rinnegan, was far inferior to this. Could someone truly learn the Rasengan just by seeing it once? And even add terrifying wind-release chakra to it. After the shock, his experience as a Sannin allowed him to suppress the surging waves. However, that arrogant remark he once dismissed, genius, that's just my minimum requirement, now felt piercingly true. This monstrous chakra control and reserves, this kid, he might actually be able to save the ninja world. Of course, with his current strength and age, this was probably his peak, right? But then Jiraiya suddenly had a doubt. His swollen eyes narrowed like a hawk's and he probed, cough, kid, you haven't learned the Rasengan before, have you? Heh, are you looking down on me? Naruto was rather speechless. This old geezer probably hasn't seen what a true genius looks like. Do you understand what SSS dear talent means? Do you understand what 452 in jutsu comprehension means? Do you know what it means to infer 300 from one? He put his hands on his hips, nose tilted skyward, trying his best to put on an arrogant display of a super genius. Oh, no need to pretend, just emulate Sasuke's Uchiha pride. Since you doubt me, then now, immediately, right now, show me a ninjutsu I've never seen, and I'll whip up an identical one on the spot. That genuine arrogance and certainty struck Jiraiya dumb. After all, the Ninja World Daily had detailed this guy's monstrous feat of learning gentle fist on the spot and evolving it. He had scoffed at it as fake, sensationalist news at the time. Now, his face stung. This little pervert could truly shred people's worldviews like pancakes. Furthermore, the Rasengan, its circulation was almost non-existent. All right then. Jiraiya sighed deeply, using his left hand as a palm and his right as a hammer. He clapped. Kid, in that case, I, the Toad Sage, will take you as my disciple. Minato, your son might be a monster in human skin, huh? This kid, he's probably the child of prophecy foretold by the great Toad Sage, isn't he? Of course, he'd need to observe more. He no longer hesitated, heroically biting his thumb. Smack! His bloodied palm slammed onto the ground. Boardog Bird Monkey Ram, summoning jutsu. Boom, smoke exploded. A giant toad, with huge black eye bags and skin covered in orange peel-like black spots, appeared, the size of an adult human. It wore a heavy necklace with the character for loyalty on it, and was yawning while rolling up an old scroll with its long tongue. Gamachu, the scroll? Jiraiya expertly pulled out the scroll, shhhweep, unrolled it on the muddy ground, and gestured to Naruto. Come over, sign with your own blood and leave your fingerprint. From today on, you'll have a contract with the toads of Mount Mayaboku. He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous gleam in his swollen eyes. Did you remember the hand signs I just made, kid? How could I forget such a small trick? Naruto pouted and stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the scroll. Then he suddenly paused. Two names leaped out at him. Minato Namikaze. And above that, Jiraiya. The fourth signed it? Then it's solid. This contract is definitely fine. Even if there's a problem, he just wouldn't acknowledge it. And with his abilities, any trap or even contract was already useless against him. Since that was the case, Naruto, without another word, bit his thumb with his incisor. Just as he was about to dip his finger in blood to sign, there was no ink left after a couple of tries. Looking again, the wound on his fingertip was clean as new, not a trace of injury. This finger healed at an absurd rate. It seems, this is probably what a sage body is like. He hadn't sustained any injuries before to verify it. Without a word, he pulled out a small dagger from his backpack. Rip, he deftly sliced across his palm. A bright red gash immediately opened up, and blood immediately gurgled out profusely. Naruto didn't even bat an eye, simply smearing the gushing blood onto the scroll, signing his name with a flourish, and pressing his fingerprint in one fluid motion. Done. Gamachu, who had witnessed the entire process from the side, was so shocked his yawn got stuck in his throat. Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Kid, what are you doing? This is a summoning jutsu, not a pig sacrifice. Just a little blood for the print is enough. Naruto didn't even lift his head. It's a small matter. Jiraiya's gaze, however, suddenly narrowed. He stared fixedly at Naruto's freshly cut palm. The blood, it stopped. Not only did it stop. The gaping wound, like a living thing, squirmed and mended right before his eyes. In a few breaths, only a faint red stain remained on his palm. Where was the wound? Not even a scar was visible. Jiraiya's heart trembled. This recovery power. Is this the Ninetales' healing ability? So, I'm done signing. Time to try the summoning jutsu, right? Naruto rubbed his hands together like a fly. He'd seen others use summoning jutsu for a long time, but he'd never used it himself because there was nothing good to summon. He just hoped these contracted toads would be useful otherwise. He'd dismiss them all. He glanced at Gamachu beneath Jiraiya. This guy didn't seem to have much combat power either. Were these toads useful for something else, like eating mosquitoes? Oh, good. Since the contract is signed, go ahead and try it. Jiraiya hadn't quite recovered himself. Naruto immediately formed hand signs, sinking his chakra into his danshin. Bordog bird monkey. No matter what, the first time using this ninjutsu, he had to be cool. Being cool was a lifelong matter. Wait. Jiraiya jolted, pressing down on Naruto's final hand, sign with lightning speed. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Huh, Naruto almost choked. What now, old man? Jiraiya coughed, pointing around them. Cough, don't try it yet. Let's find a more spacious place first. This kid is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If his hand slips, and he summons Gamabunta in the middle of the village, if Gamabunta then sits on the Hokage's office and flattens it, even if I, the Toad Sage, personally go to apologize, it'd be tough. Even if I brought 2 crates of milk, it probably wouldn't be enough. The scene shifted, and the two had slipped away to a deserted deep valley outside the village. Naruto looked around. Besides layers of green trees, steep rock faces, and a roaring waterfall, he couldn't see a single soul. Naruto stood on his tiptoes, peering around, muttering quietly, "Do we really have to come all this way? It's just a summoning." It's just summoning jutsu, right? He's seen it before. Everyone summons cats or dogs. Last time Kakashi summoned a ninja hound, a palm-sized thing, a small space was enough for that. He eyed Gamachu, who was about his height and weight. No need for such a large area. Perverted sage, can I summon here now? Jiraiya's temple throbbed. This brat was calling him that again? He really had no respect for his teacher. He pulled a long face. All right, begin. Naruto rubbed his hands together, ready to summon, but then suddenly paused. Right, how much chakra should I use? This jutsu won't drain me, will it? He needed to confirm first, because this jutsu, it actually had no chakra limit. If the summoned creature was strong enough, even infinite chakra wouldn't be enough. Jiraiya burst out laughing. This kid was thinking too much. No matter how strong you are, what can you do? Go all out, the place is big enough. Summon whatever you can. Bring out a guy that can level mountains. I, the sage, will cover you. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Got it. Summon the strongest blind box. A man's gotta open SSRs. Then, full of resolve, he formed the hand signs. Bordog bird monkey ram, summoning jutsu. At the same time, deep within Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage, resting with closed eyes, suddenly felt a great pull. This pulling sensation. Boom, his colossal body evaporated on the spot. Only a warm butt print remained on the stone chair, and a scattered snot bubble. Pop tilde. Shima, carrying a bowl of bug stew, entered the room and instantly froze. Dear husband, old, losing your mind. Smash, the high-grade bug stew bowl sacrificed itself to the floor. The scene cut back to the bottom of the valley. The thick smoke gradually dispersed. A colossal, sky-obscuring shadow pressed down, instantly enveloping Naruto and a green-faced Jiraiya. Naruto waved his hand to clear the smoke, standing on tiptoes and straining his neck. Holy crap, this weight. Gamachu would have to call it grandpa, wouldn't he? Do the toads of this ninja world eat hormones every day? The smoke completely cleared. Naruto finally saw the big shot. Enormous in size, but its skin was so wrinkled it could trap mosquitoes, giving it the texture of tree bark that had come to life. He tilted his head, his eyes full of suspicion as he stared at this old fellow. Old man, are you sure you can still fight with that physique? He cocked his head, about to ask Jiraiya for information. Instead, he saw his freshly recognized master, so shocked his jaw dropped to the ground. At the same time, his entire body trembled as if in vibration-sieve mode. He could only utter single syllables. This. Naruto poked Jiraiya's stiff arm. Old man, did the disc get stuck? Can your eyeballs still move? Give me a signal. Ah, little Jiraiya. The great toad sage opened his sleepy eyes, slowly looking down. And this golden-haired little brat next to you? Who is he? Great toad sage, you've actually been summoned. Jiraiya never imagined Naruto would summon this great Buddha, this biggest boss of Mount Myaboku. He greeted him respectfully and nervously. Just right, please tell me, is this child the child of prophecy from your predictions? Child of prophecy? Naruto's ears perked up like antennae, listening intently. Holy crap, the ninja world actually has something like that. Then I, Naruto Uzumaki, must be the chosen protagonist. The old toad's voice sounded like it was clearing phlegm. The child of prophecy is your disciple, but I have not dreamed of who specifically it is. However, this child of prophecy will change the entire ninja world. He may bring peace to the whole world. Naruto nodded. That's right, that's me. Or he may bring destruction. Naruto shook his head again. This is not me at all. All of this remains unknown. Naruto was speechless. Heh, so you don't know either. What's the point of this prophecy? At the same time, in the Sand Village, the Tgthegood's office. The light was dim, and the Tgthegood's silhouette behind the curtain was imposing. Baki, the Jonin leading Gaara's team, finished his report with a bow, adding, "There is another person who needs to be specially marked, Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha." He presented today's Ninja World Daily, its headline blaring, "Naruto Uzumaki, what genius? Genius is merely my threshold." His talent, as I witnessed it, is monstrous. If allowed to grow, he will surely become an even greater threat than Konoha's White Fang. The Tgthegood's voice was low. Oh. Baki looked up, his eyes sharp. According to secret intelligence, he is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. During the Konoha Crush, if we manage to provoke his tailed beast into losing control, the Jinchuriki will surely die. Konoha will also face utter destruction. Baki's sinister plot, provoke tail beast rampage plus double kill scenario, echoed in the room. The Tgthegood's knuckles unconsciously tapped his armrest for a moment. He was pondering and making a choice. Executing the Konoha Crush plan had already completely offended Konoha. Adding a Jinchuriki wouldn't change that. So, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes, and he made his decision. Feasible. His voice was cold and resolute. Baki, I command you to be the primary leader of the fox capture operation. During the Chunin exams, capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at all costs. Drive him to the brink and induce the tailed beast to go into a full rampage. This is a critical strike to destroy Konoha. No failures allowed. Inform the Sound Village of this plan. You may request external assistance to ensure absolute success. Chapter 1271. The Old Toad, no, the Great Toad Sage, left. Naruto had been calling him Old Toad all this time, but under Jiraiya's firm correction, he changed it to Great Toad Sage. All right, fine, at least he's lived for 1,000 years, a little respect is due. Anyone who's lived 1,000 years isn't simple. At the very least, this old toad is incredibly good at enduring. If this old toad could live 1,000 years, Naruto felt he could easily live 20,000. By then, he'd be an old immortal too. Naruto was actually indifferent to the old toad's prophecy. He was a staunch materialist. The Internationale starts with, "There has never been any savior." So, Naruto's heart was completely calm. He even felt that Jiraiya had been led astray by this old toad. Look, he doesn't return to the village, doesn't care about the crystal ball, just wanders around the ninja world all day, gathering intelligence, all for the sake of finding a savior. Tusk, though. This free, slacking off life is genuinely enviable. At the end of the day, Jiraiya's actions probably stemmed from his desperate desire for peace. With no hope in reality, he could only cling to the child of prophecy like a pie and devour it. How foolish. He, Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the ninja world, is standing right here, isn't he? Casting aside distracting thoughts, Naruto clapped his hands. Time to summon again. He wanted to see what kind of toads these Mount Myaboku residents truly were. He didn't expect Nine-Tails level combat power, but they should at least be able to take a hit and look cool, right? However, these toads of Mount Myaboku seem to lack good judgment. Take the one currently beneath him, for example. Hey kid, get off my head. Where's Jiraiya? I won't take a runt like you as my subordinate. The mountain-like Gamabunta, with a giant, yet slender for his size, pipe in his mouth, said in a condescending, boss-like manner. He completely disregarded the little brat Naruto, instead scanning his surroundings for Jiraiya. Initially, seeing this big toad's imposing appearance, Naruto felt somewhat relieved. With a physique like that, regardless of combat power, it would at least be good for showing off. But after hearing those words, his face instantly darkened. Naruto didn't know much about summoned beasts, but for a combat pet to not even recognize its master. The Great Toad Sage just now was an ancient relic, a 1,000-year-old with osteoporosis who couldn't get out of bed, so Naruto wouldn't hold it against him. But you're young and strong, I think? You really don't understand, do you? Naruto didn't know how to train summoned beasts, but he figured it was like training a dog. A small beating every 3 days, a big beating every 5, 3 skipped meals a day, and an extra bamboo shoots fried with meat meal when he was in a good mood. Ha ha. Since you're not playing nice, I also know a thing or two about fisticuffs. Leaping down from the great Toad's head, Naruto raised a fist the size of a sandbag. Toad, listen up. From now on, I'm the boss. If you don't listen, I'll beat you until you submit. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the tiny figure, not even as big as his eyeball, Gamabunta nearly choked on his laughter. Such big talk, kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Tell me, where's Jiraiya? Before he finished speaking, his answer was a ha-ha, and that sandbag-sized fist. Monstrous strength taijutsu, explosive flame fist. Naruto pushed off with both feet, soaring upwards with such speed that he left no afterimage. Gamabunta only felt that in the next instant, Naruto had appeared before him, and then a punch slammed into him. This inconspicuous blonde brat, this ordinary punch, for some reason, made him feel a sense of dread. Boom! The chakra, compressed to its extreme, was like an invisible thunderclap on the fist. A terrifying, black hole-like power exploded. Gamabunta felt everything go dark, and then... Rumble, rumble. His mountainous, colossal body, like an out-of-control cannonball, tumbled wildly in a straight line, crushing giant trees in its path until... Thud! It slammed hard into a distant mountain wall. The entire rock face instantly became covered in cracks. Thwack! Under the sharp pain and impact, Gamabunta could no longer maintain his form, disgracefully bursting into a puff of smoke, forcibly recalled to Mount Myaboku. That's all it took. Naruto rubbed his wrist. He hadn't used much strength to avoid harming anyone, or any toad. Beside him, Jiraiya, who had been secretly watching, was dumbfounded. This kid, is he even human? This punch, it's even more terrifying than Tsunade's. Tisk, he ran off without even calling me boss? Unqualified. Naruto clapped his hands again, summoning jutsu, come back for a retest. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Gamabunta lay prone on the ground, his eyes swirling like mosquito coils. Seeing this, Naruto clapped his hands. Water style, great waterfall technique. Naruto spat out a mouthful, and a sea of water erupted from his mouth, giant waves crashing down. Gamabunta choked awake, his dripping wet head just emerging, only to be met by the sandbag-sized fist again. Again, and again. Afterwards, he'd send it back. Summon it out, wake it with water style, then send it back again. Poor Gamabunta, who considered himself the top toad of Mount Myaboku, a tough guy whose name was known throughout the ninja world, was completely dazed by one punch, and after a dozen continuous pummelings, he was utterly stuffed. He endured the toughest beatings with the hardest mouth in the toad world. The 10th plus time he was revived, seeing that fist wind coming again. Gamabunta finally broke. Even though he considered himself exceptionally righteous, and his strength rivaled a tailed beast, he could only hoist the flag of truce and avoid battle. His massive body suddenly shrank, then quivered. He vanished into thin air. Just this thought he'd be tougher. Naruto regretfully withdrew his hand, patting off the dust. It was getting late, so that was enough for today. Tomorrow they'd continue. A month flashed by, filled with a flurry of updates. First, Gamabunta in Mount Myaboku finally made a lightning-fast prostration after half a month of Naruto's friendly persuasion. If you can't beat him, join him. It acknowledged Naruto as its new leader, not only conceding itself, but also bringing Gamaken and Gamahiro with his whole family to formally pledge allegiance to Naruto as their big brother. From then on, Naruto's radiance shone upon Mount Myaboku. Second, the Zio pill made a strong comeback as a top seller. Recently, Danzo was under immense pressure. No matter how influential his faction was, it couldn't withstand the combined pressure from the ninjas, the ninja clans, and the Hokage. The little pill made a strong comeback. Zero burden on training, chakra recovery, and health recovery. All natural, no additives, no side effects. The results spoke for themselves. Nearly a year later, the Zio pill was now a daily necessity for Konoha ninjas. Everyone loved the Zio pill. According to the folks at Xingfeng Mountain, Konoha has paid so much tax and supported so many people over the years, isn't this what it's for? Third, Kakashi's emotional arc cleared, the iron tree bloomed. Kakashi had been quietly making big moves, a sweet reunion with Haner. Eyewitness Sakura exclusively revealed, one day on her way home she stumbled upon a big scoop. She saw the two strolling sweetly by the river. Finally, before the exams, Kakashi-sensei brought her to the parent-teacher conference. Looking at Hanare's blissful expression. Chances are they were probably in a relationship, as expected of my Kakashi-sensei. He doesn't act unless he means it, but when he does, he nails it. Steady, precise, and ruthless. Then, kiss, kiss! Naruto's mood-setting squad quickly went online. Hanare's face instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp. As for Kakashi, his signature deadfish eyes remained as steady as an old dog's, plastered on his face without a twitch. Fourth, a mysterious bounty for Abido. A clone sent back a strange piece of news. Someone in the ninja world was searching for Abido Uchiha, but this time was different from before. Others were usually after Abido's bounty. This time, the keyword was high-priced employment. Someone wanted to hire this big shot. The motive, who was paying, all of it remained shrouded in mystery. These were the major events Naruto became aware of over the past month. However, he currently didn't have the spare energy to focus on them because the final round of the Chunin exams, his biggest stage, was about to begin. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trion Hong Mengzai. Chapter 1272. Today, Konoha was more bustling than New Year's. The examination grounds were packed both inside and out, with many noble families and dignitaries coming to watch the matches. In a corner, a few ninjas huddled together, excitedly sharing intelligence. Breaking news, heard about it. That monstrous rookie Naruto Uzumaki, whom the ninja world daily hyped up. He lowered his voice even further, has become Lord Jiraiya's disciple. Nanny, Lord Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. That's right, he's a super genius. With personal tutelage from a Sannin, Konoha's about to unleash another trump card. May heaven bless our Konoha. At this, the ninja from the neighboring village sitting nearby began pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Naruto, who happened to be passing by, overheard and felt quite speechless. Tutelage, practically non-existent. It's mainly about borrowing his fame. Isn't that why I sought him as a master? After today, the Hokage succession race would officially begin. Shouldn't I quickly display the Jiraiya's last disciple, Naruto Uzumaki, signboard to gain more leverage in the Hokage race? Sasuke, can you handle it? Naruto turned and nudged Sasuke with his elbow, glancing at Rock Lee, who was staring intently. Sasuke likewise glanced back at Lee, a confident smirk playing on his lips. HMPH tilde, just wait, I'll definitely meet you at the summit. Meet at the summit, huh? I'm afraid the exam will be terminated before the first round is even over. However, he still playfully ribbed his buddy. Take it easy, don't crash. I won't have a shoulder for you to cry on then, though Sakura-chan's shoulder might be available. Although he hadn't directly faced Rock Lee, he had encountered Gai-sensei in the training space. Their 8 inner gates formation had something to it. Unfortunately, while ninjutsu and genjutsu could be practiced smoothly in the training space, the physical body couldn't enter and could only stagnate. This was also why Sasuke had been training with Kakashi every day for the past month. Worry about yourself, idiot, Sasuke immediately retorted. Don't you dare lose to Gaara, otherwise, this #1 spot will be mine to claim. Naruto didn't reply, his gaze shifting to a Sakura who was too quiet. Didn't she even make a sound when I just poked her? He saw Sakura-chan, intently twisting the corner of her clothes into a knot. Isn't that Hinata's specialty? The immense pressure from her opponent, Dasukinuda of the Sound Ninja Trio, was practically etched on her face. He could tell she really wanted to win. Otherwise, the pressure wouldn't be so overwhelming. He glanced over, compare this to Shikamaru, his buddy. His good brother had already entered lie-flat mode, his eyes glazed over, seemingly thinking, just surrender quickly, I'm tired. Naruto could tell with his toes. When it was this guy's turn later, he probably wouldn't even bother stepping onto the arena, directly raising his hand from outside. I surrender. No time to comfort Sakura-chan now. The proctor, a senbon in his mouth and an I'm cool, don't mess with me expression, stood ready. First match start. Sasuke Uchiha enters. The moment his name was announced, the entire arena erupted. Worth it, I came just for Uchiha. Traveled thousands of miles just to see him fight. Uchiha, Uchiha. Fanatical cheers instantly overwhelmed the entire venue. The Uchiha clan's name, passed down for thousands of years, combined with Sasuke's status as the last remaining Uchiha. It shimmered far more brightly than his, Naruto's, signboard as a newly risen genius within a month. The two stood in the arena, exchanging a few taunts. Faintly, a few words drifted from Rock Lee, leave him to Naruto to handle 7 at once. This time, it's serious. Fight. Rock Lee had clearly trained specifically to counter the Sharingan. He kept his head down the entire time, focusing on Sasuke's lower body, his movements so fast they left afterimages. But the specially trained Sasuke was even faster. Bang! Lee tried to advance, but a faster Sasuke precisely kicked him, sending him flying. Seeing this, Lee immediately activated his super weight reduction mode, tossing off his weighted ankle guards. Boom! The sandbags crashed to the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped the area, shocking everyone present. Sasuke's eyelids twitched violently. With the weight removed, Lee became a human rocket, moving so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see his afterimages. Unfortunately, his opponent Sasuke was no ordinary person. He was from Team 7, had the Sharingan, and it was a 3-Tamo Sharingan. With special training, Sasuke's eyes could see clearly, and his body could keep up. Taijutsu vs Taijutsu. No. Sasuke wasn't that foolish. Why would he fight a Taijutsu specialist with Taijutsu? He went all out with long to mid-range attacks, precise and wide-reaching. Although his chakra wasn't as massive as Naruto's, Sasuke's ninja art bombardment package was equally plentiful. Lee instantly fell into a true head-in-hand scurry mode. In desperation, Lee roared, 8 inner gates, open. Green light flashed, and his afterimages upgraded further. Unfortunately, what awaited him were also Sasuke's ultimate moves, Chidori Senbin, and the lightning release, Gatling he had just learned from Naruto. Jujujujudu, tilde. Sasuke instantly turned grotesque, spitting out a barrage of lightning pellets from his mouth. While not as continuous as Naruto's bullet stream, and the nature transformation not as terrifying as Naruto's, it was perfectly capable of electrifying someone. Lee performed extreme evasions, filling the air with afterimages. But in the eyes of the 3-Tamo Sharingan, no matter how fast, it was still slow motion. Whoosh 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 tilde. Lightning pellets flew out one by one, leaving trails of afterimages. Sasuke only needed to subtly adjust the direction of the barrage. Lee, however, had to drain every muscle fiber to dodge. More crucially, the 8 inner gates had a time limit. Zzzt. As Lee became exhausted, one pale blue lightning pellet finally struck him. Cracked. Instantly, Lee stiffened and fell to the ground as if struck by lightning, smoke rising from his body. His bowl cut transformed into an explosion of hair, unexpectedly improving his appearance by +3. Sasuke Uchiha wins. Next, Sakura vs Dasukinuta. This time, Sakura wisely put in earplugs. Dasukinuta's sound ninja abilities were indeed powerful, but he could only use them in close combat. And Sakura was waiting precisely for a close quarters opportunity. She had mostly mastered the monstrous strength Taijutsu, an entire set of Taijutsu developed by Naruto based on the monstrous strength. Dasukinuta, who wanted to engage in close combat, was caught by Sakura. With just one punch, Dasukinuta passed out. Thankfully, Sakura reined in her strength at the last moment, or she would have almost cracked his skull open. Sakura Haruna wins. Next, Shino Aburame vs Kankuro. Kankuro knew they weren't really there to compete, so he conceded immediately, wanting to conserve his chakra for the big event later. Although the arena was filled with boos, he didn't care at all. Shino Aburame wins by default. Next, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Temari had already taken her place in the arena, her gaze sharp as a blade. Shikamaru, with a "what a drag, I'd rather go back to sleep" expression, was about to raise his hand to surrender. Whoosh! His enthusiastic teammate, Naruto, shoved him down. Naruto, ice. Shikamaru fell directly, lying down and looking at the white clouds drifting overhead, utterly resigned to his fate. Ultimately, after contributing a brilliant strategic battle, Shikamaru raised his hand in relief and surrendered. "Referee, I'm tired, I give up." Temari's mouth twitched slightly, this way of winning. She felt more aggrieved than if she had lost. Temari wins. Next, Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara. Naruto leaped into the arena. Instantly, boom. The spectator stands erupted. Here they come, the trump card clash, Konoha vs Sand Village Genius Showdown. Been holding it in for so long, just to see this rookie king Naruto Uzumaki blow up the arena. Is that blonde the madman who supposedly said, "Genius is just my threshold"? He's pretty handsome, but his arrogance is maxed out. "Sunflower seeds ready, sitting on my bench, let me see why you're so arrogant, kid." The entire arena, fight now. Naruto looked at the red-haired boy opposite him with a confident expression. "Kid, I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time." Chapter 1273. The super geniuses from Konoha and Suna have arrived. The final showdown begins. The audience's thunderous cheers, like a mountain tsunami, almost tore the roof off. Naruto bathed in the uproar, looking around and waving, scattering the glory of the sun. On the other side, Gaara's violent eyes were locked onto Naruto, a crazed, ferocious grin spreading across his face. The fierce killing intent in his eyes seemed to freeze the air. Each time this dazzling blonde kid appeared, he provoked and trampled on the fragile boundaries of Gaara's sanity. Only by completely crushing him could Gaara prove his own existence. The bloodthirsty beast, previously suppressed, could now finally break free of its chains, no longer bound by any cage. He had waited too long for this moment. Sensing Gaara's heart-stopping killing intent, Genma Shiranui's brow furrowed, his breathing momentarily hitched. Glancing at the other contestant, the blonde boy remained composed, confidently smiling, not taking anything seriously. Truly deserving of the title, "Genius is merely my threshold, mister," the duel between these two would likely be exceptionally spectacular. After announcing the rules robotically, he shouted, "Begin." The moment his voice fell, he swiftly retreated, subtly landing in a prime viewing spot within the arena. Naruto's gaze locked onto his opponent. The little redhead's large gourd had already been uncorked, and countless fine grains of sand were drifting out. In previous matches, Gaara had used this very sand. It must be controlled by chakra. Then let's try this move. Naruto's thoughts raced, an idea forming. Suddenly, "Ashi!" Gaara abruptly clutched his forehead, crying out in pain. "And don't be angry, mother." Naruto's face was a question mark. "Mother, who's this kid calling?" "Hey Gaara, are you all right?" Driven by a humanitarian spirit, Naruto voiced his concern. Gaara ignored him, his body strangely stiff and trembling. Abruptly, he lifted his head like a beast, his heavily dark-ringed eyes filled with madness. "I'll kill you. I will kill you." Oh, Naruto stood tall and imposing, a confident smile spreading across his lips. "Kill me? The king of hell probably wouldn't dare take me. He's afraid I'd go down there, kick him off, and take his throne. This guy is definitely not normal. Right, a Jinchuriki. Loneliness, solitude, cold stares, and the temptation of a tailed beast. With all that, how could one not go mad? Someone normal like himself seemed to be the rare case. This Gaara would probably be a minor antagonist on his protagonist's journey. Since that's the case, Naruto had no intention of indulging Gaara. His gaze sharpened, his palms instantly clasped together before his chest, his fingers a blur of motion. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying volume of water, far exceeding that of a lake. The massive tide transformed into a surging deluge, sweeping towards Gaara, who was still trembling in pain, with an overwhelming force. To use such a terrifying water style in a place without water, is this still a genin? Genma Shiranui, in the VIP viewing area, felt a tremor in his heart. He instantly used Shunshin to quickly move to higher ground for refuge. Looking back at Gaara, his sand instinctively reacted faster than his consciousness. The previously dispersed sand instantly coalesced into a gigantic sphere, tightly protecting him within. The entire enclosed arena instantly became a purgatory ravaged by torrents, massive waves repeatedly crashing and tearing. Only Naruto could be seen standing alone atop a high wall, looking down like a deity upon the surging flood. Once the chaos subsided, the arena had become a small, vast lake. Naruto leaped down from the high wall, his sharp gaze penetrating the water's surface. Gaara and his sand sphere weren't floating. Instead, they lay dormant at the bottom of the deep water, like a sunken ship's anchor. Gulp tilde. Beneath the water, a wisp of bubbles emerged from the surface of the sand sphere. The outer shell cracked, and Gaara emerged, attempting to surface. But the sand, thoroughly soaked by the flood, was like lead, too heavy for him to control as easily as his own arm. This was the deadly purpose of Naruto's water style, to practically cripple his sand control. Heh, never seen this much water in the desert, have you? Moreover, a wisp of Naruto's chakra tendril was subtly permeating the viscous, wet sand. Upon contact, he distinctly sensed a fiercely protective will, not the will of a tailed beast, but a human-like will. Is this the mother Gaara spoke of? An ordinary person would probably struggle to snatch control of the sand from this will, but he, Naruto, was a cheat, both in terms of chakra quantity and chakra control. Gaara barely managed to stand firm on the waves, attempting to manipulate the sand. But then, he was suddenly shocked to realize that the soaked sand no longer responded to his call. The next second, what he saw made his eyes split and his liver and guts burn with fury. All the sand, in a mad scramble, rushed towards that little blonde, and it even swirled around him, forming a giant sand sphere of loyal protection. Mother, Gaara felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his soul violently shaken. That mother's love sand that had been imprinted as an instinct since birth, constantly guarding his life like a shadow, was now protecting his mortal enemy. This had never happened before. You don't love me anymore. Gaara swayed precariously, his last remaining pillar of faith, seemed to be collapsing with a roar. Naruto almost couldn't hold back his laughter at these words. Sorry, your mom now loves me. Buzz. Gaara's mind went blank, his entire world shattered, the line of sanity in his pupils snapped. The sand Shinobi Asura completely sank into a sea of blood. Unforgivable, unforgivable. The one who stole my mother must pay with their life. Arge. Gaara let out a beastly howl, saliva flying. Accompanied by the roar, his body violently swelled and distorted. Sandy yellow beast markings, like a curse, crawled over his entire body, instantly transforming him into a hideous half-human, half-San monster. A storm of shock erupted in the audience, the uproar shaking heaven and earth. Come on, there was no fear in Naruto's eyes, only burning battle intent. He had little interest in the little redhead's original body. The little redhead's own strength was barely worth a glance. What truly made his gaze burn was the ancient beast locked within that monstrous shell. That was a prey worth exploring. However, this half-finished product in front of him wasn't enough. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile. Hey, is that all you've got? The way your mother protects me is far more loyal than you are. These words, like a poisoned blade, severed Gaara's last shred of sanity. Roared, accompanied by a beastly roar, rumble. A sandstorm instantly exploded, white smoke filling the entire arena. The smoke was too thick. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. Suddenly, a giant claw inscribed with profound cursed markings tore through the smoke. Then, a colossal mountain of yellow sand and resentment, madly piled together, appeared, instantly overshadowing the sky and earth, its single tail sweeping through the air. The sand disaster, Shukaku the One-Tail, has descended. Naruto nodded, a faint smile on his face, radiating endless confidence and composure. Even a tailed beast has come out. Then I'll show some real skill too. Chapter 1274. You die. Shukaku's massive maw opened, and a sound wave burst forth like a tangible giant wave. But this mere noise was far inferior to the one Kurama unleashed when Naruto first met him. Naruto looked rather disdainful. Such a faint voice, and you want to be a ninja. However, Shukaku's appearance was like an ancient calamity gazing upon the human world. This terrifying might instantly swept across the entire arena. The entire audience was struck by a horrified, deathly silence, as if their souls had left their bodies. Countless eyes were glued in place by that mountain-like physique, and a primal fear rooted deep in their genes made their bodies tremble. What kind of monster is that exactly? In the highest VIP section, upon seeing Shukaku appear, Hiruzen Sarutobai's cloudy eyes suddenly sharpened. Should the match be stopped? An Anbu instantly appeared nearby, his voice solemn and hushed. With a tailed beast unleashed, there were many high-ranking and influential VIPs present. This was no small matter. The third Hawkage's gaze, like electricity, pierced his neighbor. The fourth Tgthegood sat still as a statue, seemingly unperturbed behind his veil. Continue. The Tgthegood's voice was indifferent, as if he were an outsider. The power of a tailed beast is also a part of one's strength. Could it be that Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki is still unable to control the Ninetales? These words stung like needles, exceptionally sharp. Hiruzen Sarutobai's thoughts raced. The Chunin exams were a place to display strength, and with so many VIPs watching, after a moment, his aged knuckles fiercely rapped the table. Sealing team, he barked. Swish, 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 swish. 4 cloaked figures appeared like specters at the 4 extremes of the arena. They simultaneously formed hand signs. Buzz! A scorching purple flame cuboid barrier roared into existence, like a giant bowl inverted, isolating the disaster within the arena from the outside world. A knowledgeable ninja gasped, "Hiss! 4 violet flames formation." And that giant monstrosity in the arena, Sunagakure's weapon of war, had actually become a genin? The audience's emotions were handled by prearranged ninjas sent to calm them. But when that burning purple barrier rose, Kakashi knew the battle continuing was likely already a foregone conclusion. His gaze was fixed intently below. That thin figure, dwarfed by the mountainous shadow of the tailed beast, was suffocatingly small. His expression was serious, his eyes worried and solemn. A one-tailed Jinchuriki? Naruto, will he win? Even if Naruto's talent was monstrous, and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds daily, he was ultimately just a 12-year-old boy. And a tailed beast. At this thought, Kakashi's knuckles quietly tightened. The colossal shadow of the Ninetales, which tore through the sky in his deepest memories, even just a glimpse, was a nightmarish abyss he could never escape from in his lifetime. Meanwhile, in the shadows. Plan initiated. Baki, seeing Gaara transform, chose to immediately activate the plan. His voice was like cold iron. "Don't forget the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Also, has our distinguished guest arrived?" Infiltrated. Excellent pro. Wait, B-Boss, look. The reporter suddenly spotted an incredible scene and pointed tremblingly at the arena. Baki's cold gaze swept over like lightning. With just one look, his active thoughts instantly froze. He saw Naruto forming hand signs in the center of the arena. Wind release, super vortex wind blade. Then 2 massive, invisible wind blades were flung directly by Naruto. PFFFD. Buzz! Shukaku's colossal arm, like a pillar supporting the heavens, was severed as easily as a hot knife through butter, the cut smooth as a mirror. The 2 enormous severed arms crashed down, raising rolling waves. Is this right? This is a tailed beast. Baki doubted his sanity. At the same time, time seemed to freeze. The arena fell into a vacuum-like silence. The next instant, the accumulated shock ignited into a fervent lava, and cheers shattered the clouds. The VIPs, who had been terrified and attempting to flee due to the appearance of the giant beast, abruptly stopped their escape. They rigidly turned their heads, their pupils reflecting such a cataclysmic spectacle, and their emotions instantly ignited. This giant beast seemed not so dangerous after all. Monster, no, a miracle. How fortunate are we to witness such immense power. Continue, quickly continue. Instantly, the crowd erupted like a boiling cauldron, and applause thundered. In the center of the arena, Naruto's gaze was calm, piercing through the water vapor churned up by the falling giant arm, precisely locking onto the enormous body opposite him. The fervor or silence of the outside world was merely icing on the cake. What truly ignited Naruto was only the tailed beast opposite him. After the wind release test just now, this one-tail Shukaku's strength seemed far inferior to Kurama's. A tailed beast shouldn't be this weak. Could it be? Due to the control of that little redhead. If that's the case, Naruto once again formed hand signs. Water release, water meteor bullet. A giant, deep blue, ink-like bullet formed out of thin air. It tore through the air, leaving a dazzling, scorching white trail. Like a star falling from the heavens, it slammed directly into Shukaku. Thud. Boom. Two muffled thunderclaps sounded. Shukaku's mountain-like body rolled through turbulent waves, being struck back repeatedly. Finally, boom, Shukaku's twisted spine slammed heavily against the purple flame barrier. The entire barrier trembled violently, its light patterns flickering wildly. Hiss! The purple flame barrier instantly seared Shukaku's back. Owe! It let out a cry of pain, a deafening roar mixed with humiliation. The beast's suffering couldn't be empathized with. In fact, they found it exciting. What reassured them was that the beast was indeed blocked by the light barrier. Countless people cheered, their anxious hearts finally settling. Seeing this, Naruto actually showed a hint of disdain. Heh, is that all? Let the monster inside you come out. Otherwise, you won't even qualify as a punching bag. Hazihahe. Gaara's shriveled body burst out of Shukaku's head from the sand, his laughter twisted, the candle of his sanity long since burnt out. You want to see a monster? As you wish. Fake sleep jutsu. Shukaku's massive body instantly stiffened like a mountain. The arena fell into dead silence. The next instant, those dull beast eyes suddenly contracted to pinpricks, and then a pure, destructive hunger, like a wild beast breaking free from its shackles, violently awakened deep within the shell. I'm finally out. Shukaku's shriek pierced the clouds, every syllable containing an almost convulsive ecstasy. Suddenly, its millstone-like blood-red eyes fiercely locked onto Naruto. Its massive claw, carrying an ill wind, pointed directly at Naruto's face. Found an enemy I want to kill immediately. In this glorious moment, I'll tear you to shreds for entertainment. Naruto's brow slightly quirked. This one-tail's personality is actually so, unconventional. But looking at that agile body, this was the true one-tail. Excellent, the main character has appeared, only now has this game truly begun. Since that's the case, let's try him out first. Water release, water meteor bullet. Starting again with water release, a deep blue giant bullet tore through the sky. But the Shukaku opposite him actually gave Naruto a huge surprise. Air bullet. Shukaku's grinning maw suddenly stretched wide, and it slapped its belly. Boom! Its abdominal cavity roared like a wind and thunder drum, and a mass of transparent, compressed air, visible to the naked eye, blasted out. Wind and water collided in the air, dissipating. Ninjutsu, Naruto was startled. Tailed beasts can even use ninjutsu. This makes Kurama seem not so great after all. Naruto, Ninetales had, unbeknownst to him, left the training space and appeared in the ceiling dimension. Its voice was exceptionally urgent. Beat it to death. After you beat it, I'll let you hug me for 5 hours. Does this Ninetales have a grudge against Shukaku or something? Well, it just so happens to be convenient. He'll gladly accept those 5 hours. He glanced at the person on the highest VIP platform. The disguised Tgthegood figure fell into his sight. The big fish are still behind him. Naruto's eyes glinted with cold light. Gotta hold back a little, don't scare the fish away. If I went full power and blasted the tailed beast to dust, how would that snake dare to show its head? However, even holding back, thrashing Shukaku would be enough. Since it was his good friend Kurama's request, then. Monstrous strength taijutsu, assemble. Gazing at the mountain-like Shukaku, Naruto pushed off with both feet, causing spiderweb cracks to spread across the arena floor beneath him. His figure transformed into an arrow released from a bow, so fast it tore through the air. Almost instantly, that tiny figure was suspended before Shukaku. He raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, and unleashed a deliberate punch. This punch was not the light-hearted plea for mercy punch given to Gamabunta. This punch could shatter galaxies. Boom! Violent fist aura mixed with intensely compressed chakra, instantly exploding like a supernova. Shukaku's massive, mountain-like chest and abdomen were actually blasted into a terrifying vacuum zone, the terrifyingly heavy sand mountain flung airborne by the immense force sent flying backward. Thud. Its massive body was cannoned against the purple flame barrier. The light barrier emitted a piercing shriek. Its surface rippled violently like a storm-lashed lake. Countless barrier runes flickered wildly, on the verge of collapsing. Hiss! The audience collectively gasped, a second of dead silence. WHHH. Is that even human? Then, an even more frenzied wave of shouts shattered their eardrums. In the audience, "This has to be a joke, right?" Kakashi's forehead protector was crooked, his Sharingan left unconcealed due to extreme shock. The third Hokage crushed his pipe, his cloudy old eyes wide as brass bells. The disguised Orochimaru's snake eyes flickered with disbelief, almost overflowing his disguise. Sasuke's tightly clenched fists dripped cold sweat. Even like this, can I still do it? All eyes, countless people now felt only one emotion, a mind-bending tremor, as if they were re-understanding the world. Could a human's fist truly possess such immense power? Ninetales, awesome. Yes, that's the force. Right on its punchable face, beat it to death. Shukaku's mind, however, was in chaos, both physically and psychologically. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Who the hell is this brat? He looked down at his body, which was on the verge of collapsing from one punch, slowly repairing itself, just like his inner self at this moment. He had finally escaped, he was free, and then what? After only a short time, had the world already become like this? Or was this kid a reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Shukaku's arrogance? His sanity? Under these world-shattering punches, they were ground directly into dust, leaving nothing behind. Only one thought remained in its mind. Damn it, escape. However, the narrow four violet flames formation had become an inescapable cage. Shukaku was like a sandbag, punched back and forth by Naruto's fists, each time slamming hard against the wall. He chased. It fled. It couldn't escape even with wings. Every time it tried to unleash something big to destroy the barrier, it was brutally interrupted by that ghost-like golden figure closing in, stopping it with an even more overbearing and unreasonable punch, directly blasting it back to the edge of the barrier. Spraying sand rain everywhere. It, Shukaku, had become a punching bag, and it was being thoroughly beaten under the gaze of countless people. Each impact made its body a bit more ethereal, its consciousness a bit blanker. Repairing could no longer keep up with the rate of destruction. Ninetales cheered, "So good, hey Shukaku, do you have a Jinchuriki like this? Ha 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 ha." Shukaku couldn't hear Ninetales' mockery, but Shukaku sensed this kid's punches. And this kid was holding back. He wanted to throw more punches. He was saving his strength to slowly play with and kill me, AAHHH. This freedom can go to hell. Instantly, Shukaku's mountain-like body stood still. After taking dozens of punches, it, Shukaku, a dignified-tailed beast, actually fled. Chapter 1275. Wrestle. The mountainous body of Shukaku, like snow under a blazing sun, visibly disintegrated, scattering into fine sand that billowed across the arena. In an instant, only a lonely sand dune remained in the center of the stadium. The top of the sand dune popped open. Gaara stumbled out, his heavy eyelids rising to reveal a bewildered expression. Woke up. He had certainly enjoyed a good sleep, never having slept so comfortably before. But the terrifying phantom punches that shook mountains and split the earth in his dream, and the despairing roars of the sandbag Shukaku, felt so real. This left him wondering if anyone truly possessed such terrifying strength. The monster within his body had actually chosen to hide inside him out of fear of that person. He had never encountered such a thing before. Hey, weren't you constantly nagging and demanding to come out, keeping me from sleeping well? Now you're scared, coward. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his gaze fixated on the blonde figure. This guy, the destructive power contained within his tiny form completely subverted his understanding of the world. If. Release formation. Gemma Shiranui's hand gesture pressed down. The purple flame barrier, which had covered the sky, silently dissipated. The azure light of the sky returned to the world, reflecting a chilling, almost frozen silence. Naruto surveyed his surroundings. Where were the cheers? Where were the shouts? Thousands of people filled the arena, yet there was a suffocating, absolute silence, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Genma Shiranui's eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. It turned out that in those crucial seconds before the battle ended, in the audience stands, Kabuto Yakashi had activated the temple of Nirvana Jutsu, plunging almost everyone in the arena into slumber. The Konoha Crush plan had officially begun. Witnessing this, Baki, stunned by the Ninetales Jinchuriki's terrifying monstrous strength, clenched his knuckles until they turned white. But the poisonous arrow had been loosed from the bowstring. There was no turning back. He squeezed a command through gritted teeth. Signal, execute Plan A immediately. Also, he looked at the messenger ninja. Fox Hunt Squad assemble at once. The messenger ninja was about to shunshin away. Wait! Baki's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice suddenly deepening. Fox Hunt Unit. Expand to 5 times its base size. Fill the gaps from the Shadow Sever and Mad Sand squads, now, immediately. Captain, this deployment. The thin, masked ninja gasped in horror. Drawing almost all elite combat squads was unprecedented. Baki roared, cutting him off, leaving no room for doubt. Execute it immediately. Otherwise, both you and I will be corpses on the battlefield. Watching the fearful Shunshin disappear, he sharply turned his head, his gaze fixed on the arena below like a brand. In the center of the arena, the blonde boy casually brushed off sand, looking relaxed. Overestimated. No. Even the previous highest estimate now seemed like a joke. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, who was supposed to be the sand-hidden village's sharpest blade, was now beaten into a broken sandbag. Even Shukaku was cowering back into its shell, not daring to show its head. Their original Fox Hunt personnel, to encircle this monster, they probably wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. It would be purely lining up to sacrifice themselves. But a morbid flame of greed suddenly flared in Baki's eyes. Although this Ninetales Jinchuriki's power was terrifying, if they succeeded, this monster would become the main force in their destruction of Konoha. Think back to the Ninetales attack 12 years ago. Konoha lost thousands of people, and even the 4th Hokage died because of it. If they could turn the Ninetales' spearhead to stab Konoha. What a sight that would be. Thinking of the impending destruction, his breathing couldn't help but grow heavier. Moreover, they had also spent a fortune to invite a helper. Thinking of this, he glanced towards a corner of the arena. Sure enough, the masked guy was already in position. A stone dropped in Baki's heart. That guy has a deep-seated grudge against Konoha. He was the one who instigated the Ninetales attack 12 years ago. Doing it again would surely be familiar to him, and with the support of Sand Hidden and Sound Hidden, there's no possibility of failure. Easy money plus a chance for revenge. This guy couldn't possibly bail out at the last minute, could he? The scene returns to the arena. The dessert was finished, time for the next main course. Naruto clapped his hands and turned to leave. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of dark figures, like ghostly bat swarms, descended from above the audience stands, from the shadows of the arena, and even from blind spots high in the sky, layered and overwhelming, as if sealing the heavens and locking the earth. In an instant, they surrounded him, making it impossible to escape. Move out, control Naruto Uzumaki, at all costs. The shrill command pierced the lingering silence. Yes, the ascent roared like thunder. Dozens of ninjas showed no hesitation. Sword light, shuriken, fire, wind, lightning, water. Various ninjutsu mixed with piercing shrieks that tore through the air, weaving a gigantic net of death with no gaps, covering the golden figure in the center. Naruto's body remained still, only at the instant when the pervasive killing intent reached him. Uamim. A crystal-clear chakra light wall suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a flawless, absolute defense sphere. All ninja tools and ninjutsu that touched this azure sphere, no matter how tricky or explosive, silently melted away like snowflakes hitting a hot iron. Not a single ripple appeared. In the audience stands, Hayashi Hyuga violently crushed the wooden armrest. His Byakugan, usually as calm as an ancient well, was now shaking like an earthquake. He actually knows that move too. His throat convulsed violently, and he tightly gripped his trembling wrist. This is not just gentle fist. The flow of chakra, the control, this surpasses the limits of the Hyuga's 8 trigrams palm's revolving heaven. After performing the revolving heaven, Naruto's lips curved into a smile, indicating warm-up complete. Passive defense? That wasn't his style. Body flicker, shadow glide. Before his words finished. In the center of the arena, the golden figure suddenly blurred, stretched, and burst apart. In an instant, dozens of substantive afterimage clones, like the golden rays of a blooming sun, simultaneously pierced towards every attacking fox hunter. Puff, 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 puff. Vast. Faster than the retina could capture. Dozens of sand-hidden elites couldn't even manage a surprised cry. They only felt as if their throats or chests had been struck by a giant battering ram, their figures sent flying back even faster than they had arrived, like tattered ragdolls swept away by an invisible storm. Captain, help. Muffled groans, sounds of bone shattering, and ninja tools clattering to the ground instantly replaced the previous deathly symphony. In just one breath, the surging crowd of the deadly hunt was reduced to a ground littered with groaning, tumbling rag bags, and the golden Grim Reaper standing alone and proud in the center. On the ground, Baki coughed up blood foam mixed with organ fragments, but the sharp pain in his chest far surpassed his physical injuries. He stared intently at the figure whose clothes were untouched by dust, his gums almost ground to powder. Despair gnawed at him madly. But then the straw named Hope suddenly emerged. Good, that person hasn't made a move yet. That person is a tough character who can go head-to-head with the fourth Hawkage, and any attack is ineffective against him. He licked his dry, bloodied lips, then suddenly turned his head as if grasping a lifesaver, his gaze fixed on the predetermined position. Quickly summon Abaido Uchiha. But that corner, where so much hope was placed, it was utterly empty. Baki's pupils instantly constricted to pinpricks. Abaido Uchiha, where are you? Cough, cough. In response, Abaido Uchiha indicated, too many acquaintances in Konoha, I'm out, I'm out. The one who arrived, of course, was Abaido Uchiha Unit 2, Uzumaki God Egg. He didn't show his face mainly because Konoha was full of acquaintances. His way of speaking, his walking posture, and even unconscious small movements could easily expose him to old acquaintances if he wasn't careful. For safety's sake, retreat quickly. The core purpose of playing Abaido was very clear. Firstly, to instill confidence in the sand hidden and sound, hidden alliance that strong reinforcements have arrived, ensuring the Konoha Crush plan launched as expected. Secondly, to direct Sand Hidden's attention more towards him, reducing Konoha's losses. Now that all objectives were achieved, this actor was no longer needed. It was better for him to exit early. As for the bad reputation Abaido Uchiha bore in Sand Hidden and with Orochimaru, what did that have to do with Naruto? It was all Abaido Uchiha's doing. In any case, Baki closed his eyes unwillingly. Don't misunderstand, everyone lying on the ground is just heavily injured. These are living, breathing, human gold mines that can be exchanged for real money on the negotiating table in the future. For every person lying here, don't even think about getting them back without a few million ryo. Whoosh! Kakashi's figure was like lightning, finally breaking through the entanglement of several sand-hidden ninjas, shooting into the arena. Earlier, seeing Naruto surrounded by dozens of sand-hidden ninjas, he was so anxious his Mangekyo almost popped out. But the sight before him made him instantly freeze. Where was the expected bitter battle scene? He saw Naruto looking as relaxed as ever, while around him, sand-hidden elites lay sprawled on the ground. It ended, even faster than he broke through the resistance. Kakashi's eye beneath his headband twitched violently. This kid's movements are too quick, aren't they? Kakashi-sensei, you came at just the right time. Naruto smiled brightly, casually pulling something from his pocket and placing it in Kakashi's palm. Yesterday, when you brought Hana-chan back, didn't you ask me when I learned the Flying Thunder God? Here, graduation gift. Kakashi instinctively caught it, feeling a cold sensation in his hand. He looked down, It was a familiar three-pronged kunai. Chapter 1276. As Kakashi fell into the torrent of memories triggered by the kunai, Naruto's gaze subtly shifted upwards, locking onto the roof of the VVVIP section. There, too, was a barrier formed by the massive 4 violet flames formation. Within the barrier, only Orochimaru and the third Hokage remained. Naruto narrowed his eyes, observing closely. Well, Orochimaru is actually holding a kunai, coercing Sensei Hiruzen Sarutobi into a leisurely chat? What deep master-disciple affection. And he's not even worried about his hand slipping with that thoughtful little gift. But Orochimaru versus the third Hokage, Obito Uchiha versus the fourth Hokage. Tusk, is this all just a rehash of master and disciple turning against each other? Killing one's master to prove one's path? Is this some inherited art form of the ninja world? According to this logic, wouldn't Sasuke, one of the potential future big bosses, also have to stage a wicked disciple bullying his master and destroying his ancestors' show with Sensei Kakashi? He couldn't help but shake his head, clicking his tongue in wonder. Speaking of which, it's all this world's fault. Anyway, the main course hadn't been served yet. Naruto closed his eyes, sensed for a moment, and found 333 enemies, perfect as an appetizer. Before that, whoosh! Naruto's figure flashed, directly flying thunder godding into the waiting room. He scanned the room, apart from Dasukinuda, who was still lying unconscious from being beaten, and the Sand Village's Gaara team, who had already slipped away. Only the Konoha teams remained. The moment he landed, he instantly became the magnet of the room. All eyes were glued to him. Their gazes weren't like looking at a classmate. It was more like watching a prehistoric T-Rex who had just used a tailed beast as a punching bag stroll into the backyard. They were all 12 years old, but they were still playing with Gundams while Naruto was already piloting one. The gap was simply too vast, making them doubt their own lives. Shikamaru glanced at the ceiling, continuing to lie flat like a salted fish. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white. What have I been doing all these years? Have I even been trying? Naruto raised his hand, flashing his trademark sunny smile. What? Been a while, did you all get amnesia? Konoha's son today was also very friendly. HMPH? Sasuke turned his face away, a strong sense of unwillingness simmering in his cold snort. He was angry at himself. If 3 years isn't enough, what about 6 years of rigorous training? Sakura's emerald eyes sparkled, fixed on Naruto. Naruto-kun, that was amazing. Naruto smiled knowingly, giving her a thumbs up. Sakura-chan, did you see that? The way I beat up the one-tail just now was a preview of the ultimate power of your monster strength taijutsu. Keep training. You can be that cool too. Really? Sakura instantly transformed into Star Eyes, excitedly clenching her small fists. She could also beat a tailed beast like a ball? That's awesome. Of course, Naruto's smile was wide, his thumb held high. Trust me, you have a future. Suddenly remembering something important, he rummaged in his pocket. Here. 3 kunai, shimmering with a faint blue light, landed steadily in their palms. Here for you, 1 each. These are my flying thunder god kunai. As long as you hold them, I can find you anytime. See you later. Whoosh! Naruto's figure flashed, and he vanished without a trace. Only a trailing echo lingered in the waiting room. The 3 lowered their heads and looked closely. On the kunai handle, a chibi, spiky-haired Ninetales mark was grinning, adorably fierce. Shino silently pushed up his sunglasses. Where's my gift? Discrimination. Whoosh! Another person flashed into the waiting room, Kakashi. He glanced at the kunai in their hands, knowing Naruto had been there. However, Sasuke Sakura, I'm giving you an A-rank mission. The scene shifted. Outside Konoha's perimeter wall, a large breach had opened. Sand Village ninja swarmed in like locusts, forcing the hastily defending Konoha ninja to retreat steadily. A dozen or so elite sand ninja grinned, unleashing a barrage of blades and ninjutsu, clearly about to completely overwhelm a small, struggling Konoha squad. Whoosh! A golden lightning bolt, tearing through the air, pierced into the battlefield without warning. Fast, so fast it only left a golden shadow on the retina. That golden streak flickered ghost-like more than 10 times within the crowd of sand ninja. Each flicker was accompanied by a short, cold slicing sound. Thud, 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 thud. The Sand Elite, who were just moments ago radiating killing intent, fell straight down from midair like stalks of wheat reaped by an invisible scythe, without even time to scream. Instantly dead. Hi. The Konoha ninja, biting his lip and blocking a fatal blow, almost dropped his sword. He turned his head blankly, only to see a ground full of sand ninja corpses and a golden streak of light dissipating in the wind. Hiss! A young ninja gasped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Who was that? The enemies they had struggled so hard to hold back were just instantly killed by that person. Beside him, a middle-aged ninja's pupils violently contracted, sealed memories rushing open like a tsunami. His voice trembled with disbelief. Why yellow flash? Is that Lord Fourth Hokage? On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto instantly reappeared, a golden glow like the breath of death sweeping through. This time, his blade was merciless, leaving no room for doubt. Bloody lessons were the best deterrent. Mercy. Wait until the day his ninja world sun truly shines into every corner of the world. Then it won't be too late to discuss it. Through the tens of thousands of flying thunder god kunai pre-scattered throughout the village, he could travel freely to any building, any corner. The village, it had become his home turf. With this spatial coordinate network, combined with his neural reflexes, which were 212 points high, dozens of times beyond human limits. On the battlefield, he was the god who commanded life and death. Killing enemies, it was like slicing vegetables. Under overwhelming power, every one of his flashes reaped a life. In just a moment, the title of Yellow Flash once again spread among the Konoha ninja, striking fear into the enemy ninja. Most of them had never heard of the Yellow Flash, but this Yellow Flash, seen with their own eyes, took a life with every flicker, chilling them to the bone. When 188 lives had been consecutively harvested, Naruto's figure suddenly stopped. His gaze abruptly locked onto the Chunin exam arena, where he sensed two vast, abyssal chakra signatures erupting like volcanoes. The main course had arrived. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trianhong Mengzai. Chapter 1277. Rewinding time a moment to the rooftop battlefield. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes were fixed eerily on his teacher, the third Hokage, as he gazed deeply at him. Teacher, these old bones of yours, don't disappoint me too much. While other villages in the ninja world were eagerly rubbing their hands together, heavily engaging in an arms race, Konoha alone still slept soundly in a decaying bed of peace. This stagnant water needed to be stirred by him. His master, the third Hokage before him. He was old. His foolishness, his compromises, his peace policies, it was these laughable weaknesses that dragged Konoha into today's deadlock. The end of his teacher's, aging heart, was the cruel surgery he meticulously designed for Konoha. Only the most brutal pain could force out the dormant bloodlust and reform. Of course, for this grand surgical operation, as payment, he would conveniently take a negligible surgical fee amidst the chaos. That was reasonable, wasn't it? Since that was the case. Ninja art, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru formed hand signs and roared. Two heavy coffins burst from the ground, intercepting the shuriken the third had shot. The coffin lids were conspicuously engraved with first, second. Just as the third coffin, engraved with fourth, began to emerge. You wish. The third Hokage's hair stood on end, his chakra fiercely suppressing, forcing it back into the ground. Cold sweat had soaked his back. He knew the impure world reincarnation too well, this sacrilegious forbidden jutsu that defiled the dead. But Orochimaru had chosen to summon these two individuals. The first Hokage, the god of shinobi, that mighty figure who suppressed chaotic times, toying with tailed beasts as if they were playthings. The second Hokage, the master of forbidden jutsu, his cunning and ruthlessness once made the entire ninja world tremble. The awe and fear buried deep in his heart now pierced his memories like ice picks. The third Hokage's knuckles, clutching his kunai, were bone white. His cloudy, aged eyes stared intently at the two coffins. A long-forgotten chill, named powerlessness, surged wildly up his spine. Today, I fear, my bones will be buried here. This thought weighed heavily on his heart. The scene shifts. The main course was about to begin. Naruto had just gathered his strength, ready to slip away for a grand meal. But he glanced at the elite monsters, scattered across the ground. Tusk might as well clear some more minions. Summoning jutsu. Boom! Smoke exploded. 3 giant, mountain-like toads slammed onto the scene. The number 1 little brother in the center, Gamabunta. His giant pipe spewed smoke, and his disdainful aura certainly made him the boss among toads. Beside him, 2 other little brothers, Gamahiro and Gamakichi, also posed coolly. Not bad, very imposing. Unfortunately, the coolness lasted less than 3 seconds. Boss Naruto. As soon as he appeared, Gamabunta began to complain. When are you going to check on it? That scoundrel Slippery Snake is trying to steal our Toad Gang's territory again. 3 black lines immediately popped up on Naruto's forehead. He hadn't even done the work yet, and he was already making demands. I see you have no respect for me at all. But Slippery Snake. A snake capable of competing for territory with this giant toad must be quite large. He could also capture it and use it as a summoning animal to play with, then subject it to a dog training package to ensure it's obedient. After I finish this fight, I'll go support you. Here, these appetizers, and that 3-headed mutant snake crawling around, they're all yours. Just as he was about to flicker away, Naruto heard cheers from afar. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama. The wave of cheers exploded, as expected. 3 hash marks instantly appeared on the true protagonist Naruto's forehead. I'm this big, golden little sun standing right here. Can't you see me? Are you selectively blind? Tgthegood, Naruto pouted. Ultimately, it was because his own fame wasn't enough, and the Ero Sennin's perverted hermit's reputation shone brighter, right? But this annoyance lasted only 0.1 seconds. Let that old geezer's name shine for one more day. After today, his own name would probably be even more famous. Time to go, time to go. With a flash of golden light, Naruto instantly appeared beside Kakashi. Kakashi's heart gave a violent lurch, his body almost instinctively retreating half a step. Tusk, this elusive movement, truly a replica of his sensei. He hadn't seen the flying thunder god for so many years, and for a moment he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. But that wasn't the main point. What concerned him more was. Kakashi clutched the 3-pronged kunai, his voice tinged with tension. Naruto, where did you get this kunai? Naruto's attention was fixed firmly on the high-stakes game on the rooftop. Hearing the question, he casually turned his face. It's nice, right? I thought it looked particularly good, so I specially bought it to use. In reality, his mind was busy calculating. Which Konoha Jonin isn't familiar with Minato Namikaze's signature kunai? My golden hair plus this unique flying thunder god technique equals a walking, 4th Hokage human billboard. It's a perfect blame game, a playful way to say he's leveraging Minato's image. Do you feel a sense of familiarity? Have you been looked after by the 4th? Have you been saved by the 4th? If so, hurry up and vote for me. I'm the next Yellow Flash. Heh, with Jiraiya plus the 4th Hokage, a double buff, Naruto doesn't even know how he could lose. As for the 4th Hokage, he'd just have to apologize for now. Worst case, he'd bow down at his grave later. Kakashi wanted to ask something else, but the situation on the field suddenly changed. Naruto left him with a single phrase, "Sensei, I have something else to do." Then he instantly disappeared with the flying thunder god. On the rooftop. Bang! Boom! Hiruzen Sarutobi was sent flying back like a cannonball, his back slamming violently into the earth-style wall he had constructed, sending spiderweb cracks bursting outwards. Cough, PFFD tilde. His throat churned with a metallic taste, and a large mouthful of dark red blood clotted and splattered onto the cracked rock face, a shocking sight. His eyes were fixed fearfully on the 1st and 2nd Hokage. The 1st's wood-style manipulated massive trees that twisted and crushed like raging dragons with a mere lift of his hand. The second's water style, upon his whim, transformed surging torrents into thousands of deadly sharp needles, their coordination so exquisite it was an art of slaughter. Whether it was power or ninjutsu, why was the strength of these impure world reincarnation bodies far exceeding what was recorded? Had Orochimaru improved it again? How will you deal with them, Sarutobi-sensei? No, the lingering third Hokage-sama. Orochimaru's snake eyes reflected his teacher's disheveled state, overflowing with cold, playful excitement. This was his impure world reincarnation debut. The Konoha Crush. It wasn't just a meticulously precise surgery. It was a colossal laboratory tailored just for him. A perfect, large-scale test of his forbidden resurrection jutsu. The results far exceeded expectations. Such terrifying compatibility. His tongue lightly touched the roof of his mouth, suppressing the scientist's thrill. An impure world body. Can it actually carry such immense power, almost as vast as when they were alive? It's a sacrilegious art. Amidst his excitement, a very tiny stray thought flickered. Were the two, conveniently, passing, low-health Jonin who were sacrificed a bit too coincidental? But this speck of doubt was instantly crushed into oblivion by the two destructive impure world reincarnation gods of war before him. Suddenly, Tabarama Senju, whose senses were the most acute, abruptly looked up. His cold gaze, like an invisible sharp blade, pierced towards the branch of a gnarled, twisted wood-style giant tree at the edge of the battlefield. Yo, my apologies, Tilda. A cheerful greeting suddenly rang out. A blond youth, a bright smile playing on his lips, wearing a white cape, stood tall and composed amidst the mottled branches of the giant tree. The third, Orochimaru, the first, and the second, 4 gazes were simultaneously locked onto the youth, as if they had seen a ghost. It seems, I've interrupted your sparring. Naruto's gaze swept over everyone, his confident glow so piercing it cut through the stagnant, murderous intent. Chapter 1278. Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart clenched. How did he stumble into this death trap? He had seen Naruto's talent in the central tower, believing he would need another decade to grow. But today's battle with Shukaku utterly stunned him. 12 years old, fighting a tailed beast head-on, even beating it like a punching bag. His strength was monstrous. Was the first Hokage that strong at 12? Hiruzen didn't dare to imagine how powerful Konoha would become when Naruto grew up. But this brilliant future was about to be cut short in this purple cage. All because of these two immortal Edo Tensei monsters. Shukaku struggled under Naruto's hand. But for the first Hokage, crushing that sand raccoon dog was easier than breathing. The difference was too vast. It was over, all over. This genius, rare in Konoha for a century, no, a millennium, the sun bearing the village's hope, was about to be extinguished in this inescapable prison. I've ruined Konoha. The third Hokage's eyes were bloodshot, his nails digging into his flesh. He hated himself. If only he hadn't been soft-hearted and let Orochimaru go, none of this would be happening today. Wait. Hiruzen Sarutobi froze suddenly. This was the 4 violet flames formation. How did Naruto get in so silently? A huge question instantly dispelled his despair. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed dangerously. He was very curious about how the brat walked through the wall. Could there be a loophole in the 4 violet flames formation? If this blonde brat could enter, could others too? However, his gaze swept over the 2 battle gods beside him, and his confidence surged. With the first, second, and himself, they could take on the entire Konoha with power to spare. What else could possibly go wrong? Old man Hokage, don't get so agitated yet. Whoosh! A flash of golden light, and he was already standing casually outside the 4 violet flames formation, even waving triumphantly inside. See, I'm out. Whoosh, his figure flickered again. Look, I'm in again. I'm out again, I'm in again. In just a few breaths, Naruto flickered multiple times, repeatedly jumping back and forth through the barrier's doorframe, in and out, in and out. Inside the barrier. Hiruzen Sarutobi, my head hurts a little. Orochimaru's snake eyes contracted, veins throbbing on his forehead. This kid is a bit too jumpy. But the storm in the third Hokage's heart quickly calmed. This kid actually learned the Flying Thunder God. It's only been a month, right? After the astonishment came an overwhelming sense of relief. With this divine technique, even if defeat was certain today, Naruto could at least survive. Konoha's flame wouldn't die out. At this, he felt at ease. And this peace of mind tempered his blade of resolve. His cloudy old eyes suddenly cleared like an ancient pond. Enough. Hiruzen Sarutobai's voice boomed like a bell. He took a step forward, his aged body abruptly straightened like an unyielding mountain of 1,000 years. Today, this old man will use these old bones. For you, for Konoha, to firmly seal this unfilial disciple in this absolute hellish formation. Until death do us part. Old man, I'm here to help you. Naruto's figure shimmered like a ghost, appearing right beside him. Huh, nonsense. What did Naruto care about that? Such a perfect stage, giving it to just one person, wouldn't that be a waste? Since that's the case, let's make an entrance. His fingers moved like the wind, completing the horse hand sign in an instant. Boom! Before the ninjutsu could even fully form, a hurricane-like torrent of raw chakra, simply by the posture of his hand sign, burst forth from Naruto's small body. The rocks beneath his feet couldn't withstand the immense pressure, instantly cracking and shattering. Caught off guard, Hiruzen Sarutobai was actually sent stumbling backward by this pure energy surge, his robes flapping wildly like tattered flags in a storm, snapping loudly. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Screech. A thin, needle-like crimson thread of fire drifted from his lips. The next moment, an anomaly occurred. That tiny thread of fire surged with the wind, like a surging, inverted infernal mouth. Scorching flames expanded wildly, devouring everything within sight. Hiruzen Sarutobai's pupils contracted to pinpricks. All words of dissuasion were scorched away by the burning breath filling his throat. All that remained before him were the fiery red flames that seemed to extend to the ends of the world. The terrifying high temperature turned trees into charcoal and glazed tiles into crystal. The heat, hot enough to melt the air, even made the stable 4 violet flames formations light wall amid a piercing, melting screech. In the lingering embers of the fire wave, Hiruzen Sarutobai's mind exploded with a soul-shattering question, just like Sasuke's. Is this still fire style? Tusk. Seeing this, Naruto was quite displeased. This barrier seems useless too. A tiny flame can make it shake like this. What about the big moves later? This stage is too limiting. For a moment, Naruto even felt a little regret. If he had known, he would have modified Orochimaru's 4 subordinates as well. If it were the 4 Crimson Yang formation, it probably wouldn't be so shaky. But a dull, modified clone would likely not escape Orochimaru's notice. But his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of below. Aside from the audience previously held in place by Genjutsu, hundreds of slack-jawed ninjas had squeezed in 3 layers deep, then another 3. Every single one had eye-popping pupils, dislocated jaws, staring dumbfounded at this small flame scene on the rooftop that had almost burned through the sky. The audience is ratings too, can't lose them. Naruto mumbled, "Old man, I'll help you share the pressure." Before his voice faded, he had already transformed into a golden flash, shooting into the scorching embers. His chakra sensing swept like a radar, found it, there was a marker nearby. Whoosh, a golden flash, and he instantly shunshined in. Bang! A clean, crisp whip kick sent Orochimaru flying like a broken sack. At the same time, he struck with both hands. Snap, snap. His palms precisely pressed the Flying Thunder God seals onto the first and second Hokage, like instant brands. Then, with a pull of both hands, he yanked the 2 of them. Golden light shimmered, and the trio instantly vaporized. But just as they leaped into space. Boom, boom. The first and second Hokage reacted just as quickly, 2 chakra-infused heavy punches, powerful enough to collapse mountains, fiercely hammered into Naruto's chest. Thump space rippled. Even while transferring, Naruto endured their attacks head-on. These 2's attacks are terrifying. Naruto's chest was caved in by the impact, and checking his HP bar, it had dropped by 0.1%. It would take a full 36 seconds for his health to passively regenerate. The trio's figures flickered, reappearing outside Konoha village. Naruto recognized this place, the Forest of Death. The trees he'd destroyed before, now was a good time to replant them. And this range, not too far, not too close. It was perfect as a battlefield, and everyone in Konoha could see the battle from here. Since the stage was set, let the real battle begin. Before that, Naruto's fingertips twitched slightly, subtly releasing some control over the Edo Tensei bodies, at least removing the shackles on their speech. He had never seen the first and second Hokage in real life. The ones in the training ground were just NPCs, without any intelligence. He was very curious. What kind of people were Konoha's first two Hokage? As their consciousness just cleared. "Hey, kid." Hashirama Senju suddenly stepped forward, his huge, fan-like hand almost touching Naruto's nose. "That sky-burning fire style just now, what's your connection to Uchiha Madara?" Clearly, the two still retained their memories of moments ago. "Big brother." Tobirama Senju's voice was cold. His body remained still, but his crimson eyes precisely locked onto Naruto's hair. What part of that dazzling blonde hair of his looks like the black-haired porcupines of the Uchiha clan? "Hi." Hashirama was dumbfounded for half a second, then slapped his forehead. "Oh, right, ha-ha-ha." His hearty laugh shook the withered leaves, making them rustle. "I was in such a hurry I forgot the color." He leaned closer to Naruto, scrutinizing him up and down like he was studying a rare ninja beast, lingering especially on his vast, ocean-like chakra. Suddenly, his tiger-like eyes widened. "Wait, this chakra, this hair color." He excitedly slapped his thigh. "Could it be your Tsunade's child? I'm your great-grandfather, great-grandson." "Shut up, big brother." Veins pulsed on Tobirama's forehead. He couldn't help but clutch his forehead in exasperation. "Use your brain. That little monkey from earlier had wrinkles deep enough to trap flies. Tsunade must be at least 50. Saying this, he cast a cold, sidelong glance at Naruto. "This kid is at most 12 or 13. Hashirama scratched his head, falling into a brief and serious mathematical contemplation. Then he suddenly realized, oh, then he must be Tsunade's grandson, right? Tobirama also nodded silently, his red eyes carrying a trace of imperceptible scrutiny and faint expectation. This 12 or 13-year-old kid had immense chakra, terrifying fire style, and could use the flying thunder god. If he were their descendant, they would be immensely pleased. Watching the two of them interact, Naruto was quite speechless. He couldn't even get a word in. "And first Hokage. My image of you, Uzumaki Naruto, has completely shattered. The first Hokage, who founded Konoha and changed the ninja world, was actually a clown. This, who would have thought?" "Cough." He cleared his throat, his face calm. "Hold on, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, not Senju." "Uzumaki." Hearing that surname, the first Hokage suddenly thought of his wife. Tobirama's brow furrowed even deeper, his gaze once again sweeping over Naruto's overly dazzling blonde hair. Naruto shrugged, his face showing helplessness. "My hair? Probably my mom's genes were too dominant. Dyed the red hair into rich gold, I guess." Before his words fully landed, his fingertips' intent abruptly tightened. Edo Tensei command override, attack. Buzz! Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies stiffened simultaneously, their previously concerned and relaxed muscles instantly tensed like iron. Their consciousness was suddenly locked down by the cold command. "Naruto!" Hashirama roared urgently, his voice even tearing from the fierce struggle. "Run! Find the ceiling squad. Your little fire style isn't even enough to get stuck in our teeth." "HMPH." Tobirama snorted coldly, but it contained unprecedented anxiety. "My current state surpasses my peak when alive, yet I can't even tear open this Edo Tensei restraint by a fraction." His sharp eyes swept towards Naruto. "Kid, if you want to live, run now." Naruto ignored their warnings. "Sorry, I won't run." He clasped his hands together, looked up, and flashed a brilliant smile. Because this stage, I've been looking forward to it for too long. Chapter 1279. VWOM. 2 layers of shimmering chakra cloaks, one blue and one white, instantly appeared, covering the first and second Hokage. Naruto's perception condensed, instantly analyzing. This was a certain way of applying chakra, similar to Sakura's monstrous strength. With a thought, his entire body's chakra also erupted and wrapped around him, and a warm, yellow chakra cloak instantly covered his whole body. Suddenly, "Kid, dodge!" Hashirama Senju's urgent warning boomed like thunder. In the same instant, his punch already violently struck, having almost reached Naruto's nose. Bang! The strong gust hit his face, but Naruto seemed oblivious. At the extreme moment he felt the fierce punch wind on his face, he casually tilted his head. It was as precise as if sculpted by a ruler. The wild punch gale grazed his cheek, the surging air current exploding behind him. "Naruto, you!" Hashirama's roar had just erupted as he watched the boy's textbook-perfect, extreme micro-evasion. His tense worry instantly transformed into childlike exhilaration. "That's fantastic, Naruto." He couldn't help but cheer. If this kid had been gone just like that, such a genius of Konoha, he'd be heartbroken for days. Naruto glanced sideways at the first Hokage, who was happy like a child and still had the surplus energy to resist control and cheer. Naruto decided to increase the dosage. "This is bad, Naruto. Orochimaru's control is getting stronger. I can barely resist. You need to be careful." "Stop rambling, just come at me." "Get out of the way," the second Hokage warned again. Whoosh! Another iron fist shot out like a cannonball. The air was brutally pushed aside, emitting a sharp, explosive roar. Yet, the trajectory, speed, and even the chakra fluctuation contained within this punch, all unfolded clearly in Naruto's mind, like a precise blueprint. He simply closed his eyes. Vision? At this moment, it was merely a burden. He turned his body, twisted his waist. His movements were as fluid as flowing clouds and water. The incoming punch wind brushed past his clothes. At the same time, his right fist, like a heavy hammer returning to its sheath, sank to his waist. His shoulder blades tautened like a bow, his spine coiled like a dragon storing power, all his strength twisted into a highly compressed mass of chakra. Simultaneously, a burst of force erupted. This chakra spun and compressed, exploding into a spiraling force. Mystic Palm Taijutsu, Justice Punch. The punch landed. It didn't tear space, but was a pure, explosive burst of speed and power breaking the sound barrier. Where the fist passed, only a white, distorted shockwave remained. Bang! The sound was dull, like a 10-ton forging hammer smashing rotten wood. The fist solidly imprinted itself on the second Hokage's chest. The compressed spiraling force, after entering the second Hokage's body, instantly released, as if a miniature-tailed beast bomb had detonated within his Edo Tensei body. Rotten, fragmented Edo Tensei pieces mixed with chakra sparks, spraying and exploding in a perfect radial pattern, like a clay figure smashed midair by an invisible giant palm. VWOM. Before the dilapidated remains could even land, tiny paper fragments began to gather, slowly and steadily repairing the damage. The second Hokage was a bit weak. Could he not even withstand this much power? Later, would an AoE attack directly wipe him out? If so, Naruto would be quite confused. "Ha ha ha ha, good kid." Hashirama's booming laughter shook the leaves. "That punch has got some kick. When I was your age, I was still skipping stones on the river." Heth, Naruto didn't even look, continuing to increase the dosage. This time, the first Hokage was once again struggling with Orochimaru for control of his body. Meanwhile, the second Hokage lay quietly on the ground, like a shattered porcelain doll, countless tiny paper fragments gathering and intertwining in reverse flow, slowly reconstructing his limbs. "Naruto," the second Hokage's newly restored head suddenly spoke, his voice calm. "Very good. It seems I no longer need to inform you of my weakness. Maintain this intensity until the sealing squad arrives." Before he could finish, the rationality in his eyes vanished. From this moment on, he was a merciless killing machine. His goal, eliminate Naruto, but his body had not yet fully recovered, so he could only lie on the ground, waiting for his cooldown. Whoosh! The sound of a whip kick tearing through the air suddenly arose. Naruto almost instinctively shifted his body and lowered his waist, his right leg powerfully sweeping upwards like an iron pillar, directly meeting the first Hokage's wild, powerful horizontal kick. Boom! Two immense forces collided head-on in midair, the muffled thunderous roar hurting his eardrums. Under the violent impact, Naruto used the force to swiftly retreat, widening the distance. His gaze rapidly swept towards the first Hokage. Indeed, after increasing the dosage, those tiger eyes, once filled with hearty cheer and fervor, now held only an unfathomable, frozen stillness. The last flicker of struggling consciousness had been mercilessly swallowed by the command. Killing Machine Unit 1, online. Water Style, Water-Severing Wave. The reborn Killing Machine Unit 2, Tabarama Senju, pushed his palms forward simultaneously. 1, 2, multiple incredibly compressed, hair-thin yet space-rending super-high-pressure water blades shrieked as they sliced through the air, instantly piercing towards him. Taijutsu just started warming up, and now he's switching to ninjutsu channel? Naruto's eyebrows slightly raised. Too bad. When it comes to flashy moves, I'm an encyclopedia. Then, let's start with a small fire style to warm things up. With a casual swipe of his finger, hand seals formed like butterflies. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Boom! Torrential dragon flames roared and surged, like an underground forge overflowing, instantly swallowing the water blades. Super high temperatures clashed with the torrents, exploding into a blinding, white mushroom cloud of steam that covered the sky. Multiple small water blades were insufficient to block Naruto's fire style. The surging flames erupted violently, instantly engulfing the first and second Hokage, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. The poor Forest of Death, still not recovered, welcomed its second extinction. Forest of Death, INVENCIBLE, again. In the air, the distant horizon was stained with an eerie crimson. Even from tens of kilometers away, the surging firelight, scorching the sky, was like the pupil of a giant beast, fiercely gazing at Konoha. Turning his head towards the direction of the flames, Kakashi's Sharingan constricted, noticing the scale of the power. After the fire style on the rooftop dissipated, the trees and earthen walls within the arena were completely destroyed, opening up the view. One could clearly see that only the third Hokage and Orochimaru remained confronting each other in the arena. As for Naruto and the first and second Hokage summoned by Orochimaru, their traces were completely gone. That fire style is Naruto's? His heartstrings instantly tautened. His thoughts were exactly the same as the third Hokage's. Although Naruto was a genius and powerful, facing legendary opponents like the first and second Hokage, he had absolutely no chance of victory. With this thought, a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. His PTSD was acting up again. He had already lost too much. His father, his sensei, Rin. Was he going to lose Naruto this time too? His single eye beneath his headband had condensed into a scarlet, icy point. He had decided, even if he had to burn himself out, he would sever this despairing cycle. He had to go. If he could use that technique, there might still be a chance to save Naruto. Forest of Death direction, can't wait, he intended to leave. Whoosh! A familiar emerald green whirlwind, however, arrived first. A hand as solid as cast iron firmly pressed on his shoulder. Might Guy stood against the wind, beneath his perpetually spirited bowl cut. Were resolute eyes burning with blazing solar flames. Kakashi, his voice was as heavy as stone, the youth who never gives up, your lifelong rival won't be absent from the battle. He paused, his gaze sweeping towards the formidable firelight in the sky, each word weighing 1,000 pounds. First, second, they are myths, but for the village, for my comrades, I, Might Guy, am willing to burn my youth, just like my father did back then. Good, the two teamed up and headed towards the Forest of Death. However, along the way, more and more ninjas joined them. Perceiving this, Naruto thought to himself, oh no, he wanted many spectators, but he didn't want them close. These people were even weaker than the second Hokage. Naruto was genuinely worried that he might accidentally take them out with some unknown AoE attack. Given this, looking at the first and second Hokage who had survived his world-ending fire style, Naruto's lips curled into a smile. Second Hokage, I hear your water style is very strong. Then watch mine. This time, with no more hiding, he clapped his hands, completing his hand seals. Water Style, Wrath of Mazu. Chapter 1280. Water Style, Wrath of Mazu. With just a single, static hand sign from Naruto, a terrifying force, deep as a stellar core and violent as a black hole, suddenly compressed and took form. The water of creation, underground rivers dew on leaves, mist in the forest, even the moisture within living flesh and blood, responded wildly, yearning to obey Naruto's control. A stream of blue chakra, highly condensed to a crystalline state, burst forth from his mouth. The moment it left his body, it expanded exponentially. Before hitting the ground, it transformed into a world-overturning, cataclysmic flood. Crack-a-cackle cackle. Directly below, ancient trees, hundreds and thousands of years old, mighty and towering, instantly met the azure hammer connecting heaven and earth. It was like dusty, withered bones encountering a hydraulic press. Their structures shattered layer by layer, fibers exploded inch by inch, finally turning into dust, silently annihilated in the surging waves. The millennia-old landscape of the Forest of Death, under the impact of the landing deluge, was utterly shredded, kneaded, and flattened like a poor-quality sand table. In the blink of an eye, the Forest of Death became the Dead Sea Basin. Under the sudden impact, the churning earth was dyed a murky brown. As far as the eye could see, only a turbulent, raging inland sea, churning with rotten wood and muddy stench, remained. And at this moment, Kakashi, Guy, and numerous leaf ninjas had just approached the outer perimeter of the battlefield. In front of their eyes, a terrifying giant wave, dozens of meters high, mixed with the roar of collapsing mountains, rolled towards them with devastating force. Wherever it passed, trees, forests, and earth crumbled and disintegrated. The flood swept everything aside. Even the wind pressure from the surging current alone had scraped the ground along its path down by several meters. Earth Style, Earth Wall. Earth Style, multiple earth walls. Reinforce, pour all chakra into it. Startled cries, terrified to the core, erupted one after another. Hundreds of ninjas, without even needing command, instinctively squeezed out every last drop of chakra, frantically slamming their hands onto the ground. Boom, 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 boom. One thick, colossal earthen wall after another rose madly. 1 layer, 2 layers, 10 layers. Like desperate ants frantically building sandcastles before being trampled by a towering beast. Boom, splash. The first earth wall was instantly pierced through like a hot knife through butter. It collapsed. Boom, splash. The second layer held for 2 seconds. Cracks spread like a spider web, then shattered again. Crack, splish, splash, splash. The water wall, carrying a terrifying torrent composed of forest debris, tore through the defenses layer by layer. The ninjas behind them were pale as paper, yet still frantically poured chakra into reinforcing the final barrier. Finally, on the 13th and thickest earthen wall, that terrifying water current seemed to slightly halt. The peak of the giant wave finally circumvented the earthen wall, flowing around its sides. Ploppy plop. The ninjas, survivors of the disaster, knelt in water several meters deep, panting heavily like bellows. They stared blankly ahead. In their vision, where was any forest? As far as their eyes could see, there was only a vast, boundless, murky inland sea. The giant timbers floating on the sea surface, those weren't boats, but tens of thousands of broken tree roots and trunks like colossal withered bones. Like a giant timber graveyard after a prehistoric flood. In the dead, oppressive silence, a collective gasp, mixed with trepidation and awe, suddenly erupted. This place was 5 kilometers from the battlefield, yet just the aftereffects were already so terrifying. Was this scale of water style even possible with human power? Everyone's worldview of ninja arts was completely reshaped at this moment. Is this still water style? Someone's voice was broken and hoarse. This is clearly the sea god's wrath. Is this the second Hokage power? Another's eyes were wide, his finger trembling as he pointed at the murky sea. A single thought rewrites the earth. This is the true water god, isn't it? And not necessarily. Kakashi's voice was dry, his masked lips tightly pressed. He looked up, gazing intently ahead. It could also be Naruto. The center stay. Standing on the rippling water surface, Naruto's gaze seemed to transcend distance. staring directly at a certain spot beneath the water. There, the first and second Hokage, their Edo Tensei bodies already fully regenerated, were getting closer and closer to the surface. Plop! Tobirama Senju's silver-haired head abruptly broke through the murky water, leaping out. Cough, cough, he coughed violently, spitting out a mixture of mud and water. Cough, cough, kid. His voice was slightly hoarse from choking on water, yet it held an indescribable admiration belonging to a water-style master. Your water-style mastery has already surpassed my peak. Seeing the second Hokage speak freely, Naruto's eyes slightly narrowed. How did this one regain the ability to speak? He sensed that the Edo Tensei control hadn't loosened. Both of them still regarded him as someone to be killed. Tusk, truly the rumored master of forbidden jutsu, the second Hokage. If his control had been even a tiny bit weaker, these two would surely have escaped his grasp. Wahehaha! A boisterous laugh, powerful enough to ripple the water surface, exploded. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, suddenly shot up, showering water everywhere. He landed next to Tobirama, slapping his soaking wet silver hair on his brother's back, almost knocking Tobirama back into the water. Tobirama, you're too dishonest, he winked, a mischievous glint in his eye. When did your water style gain the ability to move oceans? Haha. HMPH. Tobirama nearly gasped for air from the slap, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He glared fiercely at his elder brother. When will this idiot brother ever be serious? But when he looked at Naruto, his cold, sharp voice took on an unprecedented solemnity. Orochimaru's control is so strong that even I cannot break free. Being able to speak is already my limit. Next, boy, you must be extremely careful. My greatest skill in life is this water-manipulating killing technique. Is that so? Naruto nodded in understanding. From their conversation, this second Hokage style differed from the first and third. He seemed a bit more austere. Naruto's gaze swept over the two, and the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Then, how about this? He gently pressed his palm onto the water. An absolute, profound chill, as if capable of freezing consciousness and sealing the soul itself, erupted from his fingertips. Ice style, ice age. Crack, crackle, crackle. The piercing sound of freezing was like the mournful cry of a glacier. Starting from his palm, a bone-chilling, stark white-cold wave swept outwards with devastating force. In an instant, the entire churning sea of death at its edges, even the towering giant waves, solidified in an instant into a boundless plain of dark ice. The cold wave continued relentlessly, spreading mercilessly towards the horizon. The terrifying part was, the freezing wasn't limited to the surface. From the turbulent water to the thick seabed 100 meters below, all the water, mud, and even the swept-up giant tree remnants, in a fraction of a millisecond, were completely and eternally sealed into an unbreakable ice crystal amber by this absolute, life-annihilating deep chill. Sea of death. No, this was an icy hell. This is still ice style? Even Tobirama Senju, as calm as he was, his pupils trembled violently at this moment. Ice style? He had seen that before. But in his memory, did ice style possess such terrifying power and range? Hiss cold, so cold, my bones are frozen through. Even with his Edo Tensei body, the first Hokage exaggeratedly rubbed his arms and jumped up and down. Kid, who taught you this ice style? The second Hokage wondered, does this kid also have the bloodline of the Hazuki clan? Naruto answered casually, Kakashi-sensei, Hadake Kakashi, he's a renowned teacher. Not just ice style, he taught me many more bloodline limits. Hadake Kakashi, huh? The Hadake surname, it seems vaguely familiar. Hiss. Tobirama struggled for a moment, then sensed the command's requirements. He couldn't resist. Big brother, let's go. Yes, what a domineering control, even I can't resist it. Looking at Naruto, the first Hokage's eyes were filled with admiration. Naruto, remember, your flying thunder god is a divine technique for running away. If you can't win, you must escape, don't die. As his words fell, his expression turned serious, and he clapped his hands. Wood style, deep forest emergence. From deep within the earth, the roar of an ancient giant beast awakening suddenly echoed. Click, click, crackle, crackle. Beneath the dark ice of the Dead Sea, it was as if billions of furious emerald dragons were furiously crashing and twisting, and the mountain-like colossal ice groaned under the unbearable strain. Spiderweb cracks exploded. Thump, 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 thump. 1, 2, countless towering giant trees, requiring dozens of people to embrace, burst forth from the ground, like emerald demons that had slept at the Earth's core, roaring through the shackles of the ice prison, carrying the roar of the primeval forest. They broke through the ice and soared into the sky. Under the first Hawkage's control, the twisted and gnarled branches, precise as soul-reaping cages, all surged towards Naruto. Finally, the legendary wood style. The flames of battle in Naruto's eyes burned white-hot. The fight, it had only just begun. Just as he was about to move, a kunai flew cunningly into the open space beside him. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! The second Hawkage's figure appeared like a ghost, but what awaited him was a sandbag-sized iron fist, already anticipated and waiting. In terms of perception, when it came to chakra, no one could hide it from him. Boom! The monstrous strength of the punch suddenly erupted, and Tobirama was like a puppet struck by a giant hammer. Bursting through sound barriers with successive explosions, he directly smashed through dozens of giant trees in his path. Finally, bang! His body slammed heavily into the depths of the remaining colossal ice. Spiderweb-like cracks exploded madly at his embedded point, shattering the already fragmented mirror-like ice crystals, and then embedding him deep within the ice layer like a specimen. Cough, cough, cough. Deep within the ice crystals, what Tobirama coughed out was not blood foam, but scattered Edo Tensei dust. This brat, what kind of brutal brute force was this punch? He actually directly crushed Big Brother's sage body. His murky Edo Tensei eyes stared fixedly at the golden-haired figure in the distance. For the first time, his very soul trembled with something called cognitive subversion. This kid is only 12 or 13 years old. Extremely mature, monstrous strength, abyss-like bottomless chakra, water style far surpassing his own, fire style comparable to, even exceeding Madara Uchiha's fire style. And this incredibly powerful ice style, whose effects he'd never even heard of. What kind of monster is this kid? What exactly has Konoha cultivated? Whoosh! Within the battlefield, Naruto held a screaming, leaping blade of lightning, his sword dancing wildly, transforming into a blue electric net that tore through space. However, the severed gaps didn't even have time to char before they were instantly covered by the subsequent surge of living giant trees. The entire forest had come alive. Every tree, every vine, even every single leaf. At this moment, they all became extensions of the first Hawkage's will. Like billions of squirming, greedy giant pythons, they coiled, pierced, and wrapped. From the sky, from deep underground, and even from the remnants of felled giant trees, an endless tide of strangulation was launched. As far as the eye could see, the crazily growing, twisted tree roots had already stitched the earth together, leaving no gaps. The entire forest, regenerating, mutating, infinitely proliferating. This prison, seemingly forged from the life force of an entire continent, was transforming into continuous waves of trees, one wave higher than the last, vowing to completely engulf that tiny golden light in the center into the eternal, ink-green deep sea. Just as those billions of wildly dancing wooden tendrils were about to close in. Ice style, ice world. The submerged yellow figure let out an angry roar. Super sub-zero temperatures, approaching absolute zero, instantly erupted. At this moment, even the air was frozen into liquid. Suddenly, starting from Naruto's tiny body, which was about to be entangled by the forest, the ultimate coldness, capable of erasing all living existence, swept wildly again with devastating force. Crack, crack, crack. The frantically dancing wooden tide instantly lost its vitality. Its surface still looked ferocious, but a mere touch would cause it to crumble into dust. The cold wave spread, and the entire frenzied tree sea, like a furious giant beast with its paws button pressed, instantly froze to death within its icy coffin. But the next second, rumble, rumble. Deep within the earth, the first Hawkage's boundless vital force roared once more. Even thicker emerald giant pythons, disregarding this icy hell, burst forth from the ground again. However, seizing this opportunity, Naruto finally had a moment to breathe. He suddenly leaped high into the sky. Gazing at the surging greenness erupting again below, he knew this was going to be tough. Since that was the case. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A blazing fire style, covering the entire forest. But this surging, world-destroying fire, which was previously a natural enemy to the Forest of Death, now seemed like a small flame against this living forest. Wood style, truly powerful. Fortunately, I have it too. Chapter 1281. Emma. Looking at the swirling green ocean below, Naruto nodded in affirmation. As practice has proven, the first Hokage's wood style is indeed powerful enough. This battle was not just Orochimaru's testing ground, but also his, Naruto's, evaluation ground. He was evaluating the strength of the resurrected first and second Hokages. The results of the test, quite satisfactory. He had already seen the effects of fire, water, and lightning release. Ice release was very effective. As for the other elemental releases, there was no need for further testing. Naruto had a good idea of their capabilities. The Edo Tensei First Hokage was still strong enough to dominate many of the ninja world's powerhouses. The second Hokage, though a lightweight, was also powerful enough to be considered a cage-level shinobi. The money was well spent. 2 cage-level sacrifices, a massive profit, no loss. While these 2 were ostensibly Orochimaru's cards, by extension, they were also his, Naruto's, cards. That old hag Orochimaru still owed him 40 million in high-interest loans. These 2 henchmen would serve as an advance on the interest. Any potential mischief in the future could be carried out under her name. Once the newspapers got hold of it, it would be undeniably the old hag's doing. All right, the quality inspection report is a pass. Naruto extended his right palm, and a faint, ethereal flame burned in the depths of his blue pupils. Warm-up's over. Time for the main course. He hung in the air, his palm facing upward. Black hole Raisen Shuriken. A walnut-sized, pitch-black orb of light quietly appeared. Light seemed to be devoured by its surface, leaving only a few wisps of errant pale chakra threads, silently swirling like a dying star's halo. This miniature black sphere was simple and unadorned, far less flashy than other techniques. However, the moment it appeared, even from several kilometers away, the hearts of all the perceptive shinobi were pierced as if by an invisible javelin. The primal, overwhelming fear of death screamed wildly within them. Kakashi. Might Guy's roar even held a slight tremor. His muscle memory warned him faster than his mind could process. Kakashi instinctively tightened his grip on a kunai, thinking about Naruto's plight. But the moment he saw the tri-pronged kunai, he instantly made a decision. Retreat, everyone, retreat to the absolute limit. For the first time, his voice shattered its usual lazy tone. Get out of here. In an instant, countless shinobi were shouting. Hundreds of leaf shinobi abandoned all tactical formations, relying purely on their survival instincts to flee desperately in the opposite direction. At this moment, they only wished their parents had given them 2 extra legs. At the center of the battle, Big Brother, the fully restored Tobirama, instantly appeared next to Hashirama. Facing such a situation, it was the first time in his life that his tactical mind had no optimal solution. They didn't need to speak. Their horrified gazes were like sharp thorns, piercing the sky. Hashirama's usually confident brows were now tightly furrowed, and his eyes, reflected with that small black sphere, felt a premonition of annihilation that made even his Edo Tensei body tremble. We can't escape Tobirama. Tobirama's crimson snake eyes contracted violently, his mind racing. The only conclusion, the range of this technique was immense, and they had nowhere to hide. However, this was a good thing. His gaze was locked on Naruto in the sky. In his sensory network, the pitch-black sphere, condensed to a form that defied all common sense, was like the eye of an unending abyss, devouring all light and heat. Just the overflowing chaotic chakra was as prickly as needles. As for the sphere itself, looking at it for even a second too long felt like it would explode. Inside his consciousness, alarms blared frantically. This kid, even at only 12 or 13, if he had been in the Warring States period, he would have been a war god on par with his big brother. At the same time, the black spot silently began to fall. Its descent suddenly accelerated, until it merged with the scorched earth without a sound. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a gentle hum of space being annihilated. The next moment, a point of devouring azure deathlight erupted from the impact site. In a flash, it expanded into a domain of silence that consumed everything. The azure light membrane expanded rapidly. In its wake, matter was completely broken down into a torrent of particles. The domain of death greedily wiped everything clean, ultimately turning it into absolute nothingness. Finally, a 10-kilometer diameter vacuum of polished glass replaced the entire forest of death. It was not an explosion, but a much purer, systematic erasure. Naruto looked down at his creation from the sky, a slight smile on his lips. Field test. The results are up to par. The power of this technique was hundreds of times greater than a tailed beast ball. The quality and density of the condensed chakra were at his current peak. With his current chakra, he could only use this level of black hole Rasengan 200 times, which was enough to destroy the Leaf Village 200 times over. This was thanks to his masterful chakra control, which consumed less than a tenth of the chakra a normal user would. Warm-ups over. His blue eyes swept over the Edo Tensei remains that were beginning to reform below. Time for the main course to be served. Big brother. Just as Tobirama finished repairing, a sharp, air-shredding wheel of light cut into his chest like a ghost. Boom! He was blasted back into his component parts before he could even summon his ninja sword. And then he began playing dead again. This kid. Inside the Edo Tensei dust, Tobirama, with only his head remaining, was inwardly stunned. Am I really that fragile? I couldn't even withstand a single blow. But the good thing was, when he was playing dead, that kid wouldn't attack him. What shocked the playing dead, Tobirama even more was this. In the moments he was forced to stand by, the kid's attacks were a torrential downpour. He used the 5 basic elemental releases of wind, fire, earth, water, and lightning, plus the deceptive ice release. All 6 systems were complete. Every time he was forced to repair, he witnessed dozens of completely different techniques. Wind blades as sharp as razors, fire seas that scorched the sky, earth and stone that churned the earth, water dragons that devoured souls, all mixed with sudden freezes from an icy hell. The variety was complex, the attributes were pure, and the power was ferocious, yet none of them were a repeat. None were mediocre. In just 4 rounds of standby, he had witnessed hundreds of different variations of ninjutsu. This kid is like a master of 100 schools. How absurd, and how terrifying. Being blasted into repair mode again, Tobirama's heart was a tsunami of emotions. He looked up at the sky. The golden-haired boy looked relaxed, his breathing long and steady, as if the baptism of hundreds of high-explosive ninjutsu moments ago was nothing more than a flick of the wrist. His chakra reserves were an endless sea of stars, cycling without end. As an enemy, a profound sense of despair he had never felt before tightened its grip on his Edo Tensei soul core. Even his cold, hardened heart, tempered by war, felt a chill. But then a thought. This little monster, after all, carries the Uzumaki bloodline of the leaf. This sea of chakra, enough to subvert all common sense in the ninja world, strangely ignited a long-sealed, frenzied joy within him. That mouth, which had been tightly pursed for 100 years, actually lifted into a rare, slight smile. This kid is quite something. Buzz! A tens of meters long lightning sword flashed, slicing a wooden dragon that had borrowed momentum to fly into the sky in half. Hashirama's eyes narrowed. Wood release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. The moment his hands came together, countless gigantic, towering trees that had already reached 100 meters, as if injected with a mad hormone, broke through their limits once more. Their main trunks split, and their leaves grew frantically. In an instant, they shot up into the sky, becoming colossal, several 100-meter-tall trees that blotted out the sun. The forest became a giant, conscious, devouring net. Countless gigantic trees grew and climbed again, constantly closing in on that white speck in the air from below. The golden-haired figure was a mere speck of dust before this towering wooden rage. The countless colossal vines, twisting and strangling, were now within arm's reach. In the next second, they were about to completely shred him and the space around him. But, swoosh! A columnar white space, instantly cast, once again enveloped the forest of death, covering the entire green sea of death. Naruto's eyes turned cold, and he extended his right hand downward. Dust release, annihilation. Buzz! A pure white cube of light, condensed to the extreme, instantly shot up from the void. It precisely enveloped the entire rampaging sea of wood release, covering the entire forest of death. Its boundary was the absolute line between life and death. The next second, a blinding, stark white swallowed everything. Within the domain of light, whether it was the towering trees, the gnarled vines, or the scattered dust, all were completely and utterly formatted and zeroed by that annihilating white. Not a single trace was left. It was as if it had never existed in the world at all. As the white light dissipated, only a desolate, atomic-level vacuum remained. I wanted to end it with a 2-in-1 chapter, but I don't have enough time to finish writing it. I'll stop here for now. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trianhong Mengzai. Chapter 1282. Let's rewind the clock just a little. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of shinobi breathed like bellows, yet they dared not slow down, burning their chakra to the limit and exploding their speed to a level they had never reached in their lives. However, the azure light membrane that devoured the sky and earth behind them was expanding with the speed of lightning. The cold breath of death was already pressed against the clothes on their backs. Buzz! Fortunately, just as everyone was a hair's breadth from being formatted into vapor, the terrifying energy boundary suddenly collapsed, rolling inward by 100 meters. Boom! The violent power within the circle erupted. The people outside the circle, though not consumed, were hit by a ripple of destructive force that followed, like an invisible giant tidal wave. Bangs, bangs, bang. All the fleeing shinobi, under this impact, were instantly sent flying like blades of grass in a gale. For a time, the sounds of bodies hitting the ground, mixed with the muffled groans of cracking bones, were endless. Everyone scrambled to their feet, limping and grimacing while rubbing their bruised arms and legs. Yet, their eyes were filled with the joy of winning the lottery jackpot. They were actually still alive. My dearest friend Kakashi. Might Guy's signature flash of movement appeared. His big hand, radiating with the heat of youth, slapped his friend's shoulder fiercely, causing Kakashi to stumble. Your youthful passion hasn't been extinguished, has it? Guy grinned, his pearly white teeth shining like new. He himself was completely fine. After all, he was a taijutsu ninja, and while he couldn't guarantee much else, his running speed was absolutely top-notch. He had even grabbed 2 youthful protages and sprinted away with them. This was the result of running 500 laps around the Leaf Village every day. These ninjas, who had never even seen the Leaf Village at 4 a.m., certainly wouldn't understand the youthful passion within it. I'm fine. Kakashi, rubbing his numb shoulder, poked his head out lazily to respond. His strength was also formidable, so running away was child's play. At this moment, the low murmuring around them turned into a buzzing uproar. Hey, that world-destroying power, was that the first Hokage strength? It's horrifying. As expected of the first Hokage, that one move alone could destroy the entire Leaf Village. The god of shinobi lives up to his name. The god of shinobi. The Sharingan beneath Kakashi's headband rotated imperceptibly for a moment. In his brief glimpse back, he had noticed the sudden collapse of the light circle's boundary. If not for that, 7/10 of the ninjas present would have been wiped out. That mistaken boundary felt just right. Then he remembered the ice release from earlier that froze everything around them, but deliberately avoided everyone. Ice release. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, there was no record of it in the archives. The only one who fit the description was Naruto, and the nascent ice release he used that morning to make a summer special cola slushy bucket. The gap is a little too big. He glanced at the huge trees in the distance that were frozen solid, looking like brittle wafer cookies. He was speechless for a moment. "Hey, Kakashi." The fire of youth in Might Guy's eyes erupted like lava, and his knuckles cracked loudly as he clenched his fists. How can the bugle call to charge be interrupted? That legendary clash, just now, had ignited his youthful passion. This was the peak battlefield that youth was meant for. How could he miss even a second of it? Someone is punching a legend for the sake of the leaf. That kind of spirit. His body trembled and his passion surged. If the hero falters, I, the blue beast, shall step in and crush the enemy. I will protect the leaf to my last breath. Of course. Kakashi's voice was steady. His fingertips unconsciously traced the hot tri-pronged kunai. His goal remained unchanged. The two of them set off again. This time, the ninjas following them were not blindly following orders. At the very least, they were all elite jonin. Half of the invaders within the village had already been dealt with by the yellow flash, and the other half had been swept away by the 3 hardworking giant toads. Judging by the toads, Lord Jiraiya had also contributed quite a bit. At this moment, there were only 2 battlefields left in the village, one on a rooftop and one in the Forest of Death. No, it was an ocean. No, that's not right either. After that light circle, it should now be called the Basin of Death. These 2 locations were the final gambling tables for the continued existence of the leaf. And the outcome of this battle here was a matter of life and death. They had come not to witness, but to turn their meager bodies into the last kindling to protect the leaf. Kakashi looked back. Familiar figures stood like mountains. Asuma with his unlit cigarette, Kurenai with her calm red eyes, the gatekeeper gods, Izumo and Kotsu standing shoulder to shoulder, and even the spectacle-wearing Abisu was gripping a kunai. Seniors, peers, juniors, the shining names in the Leaf's registry had all gathered here. Swoosh! Jiraiya's white robe fluttered down, his white eyebrows slightly raised. Yo, Kakashi. Before he could finish his greeting, his eyes swept over the scene like a hawk, the scorched glass plains, the deep ravines, the fragmented ice reflecting an eerie cold light. It was a scene of apocalyptic desolation. Using the contours of the remaining giant tree roots, he was able to grimly confirm, was this hellish pit actually the Forest of Death? What kind of power could have ravaged the earth to this extent? At this sight, Jiraiya's pupils contracted violently, and his heart felt like it was plummeting into an icy abyss. This was a battlefield no fledgling could contend with. Could Naruto have already? Where's Naruto? He roared with an unprecedented urgency. Naruto. Kakashi's chin lifted slightly. In the sky at the core of the battlefield, a speck of golden light was suspended. Seeing that figure, the tense string of his heart suddenly relaxed. He's over there. That flying little sun, he's a tough one. Jiraiya squinted, locking onto the figure. That stubborn golden light in the sky made his eyes sting. 12 or 13 years old, yet possessing such astonishing talent. He also inherited the hopes of Minato and Kushina. This future must not be extinguished. Even if his opponents were the first and second Hokage, 2 war gods who stood at the pinnacle. Jiraiya took a deep, scorching breath, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. He was ready to risk his old life. Why is that kid flying so high, summoning jutsu? Jiraiya's hand signs were not even complete. When high in the sky, a familiar and deadly brilliant halo erupted from Naruto's palm. Was this the wind release, Raisen Shuriken that kid had shown him that evening? Following that, a ninjutsu storm violently began its destructive prelude. The 5 elemental attributes of fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning, plus ice release, all 6 chakras were manipulated at his fingertips with masterful ease. A tide of over 400 top-tier ninjutsu, like an inexhaustible, world-destroying waterfall, was unleashed upon the 2 legendary figures below, delivering a non-stop, supersaturated storm of attacks for a full half-hour. The mere shockwaves from this terrifying battle would have torn them to shreds. At the edge of the glass plains. Finally, Kakashi's Sharingan could no longer be maintained, and he fell directly to the ground. But no one around him paid him any mind. They were all focused on the distance. Jiraiya's jaw dropped in shock. His self-proclaimed vast knowledge of the ninja world, built over decades as a Sannin, was shattered to dust at this moment. Similar to him, all the elite Leaf shinobi watching went from astonishment to dumbfoundedness, then to doubting their lives, and finally, they all had their understanding of a shinobi completely rewritten. Everyone was pale, unable to believe their eyes. There was only one question in the depths of their souls: is this even human? Is that chakra amount what you get after draining 9-tailed beasts? When someone asked this question, everyone else surprisingly agreed. They had been running wildly just moments ago. In their minds, they had prepared for a tragic scene of providing support, sacrificing themselves, saying goodbye to a genius, and the end of the village. There was only one word for it: miserable, miserable, miserable. But when they rushed over and saw this, why was Naruto trolling the first and second Hokage? Suddenly, the primeval wood release at the core of the deep pit began to run wild. Vines, like a billion bloodthirsty demonic snakes, tore through the rock layers, ignoring the several-kilometer distance, and wrapped around the ninjas at the edge, trying to crush and devour them. Everyone fought to block the attacks, retreating in disarray. Their terrified peripheral vision was still fixated on the center of the battlefield, where the roaring tide of wood had grown to monstrous proportions, forming a giant, sky-piercing claw that viciously grabbed at the golden figure in the sky. Buzz! Instantly, a column of pure white light, with a boundary as sharp as a paper cutter, suddenly appeared and slammed into the ground, grazing everyone's noses without warning. The light exploded and vanished in a flash. The savage wood tide, which had been roaring and trying to swallow the sky, vanished completely, along with the thick earth from which it grew, in a thousandth of a second without even a whimper. The light column disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The view cleared. The man-eating forest that had been roaring like a tsunami was now just a deep, endless, dark abyss. This. Someone was so shocked they couldn't even form a complete sentence. That's the Tsuchikage dust release, isn't it? Someone else managed to identify the technique. How did that kid Naruto learn that? Jiraiya looked at Kakashi, hoping to get some information from Naruto's Jonin instructor. But Kakashi was even more baffled than he was. Dust release, that's an even more advanced Keke-toda. Where did that kid Naruto learn it? He couldn't have taught it to him, right? Chapter 1283. Click. The camera accurately captured Naruto's heroic pose in the air and the dazzling pillar of destructive light. Kakashi looked back. The Ninja World Daily reporter, Tsuchino Teihei, was putting away his camera. Teihei gazed at the golden figure in the sky with a look of reverence, exclaiming, "Kakashi-san, to have guided a student like this is truly amazing, to be able to defeat the god of shinobi." Even with such praise, Kakashi's deadfish eyes remained as still as an ancient well. He knew this reporter. Naruto had complained that the dress-up men photo book had sold over 1 million copies, but he only got 150,000 yen. Swoosh! Just as the light pillar dissipated, a figure shot out like an arrow from a bowstring. Kakashi looked to the side. Seeing the figure's signature long white ponytail flying in the wind, it was Lord Jiraiya. "Hurry, the battlefield is clear now. Naruto has the advantage. This is our chance." A low shout came from Jiraiya's departing figure. Might Guy immediately looked at his best friend. "Kakashi, let's go too." Before, everyone had been forced to retreat several times due to the unclear, chaotic, and intense nature of the battlefield. Now, it was exactly as Jiraiya said, a golden opportunity. Right. Kakashi looked at the several hundred-meter-deep pit left by the light pillar and was about to leap when Teihei Tsuchino grabbed his arm. "Kakashi-san, take me with you." The reporter's face was a mess, his acting incredible. "If I don't get this headline, I'll definitely be fired." He was the very picture of a helpless civilian. Thinking that Naruto seemed to enjoy being the center of attention, Kakashi only hesitated for a second before taking him along. The center of the battlefield was completely empty. After the overwhelming baptism of dust release, there was nothing left in sight. Even the first and second Hokages had become air, not a speck of ash was left. But the nature of Edo Tensei bodies was that they were still powerful and unkillable. In his senses, the stubborn dust particles in the air were slowly gathering again, just like they had after the black hole Rasengan, but this time they were moving even more sluggishly. To reassemble into a complete human form, it would take at least 20 more minutes. But the problem was that in his senses, his cheap master Jiraiya, his teacher Kakashi, and a large group of other shinobi were already rushing over. It seemed the battle was already over. Naruto floated down, feeling a sense of genuine regret. He couldn't help but mutter, I get that the second Hokage couldn't handle the AoE, but you, first Hokage, your title as God of Shinobi is a little undeserved, isn't it? I still haven't used wood release yet. What if my teacher Kakashi thinks I haven't learned it? He feigned annoyance, but was actually frustrated by the overpowered nature of dust release. Why didn't the old man Anoki have this kind of oppressive feeling when he used dust release in the training field? He understood now. His dust release, instant cast plus super large range. Anoki's dust release, slow charge plus severely shrunken range. Tusk, what a difference. But this supersized dust release was a real chakra drain. He had been spamming attacks for half an hour just now, and the chakra he recovered was more than what he used. It was hilarious, truly unlimited firepower. But the moment dust release came out, it was different. In 1,000th of a second, one hit cost 200,000 chakra. And that was after multiple buffs reduced the cost. Without the buffs, one hit would have been 4 million or more to start. Terrifying. Let's check his stats. Total chakra bar, 14.52 million chakra available to be extracted and converted. Dust release chakra cost, 200,000 per use. Chakra recovery, about 1.08 million per minute. Sustained usage, firing continuously equals 5 times per minute. That's it, I'm starting to get anxious. Naruto felt the urgency of going on a long trip with only 10% battery life. And this was just a tiny dust release covering an area of 10 kilometers and a depth of 1 kilometer. Luckily, he had a hidden backup power source. Naruto! A shout came, and Naruto turned his head. A white figure like the wind shot past and instantly appeared before him. It was Jiraiya with his flowing white hair. Jiraiya's eyes were sharp, quickly scanning Naruto's body. Seeing that his disciple was not only uninjured, but his clothes were not even stained, the heart that had been in his throat finally fell back into his stomach. His tense shoulders visibly relaxed, and then an unconcealed pride welled up within him. Good job, kid. He laughed so hard his teeth showed, giving Naruto a heavy clap on the shoulder, his voice filled with smugness. You didn't disappoint this old man after all. You're truly my disciple. Naruto blinked. Who are you? Oh right, he remembered now. This was his cheap master, who had been completely absent since becoming his master. It had been almost a month since they last met, had he finally returned from his research. Naruto rolled his eyes internally, but on the surface, he placated his cheap master with a few words. After all, the concern in the old pervert's eyes was genuine. At this moment, Kakashi, Might Guy, and the others also arrived. Might Guy's passionate roar caught in his throat. Looking at this junior, whom he had always thought needed encouragement, his thumb, which was always up, was for the first time just resting on Naruto's shoulder, heavy with complex, unbelievable emotions. All the ninjas, both familiar and unfamiliar with Naruto, looked at him as if they were seeing the Hokage faces on the monument for the first time. The ease with which he had dealt with the first and second Hokage completely shattered their perception of reality. Kakashi stepped forward alone, the complexity in his dead fish eyes almost overflowing. Flying Raijin, ice release, dust release, hundreds of self-developed ninjutsu of at least A rank. He understood Naruto's talent. Self-developed ninjutsu was one thing, but could Keke Toda also be explained by talent? Naruto, Kakashi's voice was dry. I know you've made progress with ice release, but dust release. Naruto blinked his blue eyes, his expression as innocent as a freshly graduated college student. You taught me, sensei. Me? Kakashi's face froze under his mask. What? What did I teach? You said dust release requires wind, fire, and earth attributes, Naruto said with a look of innocent surprise. I was bored anyway, so I just tried combining them and guess what? Hee hee, it worked. I was bored anyway. Just tried combining them, and it worked. Kakashi's brain completely crashed, his dead fish eyes frozen in place. Since when was a Keke Toda a simple trick that could be done by just combining them? Why couldn't he produce even a single trace of dust release's effect? Jiraiya, who was listening in, also suffered a system crash, his eyes turning into tiny dots as he once again questioned his life. Leaving the two of them to ponder their existence, Naruto had just turned around when a short reporter zipped in front of him. Lord Naruto Uzumaki. Tsuchino Teihei's eyes shone as he pulled out his notebook and began to interview, his adoration off the charts. In this battle of world-ending proportions, what are your thoughts on your opponent, Lord First Hokage? The First Hokage. Glancing at the leaf shinobi around him, who were all perking up their ears, Naruto rubbed his chin. Remembering the First Hokage's status in their hearts, he tried to maintain a humble facade. His would release. It was decent, I guess. It's probably because I'm too strong and after one move, he just disappeared. Got it. Teihei Tsuchino nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, the First Hokage was too weak, he was no match for me. And what about the second Hokage? Naruto pretended to think hard. He didn't seem to have much of an impression of the second Hokage's white hair. The second Hokage, his presence was a bit weak. Oh right, he was pretty annoying, flashing around. He kept running into my fist. It looked like he was trying to commit insurance fraud. Got it. Teihei Tsuchino nodded again. Naruto Uzumaki, the second Hokage had no presence and was a scammer. He was finished with just a single stray attack from me. And after defeating the God of Shinobi, what are your thoughts on that title? Naruto shrugged. It's just an empty title. I don't really care. Teihei Tsuchino understood yet again. Naruto Uzumaki, I am the new God of Shinobi. One last question. As a role model for the youth of the Leaf, what advice do you have for the young people of the ninja world? Oh, that's a good one. Naruto's interest was piqued. I once told a genius in the Leaf something that I'd like to share with all the young people of the ninja world. We, the youth, are the rising sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Full of vigor and vitality, the world will ultimately belong to us. So, all you old folks in the village, be sensible and hand over power. Just let a young person like me take over. Hearing this, Teihei Tsuchino's eyes lit up. Naruto Uzumaki, the ninja world sun theory. Just as the interview finished, Naruto turned his head again. He saw that the first and second Hokage, who were being sealed, were still chatting with the Leaf Shinobi. The second Hokage was fine, but the first Hokage's goofy remarks completely shattered their God of Shinobi filter. Naruto, are you really not Tsunade's grandson? Naruto hadn't expected the first Hokage to still be hung up on that. Sorry, first Hokage, Naruto said with a helpless grin. It seems Tsunade Doba-san isn't married yet. Before the first Hokage could ask another question, the sealing squad quickly wrapped them up into 2 mummies and stacked them neatly. Naruto glanced at them and then looked away. It didn't matter that the 2 top-tier henchmen had been sealed. When the time came, someone would naturally let them escape. But the first and second Hokage had been defeated so easily. Did the ninja world even have any opponents left? He put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky. Tusk, how lonely. What's it like to be invincible? He answered his own question, boring. However, the next second, Naruto suddenly frowned and looked around. Wait, did I forget something? Chapter 1284. Naruto slapped his forehead. He remembered. The old man third Hokage was still locked in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. He scanned with his senses. Good heavens, their chakras were still clashing. He had been fighting for half an hour, which was absurd enough, but these 2 were still going at it. Whose troops are these? Seeing that Kakashi and Jiraiya were still stuck in their existential crises, Naruto clapped them both on the shoulder. Both of you, No time to explain, get in the car. Swoosh. He activated the flying Raijin. The three of them instantly vanished. Kakashi's vision changed. Under his feet was now the rooftop of the Chunin exam stadium. It was exactly where the third Hokage and Orochimaru were fighting. He looked around again. The three of them were now inside the barrier. The other Jiraiya scanned the battlefield, his gaze instantly locking on Orochimaru. And the other one was the old man. At this moment, the two had just separated from a clash and were catching their breath. Naruto, with his sharp eyes, saw them both take out a familiar pill from their ninja pouches and chug it down. Carefree pill, Naruto immediately solved the mystery. No wonder they could fight for half an hour. A normal ninja's high-energy battle equals a 5-minute real man. These two equals a half-hour, drug-fueled god of war. He looked at himself, who had been fighting for half an hour on pure strength. Then he looked at these two. Strength. No, they relied on a durability buff. Looking at it this way, the great physician Xing should change his slogan. Carefree pill, fight until dawn. With that new slogan, it probably wasn't just ninjas who would buy it. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, with his brother in mind, completely forgot his disciple. He launched himself like a cannonball to the third side, his gaze on Orochimaru filled with complex emotions. Long time no see Jiraiya. Orochimaru's face was still all smiles on the outside, but he was cursing internally. He had been deceived. This thought had already taken root. He had tried to summon the first and second Hokages countless times in the past half hour, but they hadn't responded at all. Sure enough, those two Jonin were a problem. Who was the culprit? He had too many enemies. Even the ones he trusted could not be ruled out. His golden eyes coldly swept over the trio who had just arrived. The lingering power of the great battle from afar was still present. He could sense that bone-chilling aura of destruction from dozens of kilometers away. Now, the outcome was decided. The Leaf had won. Who was the victor? Excluding Jiraiya and Kakashi. His gaze settled on the only blonde-haired boy. Most likely, this kid won. After all, this kid was the one who took the first and second Hokage away. If he remembered correctly, this kid was Sasuke's teammate, a mere genin of 12 or 13 years old participating in the Chunin exams for the first time. He had thought that suppressing the rampaging one-tailed Shukaku was astonishing. Only now did he realize that his understanding of the word genius was far too shallow, like a precise instrument that had underestimated the limit of a certain dimension's existence. The moment the three of them appeared, especially the blonde boy, the truth was laid bare. Without any extra information, the Leaf Village destruction plan was now irrevocably terminated. What was even more troublesome, he would probably find it difficult to escape from the Leaf's encirclement. Even if the old man Hiruzen was soft-hearted, that glaring blonde boy would never let him off the hook so easily. In the face of such an absolute power gap, there was no chance of his survival. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's voice was filled with suppressed heartache and confusion. Did you do all this? Why? He couldn't believe that all of this was Orochimaru's doing. Even though Orochimaru had done so many evil things before, killing his own master, he couldn't imagine Orochimaru becoming such an emotionless monster. In Jiraiya's eyes, filled with complex emotions, there was even a hint of humble hope. This fool is still so foolishly naive. Orochimaru sneered inwardly, lamenting that this worthless person had not progressed at all over the years. However, seeing this, a plan formed in his mind. Perhaps this could allow him to survive. When it came to lying, he was a master at toying with people's hearts. He slightly tilted his head, his golden snake-like eyes locking onto Jiraiya, his voice low and clear, every word meticulously crafted. Why? Jiraiya, what do you think I started this storm for? Why did I summon the dead and challenge our master? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the shattered rooftop and the chaotic stadium below, his voice suddenly rising, carrying a hint of a blustering, righteous fervor. It was all for the sake of the Leaf Village. Look at the Leaf Village now. It's stagnant, decaying, and standing still. It's like a pool of dead water, completely devoid of vitality. Where are the Leaf's fangs? Its former sharpness is all gone. What's the reason for all this? It's our master's foolishness, his compromises, his policy of peace. It's this ridiculous weakness. That has dragged the leaf into its current dead end. The leaf needs a baptism, a cataclysm that can tear away the old flesh and scrape the bones to heal the poison. I summoned the first and second Hawkage and challenged our master to make them see, and to make everyone see. His gaze became passionate. Only in the face of true disaster and pain can new branches tear through the decaying bark. He looked Jirya directly in the eyes with a twisted sincerity. Everything I've done was simply to inject a powerful medicine into this giant, stagnant tree. Tell me, Jirya, isn't this the deepest form of protection? Tgthegood. Naruto, who was watching from afar, burst into an unrestrained laugh. If Orochimaru had followed that with, "If you understand, give a round of applause," this scene would have been legendary. But this person was definitely a talent. Perhaps he could be of use to me. "Hey Naruto, you." Staring at Naruto, who was sitting on a small stool, legs crossed, and spitting out watermelon seeds, Kakashi's dead fish eyes twitched furiously. "Want some, sensei?" Naruto grinned, offering the bag of seeds to Kakashi. A line of black marks appeared on Kakashi's forehead. He wanted to remind his disciple that this was a battlefield. But remembering Naruto's current strength, he gave up. In stark contrast to the lightheartedness in this area, the air on the other rooftops seemed to solidify, with only the venomous, cold tone of Orochimaru's final words echoing. "What's wrong, third Hawkage?" Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed as he leisurely admired Hiruzen Sarutobai's face, which was covered in heavy wrinkles. "You have no retort to my accusations." As one of the Sannin, the secrets he had access to were far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Was he just making things up with his accusations against the third Hawkage? No. He, Orochimaru, truly wanted to save the Leaf Village. "Do you want me to tear open the scars beneath this rotten facade, one by one, and show them to you and the entire Leaf Village?" There was no response. Hiruzen Sarutobai's silence was like a heavy block of lead. Orochimaru's peripheral vision subtly swept over the white figure in the distance, and he decided to drop his first bombshell. 9 years ago. His voice suddenly rose. That shameful transaction of the Hyuga clan. Do I need to remind everyone of that memory right here, right now? Boom. This phrase was like a forbidden curse, instantly tearing through the deadly silence. Hiruzen Sarutobai's body trembled almost imperceptibly. The Hyuga clan, a shameful transaction. An alarm immediately blared in Naruto's mind. This was a super juicy piece of gossip. Where were those seeds from before? Throw them away, they weren't satisfying enough. In full view, or rather, with no one paying attention, Naruto, with lightning speed, swooshed out a watermelon the size of a basin from his ninja pouch. His palm was like a knife. With a sharp splat, he sliced it open. With a slurp, he picked up a large chunk of the red fruit, his eyes intently fixed on Orochimaru like a professional gossip monger. His face was practically screaming. "Elaborate, please elaborate in detail." Chapter 1285. A flicker of cold mockery passed through Orochimaru's eyes. Even though he had defected from the leaf, he was exceptionally concerned about it. Over the years, as an outsider, he had seen more clearly than anyone else, and he had grown increasingly intolerant of its festering ailments. As for the Hyuga clan's shameful incident, he had already defected at the time, and the news had naturally been told to him in person by that intimate ally Danzo, as a casual jab at Hiruzen Sarutobai's incompetence. The details might have been maliciously embellished by that old dog Danzo, but the cold, hard facts were chillingly real. The Cloud Village delegation, under the guise of a peace treaty, had attempted to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the main family. Hayashi Hyuga, in order to protect his daughter and his family's honor, had killed the leader of the kidnappers on the spot. As a result, the Cloud Village had turned around and threatened war, demanding that the leaf hand over the head of the perpetrator, Hayashi Hyuga. And the result? Hisashi Hyuga had died in his brother's place. Hahi. The Leaf's second-largest clan, for the sake of peace negotiations, was forced to offer the clan head's life as a price, and only escaped the ordeal when the clan head's younger brother stepped in. In the end, the Leaf had gained a humiliating peace. Tgthegood. 9 years ago, the envoy of the Land of Lightning, in the name of peace. Orochimaru, in a cold tone, retold that bloody, humiliating historical fact. His golden snake eyes pierced Hiruzen Sarutobi like needles. The old, wrinkled face was still tense, his complex eyes making it impossible to discern his specific emotions. Lord Third. Orochimaru's voice suddenly rose, his words as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, cutting open Hiruzen Sarutobi's deepest scar. When Hisashi Hyuga took his brother's place and signed the peace treaty with his life. He leaned forward slightly, like a venomous snake locking onto its prey. Tell me, in that moment, what was in your heart? Relief or gratitude? He could almost picture the scene. When the heavy burden of peace finally fell, perhaps his master's old face had actually shown a look of release. Hehe. This is the Leaf Village you protected. This is the compromise you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, enacted in the name of a Hokage. Meanwhile, up above, Naruto's action of eating the watermelon instantly froze. That actually happened. A memory flashed back for a moment. He remembered. He had actually been there, waiting to catch a glimpse of the action, but there were too many people, and he left without seeing anything. He had never imagined such a drama had unfolded later on. If he had been Hokage at the time, he would have beaten the Reikage so badly his own mother wouldn't have recognized him. As for the Third's choice, it was indeed muddled. He probably hadn't read the Six Kingdoms theory and didn't know about the tragedy that followed, ceding 5 cities today. It could also be a lingering effect of the Ninetales attack. The village was weak at the time. Perhaps he had seized the opportunity to strike at the prestigious Hyuga clan. It wasn't impossible. There were too many reasons. Ultimately, it came down to this. His fist wasn't hard enough. If the old man had his current fighting strength at the time, would he have needed to compromise like that? He would have just used the black hole Rasengan as a warning. And if that didn't work, he would add a world-destroying dust release. But Naruto suddenly paused. In the fleeting moments of the fight, he had casually saved Hinata. The headband of the guy he killed was from the Cloud Village, wasn't it? Good grief, the Cloud Village, those peace lovers, were stirring up trouble in the Leaf again. The Reikage, huh? Just you wait, I'll find a good day to pay you a visit for a physical chat. But speaking of which, Hinata felt surprisingly light when he held her. At the center of the confrontation, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes did not waver in the slightest. Although he believed that his insurance policy would prevent him from truly disappearing from this world, the shadow of Edo Tensei going out of his control still haunted his thoughts. The ground of trust had vanished. What if death no longer meant a certain resurrection, but a high-stakes gamble with many variables? He, Orochimaru, never gambled with his existence. In order to survive, every possible avenue had to be held tight at this moment. What's wrong, sensei? Orochimaru's voice carried a cold mockery. The peace bought with the Hyuga clans, no, the Leaf's, humiliation has left you speechless. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, the furrows on his wrinkled forehead deepening. That silence was neither an escape nor an admission of defeat. It was soaked in the bitter calculations of that bloody era. The Night of the Ninetales had caused immense losses to the village, with nearly half of the shinobi casualties. The wound from the tailed beast had not yet healed, the blood on the Leaf was still fresh, and the war cries of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning were already being lit on the borders. In the end, with the bodies of shinobi piled into mountains and the village's lifeblood nearly drained, how could a person barely able to stand accept a new deathmatch? Those turbid yet still sharp eyes were like those of an aging hero. Orochimaru's snake eyes captured every fluctuation in Hiruzen's gaze, pain, guilt, perseverance, and the helpless compromise emanating from the aging aura. Disgust, like a venomous serpent's tongue, licked at Orochimaru's heart again. It was this indecisiveness. Hiruzen's benevolence, his generosity. Within the village, these might have been a binding agent. For him, Orochimaru, they were a great blessing. If not for that, he would have been crushed by those benevolent hands when he defected. Even Danzo's root was able to grow unchecked, thanks to this tolerance. But once those hands reached the diplomatic chessboard, it was a fatal weakness. What a fierce and powerful god of shinobi the young third Hokage had been. But with old age, his edges had been smoothed down by time, leaving behind only pathetic compromises. Didn't the drastic change he had planned for the Leaf also contain his intolerance for this senility and compromise? The Leaf Village had become a stagnant pool under the third Hokage's hand. While other villages were sharpening their weapons and preparing for war, the Leaf was indulging in a false dream of peace. If not for his drastic plan, it would eventually become a pile of historical dust, swallowed up and forgotten among the nameless ninja villages. However, Orochimaru's cold thoughts suddenly paused. He looked sharply at the figure on the rooftop who was eating a watermelon. The outcome might not be certain after all. His snake eyes swept past the conspicuous white hair next to him, and a hint of cold calculation appeared in the depths of Orochimaru's eyes. He knew what to expose and what to hold back. He craved a way to survive, not a death sentence. If this Hyuga tragedy isn't heavy enough. His voice suddenly became even colder, like a snake's hiss, precisely stabbing at the third Hokage's deepest pain. Then what about the cause of Sakumo Hadake's death? Didn't you always cry out that the will of fire begins with protecting your comrades? Why was the White Fang Sr., who was willing to bear the shame of mission failure for his comrades and endure the scorn of thousands, ultimately driven to a dead end by the Leaf Village's own gossip? The will of fire, Orochimaru scoffed at it. But at this moment, it was the sharpest spear to pry open his teacher Hiruzen's defenses. Crack! Naruto's watermelon eating stopped abruptly. Sakumo Hadake, my teacher Kakashi's father, died from gossip. He turned his head to look at Kakashi. He couldn't see his teacher's expression under the mask, and his dead fish eyes were surprisingly calm. But the hand he had clenched into a fist had knuckles that had turned white. Naruto's heart pounded. It seemed to be true. As an orphan, he had no father or mother to tell him stories of the past. And since he had been hated by the villagers from a young age, as an outsider, with little access to information, he was almost completely ignorant of the Leaf's old secrets. What could his 3 Shop-honing clones have possibly dug up? Aside from earth-shattering events like the Night of the Nine Tails and the Uchiha Massacre, he was as clueless as a blind man touching an elephant. So, this was the first time he had ever heard of such a secret. Did his teacher Kakashi have such a past? He had never asked about it. It wasn't like he could just grab his teacher Kakashi and ask, "How did your dad die?" That would be too rude. Adults should have boundaries. Naruto silently noted it down, planning to find an opportunity to investigate it in the future. The smile in the depths of Orochimaru's snake eyes grew colder and sharper. This trial was far from over. If the old scars from before could still be brushed off with a "for the greater good." His posture was still elegant and composed, but the words he spoke were a devastating bomb. Then, what about the Uchiha clan massacre? He was completely an outsider to this matter. No, in fact, he was even a victim of the massacre. Why shouldn't he bring it up? And thinking of the Uchiha, the captivating power of the Sharingan once again appeared in his mind. Too bad Sasuke probably won't get it. Orochimaru's voice took on a maliciously pitying tone, under the senile gaze of your eyes, clouded by the fog of peace and stability. That family which once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Senju to light the bonfire of the Leaf. He took a step forward, glaring at Hiruzen Sarutobai's suddenly pale face, his snake eyes seemingly trying to pierce the deepest part of his soul. Ultimately turned into historical dust. The reason. A cold, sarcastic smile played on his lips, his words like poisoned daggers. It was nothing more than your senility, foolishness, compromise, and the inevitable bloody price for your self-righteous control. This is just an insignificant link in the chain of consequences. Orochimaru's voice suddenly rose. If not for today, if not for my surgery, which is destined to bear the shame, more and deeper decay and rot would have surely eaten this giant tree hollow. He spread his arms as if embracing the entire leaf village, but his golden snake eyes were locked on Hiruzen Sarutobai's bloodless face. So, sensei, ending the shackles that your fossilized body has placed on the leaf. Isn't that also a deeper form of protection? On the rooftop, Naruto forgot to eat his watermelon. Hiss, what a perfect logical loop. He could make black sound white. As a bystander hearing these secrets for the first time, the level of manipulation was so effective that even he, a spectator, felt something being pricked in his heart for a moment. Unfortunately, Naruto's soul was that of an adult. A one-sided story, no sane person would believe it. His ability to sit firmly on the throne of anti-fraud elite in his previous life wasn't just because of his 3-digit bank account balance. It was because of his steel-like will to chant, "I can't hear you, you're just a blabbering fool." Orochimaru's snake eyes swept over them like a cold breeze. Jiraiya's body was stiff, but his eyes were burning with a wavering hope. The third Hokage closed his eyes in pain, but his weathered face now showed no sign of distress. An alarm rang in his mind. This old man's self-control was far beyond his expectations. Such a potent medicine couldn't even shake him. His gaze suddenly fixated on the blonde teenager not far away. The final bargaining chip was right here. If this is still not enough to move your heart of stone. Orochimaru's voice suddenly shifted to Naruto, the final syllable carrying the sticky, cold venom of a snake's hiss. Then, what about Naruto-kun's matter? Naruto, who had just finished eating his charred watermelon rind, heard Orochimaru mention his name. My business is also involved in this. Chapter 1286. Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobai's sharp rebuke cut off Orochimaru's words just as he was about to speak. This posturing, an idiot could tell that these powerful figures were definitely hiding something from him. Naruto slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. Did these people still think he was a baby in a greenhouse? It was time to update their thinking. How could a Hokage be cut off from information? What was there to hide? He just had Kurama sealed inside him. Everyone in the village already knew. But Naruto checked his own senses. There were 2 unusual chakra signatures quietly settled within the Nine-Tails seal, and an even purer energy was silently dormant deep inside his body. He was sure these chakras were harmless. Otherwise, he would have erased them long ago. Could Orochimaru's big move be related to them? I'll have a good talk with Kurama tonight. It seemed pretty happy when I beat up the first Hokage, after all. On the other side, at the mention of Naruto, the lifeless look on Hiruzen Sarutobai's face finally shifted. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were all here. The first and second Hokage must have been defeated. Naruto won. This boy had actually defeated the first and second Hokage. At this moment, a thought sparked within him. He wanted to live, to see the future of the Leaf Village that this boy would forge with his own eyes. Not as the Hokage, but as a retired shinobi. Because it was time for the Hokage position to be handed over. His gaze swept over Orochimaru. The figure vaguely overlapped with the prodigal genius Orochimaru of his youth, this disciple he once had such high hopes for. A glimmer of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and then he made his decision. He ordered Jiraiya in a hoarse voice, "Jiraiya, together, we will apprehend Orochimaru." "Hiruzen, do you still want to let the tiger back into the mountains?" Enma, the summoned ape, warned in a stern voice. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobai's roar exploded. His body moved like a flash of lightning. Orochimaru's life or death, he wouldn't decide it, the new Hokage would. The moment Orochimaru's golden snake eyes met Hiruzen Sarutobai's gaze, a cold smile of a successful scheme flickered at the corner of his lips. Sure enough, the old man had gone soft again. Hidden shadow snake hands. He thrust his pale hands forward. From his dark sleeves, dozens of giant serpents with cold, shimmering scales shot out like arrows. Their gaping mouths held vicious fangs, and a foul wind accompanied their deadly hisses, like a giant net poised to devour Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Whoosh bang! The adamantine staff, formed by Enma, swept through the air with the force of wind and thunder. The staff's shadow twisted like a furious dragon, and its sharp force tore through the air. The first few serpents were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Orochimaru's body retreated half a step like a ghost, avoiding the staff's attack, and symbolically threw a few shurikens. Clink, clank, the shurikens were all swept away by the staff's wind. In the next second, 2 hands enveloped in lightning chakra locked onto his shoulders like iron clamps, the bones crackling. Orochimaru only struggled for a moment before he was captured on the spot. The dust settled, and the show was over. Naruto stood up and put away his little watermelon seeds and small stool. His fluid movements suddenly paused. Within his sensory range, a violent one-tailed chakra suddenly erupted over 10 kilometers away. Nearby, there were 3 familiar chakra signatures: Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto suddenly turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. Did Sasuke and Sakura have a combat mission? Why are they in a fierce battle with Shukaku? Hi. Hearing this, Kakashi's dead fish eyes narrowed, and his face hidden by his mask seemed to tremble. The instructions were clear: track and observe, stay far away, wait for Naruto to support them. They were actually fighting. Suddenly, Sasuke's stubborn face, full of "I will surpass Naruto," flashed through his mind. He seemed to understand why. With that thought, his voice dropped, carrying a barely noticeable heaviness. I ordered them to monitor the One-Tails Jinchuriki's movements. I didn't expect them to actually get involved in a fight with Shukaku. Naruto, Kakashi's words were cut off. Relax. Naruto's mouth was already turned up in his iconic brilliant smile, and his blue eyes shone brightly. Leave it to me. I'll bring everyone back, not a single one missing, and completely unharmed. Swoosh. Before his words had even finished, a flash of golden light appeared. Naruto's figure instantly became formless, disappearing into a ripple in space. A little while earlier, deep in the forest, 3 people and a dog sped through the trees like a gale. Sasuke's face was ashen. His arrogance from before the final match was long gone. The chasm named Naruto was tearing at his perception at a terrifying speed. Witnessing the battle earlier, the power he once considered an abstract concept had now solidified into a tangible monster that could crush his perception. A tailed beast. I'll use this clash to measure the distance between you and me. Someone is blocking us ahead, Pakken warned. The team braked, someone had to stop and deal with it. Shikamaru's gaze swept over them. Sasuke was focused on what was ahead, and Sakura was worried about Sasuke. Seeing this, he stepped forward, his voice lazy. Leave this to me. The wind suddenly rose, and dry leaves swirled. Temari stood proudly on her giant fan. Chew, what a pain. Seeing his old opponent, Shikamaru scratched his head, his eyelids half closed. After speeding for another while, they've stopped. Pakken's warning came suddenly. Just what I wanted. The 3 Tamo in Sasuke's crimson eyes appeared. His figure tore through the forest like a black arrow. Swoosh. In the center of the clearing, he stood in front of the 2 sand village shinobi. Come and fight, Gaara. Sasuke's fingertips crackled with lightning, pointing directly at his target. As for Kankuro, who was beside him, ignored. Gaara was not in his usual frenzied state at the moment. Shukaku inside him was very stable. Sasuke Uchiha, he recognized the distinctive black hair. This was the blonde kid Naruto's teammate. Release the monster inside you now, Sasuke yelled, moving closer. Kankuro moved to block him, but Sasuke twisted his body and sent him flying like a cannonball with a powerful kick. Kankuro had barely gotten back on his feet when his vision was blocked by Sakura, who had her knuckles clenched white. Her eyes were burning with a fighting spirit. Your opponent is me. No one is getting in Sasuke-kun's way. A drop of cold sweat ran down Kankuro's forehead. The shadow of the monstrously strong girl from the stadium still lingered. On the main battlefield, with the Sharingan's lock-on, base Gaara was at a complete disadvantage. Against the lightning speed from Kakashi's special training, his sand armor was like paper, and Gaara's figure was sent flying backward again and again. Crack boom. The sand armor shattered inch by inch. I'll kill you. In the shattered sand, Gaara's pupils narrowed to a pinprick. That suppressed, primal desire from the depths of his heart finally burst forth with a roar. In an instant, Gaara's body swelled and twisted, transforming into a monstrous, half-tailed beast. But, in front of Sasuke, who had been training with Sensei Leopard for half a year, it was still just a punching bag taking a beating. The fire-release Great Flame was like a dragon. The lightning-release Chidori Sharp Spear was like a deadly beam of light, cutting back and forth. The half-tailed beast's body rolled clumsily, scattering sand. The sharp, blue and white lightning easily tore through its newly formed limbs. Ayo! Under extreme pain and humiliation, the restraints broke. A mountain-sized sand, Shukaku, suddenly appeared in the clearing. However, this colossal creature only caused a ripple in the crimson tamo of Sasuke's eyes. Swoosh! A flash of golden light, and Naruto suddenly appeared on a treetop. The three people and one dog's gazes converged. Naruto checked the situation of the two people and the dog. The summoned dog, Pakkun, was sitting comfortably. Sakura was brushing dust off her sleeve, a sign of her easy victory over Kankuro. On the other side was Shikamaru, who had defeated Temari. In the exam, the carefree pill was not allowed, so Shikamaru had narrowly lost. But outside, the Nara clan genius, who had no shortage of carefree pills, had completely overwhelmed her. Naruto-kun, Sakura's eyes instantly lit up like stars. The pillar of their team had arrived. The anxiety she felt for Sasuke-kun could finally ease. Shikamaru half opened his eyes, his eyebrows slightly raised. Yo! That was his greeting. Pakkun looked up and saw an old acquaintance, wagging his tail and asking for a pet. Naruto, do you want to touch my paw pads? Did he want to pet the dog? Of course. His fingertips expertly sank into the soft paw pads, but Naruto's gaze was sharp, piercing through the branches and locking onto the center of the battlefield. Time seemed to freeze. The colossal Shukaku stood still like a sand sculpture. Sasuke stood on the treetop, facing it with cold eyes. His gaze focused on the top of Shukaku's head. Gaara was breaking out of the sand, roaring and trying to use his fake slumber jutsu. But he failed. No matter how he changed his hand seals, the core consciousness that should have awakened, the tailed beast named Shukaku, had no response. Monster, get out right now. Gaara's voice was twisted by his desperate need for power, and he frantically hammered the sand with his hands. But that familiar, brutal consciousness was like a completely extinguished flame, offering no response. Deep within the sand, Shukaku's consciousness was huddled in a ball. At this moment, there was none of its usual brutality and madness, only a terrified fear that had not yet subsided. I'm not going out. You can kill me, but I'm not going out. It remembered the terrifying golden nightmare from a little while ago that had completely shattered its courage. That fist the size of a sandbag had easily shattered its tailed beast chakra construct, again and again. Then it was forcefully beaten into scattered sand that flew everywhere. That wasn't a battle, it was pure, one-sided humiliation. The monstrous power contained in every single punch was like a heavy hammer crushing its core soul. It hurt. It hurt so much that its mind went blank. It hurt so much that it couldn't even muster any anger. That freaking hurt so much. You want me to go out? If I go out again, I'm a dog. Hey, Shukaku. Gaara's voice was absurdly mocking. You're not afraid of this Uchiha, are you? Shukaku's reaction, a measly Uchiha, he's nothing. No, Gaara instantly understood, his pupils narrowing in shock. The answer was so absurd that it sent a chill down his spine. You're afraid of him, Naruto Uzumaki. Boom! This realization was like a sledgehammer smashing Gaara's understanding. That peerless monster that constantly roared about freedom and tore at his flesh. Was it so afraid of another man that it was willing to abandon the freedom it could easily have? Even when that man wasn't even present, it didn't dare to show its head. Hey, Haruhata. Gaara's laughter was hoarse and twisted. So you've become a coward too, just because of that little blonde boy who was crushed by the first Hokage. Dead. Shukaku's consciousness was instantly thrown into a massive turmoil. A man like that could die. Yes, you must have sensed that terrifying battle from afar earlier. He was blasted into dust by the summoned first and second Hawkage. It remembered that battle. The sight, that terrifying chakra fluctuation, was like the scorching sun of summer. Even with its limited senses and the dozens of kilometers separating them, it still felt a burning heat. The little blonde boy is dead, ha 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 ha. The chains of fear instantly broke open a crack, and the floodlight of ecstasy almost blinded its beastly eyes. If that's the case. In the very next moment, the blank beastly eyes, which had been standing still, suddenly narrowed to a pinprick. Then, a pure, destructive hunger, like a wild beast that had broken its chains, suddenly awakened deep within this body. Hey ha ha ha, I'm out again. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trian Hong Mengzai. Chapter 1287. Hey ha ha ha, I'm out again. Shukaku's piercing scream tore through the sky, every word laced with explosive joy and liberation. He had been suppressed for too long. Finally, he saw the light of day again. While arrogant, he still cautiously sensed his surroundings. He scanned the area, and sure enough, that damned, nightmarish chakra was nowhere to be found. The final restraint had been broken. Haha, little blonde boy, what does your strength matter? Am I Lord Shukaku, not the one who will live longer? His superiority as a tailed beast instantly soared. Suddenly, his golden, star-shaped eyes locked onto Sasuke in the treetop. His giant claws, wrapped in a destructive gale, came crashing down. Little Uchiha, since I'm in a good mood, I'll tear you to shreds to celebrate. Mid-swing, a familiar, inexplicable sense of unease suddenly stabbed into his nerves. These words, this scene, why does it feel so familiar? But he immediately scoffed and drove the thought away. Pa, the blonde boy is dust. I, Lord Shukaku, fear no one. Just what I wanted. The crimson Tamo in Sasuke's eyes glowed fiercely. His goal for this trip, to challenge a tailed beast. Even though his body trembled slightly in the face of such a colossal beast, how could he back down? However, Sasuke's calm demeanor was like a thorn in Shukaku's side, pricking a sensitive nerve and triggering his PTSD. Wait a minute. This kid knows of my reputation, yet he's so calm. Could he be another little blonde boy number 2? The ecstatic joy of being free was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water. The giant claw, wrapped in a destructive gale, froze in midair as if it had hit an invisible iron wall. He decided, first I'll play it safe. Meanwhile, Sasuke frowned deeply. He looked up at the giant sand beast, which blocked out the sun. But his mind uncontrollably flashed back to the image of Naruto's casual, violent beatdown of Shukaku, as if he were just hitting a sandbag. Naruto can do it, so why can't I? A tailed beast, nothing more than that. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke's hands moved so fast they were a blur. Chakra surged as he unleashed his extremely confident fireball jutsu. A torrent of heat spewed forth. A 10-meter diameter fireball of molten rock roared and smashed toward Shukaku's face. A 10-meter fireball would be like a heavenly punishment for a person. But for a tailed beast, it was a bit small. Shukaku's mountain-like claw simply gave it a lazy flick. PFFFD. It was as if he had popped a soap bubble. The ferocious fireball dissipated in an instant, without even a single spark. On Shukaku's massive sand face, a human-like expression of shock and confusion was tangled together. His cat-eye pupils widened in confusion. That's all. Hey, you brat. Shukaku's voice was filled with deep confusion and a hint of humiliated rage. Was that, I'm invincible look you had just now a bluff to scare Lord Shukaku? But Sasuke was completely frozen in place. That 10-meter diameter fireball of molten rock, a move he was so proud of, which cost a large amount of chakra. It was his declaration to challenge the tailed beast. It was casually brushed away by that mountain-sized claw, as if it were a speck of dust. How is that possible? Sasuke's perception was struck by a massive blow. In his mind, the resounding thud of Naruto's fists on Shukaku's massive sand body, the sand chunks flying everywhere, and the huge monster being hammered and sent rolling around like a helpless ball. The reality before his eyes. His strongest fire style was as fragile as a soap bubble. A tremendous sense of absurdity, and a cold gap instantly seized Sasuke's heart. This defense, this power, is this really the sandbag that Naruto just played with? Sasuke suppressed the chilling absurdity and the cold sense of the gap in his heart. His Sharingan spun furiously, the crimson tamo almost jumping out of his pupils. The gap is this huge, I don't believe it. His hands formed seals at lightning speed. Fire style, Phoenix Sageflower Claw. Dozens of heated fireballs, filled with chakra, covered Shukaku's eyes and joints like a meteor shower. This was a feint. Chakra surged violently throughout his body, and his figure became a blur of lightning. Chidori Sharp Spear. A sharp, ear-splitting screech rang out. A long spear of blue-white lightning tore through the air, stabbing toward Shukaku's throat. Break for me. However, the ending was cruelly suffocating. Shukaku's massive, sandy-yellow beastly eyes didn't even turn. The proud lightning spear was silently swallowed by a sand wall that appeared abruptly, penetrating it a little but failing to pierce the defense. The roaring fireballs collided with another thick sand shield, making thudding sounds. The flames licked at the sand in vain, achieving little, leaving only scorched marks that were then covered by shifting sand, extinguished without a sound. Shukaku didn't even move. The flat ground suddenly turned into a quicksand whirlpool. A powerful force surged upward along the sand flow, and Sasuke, caught off guard, was instantly flung into the air. Ga, just tickling me, you uchi brat. Shukaku's wild laughter made the air hum. That sky-blocking giant claw, seemingly slow, swung with the speed of lightning. Bang! Sasuke felt as if he had been hit head-on by a mountain. The sharp pain in his chest made his vision go black, and blood gushed from his mouth. His body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, smashing into the forest in the distance and breaking several large trees before it finally stopped. His bones felt like they were coming apart, his clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in blood. He struggled to get up, but the sticky quicksand had already tightly trapped his legs. More yellow sand, like a living thing, coiled around his arms and waist, binding him and lifting him into the air like a sacrificial offering to be brought before Shukaku's giant pupils. Despair. A cold despair, like a venomous snake with a flickering tongue, wrapped itself around his heart. All his proud Sharingan could predict was an insurmountable flood of sand. Speed, meaningless in the face of absolute power and defense. Technique, like a child's clumsy tricks in front of a giant. This strong of a tailed beast, how did Naruto do it? A question that made his soul tremble exploded in his mind. Looking down at Sasuke, who was struggling like an ant suspended before him, Shukaku's giant beastly eyes flickered with cruel delight. The humiliation of being bluffed by little blonde boy number 2, and the fear of being ground into the dirt by Naruto were now all channeled into a frenzied venting on this weak prey before him. Ha, this feels great, so great. Shukaku's sandy vocal cords rubbed together, producing a piercing, wild laugh. Is that all you've got? You dare to challenge me, Lord Shukaku, just like that little blonde boy. Sharingan, a little three-tamo toy, Uchiha, nothing special. Shukaku's voice was full of contempt. Compared to the pure, unreasonable pain from the little blonde boy, you're not even worthy of polishing my sand. Ha, you're a wasted person. A massive amount of chakra gathered furiously in his giant mouth, compressing into a small, dark sphere that shimmered with destructive light, a tailed beast bomb. It's over, you little bug. Shukaku's voice was like a declaration of death. Let your shattered remains create the most magnificent fireworks for my freedom. The light of the tailed beast bomb instantly surged, aimed directly at Sasuke, who was close by and unable to escape. Just as the destructive light was about to swallow Sasuke, a voice, calm to the point of indifference, clearly cut through Shukaku's furious roar and the low hum of the tailed beast bomb. Hey, you're so loud, you're making my ears bleed, you big tanuki. The voice wasn't loud, yet it was like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through every sand-composed cell of Shukaku's body. Time, it seemed, froze at that moment. Shukaku's tailed beast bomb, which had just been compressed to its limit and was about to be fired, burst like a popped bubble with a pop, and instantly dissipated. The chakra, compressed to its maximum, lost control and shot out in chaotic energy currents, causing the surrounding trees to shake violently. His mountain-sized body stiffened abruptly. The golden beastly eyes, which had been filled with furious malice and killing intent a moment ago, contracted, and contracted again. They shrank to almost 2 tiny pinpricks. His pupils were violently trembling. No, that's impossible. Shukaku's high-pitched voice instantly changed, filled with unimaginable terror and a cracking sound. An illusion, this is definitely an illusion. Gaara, the first and second Hokage, they played me for a fool? No. Shukaku's enormous body, made of sand, began to tremble uncontrollably. Countless tiny grains of sand, like chaff being winnowed, rattled down from all over his body, instantly forming a small sand dune on the ground. It looked exactly like the physical manifestation of peeing in fear, from extreme terror. Naruto stood casually on a tree branch. He raised his clear blue eyes, first glancing at Shukaku, who was about to pull his head into his stomach. Then he looked at the bloodied and pathetic-looking Sasuke. "Tisk, you old pig, I already showed you how to beat up Shukaku. You didn't learn, so now I'll show you again. Watch closely, I'll only show you once." Chapter 1288. Whoosh! With a casual flick of his hand, Naruto's 40-meter-long lightning-style light sword burst forth with a sizzle. The sword flashed. The laser-like greatsword, its elemental nature honed to the extreme, sliced through the tailed beast's giant claw as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Boom! The severed claw, with Sasuke still on it, slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that resembled a mushroom cloud. Sasuke! Sakura, who had been waiting, cried out in alarm. The light of a medical ninjutsu instantly appeared on her fingertips, and she rushed into the center of the smoke to rescue him from the battlefield. Cough, coughs. Sasuke coughed violently, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of dark red blood. The moment his consciousness returned, he trembled as he fumbled for a red pill, stuffing it into his mouth with a crunch. As the carefree pill took effect, his health bar surged. His face, which had been ashen white, instantly regained its color. His severely damaged bones and internal organs were healing at an incredible speed. As soon as he caught his breath, the stubborn donkey flung himself to his feet, his Sharingan locked onto the center of the battlefield. This time, he had to understand what was happening. Seeing this, Shikamaru bumped his head against a tree trunk. Would it kill him to just lie down and watch? He couldn't understand these people's way of thinking. Don't think about it. It's too much of a hassle. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, a cold wind, created by the melting ice, drifted by. But no matter how cold the wind was, it was nothing compared to the chill in Shukaku's heart. I was tricked. This stinky brat and Gaara played me. The whole world is lying to me. Screw freedom, I'm never coming out again. His name was Shukaku the Great, and he didn't want to be beaten up anymore. Those fist-sized as sandbags, hiss, it hurt so much. Every punch felt like a searing brand on his defenseless, fragile soul. That pain was a pain that pierced his very core. A single thought abruptly appeared in his mind: run. In an instant, Shukaku's mountain-like body became motionless, ready to flee. This was the first time in his life he so desperately wanted to return to his prison. Before leaving, he glanced triumphantly at the spiky-haired brat. Heh, I can't beat you, but can I at least run? But Naruto's lazy eyelids flickered open. The great door behind Shukaku, the one that led to Freedom Prison, suddenly went click. Was it locked? No, it had vanished completely. Shukaku couldn't find his way home. Spiky hair, what did you do to my private space? Shukaku's sharp shriek was filled with the sound of cracking sand. He was beyond furious. Genjutsu, Naruto said, a small smirk on his lips as his blue eyes watched the giant-tailed beast's furious and flustered reaction with amusement. Genjutsu my butt? Shukaku instantly bristled, his sandy face contorted into a meme of shock and rage. I'm a tailed beast. I have enough chakra to drown 10 of you. You don't have the Sharingan, so how can you control me? This isn't ninjutsu, it's not tailed beast jutsu. Naruto just shrugged. Forget a one tails, if the 10 tails came, one look from me and it would be standing at attention. It's pure power, kid. Hey Sasuke. Naruto didn't even bother to turn his head. Watch closely, that's not how you use fire style. Naruto clapped his hands together casually, this time not even bothering to pretend to form hand signs. Fire style, blazing emperor. Whoosh! Crystallized, scorching white flames poured from his mouth, expanding with the wind. The terrifying heat radiating from it alone was enough to warp and shimmer the air hundreds of meters away. In a flash, 100-meter-wide, brilliant white orb of pure destructive energy tore through the sky, rolling with a cataclysmic force toward the stunned Shukaku. Even from a great distance, Sasuke and the others felt their breath burn and their vision distort from the suffocating heat. The main target, Shukaku, whose 50-meter-tall sand body looked insignificant before the 100-meter, blazing emperor. The reflection of the giant golden eye was consumed by the fireball, growing bigger and bigger and bigger. Run! Luckily, this was a teaching session, and Naruto had deliberately controlled the fireball's speed. Shukaku barely managed to escape the fireball's area of effect in the very last second. But, rumble, rumble, rumble. A dazzling, brilliant white mushroom cloud, its diameter far exceeding the surrounding mountains, erupted from the ground. For a moment, it was more radiant than the sun. A terrifying explosion swept outward. Even though Shukaku had narrowly dodged it, it was still sent flying by the destructive heat wave. The massive sand body tumbled like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a distant forest. A hoarse cry of pain was forced from its throat. Its back had been instantly melted by the extreme heat. When the sand cooled and solidified, it formed a hideous, dark red crystal. The pain, the deep, soul-piercing agony erupted once more. Shukaku's face, made of sand, shrunk and twisted into an abstract mess of a face because of the intense pain. The humiliation, Shukaku the Great, a majestic-tailed beast, almost got turned into a roasted raccoon dog by a human. Ignoring the pain, it frantically checked its head. Gaara was still passed out, hanging on like a corpse. This guy, was he also trapped? He couldn't wake up. A strange feeling of misery loves company arose. However, the voice, like a whisper from a demon in hell, rang out once more. Tisk, the fire-style demonstration is over. Next is lightning-style instruction. Lightning-style, sparkly, sparkly beam. Whoosh! The familiar 40-meter-long lightning soared instantly condensed into a finger-sized, deadly beam of light that pierced the air. Sizzle! The beam flashed by, leaving only a small, inconspicuous charred hole on Shukaku's massive sand body. Shukaku's giant sand face was confused. This mosquito bite attack, what's the point? Before it could understand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The high-energy lightning beam at Naruto's fingertip had transformed into an endless pulse. In an instant, 100 key joints on Shukaku's massive body were precisely pierced, leaving behind 100 tiny, smoking, agonizing, pinpoint-sized burn holes. The damage wasn't great, but the humiliation was maxed out. He's not attacking. Shukaku's soul trembled as it suddenly realized. He's taking attendance. He's using the lightning beam as a pointer to play with me. He's trying to slowly torture me into a pile of useless sand. Boom! The pent-up fear, the physical searing pain, and the spiritual humiliation were finally crushed by this wave of unbridled beastly rage. Its sanity shattered. Roar, I'll kill you, you spiky-haired brat. The mountain-like sand body, imbued with a suicidal frenzy, roared as it crushed trees and rocks and charged toward Naruto like a wild boar. Oh, an impromptu lesson. The taijutsu portion of the class begins now. Sakura, are your notes ready? Naruto even had time to shout to the spectators. Before the words were even out of his mouth, he pushed off with his feet. Crunch! The ground beneath him instantly cracked into a spider web. Using the force, his phantom-like figure instantly appeared beneath Shukaku, right under its round, rolling belly. Super strength taijutsu, home run. Naruto's right leg muscles tensed like steel springs, and his entire body stretched like a giant bow, filled with stored power. Bang! A muffled sound like an explosion echoed through the forest. Ayo! Shukaku's massive body was sent flying. Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Naruto's body transformed into a golden blur, circling the helplessly tumbling giant sandbag in midair, beginning a brutal taijutsu combo. His fists and feet moved so fast they were mere blurs. The Hokage's elbow strike, knee strikes, megaton flying kicks, everything was used again and again. Every time Shukaku tried to retaliate or escape, a forceful, unreasonable punch shattered its illusion. Every so often, Naruto would even intersperse his taijutsu with a sparkly beam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The humiliation was complete. 10 minutes later, Shukaku lay on the ground, a look of despair on its face. Sand life is not worth living. Naruto contentedly cracked his knuckles, which made a pop sound, and glanced at his stats panel. Muscle burst and stamina had each increased by a full 5 points. Shukaku is a great sandbag for training. I'll definitely come back to you next time. Swoosh! A golden flash, and he was standing beside the 3 wide-eyed spectators and the dog. So, did you learn anything? Sasuke, I've learned to be useless. Chapter 1289. In a certain part of Konoha, deep underground, the Anbu root headquarters, buried beneath the village, perfectly embodied the spirit of the organization, rooted deep in pure darkness. Today, almost every root member was in a state of suspended animation, with only a few scouts deployed to the surface to catch any whispers on the wind. In a quiet chamber deep within the base, Danzo sat alone in the center of the darkness. Before him, a single candle flame flickered, its weak light licking at the shadows, casting a dancing, uneasy silhouette on the walls. In the profound depths of his eyes, the faint glow of the candlelight reflected the ambition that had been suppressed for decades, now finally boiling over. Today was the day of the Chunin exams, and also the day of Orochimaru's plan. Danzo was fully aware of Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan. Though he didn't participate directly, he had watched with a cold eye, not hesitating to secretly lend a hand. He had tacitly allowed and even provided the necessary materials for the Edo Tensei, the remains of the 2nd and 4th Hokages. Orochimaru already possessed the first Hokage cells. This meant Orochimaru now held the supreme power of 3 Hokages in his hands. 3 Hokages ganging up on a frail Hiruzen. Especially with the 1st and 2nd Hokages, Hiruzen stood no chance. He was as good as dead. Once Hiruzen was gone, that vacant seat would finally fall into his, Danzo's, hands. Hokage, the highest authority in the village. He had craved this poison of power for far too long. Suddenly, that moment of bone-deep humiliation ripped through Danzo's thoughts once more. The instant that woke him from a cold sweat every time was etched into his mind like the most vicious of curses. It was when the 2nd Hokage and his 6-man 2nd Hokage guard team were trapped in a desperate situation against the elite of the Cloud Village, the Gold and Silver Brothers. To escape alive, someone had to stay behind as a decoy, and that decoy would surely die. When the 2nd Hokage's eyes fell upon him, he had already made his decision. But the words, "I will stay behind," were snatched from his lips by Hiruzen just a half-step ahead. Because of that one half-step, Hiruzen was named Hokage on the spot. And he, Danzo, had spent decades since, always so close, yet so far from that position. However, now the opportunity had come. Once Hiruzen was dead, Himura and Koharu, those 2 indecisive and incompetent old fools, would have no choice but to turn to him, the sole remaining elder, for guidance. Feeling his heart beat with an uneasy rhythm like the flickering candle, Danzo's chest pounded with an unprecedented frenzy. Thump, thump, thump. A surge of blood brought a morbid flush to his wrinkled, aged face. His decaying body seemed to be filled with a fanatical energy, with every breath carrying the illusion of strength. Is this the taste of power? In a trance, he, Danzo, felt as if he had broken free from the roots of darkness, standing alone in the spotlight, wielding all authority. The Hokage. 5th Hokage, Shimura Danzo. A low, hoarse murmur echoed in the deathly silence, making his withered soul tremble. Footsteps approached from outside the door. They stopped, and a knock sounded. The signal was correct. "Come in." Torun Aburame, his body heavily wrapped, entered the room. The chamber was dimly lit. When he looked up, even through his sunglasses, he was startled. Danzo-sama's perpetually sinister, calm face, which was usually as placid as an ancient well, was now flushed with an almost manic, unnatural redness. This bizarre change was more unbelievable than seeing flowers bloom on a perennial glacier. "Danzo-sama, new intelligence has arrived regarding the Chunin exams." Torun suppressed his shock and handed over the report. Danzo inspected it, then unfolded the slip of paper. "The Chunin exams are proceeding as planned." The plan was on track. It could proceed as normal. Upon seeing this, the corners of Danzo's mouth, which had seemingly been frozen for decades, stretched into a rare, cold, and twisted smile. This miraculous sight made Torun question if he was under a genjutsu. "Good, investigate and report again." Danzo's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible urgency. He yearned for the definitive news of Hiruzen's demise. "Yes, sir." Torun retreated from the room, his mind filled with 100 questions. But Danzo's thoughts had already soared to the Hawkage seat, now within his grasp, sketching out the blueprints for the future. He must not follow Hiruzen's weak and incompetent appeasement policies. He was determined to reshape the Order of Konoha and even the entire ninja world. His first priority would be to convert all potential power into absolute military might. In addition, the ninja village structure, the clan powers, talent acquisition, foreign policy. The mess Hiruzen left behind was ripe with opportunities for profit and fields to be conquered. That old fool's stupidity and short-sightedness had allowed so many golden opportunities to slip away. If I, Danzo, were in power, I would show this rotten ninja world what true strength and strategy are. He didn't know how long he had sat there before a knock. Thump, thump sounded again. Torun had returned with another secret report from the front line. The report contained 2 main points. Naruto Uzumaki, using only taijutsu, had suppressed a rampaging one-tailed Shukaku and forced it back into its seal. Orochimaru had launched the Konoha Crush, and the 4 Violet Flames formation had completely sealed off the top of the VIP building. These 2 pieces of news, like a cold and hot venom, instantly permeated Danzo's heart. The good news, the plan was proceeding as normal. Both Orochimaru and Hiruzen were trapped in the 4 Violet Flames formation. His old rival, Hiruzen, was certainly going to die. The shocking news, a mere Jinchuriki brat had suppressed the one-tailed beast with brute force. How was that possible? He would have to wait for the detailed follow-up report. Before he could even catch his breath, another report arrived. Naruto Uzumaki had learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He was now using it to wreak havoc on the battlefield, reaping enemy lives. This report was like an ice pick, stabbing Danzo in the back. Where had this brat learned the Flying Thunder God? Could that old fool, Hiruzen, have laid a final trap before his death? At that thought, Danzo's fingers trembled slightly. He was terrified that Naruto would use the Flying Thunder God to enter the barrier, drag Hiruzen to safety, and cause the plan to fail. Even if Hiruzen were to be disgraced and unable to be Hokage again because of the Orochimaru incident, as long as he was still alive, Danzo's path to becoming Hokage would be fraught with obstacles and incredibly difficult. As he was tormented by this corrosive anxiety, the final news finally arrived. Naruto had indeed entered the barrier, but had instead stolen the Edo Tensei bodies of the first and second Hokages. Though the outcome was the complete opposite of what he had expected, for now, he could only hope that Orochimaru would not make another mistake and would absolutely finish off that eyesore, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Deep within this suffocating prison, Danzo's withered figure seemed to stir with an uneasy restlessness, and even his breathing became unsteady and urgent. Time flowed slowly through the silence and torment until finally, Torun returned with the final battle report that nearly suffocated him. Naruto Uzumaki had reappeared on the battlefield. Furthermore, he had teamed up with Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the supposedly dead Hiruzen Sarutobi to subdue Orochimaru. It's over. Upon seeing this news, Danzo's bony fingers almost crushed the armrest of his chair. Though the plan had severely deviated from its course, the Hokage seat was now vacant. However, as long as that old fool Hiruzen was still alive, and in the upper echelons of Konoha, he, Danzo, would never be able to rightfully take the top spot. If that's the case, then Hiruzen must die. The plan to remove that obstacle would need to be put on the agenda. But not with reckless action now. His most urgent task was to clear away all potential stumbling blocks on his path to the throne, analyze his rivals. There weren't many contenders for the Hokage seat. They needed to have both fame and a solid background. All in all, there were only a few. Jiraiya. He had heard he was back in the village, but that guy was a free-spirited wanderer who saw the Hokage position as a cage. He wouldn't be a serious threat. Kakashi. A kid with an undeserved reputation, lost in the grief of his dead father. After thinking it through, there were no real competitors he would have to look at who had risen to fame recently. Then, Danzo's harsh voice was like the scraping of ice, as he asked the few subordinates standing before him, who is the person with the most intense reputation in the village right now? He expected to hear the names of other famous jonin or advisors, but he was completely shocked to hear a familiar name in the report, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. That blonde brat who just ruined his grand plan. He seemed to hear that name a lot recently, something about the yellow flash, incredible strength, handsome and kind. This sudden explosion of fame. Was Hiruzen Sarutobi secretly pulling the strings? Could he really want a 12-year-old kid, who wasn't even fully grown, to wear the Hokage hat? Absurd. He suddenly remembered something, and picked up the political novel he occasionally read, The Romance of the Five Nations. His gaze was fixed on the chaotic hero in the book who dominated the North, and controlled the emperor to command the other lords, Uchiha Mengde. Uchiha Mengde equals Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Lord of the Land of Fire equals Naruto Uzumaki. The comparison was painfully clear. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you have such a devious mind. You want this naive, ignorant Naruto Uzumaki to stand in the spotlight and become your puppet Hokage. And you'll hide behind the scenes, manipulating the puppet, becoming the true uncrowned king who holds all the real power. HMPH, you can forget it. Danzo's withered body trembled with extreme rage, and a bestial growl escaped his chest. Let a young brat stand at the top of Konoha. Let his life's ambition become a stepping stone for someone else. As long as I, Shimura Danzo, am alive, Naruto Uzumaki will never become Hokage. Chapter 1290. It was the 60th year of Konoha. On the night the Konoha crush was finally put to rest. The hot spring of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto, exhausted after a full day of running and fighting, finally threw himself into the steaming hot spring, letting out a groan of pure contentment. Also in the pool were Sasuke, Kakashi, and the pervy sage. It was quite the gathering of wise men, old and young alike. Naruto hadn't called Kakashi and Jiraiya over just for a simple bath. The third Hokage had already officially announced his retirement, and the seat of the fifth Hokage was to be chosen soon. He, Naruto Uzumaki, had finally come across a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Within the steamy Uchiha hot spring, the four of them relaxed in different postures, enjoying the comfortable water. Several floating trays dotted the surface, holding fruits and cola. Gulp gulp ah. Naruto took several large gulps of ice-cold cola, the chilling sensation making him grin in satisfaction. He turned his head to the left. Kakashi-sensei was leaning against the edge of the pool, his body sliding down as if boneless, the water nearly reaching his chin. His signature half-closed, dead fish eyes stared blankly at the starry sky through the swirling steam, with both his Sharingan and normal eye showing a vacant, out-of-body expression. Tusk, Naruto grumbled to himself. Is it because of what happened with Kakashi-sensei's father today? He then turned his gaze to the right. The pervy sage was also uncharacteristically quiet, completely submerged in the water. After all, a friend of several decades had suddenly committed a shocking act of betraying and killing his master. Anyone would be stunned by that for a while. Seeing his right-hand man completely spaced out and his left-hand man seemingly isolating himself, the flame in Naruto's heart, the one called becoming Hokage, burned even brighter. He had gathered his two esteemed mentors to hold a coronation strategy meeting, not to simply be lazy and steam in the sauna. He was here to lobby for votes, to seek their help. After all, in the higher circles of the village, he, Naruto, had pitifully few connections. These two were the only golden tickets he could reach out to and talk to. One, although he was a slacker, was a prominent member of the Jonin Corps. The other was a direct disciple of the third, a legendary Sannin with seniority. Both were highly respected and influential. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. Naruto took a deep breath, brushed the wet, golden hair off his forehead, and finally got to the point, his voice filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, I'm going to be Hokage. Ahem. The lazy Kakashi couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. For months, he'd heard this declaration so many times he felt like his ears were calloused. As for Jiraiya, who was just starting to climb out of his emotional slump, his small eyes looked at Naruto. Remembering the power and talent Naruto had displayed, he felt a deep sense of relief. Moreover, his belief that Naruto was the child of prophecy grew stronger. Jiraiya smiled with a sense of peace, tousling Naruto's dripping golden hair. Go for it, Naruto. Keep going down this path, and you'll definitely be the 6th Hokage. The 6th Hokage. Naruto swatted Jiraiya's hand away, stating with conviction, No, I'm going to be the 5th Hokage. The laziness in Kakashi's dead fish eyes was instantly replaced by astonishment. He abruptly turned his head to look at Naruto. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya was so startled he choked on his own saliva, his small eyes wide as a pair of brass bells. The relief he had just felt was completely gone, replaced by shock. Hey, you little brat, there's a limit to how much you can joke around. The 5th, you're only 12, do you even know what that means? Jiraiya's voice suddenly rose an octave. Do you even know what it means to be Hokage? He felt like he was about to explode. He himself saw the position of Hokage as a cage because it carried a responsibility that could crush a person. But this kid in front of him was treating it like some kind of game. Only 12 years old, and he wanted to be Hokage. In the corner, Sasuke silently sank a few more centimeters into the water, leaving only his Sharingan floating on the surface. His pupils were shaking. Isn't Naruto a genin just like me? How is he suddenly trying to become Hokage? Naruto knew very well that age was a huge hurdle. He couldn't just force his way through it. He had to convince, move them with facts. If he couldn't even win over these two big shots, what hope did he have of winning over the entire village? So, Naruto began to lay out his arguments, entering his PowerPoint presentation phase. He held up his right hand, a fist as big as a sandbag, which represented his moral strength. He had beaten Shukaku, crushed the 1st and 2nd Hokage, and mastered the flying Raijin Jutsu. He asked if that wasn't enough power. Jiraiya covered his face with a long sigh. You brat, being good at fighting isn't enough to be Hokage. What about responsibility? What about strategy? You have none of that, and you want to be Hokage. He held up his left hand, a palm as big as a frying pan, which represented his righteousness. He had taken down 188 enemy shinobi, saved 132 comrades, rebuilt 32 houses, and even earned 5 coupons for Ikaraku ramen. He asked if that wasn't a warm and compassionate heart. Kakashi's dead fish eyes drooped. Just being a good person isn't enough to bear the weight of the Hokage. What about politics? What about the big picture? The thought of these things gave him a headache. Don't be so quick to judge. Naruto flashed a sly smile, quickly placing his open left hand like a lid over his tightly clenched right fist, bringing the two together. How about this? Wielding a fist as big as a sandbag to beat up enemies while using a warm hand to rebuild our home. Kakashi and Jiraiya, that's not a bad argument. But they both knew that, while it was a bit of a stretch, it at least shut them up. Jiraiya finally scratched his wet hair and reluctantly caved in. All right, old man, I'll stick my neck out and nominate you." He then immediately poured cold water on Naruto's ambitions. "But listen closely, you little brat, don't get your hopes up too much. How old are you? Get some solid experience for a few years and I'll back you for the sixth. But right now, it's difficult." "All right, a nomination is all I need. Thanks, sensei." Naruto grinned brightly, nodding so vigorously his head bobbed like a gourd. With the nomination secured, he could let the storm of public opinion be stirred up by the Ninja World daily. What was the point of starting that newspaper in the first place? It was for moments like these to make a big splash. Tusk, his main task for the day was complete, so Naruto started caring about other things. Like Kakashi-sensei's love life. Naruto's head swiveled toward Kakashi, his blue eyes sparkling with the light of a gossip radar. "Kakashi-sensei, how are things going with Hananichin?" He gave a mischievous wink. "How far have you two gotten? Tell me." Kakashi was still half paralyzed in the water, his dead fish eyes not moving an inch. His voice was lazy. "Yesterday, I walked her home." "Oh." Naruto drew out the sound, excitedly splashing the water. He could already imagine what happened next. He mimicked a romantic TV drama tone. And then, "Would you like to come up for a cup of tea?" And then, "It's late, why don't you stay the night?" Kakashi finally turned his head, giving him a look that said, "You're an idiot." "No, I just left." "Huh." Naruto leaned back in an exaggerated manner, sending a huge splash of water everywhere, his face a picture of disappointment. "Kakashi-sensei, that's a complete waste of opportunity. What a waste." In a flash, he couldn't help but ask again, "So, have you two ever slept together? I mean, have you ever seen the sun rise together?" Kakashi silently sank a little deeper, leaving only his head and dead fish eyes above the water. "No." "What about a kiss?" Naruto practically lunged at Kakashi, his eyes wide as bells. "No," Kakashi's muffled voice came from under the water. "Eh?" Naruto let out a long, incredulous sigh. Is the ninja world really this conservative? Suddenly, his eyes swept over Kakashi's face like a searchlight, finally locking onto that eternal mask. A horrifying thought suddenly struck him. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto's voice shot up, filled with disbelief. "Hananichin, she doesn't even know what you look like under that mask, does she? Have you ever taken it off in front of her? Even once?" Kakashi's body went stiff, even though most of his face was hidden under the water. That moment of hesitation and the slight widening of his dead fish eyes betrayed everything. "Oh no." Naruto slapped his forehead, splashing water everywhere. "He really hasn't." "Sensei, that mask of yours." Naruto couldn't help but get curious again. "Do you get a new one every day? Otherwise, the hygiene issues." He showed a small expression of disgust. Beside them, while Sasuke remained stoic, the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly as he silently retreated further into the corner. Finally, Naruto, still completely baffled, asked, "So what does Hananichin even see in you? Is it because you're always hiding your face to be all mysterious? Or is it?" He sized up Kakashi's listless demeanor, which was not even hidden by the water. Some kind of unique, depressive aesthetic. Jiraiya, who had been eavesdropping the whole time with a face that screamed gossip, finally couldn't hold back any more and interjected. His small eyes sparkled mischievously, and his tone was filled with disbelief. Hey, little brat, the way you're talking. This Hananichin, did you introduce her to Kakashi?" Naruto couldn't help but feel a little proud. "Of course, don't you know who the #1 matchmaker in the ninja world is?" When he caught sight of Jiraiya's shifty-eyed, sneaking gaze, he remembered the old man's past reputation. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion, and he quickly pointed an accusing finger at him. "Hey, pervy sage, what are your eyes wandering for? Are you thinking of peeping into the women's bath again?" His voice was loud and righteous. "I'm warning you, I rented out this hot spring today. Sakura is the only girl on the other side. If you dare to go, I will immediately, right now, report you for peeping on a minor. I'll take it straight to the top. You'll be in big trouble." Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya choked, his face turning red. He quickly averted his gaze, covering his embarrassment with a cough. "Nonsense, I was I was studying the mineral composition of the hot spring water. Yes, the minerals. After weakly trying to justify himself, he quickly changed the subject to avoid being pressed further by Naruto. But seriously, Kakashi, it's great that you're starting to come out of your shell. He looked at Kakashi, a rare expression of relief and paternal care on his face. What's your plan for the future? He asked Kakashi, but his eyes kept darting to Naruto, clearly thinking that the plan would have to come from the matchmaker himself. Given Kakashi's romantic IQ, Naruto felt that without his help, Kakashi would be doomed. It was a good thing Hananichin had fallen for Kakashi, otherwise, this path would be so much rougher. For the sake of Kakashi-sensei's happiness, Naruto felt it was his solemn duty. That's a no-brainer. Leave the rest to me, the #1 matchmaker of Konoha. As long as Naruto Uzumaki is on the case, there's no couple I can't set up. But Naruto looked at Kakashi with a strange expression and emphasized, Kakashi-sensei, you know I've mastered Ice Style, Flying Raijin, and even Dust Style. But do you know why I haven't mastered Wood Style? It was a rhetorical question. Before Kakashi could answer, Naruto provided the answer himself. Because your love life is progressing too slowly, otherwise, I would have mastered Wood Style a long time ago. Kakashi's dead fish eyes remained still. He had already figured out that Naruto's mastery of these bloodline traits had nothing to do with him. Naruto was just looking for an excuse. Still, he really should try a little harder. Feeling utterly relaxed, except for the gossipy bombing Kakashi had just endured, the two adults got up to start their real nightlife. Let's grab a drink and talk about grown-up stuff. Jiraiya stretched, his bones cracking. Yeah, a few small dishes, a little sake, perfect. Naruto had had enough of the bath too, and he agreed. But then he suddenly remembered something, whipped his head around, and pointed at Kakashi with a serious expression. Kakashi-sensei, remember, drinking is fine, but don't you dare follow the pervy sage to those weird salons where girls are soliciting customers at the door. Those places are unhealthy. Be careful, or I'll tell Hananichin on you. Jiraiya, who was wrapping a towel around himself, stumbled and almost slipped. He turned his head and stared at Naruto with an expression of pure disbelief. You little brat, how old are you? Where did you learn all this nonsense? He was starting to question his whole life. This kid knew too much. Kakashi silently pulled his mask up higher, his dead fish eyes filled with a deep sense of confusion about the world. Are all kids these days so precocious? Or is this blonde kid just exceptionally outrageous? Chapter 1291. The two white-haired masters left. They were off to the red light district, and Naruto naturally wouldn't follow. Only two fuzzy heads, one blonde and one black, remained in the hot spring. Naruto stretched his arms comfortably, pulling out a small 2-liter wooden bucket from seemingly nowhere. It was filled with Coke. Swish! A wisp of frost flashed from his fingertip, and in the blink of an eye, a bucket of iced Coke was ready. Exactly 6 degrees C, not a degree more, not a degree less. He popped out a normal can of Coke, quickly iced it, and tossed it to Sasuke. Here for you, Sasuke. Sasuke instinctively raised his hand and caught the can, its icy coldness chilling his fingertips. He watched as Naruto grabbed the comically giant Coke bucket and chugged several big gulps as if it were water, a slight twitch appearing at the corner of his eye. Speaking of which, Naruto said, putting down the giant can, his tone tinged with nostalgia. When I was a kid, I'd sell you a bottle of Coke every day. I was as punctual as a clock. He smiled, tilting his head to look at Sasuke with a hint of curiosity. Back then, what did you do with that huge bottle? You didn't drink the whole thing, did you? Given Sasuke's physique, he didn't look like someone who had been drinking 2 liters of Coke every day since childhood. Choji, on the other hand, looked like a perfect fit for that. Recalling the memory, Sasuke tightened his grip on the cold Coke can, his knuckles turning slightly white. The thought of that man caused his breath to hitch for a fraction of a second, but he quickly regained his composure. That man liked to drink it. I would drink a little of what was left, and some were put in storage, untouched. That man. Naruto knew who Sasuke was talking about. The man who had annihilated the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto had initially thought Itachi must be incredibly strong, as he was able to wipe out a clan with so many members who had 3 Tamo Sharingan, not to mention the unknown number of Mangekyo users. But after sparring in the arena, he discovered that Itachi was still a long way from catching up to Naruto Uzumaki. He was all hype and no substance. Was it possible that, just as Orochimaru had said, there was more to the Uchiha clan's massacre? After a few more minutes of small talk, Naruto's smile faded, and his tone took on a rare solemnity. When Shukaku hit you earlier today, it looked like it hurt. He recalled how Sakura had begged him to intervene, but Naruto had decided to wait, because Sasuke was the kind of person who wouldn't give up until the very last moment. Naruto paused, looking directly into Sasuke's stubborn profile. You don't blame me for stepping in too quickly and not giving you a chance to get back at him, do you? Sasuke's head snapped up. His crimson Sharingan locked onto Naruto through the steam, his eyes filled with unwillingness, frustration, and a hint of a complex emotion that was hard to decipher. He stared at Naruto's sincere blue eyes for a few seconds before. As if all his energy was drained, he slowly lowered his gaze. No, my skills were just inferior. His voice carried a weary sense of resignation, yet it was mixed with an unshakable pride. He had indeed recognized the chasm-like gap between them, but after that brief moment of surrender, a hotter, more fervent fire burned deep in his eyes. He, Sasuke, never truly gave up. Naruto. Sasuke took a deep breath, finally asking the question that had been weighing on his heart for so long. A question that, at this point, seemed almost hopeless. Tell me the truth. Do I still have a chance to catch up to you, even to just close the gap a little? Yes, my brother, you do. If it were anyone else, Naruto would have told them to just give up. But Sasuke was different. He was an Uchiha, and he had the chance to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. And the Mangekyo Sharingan could create miracles and defy fate. Seeing the once proud boy so defeated, Naruto, as a good friend, told him the truth without holding anything back. Within your Uchiha bloodline, there lies a power that can truly defy fate. As long as you awaken those eyes, everything will be completely rewritten. Sasuke's pupils contracted, and the Tamo in his Sharingan spun wildly. Those eyes, could it be? His voice was trembling with suppressed emotion. Is it the kind that Itachi Uchiha unlocked? The mention of Itachi brought back memories of the strange eyes he had seen as a child. Sasuke's breathing grew heavy, and his grip on the can made it creak loudly. No wonder he could do something like that. He suddenly turned to Naruto, his Sharingan fixed on the face so close to his. Tell me, Naruto, how do I get it? How do I awaken those eyes? Naruto leaned back, resting his head on the smooth stone wall, his eyes slightly closed. He remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing his words. He knew exactly how to awaken the Mangekyo. It all boiled down to one thing: intense emotional shock. His own numerical overload stats had been no match for that mechanic. It had taken a full 2 months of grinding experience points before he finally succeeded. For Sasuke to awaken it, there were only a few keys: extreme love, deep-seated hatred, overwhelming grief, or, well, even ecstasy. The most controllable and least harmful method was undoubtedly gaining love, or losing love. Hey, Sasuke. He nudged Sasuke's arm with his elbow. Tell me honestly, are you and Sakura secretly dating? That man is still alive. I don't have time to play house with her. It's utterly boring. Sasuke turned his head away impatiently, his voice so cold it could practically drip ice. Tusk, I knew that wouldn't work. Naruto sighed inwardly and quietly crossed out the love adventure script in his mental notebook. The path of gaining love was completely blocked. Only one key remained. Naruto looked at his closest friend and asked a question that seemed unrelated but went straight to the core of the issue. Sasuke, after everything you've been through here in Konoha, who is so important to you, that you absolutely cannot lose them? Sasuke was startled by the sudden question. Almost instinctively, a series of images flashed through his mind: rivalries, fleeting glimpses of a back, training, battles. And finally, all the fragments locked onto that one face that was always filled with a brilliant smile. He turned abruptly, his Sharingan widening slightly in shock, locking onto Naruto's face, which was now just inches away. Is it me? Naruto hadn't expected to hold such importance in Sasuke's heart. And luckily, it was him. In any case, the project could now begin. Project name, The Death of Naruto. He subtly glanced at his revival coin count, 233. Just one death, he lived for this kind of thrill. But before that, he had to ensure the preparations were flawless. Things like textbooks for advanced calculus, electromagnetism, gravity, and the 4 fundamental forces. He'd make sure Sasuke studied them first. If you want to awaken the Mangekyo, you have to memorize all of this first. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trianhong Mengzai. Chapter 1292. Night Training Space, the home of Ninetales and Naruto, Chapter 66. Little Ninetales' lazy body was completely sunken into a huge, soft, cream-colored sofa. It was playing on a small handheld console with its not-so-small claws. The game was called Ninja God, a 2D side-scrolling fighting game similar to Street Fighter. At this moment, Kurama, the Great Fox, was controlling a formidable Ninetales character, relentlessly beating a pathetic Hashirama Senju into a corner. Roar, Cyclone Claw, Cyclone Claw, Ninetales muttered to itself, its small eyes wide and gleaming with excitement. Wood-style block. Witness the old man's ultimate move, Tailed Beast Bomb. Rumble. Accompanied by a shocking sound effect, Hashirama's health bar was instantly depleted. Ha 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 ha, Ninetales' tail tip was raised to the sky in triumph. I won again, Hashirama Senju, you're too dangerous, but I've already beaten you 114,514 times. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Naruto silently appeared back in the small house. Before he could even speak, his ears were tickled by Ninetales' self-satisfied roar. Its 9 tails swayed, 4 of them hovering over the handheld console, pointing and gesturing. Without even looking, Naruto knew it was using a physical cheat. His mouth couldn't help but twitch. Tisk, little raccoon, bullying the first again? Haven't you gotten tired of it after over 100,000 matches? Naruto, I told you not to call me little raccoon. I'm Kurama. If nothing else, Big Fox or Big Raccoon is fine, but why call me little raccoon? Do I have no dignity? They were like an old married couple, or rather, old friends. Ninetales huffed, its cheeks puffed out with annoyance, muttering the slang it had learned from Naruto. But its paws didn't slow down. It started a new match, once again pitting Ninetales against Hashirama Senju. I know, little raccoon, okay, little raccoon. Naruto replied perfunctorily, sitting down on the sofa and hugging one of the fluffy tails. Little raccoon, I need to ask you something. Ahem. Ninetales grunted through its nose, its 4 tails still moving at lightning speed on the console. It didn't even lift an eyelid. Spit it out. Don't interrupt me while I'm defeating a powerful enemy. I've been thinking about the chakra in my body recently, Naruto said slowly, not stopping his petting. I found that besides your chakra and my own, there are 3 other unfamiliar chakras. The paw controlling the D-pad froze imperceptibly for a 1/10 of a second. 3. Yes, 3. 2 of the chakras are connected to the sealing jutsu that sealed you. Do you have any idea what they are? 2 in the sealing jutsu. 2 chakras? Instantly, 2 images flashed in Ninetales' mind, a conspicuous blonde and a dazzling redhead. The tomato and egg duo. Them again, even after they died, they still treat me like a thief. This Naruto is more of a monster than a monster. He's been dominating me since he was 6, and they're still worried about this little monster. A surge of unnamed anger flared up. However, in the next second, it met Naruto's clear blue eyes, which held both a smile and a hint of mischief. Kurama instantly remembered the fear of being dominated by Naruto, and its anger immediately vanished. It swallowed the non-existent saliva with difficulty and nervously scratched its stomach with its paw. HMPH. They're probably the chakras of the 1 or 2 people who invited me in here to be a prisoner, right? Naruto's smile deepened as he watched the big fox's instant change in expression. He nodded. He wasn't surprised by the answer. It was probably a failsafe to prevent him, a naive child, from being coaxed by Nine Tails into breaking the seal. Sealing their own chakra inside the seal at the same time showed a high level of sealing jutsu mastery. But this kind of chakra was a one-time use item, unlike his. When he had some free time, he would pick an auspicious day and a beautiful location to personally open that lock. Then, he would be able to meet them and, at the same time, give Kurama back its freedom. He guessed Nine Tails wouldn't even want to leave. The training space was perfect, it was spacious, there were no interruptions, and it had everything from delicious food to fun games. But Nine Tails' cage had to come down eventually. What about the other one? Do you know anything about it? Nine Tails shook its head wildly. Naruto shrugged, he would ask another day. With that, he hugged the fluffy, chubby Kurama. Little raccoon, let's play against each other online. Feeling the hug, Nine Tails completely relaxed. HMPH, no way, I've never won against you. The next day, Iwagakure, the land of Earth. Early in the morning, Anoki was drinking tea and taking a copy of the Ninja World Daily from Akatsuchi. This was a newspaper he had to read every day, as its intelligence was sometimes faster than his own Iwagakure intelligence department. Major events that happened in various parts of the ninja world the previous night, no matter how remote, would appear on the front page the next morning and quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Whether the information was accurate was one thing, but the speed was something that Iwagakure's ninjas couldn't hope to match, even if they ran their legs off. More importantly, the Ninja World Daily could always dig up jaw-dropping exclusive scoops beyond the usual intelligence. The most representative example was the Obito Uchiha incident. While the major villages had yet to hear of this person, the Ninja World Daily had already used an explosive, multi-page report to thoroughly analyze the mysterious person's identity, history of misdeeds, and the detailed abilities of his Mangekyou Sharingan, shocking the entire ninja world. The source of this startlingly accurate intelligence remained a mystery to this day. It was by using this, Obito Uchiha, Black Hand of the Ninja world, that the Ninja World Daily had soared, cementing its position as the industry leader with sales that were leagues ahead of the competition. However, the recent continuous theme of the Ninja World Daily was the Konoha Chunin exams, which made Anoki's brow furrow. The Ninja World Daily was a major international paper, yet it was so actively promoting one village. Old man Hiruzen must have spent a lot of money. Anoki was already pondering whether to collaborate with the Ninja World Daily and hold some kind of tournament or event in Iwagakure. What Konoha can do, my Iwagakure must not fall behind on. This was a great opportunity to promote Iwagakure. As long as the promotion went well, various mission requests would come pouring in. Iwagakure, though it had many ninjas, was also short on money. Taking the newspaper, Anoki didn't rush to open it. Instead, he shot a sharp glance at Akatsuchi. You didn't buy men's swagger again, did you? No, Lord Tsuchikage. Akatsuchi quickly waved his hands, a helpless smile on his face. The last batch of men's swagger was bundled with soothing pills. The rule was that anyone who bought soothing pills of size 4 or above had to take a copy of men's swagger with it. I couldn't do anything about it. Hearing that, Anoki's old back instinctively began to ache. He forced himself to hold back his anger. HMPH, forget it. Today's newspaper, I can guess what's in it with my eyes closed. Before even opening the paper, Anoki spoke with a tone of certainty and deep disdain. The front page will definitely be about that Konoha Chunin exam again, and the rest of the pages will surely be about that brat named Naruto Uzumaki, constantly bragging that he's a once-in-a-century genius of Konoha. After all, the biggest event in the ninja world right now is the Chunin exams, isn't it? Akatsuchi stammered, feeling that the Tsuchikage reaction was a bit excessive. Idiot, I see you completely fail to understand how terrifying the invisible power behind this propaganda is. Anoki slammed his hand on the table, his mustache trembling with anger. Look, ever since men's swagger started circulating in the village, people everywhere have been saying how amazing that Naruto Uzumaki is. Even my granddaughter, Kuretsuchi, keeps a copy hidden away. Thinking of his granddaughter's shy expression as she praised Naruto Uzumaki as a genius who was idealistic, determined, filial, simple, pure, righteous, and cute, Anoki was filled with sorrow and indignation. If this keeps up, why even fight? When that Naruto Uzumaki comes knocking, Iwagakure might as well just surrender. But Akatsuchi hesitated to remind him. Lord Tsuchikage, the Ninja World media group behind the Ninja World Daily, and the soothing pills are in a partnership. If we stop selling men's swagger, the soothing pills will have to go with it. HMPH, at the mention of soothing pills, the anger Anoki had just worked up instantly dissipated. The soothing pills had become a necessity for ninjas, a strategic resource they couldn't live without for training and combat. The deep and mysterious network behind it was complex and untraceable. They couldn't even find a single lead to follow. Fine. Anoki grabbed his teacup and took a big gulp, then opened the newspaper. As soon as he opened the paper, Anoki spit out all the tea he had just drunk. He was looking at the headline on the front page of the Ninja World Daily. Chunin exams in crisis, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru, plan to destroy Konoha. Ha 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 ha, Anoki instantly burst into laughter. The content was so explosive, yet it was on the front page. Who said the Ninja World Daily was bought out? This newspaper was excellent. Anoki smiled and read the details. The front page article described the ins and outs of Orochimaru's plan to crush Konoha. Orochimaru's own forces. The village hidden in the sound plus Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Allies, the first Hokage and the second Hokage, resurrected through a special jutsu. Allies, the village hidden in the sand, plus the one-tailed Shukaku. Allies, Abaido Uchiha. Objective, to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru plus the village hidden in the sound, plus the village hidden in the sand, plus the first and second Hokages, plus Abaido Uchiha. At first, Anoki had some doubts about the headline's authenticity, but when he saw the lineup, he could barely contain his laughter. Konoha was surely going to suffer heavy losses. Could it have already been destroyed? Anoki eagerly read on, filled with anticipation. It turned out Orochimaru failed. With the resurrected first and second Hokages, the one-tailed beast, the S-rank rogue ninja Abaido Uchiha, and 2 ninja villages, he still failed. The mere thought of the first Hokage, the mere thought of Madara Uchiha, who was defeated by the first Hokage, filled Anoki's life with gloom. Who in Konoha could possibly defeat the first Hokage? The article ended by mentioning a name, Naruto Uzumaki. The more specific details were on page 4. Hess, just as I expected. The Ninja World Daily will stop at nothing to promote Konoha and that brat Naruto Uzumaki. They'll make up any lie. To claim that a 12-year-old kid can defeat the first Hokage. It's a joke. As a Kage, Anoki had no illusions about this kind of newspaper. This ridiculous paper wasn't worth reading. Anoki took another big gulp of tea, intending to throw the paper away. But his curiosity got the better of him, and he absent-mindedly turned to page 4. As soon as he opened the page, Anoki spit out all the tea he had just drunk again. The headline read, "The God of Shinobi, Naruto Uzumaki." The headline wasn't the point, the image was. A blonde teenager was floating in the sky, his eyes looking down on the world with silent disdain. With a casual wave of his right hand, a massive pillar of pure white light instantly connected heaven and earth. This horrifyingly wide pillar of light, is that my dust release? Anoki was shocked and speechless, his mouth gaping open. He didn't even notice the old pain in his back flaring up. He felt that his decades-long view of the ninja world had been completely overturned. He had been worried that Konoha might use the Edo Tensei Jutsu to resurrect the first Hokage in a war. Now, he didn't need to worry anymore. Because a youngster stronger than the first Hokage was still alive. This damn youngster. Chapter 1293. Inside the Hokage's office, in the high-level meeting room, the elite of the Konoha Jonin were gathered. In a corner, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy naturally formed a small group. As they took their places, Asuma, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, playfully nudged Kakashi's shoulder. "Hey, Kakashi, tell us, how did you teach that kid Naruto to use ice style and dust style? Give your old classmates a hint." Asuma's eyes were filled with curiosity. He wasn't asking for too much. He didn't expect to turn the Ino Shikacho trio into monsters like Naruto, but even Sasuke's or Sakura's level of progress would be a great start. Instantly, Kurenai and Might Guy locked their gazes on Kakashi, their eyes full of anticipation. Naruto? They had looked into him after that day. A famous dead last in the Ninja Academy, yet after only half a year of training with Kakashi, his strength had skyrocketed. If it were just him, it might have been an anomaly, but the rapid progress of the entire Team 7 could only be attributed to Kakashi. Feeling the three intense stares, Kakashi's dead fish eyes almost wanted to roll into a pure white. Would you believe me if I said I was slacking the whole time? In the end, under the friendly siege of his three friends, Kakashi signed a contract. He would give special lectures to their teams in rotation. Only then was he able to escape their clutches. See that? Asuma gestured with his cigarette at a solitary figure in a corner of the meeting room, towering over the others. He lowered his voice. With Lord Jiraiya here personally, the position should be a lock, right? Might Guy followed his gaze and his eyes lit up. It's Lord Jiraiya. His voice was filled with irrepressible excitement, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He's one of the legendary Sannin, my youthful role model. If he becomes Hokage, he'll have everyone's support. Kakashi, who was in the know, gave Jiraiya a brief side-eye, his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. In the end, he chose to remain silent. A moment later, the Elder Council and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered and took their seats at the head of the room. The bustling meeting room instantly fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice low and resonant. You all know the purpose of today's gathering, he said directly. To elect the fifth Hokage. Now, please propose your candidates. The moment he finished, a chorus of voices rose from the crowd. Lord Third, why won't you continue to serve as Hokage? This question expressed the thoughts of many present. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment. The matter of Orochimaru is my undeniable responsibility. Let's not discuss my continuation as Hokage anymore. Today's task is to elect a new Hokage. Let the nominations begin. The position of Hokage required not only fame and prestige, but also powerful strength. The number of suitable candidates was actually very small. I nominate Lord Jiraiya to be the fifth Hokage. A loud voice suddenly rang out in the meeting room. At these words, swish. Almost everyone's eyes instantly converged on the burly, white-haired man in the corner. I second that. An excited Jonin immediately responded. Lord Jiraiya is one of the Sannin and was a terror of the ninja world during the Second Great Ninja War. His strength and reputation are beyond question. I also support Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, we support Lord Jiraiya. Cough, 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 cough. At the center of the storm, Jiraiya coughed heavily, rubbing his temples as if he had a headache. His face was a picture of helplessness and reluctance. He stood up, his voice loud and with his usual swagger, but also with a hint of annoyance at being put on the spot. Everyone, the great sage is here today not to become Hokage. I'm here to recommend a candidate. My recommendation is Naruto Uzumaki. Let him be the Hokage. Boom! These words were like a bombshell in the meeting room. On the dais, the two elders, Himura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, frowned deeply, their faces so grim they could drip water. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated in the center, remained outwardly calm, though the depths of his murky eyes held unknown thoughts. Below, the Jonin erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy all stared at Kakashi, their jaws dropped. This guy's disciple is being nominated for Hokage. Some ninjas looked bewildered. Naruto Uzumaki, is that the kid who's in the ninja world daily every day? That's right, someone next to him nodded. He's supposedly only 12, and Lord Jiraiya's disciple. What, a 12-year-old is Hokage? An incredulous gasp echoed from a corner. You must not have been in the village that day. A ninja who had experienced the Konoha crush interrupted excitedly, his voice raised. He defeated Lord First and Lord Second single-handedly. He even learned Lord Fourth's flying thunder god technique, and he saved over 100 of our comrades from the sand and sound ninjas that day. Haven't you read today's paper? He added, exasperated. The questioner looked shocked. I just got back from a top-secret mission and haven't had a chance to read the paper yet. In the midst of the buzzing noise, a person suddenly raised their hand. I nominate Naruto Uzumaki for Hokage. Their voice was loud and firm. They were one of the Jonin Naruto had saved. This was a bombshell that created a ripple effect. Cries of support followed one after another. I also support Lord Naruto. Me too. More and more people stood up. At this moment, being Jiraiya's disciple, a yellow flash like the fourth Hokage, and having a relentless publicity campaign in the Ninja World Daily all came together. Many of them may not have known Naruto personally, but his heroic feat of saving the day had already become a legend. With the extensive coverage in the Ninja World Daily, a heroic image of a kind, filial, diligent, and patriotic son-like hero who embodied all the virtues of the world had gradually taken root in their hearts. Not only that, some people, having seen the drawbacks of the third Hokage, wanted a younger leader. Some had read the historical novel Five Nations Fable and supported the third Hokage becoming the Uchiha-style Cao, who controlled things from behind the scenes. Some were fans of the fourth Hokage and had been helped by the Yellow Flash. And still others were swayed by Jiraiya's endorsement and the support of Kakashi and the others. However, just as Naruto's momentum was building, a powerful name was shouted out by another group of people. Since Lord Jiraiya has no intention of being Hokage, a Jonin exclaimed, I nominate Lady Tsunade. Her reputation was no less than Jiraiya's, and she was even more respected by many because of her identity as a medical ninja. I support Princess Tsunade. Lady Tsunade's healing hands are legendary, and her wartime contributions are immense. Her reputation is unmatched. The voices in support of Tsunade immediately formed a powerful wave. For a moment, the votes for Tsunade and Naruto were neck and neck. A quick cut to the Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi held the thin report sheet in his hand, his eyes scanning the vote counts. There's no such thing as neck and neck. The Jonin weren't fools. Naruto's age, only 12, was an insurmountable obstacle. Although he had a lot of vocal support, the actual number of votes was not very high. Lord Danzo, please wait, Lord Hokage. Bang! The door was kicked open. Danzo Shimura stormed in, his fury barely contained. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression remained calm as he simply raised a hand to the Anbu guarding the door, giving a simple, stand-down signal. Today's meeting room was very lively. Danzo's voice was a low growl. His sharp single eye was fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, as if he were trying to find some clue beneath the calm mask. To his disappointment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes were murky but completely transparent. I heard that the 12-year-old blonde brat, Naruto Uzumaki, has gained quite a bit of support. He took a menacing step closer, his voice a low roar. Hiruzen, you're not actually thinking of putting the Hokage's hat on his head, are you? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't answer. In the time since the Orochimaru incident, he had been reviewing his life, one event after another. In many of them, there was a shadow of his old friend. But these shadows were mostly not very bright. He could see that his old friend was still eyeing the seat he was currently in. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Seeing that he remained silent, Danzo's immense rage finally exploded. Are you trying to be like that Uchiha-style Cao, playing control the emperor to command the lords, making that kid your puppet Hokage while you hide behind the scenes as the retired emperor who holds all the power? His single eye was bloodshot, his hair bristling with rage. Don't you dare think about it. Control the emperor to command the lords? Hiruzen Sarutobi remembered the political novel. He had read it when he was bored. Danzo had a point, but Naruto's vote count was already not enough to win. Besides, he took a deep look at his old friend, his gaze piercing through the dust of time, back to the moment he had decided to use the forbidden jutsu, the Reaper Death Seal. At that time, two things had weighed heavily on his mind like a 1,000-ton burden. One was whether the young, talented blonde boy would grow up successfully, and the other was his old friend right in front of him, Danzo Shimura, who had long since ventured too far into the swamp of darkness. Danzo's root was a product of his own compromises in a complex situation, a dark scar embedded in the very body of Konoha. Now that he had chosen to step down, this dark scar that had accompanied him for half his life would be excised by his own hand. Danzo, you have actually enlightened me. Hiruzen Sarutobai's voice was unusually calm. He decided to give his old friend a bit of a treat first. You're right, Naruto is indeed not a suitable candidate. Danzo's furious aura, which had reached its peak, suddenly stopped. Really? Of course. Hiruzen Sarutobai slowly uttered the two words, then delivered a final, invisible blow. However, you go back and disband Root. He added gently, wouldn't it be better to lay down your burdens and enjoy retirement? Danzo's mind was struck as if by lightning, filled with shock. You want to disband Root. Seeing that Hiruzen's expression was not fake, Danzo erupted in fury. Root was the result of his own hard work and effort. Before, even during the Uchiha massacre, all he had to do was give up his position as Hokage's advisor, and his Root was not touched. But now, Danzo had no time to figure out why. He roared, without Root, how can Konoha stand? Hiruzen, you will regret this. Hiruzen Sarutobai's gaze was as calm as ice, yet it carried a resolve strong enough to sever all entanglements. It was the resolve to seal Danzo away with the Reaper Death Seal. There was not a single trace of anger in his voice, yet every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Chapter 1294. At Sasuke's house, Sasuke had just finished his morning training, fine beads of sweat still glistening on his forehead as he prepared to wipe down his shuriken. A familiar voice suddenly shattered the quiet of the courtyard, pounding on the door like a cannonball. Bang, bang. Sasuke, open up, I know you're in there. It was Naruto's voice. A vein throbbed on Sasuke's forehead. He opened the heavy wooden door with a blank expression. The silly-looking face of Uzumaki Naruto was not what greeted him. Instead, he was met with a huge, wobbling mountain of books. Stacked high, towering like a mountain, it completely blocked the sunlight from the entrance. Sasuke even had to lean back slightly to see the top of this creation. Dong dong. A bright, smiling face was squeezed through a gap in the side of the mountain of books. Ta-da, these are all for you. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you excited? Sasuke looked up at the trembling book vein in the doorway, and even with his self-control, he was momentarily speechless. What is this? Do you see these treasures? They're all for you. Naruto squeezed past the side. Move it, move it. The heavy books scraped against the doorframe, making a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. A spacious courtyard, a lush green pond, and a long corridor. In all his years in the ninja world, Naruto had never seen a residence like this. It looked like the ideal home from his previous life. Whoa! Naruto was a little envious. As expected of the Uchiha prodigy, Sasuke, your house is pretty big. The phrase, your house is pretty big, triggered something in Sasuke. He shifted his gaze from the books and looked at Naruto with his black and white eyes full of expectation. Do you want to move in? No, Naruto flatly refused. You want to live off me again. Sasuke followed him in silence. This estate was long gone. He had lived in an apartment during his school days. After he and Naruto formed a team, he reclaimed the estate and planned to turn it into a Team 7 base. Unfortunately, that never came to be. Thud. The heavy mountain of books crashed onto a table, denting the hardwood. Hey, Sasuke. Naruto turned around, hands on his hips, and looked at the slightly bewildered Sasuke, thinking about what he would say. Sasuke wasn't so easy to fool. Didn't I tell you before? I'd help you unlock the true power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. See this, Sasuke, this is the key, the door to ultimate power. He paused, patting the mountain of books in front of him. Knowledge changes destiny. Power comes from wisdom. As long as you learn and master all the contents here, I guarantee your Mangekyou's abilities will be unprecedentedly powerful. 10 times stronger than Itachi's stubborn brain? No, 100 times. Sasuke looked at Naruto with suspicion, his gaze darting between Naruto's face, which was plastered with a look that screamed totally trustworthy, and the absurd mountain of books. These books. He couldn't resist the temptation of the Mangekyou after all, no, the temptation of revenge. With a look of inquiry, he ran his hand over the spines of the books. Elementary Mathematics 1-5, Advanced Mathematics 110, Mastering Electromagnetism in 3 Days, The Mystery of Gravity. From Apples to Black Holes, The Complete Guide to Physics 115. The titles were one more outlandish than the next. He randomly picked up a copy of Advanced Mathematics 3. Sasuke opened it, and upon seeing the unfamiliar symbols, formulas, and convoluted proofs, his face instantly turned as dark as a pot. "Naruto," he said with a deep sense of mistrust, "are you sure this isn't some new, incredibly boring prank of yours?" "A prank?" Naruto wanted to roll his eyes. Why did his clones in the research department spend all night compiling these books? Wasn't it to unlock the most powerful Mangekyo for you, you brat? And you suspect me of playing a prank? Do you really think that little of me, Naruto? Even though it might be a little true, Naruto would never admit it. "Knowledge is power, Sasuke." Naruto repeated again, meeting Sasuke's gaze with eyes so clear they could light up the darkness. "This is all to unlock the Mangekyo. For power, you have to believe me." Knowledge is power. Thinking of Naruto's world-shattering power, the strong really did have the right to speak, so Sasuke chose to believe him for now. But looking at the mountain of books, even as a top student, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. How long would it take to learn all this? And that man didn't seem to have learned so much, did he? That man, Tusk. Seeing that Sasuke was starting to believe him, Naruto curled his lips and belittled him as much as possible. His Mangekyo abilities are definitely trash. Besides, how do you know that man wasn't secretly researching these subjects every night while you were asleep? Is that true? Naruto's face was full of conviction, as if he had seen it with his own eyes, making Sasuke question his own memory. Did his memory really fail? Was Itachi really studying hard every night? "Don't worry, I would never lie to you." Naruto thumped his chest with a hand. "If I'm lying, I'll livestream myself eating all these books." He continued to spin his tail, randomly pulling out a copy of Advanced Mathematics 1. "I remember we learned the basic function y equals f, x, before graduating from the Ninja Academy, right?" Sasuke, a top student, and Naruto, who was always at the bottom of the class, made Sasuke realize he had something over Naruto, and his confidence soared. "Functions, of course I learned them." "Excellent, that's great." Naruto shoved the copy of Advanced Mathematics 1 into Sasuke's hands and encouraged him. "Since you've got such a great foundation, what are you waiting for? Go do calculus." "What calculus?" He looked down at the completely foreign symbols, integral, strange formulas, dx, and complex theorem descriptions on the book. His momentary sense of superiority as a top student was instantly doused, and everything went black again, as if he were reading an alien language. Naruto grinned to himself. "Don't rush, this is just the beginning. There's still El Hospital's Rule, Taylor series, Fourier transforms. The path to the mountain of books is diligence, and the sea of learning is boundless. Go on, little brother." After you finish learning all this, I believe Sasuke will evolve into Glasses Sasuke and gain the ability to transform into Ultraman. In that moment, Naruto had an idea. After Sasuke goes through all this hardship and years of studying to finally learn all this, when he asks how to unlock the Mangekyo, Naruto would just tell him, "I was just messing with you." I wonder if that would make Sasuke so angry he'd directly unlock the Mangekyo. I'm a little excited. But then he thought of something else and became indignant. Why do I have so many different Mangekyo abilities, but can only use them myself? This trash game, to prevent bugs, directly binds the eyes to the game account. Otherwise, I, Naruto, would have been mass-producing eyes for the ninja world. The products would include Sharingan, Byakugan, Eternal Mangekyo, Rinnegan, Tenseigan. A pair of Eternal Mangekyo, 1,000,000, no, 5,000,000, 20,000,000 per pair. The Uchiha heir could afford it. It wouldn't just be the Uchiha. There would be tons of people in the ninja world who would want to buy them. At that point, it wouldn't be a family price like for Sasuke anymore. 100 million ryo per pair. Even Orochimaru would sell everything he had for a pair. This trash game is stopping me from making money. Chapter 1295. It was a sunny afternoon during lunchtime in Konoha. On a park bench, Naruto and Jiraiya sat facing each other. One was big, one was small. One was tall, one was short, but their demeanors were worlds apart. The big, burly Jiraiya didn't dare to look Naruto in the eye. His usually carefree and wild face was now filled with the stiff, guilty smile of a thief. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bench, his arms crossed, his gaze lazy yet sharp and penetrating, as if he wanted to expose something. "Hey, pervert sage," Naruto's voice stretched out, carrying a playful taunt. "Did you really try to recommend me?" Jiraiya had gone to a meeting in the morning, and the results came out in the afternoon. Naruto had been rejected. "Oh, of course I did my best." Jiraiya suddenly straightened his back, his voice booming like a bell. But Tsunade is the first Hokage's granddaughter. She's also a medical ninja. The villagers adore her, the old geezers trust her. This popularity, this prestige, this amazing, I mean this vision, you understand. This wasn't a situation this old sage could control. He spoke quickly, but his voice got quieter and quieter, all his confidence gone. In his heart, he knew perfectly well that in terms of experience, prestige, and the ability to handle complex political affairs, Tsunade was a far better fit than this disciple of his, who had the power to destroy the world but was utterly clueless about Konoha's bureaucracy. Besides, if she became Hokage, couldn't the old sage visit her office frequently under a series of legitimate excuses, like reporting on work or discussing village matters? So, with this little scheme brewing in his head, it was impossible for him not to feel guilty. He looked at his disciple. Though only 12, his strength and mental age couldn't be treated as such, or he would have been able to trick him easily. Not to mention his potential future as the savior. Ahem. Jiraiya cleared his throat loudly, trying to put on a senior's demeanor. He said earnestly, "Naruto, listen to your master. You're still young and your future holds infinite possibilities. There will be plenty of chances. Think of this as gaining experience." Naruto was immune to this cliché about youth being an asset. He wasn't buying it. After spouting his platitudes, Jiraiya guiltily fled. Naruto watched Jiraiya's swooping back as he practically ran away, and he curled his lip. But he didn't really blame the old pervert. To be fair, he was only 12. Even with his ridiculously strong power, it was already a lot for the old Jiraiya to stick his neck out and vouch for him in a high-level meeting, even risking his precious reputation. According to unofficial news, the highlight of this Hokage power struggle wasn't on the stage during the day. The real excitement happened after the meeting ended. It was said that that one-eyed old schemer, Danzo Shimura, stormed straight into the third Hokage's office. The commotion was so loud that you could hear it clearly from downstairs. Things like, "A 12-year-old Hokage, I absolutely refuse. The root of Konoha, we cannot tolerate such child's play. You'll regret this, Hiruzen, you're destroying the Great Wall of Konoha." His words were so aggressive, and his emotions so out of control that he nearly tore the roof off the Hokage's office. Tsunade, the people's choice. It was more like the Naruto option was utterly vetoed by that old Shimura geezer. That old dog. Hathy. After becoming invincible, Naruto thought he was beyond such trivial things, but this made him laugh in anger. He told Itachi to get him some fish. First, there was the matter of the dragon-whirling pill, and now his chance at being Hokage had been denied. No matter what, this Danzo Shimura had to be dealt with. Sitting with his legs crossed on the bench, Naruto's gaze went blank, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. Now that things had come to this, just getting angry was useless. He had to figure out the logic. The ironclad rule he'd learned from his past life: failure is the mother of success, but you have to see who the mother is. Summarizing the reasons for his failure. First, age. He was only 12. He hadn't even had time to get used to his Ninja Academy graduation certificate. Throughout the ninja world, there were those who annihilated their clans at 13. But a 12-year-old Kage? That had never been heard of. Konoha wasn't so bereft of talent that there was no one to take the position. There were at least a few people who could be Kage. Second, the savior's aura wasn't bright enough yet. He had just finished the Konoha Crush 1 arc, and he'd certainly made a name for himself. But that bit of sunlight, The old tree of Konoha hadn't felt it deeply enough, hadn't etched it into its heart. The ideal script: wait until the entire village is in dire straits, in the depths of despair, and everyone is crying out, "Naruto Uzumaki, where are you?" It's at that ultimate moment that he should make his grand entrance and turn the tide. Tusk, that scene, that script, he would definitely be crowned Hokage immediately. He could only look forward to Konoha Crush too. Third, his background wasn't solid enough. Look at Tsunade's background, a truly top-tier family in the ninja world. First Hokage, her great-grandfather. Second Hokage, her great-uncle. Third Hokage, her master. Fourth Hokage, her grandnephew. Her bloodline, her legacy, her status, it was all too strong. She was Konoha's biological princess with a maxed-out prestige buff. And what about Naruto? A rootless and drifting orphan who fell from the sky. At most, he was a wild, overpowered anomaly. His connections: Master a Sannin, not even a Kage. Senior the fourth Hokage, at least he was a Kage. In this Who's Your Grandpa Master contest, he was simply destroyed by a pay-to-win big shot. Tisk, Naruto rubbed his slightly swollen temples. The first three paths, age, prestige, and connections, were either temporarily blocked or not something he could break through in a short time. So he had to find a different path, a strategic breakthrough. Also, the construction of the Land of Grass couldn't be ignored. Since he couldn't have Konoha, he would build a new ninja village first. But with things as they were, he would first go to the training space and see what his opponents were like. That afternoon, back home, lying on his bed, after petting the Ninetales in the training space, Naruto directly entered the battle arena. "My first enemy is you, Danzo Shimura, acting Hokage." Naruto's cold gaze locked onto his opponent. The old man opposite him was identical to his photo. One eye, a grim look, his arm wrapped in bandages, looking like a loyal Konoha soul bearing a heavy burden. Emotion brings hatred, and hatred leads to war. Danzo repeated his canned lines like an AI. Whoosh! Without a word, Naruto immediately unleashed a fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of violent flames instantly engulfed the area. This was his first punishment for Danzo's new and old grudges. When the flames dissipated, Naruto thought the match was over and was about to start the next one, but the victory prompt didn't appear. He sensed something with his chakra. He turned his head and saw that the figure in the ruins was completely unharmed. Naruto's pupils contracted slightly. He wondered if he had used a fake fire jutsu. In a flash, he noticed something strange. His senses immediately focused on Dan's, a strange, intertwining cold chakra from the Sharingan, which shouldn't have been there, and the vast life force of wood style were both flowing through him. Why does this old man have the chakra signatures of both the Sharingan and wood style? He sized up Danzo, and the most suspicious parts were his bandaged right arm and right eye. 4 shuriken-like Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Naruto stared, and a genjutsu was activated. Shing! Almost the instant the genjutsu took effect, Naruto had flashed behind Danzo. A violent lightning blade condensed in his hand, and with a tearing screech, he precisely slashed down. Chomp! A flash of blood, the strange right arm fell to the ground. Thud! Naruto used his gravity to pull the severed arm into his hand. He then violently ripped off the white bandages. The next second, he stopped breathing. His blue eyes stared at the severed arm, which had 10 crimson Tamo Sharingan embedded in its pale skin, like the malevolent eyes of hell, silently gazing back at him. Good heavens! Naruto remembered complaining half a month ago that Danzo's arm was probably covered in Sharingan, just like Kakashi's. He didn't expect his words to come true. He looked back at Danzo, who was frozen in place, his eyes cold. Danzo Shimura's actions had once again pushed the boundaries of what he thought was possible. It was like the first time he heard about the skin banks in Ukraine or the resale of injured soldiers' organs in his past life. It was a true violation of human conscience. But then again, in this ninja world, Orochimaru killed his master, Itachi Uchiha annihilated his clan, and Obaido Uchiha killed his master and destroyed his village. It seemed there was no shortage of such psychopaths. This world was dark, so dark. It desperately needed the golden sun to shine and drive out the darkness. He looked back at the arm full of Sharingan. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Danzo Shimura, you old dog, you must have reaped quite the harvest during the Uchiha clan massacre. From his get-up, Naruto had thought he was a hero of Konoha, but it turned out he was a treacherous dog. Very well, very well. The last bit of his hesitation about a hero of Konoha vanished completely. If that's the case, he could arrange a funeral however he liked. He would have no psychological burden in doing whatever he wanted to this old dog now. Chapter 1296. Danzo's surprise wasn't over yet. His right eye, wrapped in bandages, was not only a Sharingan but a Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, the source of his wood style was just as suspicious. It was similar to Obaido's wood style, and its origin was unknown. After thoroughly reviewing all of Danzo's intel, the training ground scenery shifted, and the stage was reset. The name of the next opponent lit up, Tsunade. Buzz, a figure began to materialize in the light. Huh. Seeing the person taking shape in the light, Naruto was a little dazed, with a huge question mark hovering over his head. This face, full and rosy without a trace of age. This skin, fair and rosy, as delicate as a freshly peeled egg. The iconic golden hair draped smoothly over her shoulders, looking soft and lustrous. And that, those weighty, substantial, yet unusually firm and full chests, yes. In short, her body proportions were astonishingly good, a golden ratio. Naruto's CPU was practically burning out. If he remembered correctly, Tsunade was a teammate of Jiraiya-sensei, so their ages should be similar, right? But then he thought of Jiraiya-sensei's weathered, old face, like an orange peel. Then he looked at this vibrant, beautiful woman who seemed to have hit the pause button on time itself. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? Wasn't Tsunade Bossin in her 50s? His gaze, full of curiosity, swept across her smooth forehead, where a delicate, mysterious blue-purple rhombus mark quietly glowed with a gentle, inner light. The answer was instantly clear. It's the strength of 100 seal. Naruto had seen this technique in the skill shop. His own chakra seal was a refined version based on this technique. This was the secret to her frozen age. Naruto's eyes kept scanning Tsunade from top to bottom, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. If you're bold enough, the Hokage goes on maternity leave. If I take down Tsunade and get her hooked on other things, she won't have time to be the Hokage. Then the next Hokage position will naturally fall to me, won't it? Naruto was a man of action. He thought it, so he'd do it. However, a great plan must be based on knowing your enemy. So, before that, Naruto decided to test Tsunade's strength. Bang! In the training ground, an intense taijutsu clash erupted instantly. The shockwave of their colliding fists and feet exploded in the confined space. Boom! Tsunade slammed her fist into the floor, and the hard training ground instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Naruto flexibly dodged and countered with an elbow strike. Bang! Equally powerful, but he skillfully pulled back 9.9 of his power right before impact. After a few rounds, Naruto had a better understanding of Tsunade's super strength. She was following the same path as him, but the feeling was different. Tsunade's super strength, it was more like a traditional, wide-open, humanoid beast. Her fists were just fists, her feet were just feet. The chakra burst was concentrated at a single point, and while powerful, it was also somewhat clumsy, relying on obvious charge-up movements and direct physical contact. His own super strength. He had already turned taijutsu into an art form of chakra fluid. Any part of his body, fingers, joints, shoulders, forehead, even a single strand of hair, could instantly become a weapon to shatter mountains and crack stones. His chakra control was as natural as breathing. He could unleash and retract power at will, and the points of eruption were unpredictable. He could strike a cow through a mountain with air vibrations, or unleash a chakra burst inside the body like gentle fist. The second Hokage was an example of this. Phew! After a simple clash, they separated. Naruto shook his wrist, a confident smile on his lips. This old lady's style. The power is decent, but compared to my evolved as-you-please style super strength taijutsu, it's a bit too basic. The initial scouting was complete. After leaving the dueling ground, Naruto recalled his connections and began to plan. To conquer Tsunade, he definitely couldn't do it himself. A 12-year-old kid trying to court a 50-plus-year-old lady, no matter how young she looked, was simply too much. Besides, Tsunade's appearance after her chakra was exhausted was just unbearable. The image was etched in his mind, circling relentlessly. Forget it, Naruto would stick to his original preferences: big-breasted beauties between the ages of 18 and 25. Since that was the case, this mission should be given to someone else. Like Jiraiya-sensei. That old man was quite pitiful, still single at his age. Would he stay single until he died? Since that's the case, Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya's only student, will be merciful and lend you a hand. My demands aren't high, just kowtow to me if you succeed. All right, the Uzumaki Naruto, the Lord of Misfortune, was back online. Jiraiya-sensei. No, he should be more arrogant. Pervy old man, do you have a dream? Do you want a wife or not? Yes, that's what he'd ask him tomorrow. In short, Naruto's demands weren't high. He just needed to achieve his goal. Dispelling the stray thoughts, Naruto began to reflect on some things he had ignored over the past month in preparation for the exam. First, the situation in the Land of Rain. So far, he had lost 2 cage-level clones and 5 Jonin-level clones. He had previously planned to retaliate, but due to a lack of manpower, and the fact that this task couldn't be completed in a short time, it had been put on hold. Second, it was time for Uchiha Obaido to make an appearance. The target this time would be the Cloud Village. Hinata, such a lovely girl, was constantly being kidnapped by the Cloud Village for no reason. Is there no law? Is there no justice? The Reikage, that old man, was going too far. First, he'd have Uchiha Obaido deliver a big gift, and then he, Naruto, would follow. He'd give that old coot Reikage a good massage. That seemed to be all. But with so many missions. I don't have enough clones, then I'll make another one. Poof! After the smoke cleared, another Naruto appeared in the room. This Naruto had a gentle smile and a calm, respectful look in his eyes. He seemed quite normal. Boss, the new clone spoke, his voice steady and clear, with a natural hint of reverence. He wasn't like the others, who were obviously toadies. Excellent, Naruto felt his luck was good today. He was very satisfied with the first one. From now on, your name is Uchiha Hongjang. Yes, my name is Uchiha Hongjang. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. He was good material. Naruto nodded and immediately gave him a mission. Your first mission is to infiltrate the Land of Rain. Our organization has already lost 2 cage-level manufacturing clones and 5 Jonin-level clones in the Land of Rain. I want you to figure out what's really going on there. See how deep the water is, and if it's a dragon's den, that could cause our organization such a heavy loss. Naruto looked closely at the new clone, his tone carrying a hint of a test. I allow you to use your full power, but you must gauge the situation yourself. Hongjang, you must think more. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trianhong Mengzai. Chapter 1297. That afternoon, in the Hokage office, smoke swirled like tangled thoughts. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone behind his desk, the cherry-red glow of his pipe flickering, illuminating his aged face. He was about to retire, and memories were rushing back like a tide, carrying the heavy weight of the past that nearly suffocated him. Danzo. The image of his old friend lingered in the smoke. All the events of the past resurfaced in his mind, each one chipping away at the last vestiges of affection he held for their old bond. The forbidden experiments hidden deep underground, nourished by the flesh and blood of their own comrades, the tacit approval, even indirect funding, of Orochimaru's obsessive research. The mysterious disappearance of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, which could have changed everything. The ambiguous shadows of the night the Uchiha clan was wiped out, where Danzo's presence always seemed to be felt, and the recent Konoha crush, which had a few suspicious details that just didn't add up. And it wasn't just that. In the past, he had chosen to turn a blind eye, believing that he, as the light, needed a root in the darkness. He had been lenient and compromising with Danzo, thinking that simply removing him from his position was a severe enough punishment and a way to protect the camaraderie of their shared past. However, the reality of the past had slapped him hard in the face. This time, dissolving the root was not just about eliminating a hidden danger. It was an act of reckoning for Hiruzen Sarutobai's own policies over the past several decades. All the darkness that had festered because of his leniency, all the blood debts paid because of his compromise, and all the mysteries left behind because of his failure to supervise. This incident was the final period on all of it. He was using this action to say goodbye to the past, a complete break with Danzo, and a settling of accounts with his own past. From now on, Konoha no longer needed this rotten root. It was over. Everything about Shimura Danzo, all the rises and falls, sins and grudges associated with him, had been concluded with this order. He put down his pipe. From now on, there was no need to think about it, and no point in thinking about it. Knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Lord Hawkage, Ip Tamita, a reporter from the Shinobi World Daily, says he has an urgent matter to discuss. Hiruzen Sarutobai looked up at the Anbu who had entered, giving a slight nod. Ip Tamita. He had some impression of this gaunt, almost emaciated civilian reporter. Konoha's overall cooperation with the Shinobi World Daily was decent. Although there had been a sensitive report about the Konoha crush, the newspaper had been quite positive in its coverage of Naruto. So what was this reporter here for now? Lord Hawkage, Ip Tamita walked in, a professional smile on his face. Hiruzen's face broke into a gentle smile. Reporter Tamita, are you enjoying your time in Konoha? Everyone in Konoha is so talented and friendly. I absolutely love it here. Haha, that's good to hear. Hiruzen's smile didn't waver. Konoha looks forward to more pleasant collaborations with your company in the future. Of course, my editor-in-chief feels the same way. Ip Tamita pushed up his glasses. The look in his eyes was calm and unwavering. He had no intention of beating around the bush. He looked directly into Hiruzen's eyes and got straight to the point. With all due respect, Lord Hawkage, we have received a set of very significant photos, sold to us by an anonymous informant. He paused for a moment, carefully watching for any subtle change in Hiruzen's expression, his voice intentionally low. Our initial assessment is that if this content were to be exposed, it could cause catastrophic damage to Konoha's reputation. Since this is a serious matter, I am informing you of this privately beforehand. Oh, Hiruzen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The gentle smile on his face faded, replaced by the deep, bottomless scrutiny of the Hawkage. Significant photos. I'd be interested to hear what would make a reporter from the Shinobi World Daily be so cautious as to inform me beforehand. Ip Tamita's expression was impassive. He swiftly took a few photos from his briefcase and respectfully placed them in front of the Hawkage. Hiruzen's fingertips touched the smooth photos with a hint of curiosity. But when his gaze truly landed on the images, that curiosity instantly froze, replaced by an unbelievable shock. His normally steady aura was momentarily stunned, and a tidal wave of shock and fury erupted in his heart. The photos were incredibly clear, and the focus was on Shimura Danzo. Photo 1, Danzo's entire right arm was exposed, the bandages removed. On the pale, strange skin were 10 crimson 3-tomo sharingan, embedded one after another. They looked like a cluster of malicious, cursed jewels, staring at him with cold, silent eyes. Photo 2, a close-up of his right eye socket. The spinning pattern in that eye was strange and complex, definitely not a normal 3-tomo. It was a Mangekyo sharingan. The shape, a chill instantly shot from Hiruzen's feet up his spine, right to the top of his head. The shape of that Mangekyo seared itself into his memory like a red-hot brand. Uchiha Shisui. The brilliant young man who should have been a bridge to peace. The one who was supposed to have fallen into a river and disappeared. He was here all along. The lingering doubts from that day finally had their answer, and it was so incredibly ugly. Just a few minutes ago, he thought everything was settled, that the root could be finally laid to rest. He was too naive, how ridiculous. He thought the rotten root had been completely removed, but he hadn't known it was deeply buried and had grown into such a deformed, terrifying, and shocking monstrosity. His decades of passive approval and political balance that he'd achieved by turning a blind eye now felt like 1,000 needles stabbing his old face. His control over the root was a complete illusion, a massive illusion woven by his old friend and one that he had foolishly believed in. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and immense sense of political crisis boiling in his chest. The shock on his face was replaced by an extreme solemnity, his eyes, sharp as blades, cut into Ip Reporter Tomita, these photos are very special. Seeing that the Hawkage's composure was indeed impressive, Ip set aside his amusement. He nodded, his voice as calm as ever. Yes, Lord Hawkage, their shocking nature and destructive potential for Konoha, especially a Konoha that has just been through the Konoha crush, are undeniable. He delivered the most damning words in the most placid tone. If tomorrow's headline were to be something like Konoha's Shadow, Shimura Danzo, the man with 11 Sharingan, I believe the Shinobi World Daily's sales would hit a new record. These photos absolutely cannot be published. Hiruzen's tone was resolute, carrying the unquestionable authority of the Hawkage. They would cause immeasurable damage to Konoha's reputation and to the trust of the Shinobi world. They could even trigger new conflicts. The Shinobi world? Ip quietly pushed up his glasses, stifling a laugh. Trust the Hawkage to use the big picture as a shield. Lord Hawkage, I am merely a field reporter. I have no authority to interfere with the final decision of the editor-in-chief and the newspaper's senior management. They care more about the sensationalism of a story and the interests of the readers. Of course. He changed his tone. The commercial world has its rules. If Konoha is willing to act as the informed party and buy this scandal, turning it into private, internal information, then this news story won't appear. It's a business transaction. Hiruzen's heart sank to the bottom. Buying a scandal? This was a blatant blackmail of him, the Hawkage. But he knew the reporter was telling the truth. Business had its own rules. The price, he said, his voice dry. Based on a preliminary evaluation of its exclusivity and the opportunity cost of the reputational risk to our newspaper. Ip eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he stated a clear number. Approximately 50 million ryo. 50 million ryo? Hiruzen's knuckles instinctively tightened around his pipe. It was impossible to produce such a large sum of money without causing a huge public outcry. Ip observed the Hawkage's reaction, taking in the instant solemnity, the white knuckles, and the flicker of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. He understood that this amount of money was beyond the Hawkage's immediate ability to access. This was perfect. What his boss wanted was for Shimura Danzo's reputation to be completely ruined and for his name to become notorious. He returned to his professional demeanor. My only duty is to convey information. I hope you will decide how to proceed, Lord Hawkage. If there is nothing else, please excuse me. My office is waiting for my response. He bowed slightly, his movements efficient, as if he had just dropped a regular meeting memo instead of a bombshell. Watching Ip gaunt back disappear out the door, Hiruzen felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he leaned back against his chair. The office was deathly silent, with only the smoke still swirling silently, wrapping around his heavy, leaden thoughts. What Danzo had done was even more insane than he had imagined. One thing was for sure, the root had completely slipped out of his control. As for the Sharingan, Hiruzen found himself not even feeling angry. It was as if he had already expected this the day he learned the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. Oh, Shisui. And this 50 million ryo. To be blackmailed by a newspaper over a scandal, and as Hawkage, he couldn't even plug this hole immediately. He thought of many things at once, but found he had no effective counter against the Shinobi World Daily. There was no way out. The publication of the photos was practically a done deal. Konoha's reputation was about to suffer an unprecedented blow during his tenure. This stain must be washed away. With money, it wouldn't work. By covering it up, it would only make things worse. By sacrifice. Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared in Hiruzen's cloudy eyes. His exhaustion and remorse were instantly replaced by an unprecedented determination. What Danzo had done was no longer the act of an ordinary Konoha shinobi. Arrest him. They must immediately arrest him. Chapter 1298. The time winds back to half an hour ago. Shimura Danzo's residence had become an invisible prison. The sudden, root disbandment order from the morning was still fresh in his mind, followed by this relentless house arrest under the surveillance of the Anbu. He sat motionless in his quiet room, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Hiruzen had finally made his move. This decisive strike was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It must have been planned for a long time. He just didn't know how much dirt his old friend had on him. He sneered internally, but showed no panic. Though Root had been disbanded, all its members were still under his strict control through the most rigorous cursed seals and brainwashing. They could be activated with just a single signal. This house arrest was nothing more than a temporary containment of his physical body. He rose and walked to his desk. With a calm demeanor, he took out a well-worn copy of 5 Nations' Fables and unhurriedly brewed a cup of tea. Amidst the fragrant steam, he once again immersed himself in the epic world of political intrigue. Only this book could provide him with a sense of control and intellectual nourishment in his current predicament. He was particularly fond of the character Uchiha Mond from the book. His deep cunning, ruthless methods, and decisive actions always thrilled him, as if he had found a kindred spirit across time. As he reread the book now, his mind returned to his own situation. The slight agitation he felt from publicly refuting Uzumaki Naruto in the Hokage's office this morning slowly settled into a cold reflection. It was a bit too hasty, he muttered, taking a sip of tea, his eyes filled with a dark depth. That spiky-haired kid, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, was now strong enough to defeat the reanimated first and second Hokage. His power was far greater than before. By openly taking an opposing stance this morning, he had not only exposed his intentions, but also risked escalating the conflict. However, thinking of Naruto's immense, unparalleled power, a hint of almost greedy desire flashed across Danzo's withered face. Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, Kato Matsukami, was the ultimate genjutsu, capable of rewriting a person's will without their knowledge. If he could find a way to use this ocular jutsu on Naruto, completely subverting his will and making him the sharpest blade in his arsenal, then what did this petty house arrest, or a disbanded Root, even matter? The Hokage position and the entire future of Konoha would be within his grasp. This is the true way of political maneuvering. Danzo took another sip of his tea, but the moment he lowered his head to drink, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure sitting in the main seat of his living room. A chilling jolt shot through his entire body. The person was tall, their muscular frames subtly outlined beneath their clothes. They leaned back against the chair with a seemingly casual posture. What was most unnerving was the bizarre monkey mask that covered their face and the pair of eyes behind the mask's holes, eyes that looked at him with an undisguised contempt, as if observing a curious new toy. Since when? Danzo's internal alarms blared. Anyone who could infiltrate this place so silently, avoiding all surveillance, was no ordinary person. He suppressed his shock and anger, rising to his feet and walking quickly into the living room, his face so grim it could almost drip water. "Did Hiruzen send you? What do you want?" Danzo's voice was low, filled with the authority of the shinobi of darkness he once was. Hiruzen, heh. A cold chuckle came from behind the mask. Uchiha Rokusuke didn't even change his posture, only his playful gaze scanned Danzo more brazenly, as if assessing a piece of equipment about to be scrapped. "You're overthinking it, old man. My boss sent me to pay you a visit." He emphasized the word boss, his tone filled with palpable disdain. "As for why, so you're the one called Shimura Danzo, huh? You play a pretty dirty game. You run a Sharingan supermarket on your arm and have a Mangekyo in your eye, trying to cosplay as a genjutsu master. Do you even deserve to? You insolent fool." Danzo had never endured such blatant humiliation. Not even Hiruzen had ever insulted him like this. What alarmed him even more was that this person had immediately exposed his greatest secret. Instantaneously, killing intent surged through his chest like boiling magma. The bandage on his right eye felt like it was burning. He instinctively went to form a hand sign, ready to launch a lightning-fast attack to make this arrogant brat pay the most painful price. However, just as his mind was ignited by fury and his chakra was about to move, his body remained completely still. Genjutsu, impossible. He had 11 Sharingan in his right arm, and his right eye possessed one of the strongest genjutsu, the Mangekyo's Kato Matsukami. How could he possibly fall for a genjutsu? But it was the only possibility. He tried to break free, his consciousness frantically channeling the ocular power of his right eye. Release, he roared internally, his chakra wildly crashing against the shackles that bound his body. But there was no reaction. Izanagi. Shimura Danzo attempted to use this forbidden jutsu, which consumed a Sharingan to rewrite his controlled reality. The framework of the jutsu took form in his mind, and the power to rewrite reality by sacrificing a Sharingan seemed to be activating. Yet despair instantly set in, still no reaction. The Sharingan was still there, the chakra was still flowing, and he could feel Izanagi activating, but the world around him hadn't changed at all. He was still in the living room, still frozen in place. He couldn't even bend a single finger. A profound sense of absurdity and even deeper terror enveloped him. Could I have been trapped in a genjutsu all this time without knowing it? Is this sense of reality, this flow of chakra, all a construct of the genjutsu? What level of mastery is this? Save your strength, old man, Uchiha Rokusuke said, as if he had seen through all of Danzo's struggles. His mouth beneath the mask stretched into an exaggerated grin, and he let out a mocking laugh, like a cat toying with a mouse. You know nothing about power. Your meager strength is only good for playing in a corner. Don't show off in front of a real god. Settle down, I'm here to chat with you. Rokusuke adjusted his position, crossing his legs. His posture was lazy yet extremely arrogant. I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of curious myself. Which hell did you borrow the guts from to try and undermine my boss, to disrupt his plan to become Hokage? His voice suddenly turned sharp, and even through the mask, the cold killing intent was palpable. Do you, of all people, have the right to deny my boss? At Rokusuke's words, Danzo's mind instantly reeled, filled with even more shock and uncertainty. The boss was Naruto? He couldn't accept it. But the terrifying power that ignored his Sharingan's genjutsu resistance and completely suppressed even Izanagi forced him to believe it. This spiky-haired brat has a monster like this hidden beside him, and this monster is just his subordinate. Shimura Danzo was in a state of internal turmoil, but his years of experience allowed him to feign calm and make a weak attempt to negotiate. Heh, what nonsense. My actions are not for a junior like you to question. That Uzumaki Naruto. He was trying to negotiate on the surface, but secretly he was exerting all his power. His chakra once again surged wildly within him. Seals, cursed seals, secret techniques, all of them were useless. All of his usable jutsu activated one by one, yet they were all like stones sinking into the sea. The torrent of chakra inside him was still there, but his ability to influence the outside world had been completely stripped away. He couldn't even make the runes under his skin glow with a hint of light. For a moment, he even considered activating the sealing jutsu on his body to take them both down. But as he issued the command, his body remained as still as a perfectly crafted dummy. Even the command to self-destruct seemed to be blocked. A complete defeat? This was an absolute, all-encompassing annihilation. All his trump cards were nothing but children's toys in the face of this person's absolute power. The person hadn't even lifted a finger. Tisk, still trying to put on a show? Uchiha Rokusuke scoffed. This old man seemed to have many tricks up his sleeve, but what was the use? The boss's orders were absolute. This old man's only outcome was death. Only his reputation would serve as the scapegoat number 2 after Uchiha Abido, a sacrifice to settle old and new grudges. With this thought, he stood up and brushed off some imaginary dust. All right, we've chatted enough. The boss is kind-hearted and doesn't want to waste more words with you. He just told me to send you on your way. But, before that, I need to extract all your information. He held up 3 fingers, his voice tinged with a final note of mockery. 3 minutes. Use that time to properly reflect on your false and filthy life. The moment his words fell, Uchiha Rokusuke's eyes beneath the mask changed. Within their dark sockets, 2 eerie, deep purple rings of light bloomed, the Rinnegan. What? Shimura Danzo's soul seemed to freeze at that moment. A boundless terror instantly engulfed him. It was those legendary eyes of a god. How could he possess them? Who was he? Uchiha Rokusuke's right hand was now resting on Danzo's head. Danzo felt a jolt run through his body, and then his life began flashing before his eyes. A moment later. Tusk, you weren't a good person at all, old man. A mere ant, yet you dared to covet the sun's brilliance. How foolishly you overestimated yourself. After finishing the extraction, Uchiha Rokusuke saw exactly what the old man had been thinking just a moment ago. It was a fool's dream. But in his search through Danzo's memories, he found another key detail: the tongue-sealing cursed seal. This thing was like a death notice. The moment Danzo died, all the root shinobi would immediately know. The old man's reputation still needed to serve as a scapegoat, so no one could know he had died. Since that was the case, sealing jutsu, soul coffin eternity. A large cluster of black symbols instantly shrank, completely confining and sealing Danzo's terrified soul within his still-living body. I was going to give you a quick death, but now you don't even have the right to die. What a pain. Rokusuke sighed, using Kamui to take the body away, and then looked out the window. The show to be staged next was The Great Play of Danzo's Defection, starring Uchiha Rokusuke as Shimura Danzo Unit 1. The time returns to the present. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was gathering the Anbu to arrest Danzo, he received a shocking piece of news. Shimura Danzo had defected. Chapter 1299. In Konoha, the afternoon sun was heavy and lazy. It had only been 2 days since the war, and the hurried clanking of tiles and wood still echoed throughout the village as damaged homes were being repaired. But away from all the busy noise, the members of Team 7 were enjoying a moment of peace. Today, the 3 of them had gathered under an old tree in front of the Ikaraku ramen shop. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Naruto was splayed out on the end of a bench like a pancake. Sasuke was holding a teacup, his eyes blank, as if he had been battered by a giant wave of knowledge, ground to dust, and finally washed ashore. Sakura was sitting next to Sasuke, pretending to be a lady, delicately using a small fork to cut a tiny piece of sweet bean jelly. Sakura-chan is overdoing the act today. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dancing speckles of light on them. A gentle breeze blew, making the moment quite pleasant. Ah, so good. Ignoring Sakura, Naruto swallowed a whole piece of the bean jelly and gulped down some tea, letting out a satisfied sigh. He glanced at Sasuke, who was consumed by his thoughts, radiating a low-pressure aura as if he were fighting some cosmic problem. Naruto cleared his throat. So, Sasuke, where are you at with that stuff? Sasuke's fingers, holding the teacup, stiffened almost imperceptibly, and a vein on his forehead seemed to twitch. After Naruto had made a run for it this morning, he had casually opened that stack of sacred texts. Advanced calculus, gravity and black holes, all kinds of bizarre symbols and complex formulas instantly made his brain buzz. To unlock the most powerful Mangekyou Sharingan, he had to tough it out. But now, basking in the sun and sipping tea, his mind felt as heavy as lead. Elementary Mathematics 1 was the only thing he could understand at the moment. Sakura's gaze drifted suspiciously between Naruto and Sasuke before she finally turned to Sasuke with concern. Sasuke, what are you studying? You look so exhausted. Sasuke was silent. How could he accurately describe that mixture of physical laws, plus cosmic theories, plus formulaic deductions? After a long pause, he finally gave a perfectly accurate answer. Knowledge. Sakura was taken aback. Oh. This was a topic she, as the top student of the trio, could actually contribute to. Just as Naruto was watching the scene with a playful expression, he unexpectedly received a message. Uchiha 6-pounder. Boss, I have 2 pieces of bad news. Uzumaki 1-pounder. You mean you ran into some trouble dealing with Danzo? Go on. Uchiha Six-Bounder. The first bad news is that Danzo isn't dead, and he can't die. He put a curse mark on all root members. The moment he breathes his last, the curse marks will be released. You can imagine the chaos of a bunch of former root members running around, knowing their protector is gone. Won't that be fun? Uzumaki One-Pounder. He has such a high-level trick. Is that old geezer a 1,000-year-old turtle or something? What's the second piece of news? It can't possibly be worse than that, right? Uchiha Six-Bounder. The second one, boss, this is a bit hard to explain. It might be a surprise or it might be a shock. Do you remember the story you told us about Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki who is also the son of the fourth Tgthegood? At the mention of Gaara, the image of that irritable red-haired kid with heavy dark circles, radiating a don't-come-near-me aura, instantly popped into Naruto's mind. The story that Gaara had poured out during his captivity was so melodramatic that Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, that's even worse than my childhood." Uzumaki One-Pounder? Oh, that guy, of course, I remember. The Jinchuriki like me who got the hated by the entire village package, whose own father kept sending people to assassinate him, and whose beloved uncle was killed by his own hand. In the end, he was forced to close off his heart and only love himself, becoming an edgy kid who had to kill people just to feel alive. Uchiha Six-Bounder. Your summary is spot on, boss. The bad news is that your situation is a tiny bit similar to his. Uzumaki One-Pounder. What? We're both Jinchuriki. Isn't that similar enough? Uchiha Six-Bounder. No, there's something else that's even more similar. No, our dad is the fourth Hokage. What? My dad is the fourth Hokage? Naruto's mind buzzed. He couldn't believe it. He remembered his family history perfectly. His dad was from the Uzumaki clan and had red hair. His mom, name unknown, and had blonde hair. But the fourth Hokage had striking golden hair, so that didn't match. And his last name was Namikaze, not Uzumaki. Had he never been suspicious before, that would be impossible. The fourth Hokage's golden hair and deep blue eyes were practically a mirror image of his own. But he never dwelled on it, as golden-haired, blue-eyed people weren't unique in the village. More importantly, the surname issue was a huge roadblock, especially the irony of his treatment. The fourth Hokage was a great hero who sacrificed his life for the village. It would be ridiculous for his biological son to be treated like he was. So the thought that my dad is the fourth Hokage was quickly killed off as soon as it appeared. It was pure self-torment. And now you're suddenly telling me, Naruto Uzumaki, your dad is the fourth Hokage. Uzumaki One-Pounder, are you sure? Is there any mistake? Uchiha Six-Bounder, boss, this is ironclad evidence from Danzo himself. There's no mistake. Hathi. Naruto stopped the chatter. His powerful mental force instantly pierced through the space-time barrier, decisively choosing to forcefully sync the data. In an instant, 70 years of Shimura Danzo's memories rushed into his mind like a torrent. For his current superhuman mental power, this amount of information was a piece of cake. Konoha's secrets, the currents of the ninja world. Countless fragments of memories flashed by. He precisely extracted the key evidence from this memory vault. Yes, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was indeed his biological father. What the heck is this surprise? At this moment, the hair color and surname weren't the main points. Naruto's biggest question was, his dad was a great hero who sacrificed himself for the village, but he, his son, became the demon fox that everyone hated. Was Konoha's plan really that insane? Uchiha Six-Bounder. Boss, while it's a bit of a shock, the good news is that the fourth Hokage is indeed long dead. You don't have to go through the same terrifying childhood as Gaara. Recalling his own upbringing, a surge of anger made Naruto want to curse Konoha peasants, but Six-Bounder interrupted his train of thought. Heth. After hearing about fellow Jinchuriki Gaara's tragic history, he had secretly felt lucky that Konoha didn't have a pathetic Tgthegood like the fourth. Otherwise, his own suffering would have been even worse. With Gaara's lesson in mind, should he really be grateful that his parents died early? No. Not all fourth Kages were the same. From Danzo's memories, the fourth Hokage. No, his dad, Minato Namikaze, wasn't a cold-blooded and ruthless lunatic like the fourth Tgthegood, who was apparently driven mad by the sand. Danzo's memory fragments clearly showed that his golden-haired dad, Minato Namikaze, was cheerful and sunny like an idiot. He was nothing like the cruel and calculating Rasa. Therefore, Gaara's fate would never have befallen him. The son of a hero being treated this way. It's all Konoha's fault, of course. Should I just pick a good day and destroy Konoha already? Chapter 1300. Should I just pick a good day and destroy Konoha? The moment this thought appeared, a flood of memories and information rushed into his mind. The villagers' ostracism, the always smiling third Hokage, the seemingly indifferent but secretly caring Kakashi-sensei, the unreliable pervy sage, and his biological father, Minato Namikaze, whom he had just learned about. Naruto decided to sort through the information one by one. First, himself and his father, the fourth Hokage. The surname issue, he instantly understood. To avoid being hunted by his father's enemies, he had taken his mother's surname, Uzumaki. That had misled him for so long. But as for this fourth Hokage father's decision, Naruto instinctively rubbed his temples. He was a bit confused. Making his own biological son the nine-tailed fox's Jinchuriki? This move was really baffling. In short, Naruto felt like punching someone. If it weren't for the nine tails inside him, Naruto couldn't imagine how much easier his childhood would have been. But his own father had to give him this negative buff. It was unnecessary. It only made the game harder for him. But did he feel any deep emotional connection to this legendary father? Not really. He had never even met him. In Naruto's mind, he was just a shiny face on the Hokage Rock and a heroic legend in textbooks. Since he was a transmigrated soul with memories from a past life, his feelings about blood ties were quite limited. If they were to meet, they'd probably end up being more like brothers. Finally, there was this identity, the heroic fourth Hokage's biological son. Revisiting this, a strong sense of missing out washed over him. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you say anything? If this identity had been revealed earlier, how much better would things have been? It was the perfect, tragic hero's orphan template. If he played his cards right, becoming Hokage would have been a given. Wait, that logic is flawed. This identity could have been hidden from the common villagers, but certain key people must have known for sure. Did Kakashi-sensei know? Did the pervy sage know? And the third Hokage? That old man definitely knew. The problem was, you all knew, so why did you keep it a secret? To protect him? No way, man. I'm invincible now, who can threaten me? It seems like these people conspired to hide a huge secret from him, and they made him suffer for it. Was it really suffering? Although, as a transmigrated soul, Naruto had actually enjoyed his childhood, that didn't stop him from putting on a show of being wronged and complaining now. The tragic orphan persona needed to be built. Kids care about right and wrong, adults only care about benefit. Naruto's mind raced as he began to evaluate how much brand premium this tragic orphan persona could bring how much he could exploit from Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage. Wait. There were two more key players he couldn't overlook, the entire population of Konoha and Kurama, the nine-tailed fox inside his belly. First, these stubborn villagers of Konoha. They discriminated against him, ignored him, and alienated him. Naruto's previous attitude toward them was, I understand, but I don't accept it, and I'll deal with it coolly. Understanding. When the Nine Tails first appeared, its terrifying aura was truly frightening and must have caused incalculable damage to Konoha. That was the original sin, which he didn't deny. Not accepting, I'm the one being discriminated against. How could anyone accept that? So, he chose to set the controversy aside. But now, I'm the biological son of the heroic fourth Hokage. Where do you villagers get the nerve to discriminate against and even hate the son of a hero? Purely stubborn people. Oh, what? You say they didn't know I was the hero's son. Just because you didn't know, doesn't mean you weren't wrong. Naruto suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why did I choose the Forest of Death as the battlefield last time? If I had chosen the main stage of Konoha, what a perfect opportunity that would have been. First, he could have revealed his black hole Rasengan, and then a gigantic dust-style jutsu to clear the field. He would have made all of Konoha feel his great kindness. Alas, he had missed an excellent opportunity for a magnificent debut. But it didn't matter. The location for the next group event would be Konoha. He would deal with the villagers later. For now, he would put them aside. The next target on his hit list, Kurama. This guy, he had kept the shocking secret that Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son tightly under wraps. He couldn't not have known. And he called himself his friend. He'd deal with Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage later. He could settle the score with them in the fall. For now, Lord Naruto was going to turn up the heat on the big fox. Naruto lifted his eyelids and saw Sasuke and Sakura still chatting about math. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking, and instantly entered his training space. He teleported into the Nine Tails and Naruto's house, Land 66. Plunk! Kurama was skillfully using its claws to control a handheld game console, savagely beating Hashirama in a game. Naruto. The moment it sensed the familiar chakra, Kurama, out of instinct, called out his name with a hint of lazy warmth, intending to continue its game. However, its call was suddenly cut short at the end. Wait! A feeling that made its fur stand on end, an incredibly pure and scrutinizing sense of immense attention had landed squarely on it. This attention wasn't malicious, but it made Kurama even more uncomfortable than pure malice. Suspiciously, Kurama turned its head, and its golden-slit pupils met Naruto's gaze. Naruto was standing not far away, with a familiar smile on his face, but his two clear blue eyes were as calm as a deep ocean, devoid of even the slightest ripple. This gaze, something was wrong, very wrong. An alarm immediately went off in Kurama's mind. It dropped the console like lightning, shooping off the couch, and cautiously approached Naruto. Naruto, are you okay?" Its voice held a caution it would never normally display. Kurama. Naruto's gaze was locked on the fox, his voice unfamiliar and slightly cold. "Tell me, as a friend, is there some little surprise you've been hiding from me and just forgot to mention?" That name, that expression. Kurama instantly felt immense pressure. Its name, the Nine Tails, was feared throughout the ninja world, but in front of Naruto, its presence felt as small as a grain of sand. It just wasn't enough to face him. Surprise? It frantically searched through its nearly 300 years of memories. It couldn't think of anything. Recently, it had been incredibly well-behaved, only fighting Hashirama in the game. Was this ancestor looking for trouble again? Naruto tilted his head slightly, his deep blue eyes unblinking as they focused on Kurama. A friendly reminder, keyword, fourth Hokage. Bam! Kurama felt its heart get squeezed by an invisible hand. It's over, the cat's out of the bag, that thing. Without any need for intimidation, under that abyss-like, calm gaze that held no emotional fluctuations, Kurama instantly surrendered. Cough, 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 Naruto, I Kurama want to confess. I want to be a good fox. Please give me a chance to explain. Explain. Looking at this weak, pathetic, and helpless, legendary-tailed beast, a faint, imperceptible smile flashed in the depths of Naruto's eyes. Come on, sign this agreement first. Kurama looked at the agreement Naruto had suddenly pulled out. Memorandum on Kurama concealing Naruto's identity as the fourth son, leading to the failure of his fifth Hokage candidacy. The contents of the agreement were that if it signed, the Nine Tails, would become a complete puppet. But, after a glance at Naruto's cold eyes, Kurama felt it had no choice. Good. After Kurama signed, a smile finally appeared on Naruto's face. As soon as Naruto smiled, Kurama's tense nerves could finally relax a little, but Naruto's next words made it feel as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. But now, immediately, right now, let's go out and train. Kurama's fur immediately stood on end, its head shaking like a rattle. Are you kidding? Train with this ancestor? Every time, it was beaten to the point of questioning its existence as a fox. The experience was so profound that it had developed a conditioned fear. Although their friendship was ironclad, getting beaten up really hurt. Naruto simply let out a tiny sound of doubt, and his calm, still eyes fell on Kurama again. The immense pressure was instantly cranked up. Okay, train. Let's train, a little exercise is good. Kurama shuddered, immediately putting on a forced smile, and trudged toward the training grounds door like it was heading to an execution. The moment it stepped out, its body instantly swelled back into its mountain-sized true form as the Nine Tails. It let out a roar toward the heavens, and its ferocious chakra erupted, causing ripples in the space around it. It was trying to use its aura to dispel its inner fear. Kurama, I'm the leader of the tailed beasts. Are you going to train me? What about my dignity? However, when it looked up, ready to enter battle mode and find Naruto, the world disappeared. As far as its eyes could see, the sky was completely blocked. Its raised head could only see a vast, boundless canopy with a faint, dark blue color. As its gaze moved downward, a massive, thick column that was beyond its comprehension was connected to the earth, its surface as clear as mountain ridges and valleys. Was that one of Naruto's legs? It strained its eyes, its fox pupils contracting to their limit, barely able to make out a fraction of the giant shadow's outline below the knee. The rest of it had already disappeared into the clouds above, out of sight. And it, the Nine Tails, was not even as big as one of Naruto's toes. I'm doomed. Chapter 1301. After punishing the Nine Tails, Naruto felt refreshed. He even looked more kindly upon Sasuke and Sakura, who were still outside discussing knowledge. He stretched comfortably, his thoughts returning to the great cause of flea squeezing. His next target, Kakashi, had ache. With a flash of the flying Raijinjutsu, Naruto's figure instantly vanished. The next second, Naruto appeared on a secluded bench by the road. There, Kakashi was leaning back languidly, engrossed in his book, Ika Paradise, as if lost in some profound plot. Naruto sat down beside Kakashi, without a hint of politeness. Yo, Kakashi-sensei, studying human art. Ah, Naruto, Kakashi replied, his head still buried in the book. Seeing this, Naruto got straight to the point. Sensei, you know that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is my biological father, right? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Kakashi put down his book, his voice tinged with a subtle tension. Who told you? The Nine Tails, Naruto answered matter-of-factly. The guy in my stomach. The Nine Tails. Hearing the name of the legendary monster, Kakashi instinctively tensed up, but then he relaxed as he remembered his student's strength. But he still asked for confirmation. You mean the Nine Tails sealed inside you? Yep, that's the one. Naruto nodded, his expression relaxed. At first, that guy was stubborn and wouldn't say a thing, but he shrugged. After I beat it up, it became a lot more cooperative and spilled everything. Kakashi's eye twitched. He looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. To beat up the legendary Nine Tails as if it were a disobedient pet, his student's strength was truly something else. He was suddenly lost in thought, wondering what would have happened if Naruto had been there during the Nine Tails attack. Naruto wasn't idle either, his mind filled with calculations. Confirmed, Kakashi-sensei does know, so how should he squeeze some fleece out of him? Ninjutsu, he had already learned all he could. Money? Kakashi's clothes were eternally the same. He might not even be as rich as Naruto, and he also needed to save up to marry that florist Hana. And Naruto's mind flashed with information about Kakashi-sensei. His father committed suicide. His master and his wife sacrificed themselves. His teammate Obaido Uchiha was once thought to be dead and was now a rogue ninja, and he had personally killed his other teammate, Rin. Remembering this string of tragedies, Naruto took a sharp intake of breath. Kakashi-sensei is even more tragic than me. I never had anything to lose, so there was no pain. But Kakashi lost one loved one after another. Tusk. No wonder I felt like he was already dead the first time we met. Naruto considered himself a bit of a scoundrel, but at least he was a decent person. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Forget it, I won't squeeze his fleece for now. The interest can wait. But there was still a question. Naruto put on a deeply hurt expression. Kakashi-sensei, since you knew all this time, why didn't you tell me? Kakashi propped his chin with one hand, answering in his slow, leisurely tone. Previously, Lord Third believed it was better to keep it a secret for your safety and the village's stability. but you've grown so fast, so strong that even Lord First and Lord Second would. So I figured it wouldn't hurt to tell you. And then, Naruto leaned in, even more curious. So why didn't you say anything? You didn't forget, did you? Well, Kakashi sighed in an unreadable way, then looked at Naruto with sincere eyes. I think I forgot. I've been quite busy lately. Naruto's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Forgot? I don't believe you. You're a mischievous teacher. You're the only one who can come up with such a fresh and justified excuse for being late every single time. And you forgot. Ha, I don't believe that for a second. However, when he thought about all of Kakashi's past behavior, it seemed, it might actually be possible. At that thought, Naruto was even more speechless. Seeing Naruto's expression, Kakashi finally closed his precious book and spoke in a soothing tone. Well, it was my mistake as your sensei, but telling you now isn't too late, is it? Not too late? Naruto's voice shot up, his face contorted in a look of profound loss. The damage is too great. I could have become Hokage, but because you told me a day late, I can't anymore. You have to compensate me. It was all nonsense, but Naruto's conviction was strong. Kakashi was silent. As punishment, Naruto said, crossing his arms and lifting his chin in a "I'm displeased and need compensation" pose. I'm fining you to go on a date with Hanani right now. A date? Kakashi was confused. Naruto gave him a mischievous wink. I heard that the new blockbuster movie based on Jura Yasama's book, Ika Ika Paradise, just came out. It's called Ika Ika Tales, I think. It's a rare opportunity. Aren't you tempted? Ika Ika Paradise movie adaptation? Really? Kakashi's perpetually bored eye widened instantly. His voice carried a rare hint of urgency. Of course it's real. It might have already started showing. Kakashi suddenly stood up. Naruto, something urgent just came up. I have to go now. Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred into a streak of silver light. Hey, sensei, Naruto yelled, half annoyed, half amused, toward the direction where he had disappeared. Don't forget to take Hanani with you. Naruto shrugged helplessly at Kakashi's disappearing back. His first, fleece-squeezing attempt was a failure. His next target, the pervy sage. Naruto could tell that old man was different from Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya was not only a pervert, but also an unyielding character. If he couldn't fleece him, who could he? He pinpointed Jiraiya's chakra. With a flash of the flying Raijin, he appeared in an alleyway. He looked up and saw Jiraiya perched on a wall, peering through a small telescope with gusto. Smack! Naruto unceremoniously slapped Jiraiya on the back, nearly knocking him off the wall. Who? Jiraiya cried out, turning his head. Seeing it was Naruto, he immediately struck his signature cool pose. Oh, it's Naruto. You scared me, my student. This sage is collecting valuable material for his novel. Naruto couldn't be bothered to mock the old pervert's excuse and immediately switched to his sob story, his face instantly shifting into a weak, pitiful, and wronged expression. Pervy sage, you fooled me so badly. Jiraiya was confused by Naruto's appearance. What did I fool you about? Don't play dumb. Naruto immediately began his accusation, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Kakashi-sensei told me everything. You knew the fourth Hokage was my dad all along but kept it from me. You made me miss the golden campaign period for the fifth Hokage. You tell me, don't you owe your only student and the future savior an explanation and compensation? Jiraiya's eye twitched at Naruto's heartbroken appearance. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, he knew Naruto's character. So he said dismissively, Oh, that? Yes, that's a bit. But your master is as poor as a church mouse. All my hard-earned money from writing books goes into traveling to gather material. I have no money to give you. Oh, no money? A dangerous smile curled on Naruto's lips. He acted with lightning speed, his skills honed to a master thief level. In an instant, a passbook appeared in his hand. He flipped it open and pointed to a long, eye-blinding number that started with a 5 and was followed by a string of zeros. 563 million ryo, and that's just on this one passbook. Pervy sage, if this is as poor as a church mouse, then there are no rich people in the ninja world. Being the author of the #1 best-selling novel in the ninja world sure pays well. You have so much money, but you can't spare a single ryo for your student? You're too stingy. Jiraiya's old face turned red. He tried to snatch the passbook back, but Naruto easily dodged him. All he could do was stamp his feet. "You rascal, that's the money I've painstakingly saved up for my wife, don't you understand?" "Wife money?" Naruto scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. "What kind of wife needs over 500 million ryo for a down payment?" Suddenly, he remembered a certain blonde gambling addict from Danzo's memories. He leaned in close to Jiraiya and whispered, "Could it be? You're saving it for Granny Tsunade." Jiraiya instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Cough, cough, cough, you little brat, what are you talking about? Stay out of adult business." Such a strong reaction. It must be for Granny Tsunade. All right, I won't get involved in adult business." Naruto changed the subject, returning to his main point. He weighed the passbook in his hand, smiling like a cat that had found a fish. "But you still owe me a disciple's gift, compensation, and emotional damages, right? Since we're master and student, I'll give you a discount. How about a few 100 million ryo?" "A few 100 million ryo," Jiraiya nearly choked. "Do you think money grows on trees? No." "Tusk." Naruto's smile vanished, his eyes becoming profound, and his tone turned lonely. "Sai, it seems that a disciple like me isn't worth a few pieces of paper to a sage like you. The master-student bond is broken. What child of prophecy? What savior? My heart is cold. I'm going to find a deep forest and grow mushrooms. I'm never coming back." He pretended to turn and leave. Wait. Seeing that Naruto was serious, Jiraiya's head felt like it would explode. If this kid really bailayed and disappeared, wouldn't the prophecy of the great toad sage be for nothing? He gritted his teeth. "Fine, what do you want? I'll buy it all for you." Naruto's triumphant smile returned. "My request is simple, 100 Ryojigan pills." 100 pills? Jiraiya's eyes widened. His mind, full of lewd thoughts, quickly calculated. 20,000 ryo a pill, so 100 pills equals 2 million ryo. That's not too much. Buy. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Jiraiya left the Mount Mayaboku store with the warm farewells of the shopkeeper, Elder Agama, whose face was all smiles. As expected of the boss, his business skills are astounding. Jiraiya, however, was rubbing his wallet with a sullen expression, looking like he had just suffered a huge loss. Naruto tucked the box into his pocket. Seeing Jiraiya's decisive expression, he figured he could squeeze more fleece. "Pervy sage, that was just for emotional damages. You haven't given me a disciple's gift yet, have you?" He pointed to a luxurious small house on a nearby hillside. "I think that house looks great. It's tranquil and elegant, perfect for a poor kid like me, who's about to become disillusioned and leave the ninja world, to cultivate my mind." "Pervy sage? Cough, cough. I mean, Jiraiya-sensei, as a master, shouldn't you give your student a thoughtful gift during a low point in his life to motivate him?" What, that house, paid in full? Jiraiya nearly jumped. "Kid, do you know how much that costs? Do you think I'm a gold mine?" "Paid in full? I wouldn't be that greedy," Naruto said, a sincere smile finally appearing on his face. "Just the down payment is fine. Think of it as a late new official student gift from you. Otherwise, I'm off to grow mushrooms, Tilda." Looking at Naruto's determined expression, "If you don't agree, I'll disappear." And thinking of that darn prophecy, Jiraiya felt his heart bleeding. His vision went black, and he finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine, I'll pay the down payment." An hour later, in front of a real estate agency. Naruto was holding the newly minted deed, smiling brightly. The real estate manager was grinning from ear to ear. Only Jiraiya, clutching his visibly lighter wallet and passbook, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his heart in so much pain he couldn't breathe. Looking at the deed, Naruto could hardly believe it. The old man actually bought it. "I hereby declare, Jiraiya-sensei, the way you paid just now was incredibly cool." Naruto was in a great mood and decided to repay Jiraiya properly. He leaned in and asked in a low voice, "By the way, old man, you said wife money. Was your goal really Granny Tsunade? Do you want me to help set you up? Look, things are going well between Kakashi and Hanani, right? With me, the ninja world's #1 matchmaker, on the job, it's a guaranteed success." Jiraiya's eyes flickered. He sighed. "Forget it, you little punk. That's Tsunade we're talking about. Let fate decide, let fate decide." But the look he gave Naruto was different now. This kid was a swindler, but he seemed to have some real, albeit crooked, talent. All right, let's just let things take their course, Naruto shrugged. Then I'll be going, Jiraiya-sensei. This time, the sensei, Naruto said, was full of genuine emotion. He had become Jiraiya's student to use Jiraiya's political resources to become Hokage. Did he have any feelings for Jiraiya? Originally, no. His eyes were only filled with the desire to become Hokage. But now, this old man, who had been so stingy with his wife money, was willing to pay the down payment for a house for a student he had just taken on, even if it broke his heart. This old man, was he actually a bit of a softie? He was willing to spend his wife money for a vague prophecy. Naruto felt a bit conflicted. He had only planned to squeeze a little fleece. He never expected Jiraiya-sensei to open up his heart and wallet. All right, I'll accept you as my sensei. I'll take care of you in your old age. My next target, the old coot, Lord Third, I won't let him off so easily this time. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trion Hong Mengzai. Chapter 1302. With his sensory perception locked onto the third Hokage location, the Hokage's office, Naruto chose to walk this time. There was no rush, and he needed to collect his thoughts. The sky over Konoha was still a brilliant blue, but in Naruto's eyes, it held a new sense of scrutiny. His steps were steady on the stone path, his mind racing. No wonder he had casually encountered the old man in the forest when he was 3 years old. It wasn't just because of the Ninetales. It was also because he was the fourth Hokage orphan son. Thinking about it now, the third Hokage had probably been watching him long before he was 3. But what good is just watching with your eyes? Old man, it's time to pay up. Unlike his attempted extortion of Kakashi, which failed, and his successful extortion of Jiraiya, the third Hokage this time wasn't just representing himself, he was representing all of Konoha. He had to fleece this sheep, but the nature of the transaction was different. It required a strategy. So, what were the most valuable things he could get from a behemoth like Konoha? In Danzo's memory fragments, Konoha did have a lot of treasures. The Forbidden Scroll, for example. But while it sounded impressive, and the forbidden jutsus inside might be priceless to others, for Naruto, who had the skill shop, why not just buy what he needed? It was completely useless. In summary, Naruto realized that the core resources he needed were twofold: money and the various resources that money couldn't buy. Wait a minute. Why should he be the one to name a price? Wouldn't that be revealing his hand and weakening his negotiation position? The most skillful way to demand a price is to make your opponent unable to guess your bottom line. In short, he wouldn't make any specific demands. He would only express his strong dissatisfaction and his willingness to flip the table at any moment, letting them make the offer themselves. If he wasn't satisfied, he would just shake his head until they panicked and pulled out everything they had until he was happy. After all, he wasn't the one in a hurry. Naruto stopped his steps, thinking about his trump cards. What gave him this leverage? First, he, Naruto Uzumaki, was the biggest victim. Second, at only 12 years old, he had beaten Shukaku to tears and easily defeated the first and second Hokages. He, Naruto Uzumaki, was now Konoha's most valuable core asset. Third, and most importantly, don't think that he, Naruto Uzumaki, was tied to Konoha for life. You guys figure it out. Yes, a nuclear blackmail posture would be extremely effective. With his mind clear and a plan in place, Naruto, with his acting skills maxed out, stepped through the door of the slightly worn Hokage office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was hunched over his desk, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. Old Man Third. Naruto, channeling his inner actor, shouted as soon as he entered, his voice filled with undisguised grievance and anger. Why didn't you tell me that my father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Hiruzen's heart sank. Naruto. The third's voice was deliberately slow, with the low, tired tone of an old man. Come in and close the door, let's talk. What's there to talk about? Naruto said this but still walked in, closing the door heavily behind him. He didn't sit down. Ever since I was a child, everyone in the village called me a demon fox. No one told me my father was a hero who sacrificed himself for them. Old Man Third, you hid it from me so well. Is this how Konoha took care of a hero's son? Hiruzen didn't immediately defend himself. He picked up his pipe, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke, as if organizing his thoughts or perhaps suppressing the shock in his heart. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Naruto, the decision to keep your identity a secret was a collective one made by the old generation, including me. It was for your safety. Naruto pressed on. Why? Were you afraid that if I knew I was the fourth son, I'd become arrogant? Or were you afraid my identity would attract enemies? Do you know what I've been through all these years? How much pain and loneliness I've endured? Would it have been this way if my identity was public? The decision was made more out of concern for your safety. The third explained, his tone heavy with genuine sincerity and apology. After the wood release disappeared, the village's situation was already difficult. The Nine-Tails attack made things even worse. Making your identity as a hero's descendant public would have brought you respect, but it would have also made you a target for those with ill intentions. We chose a more discreet way to protect you. Looking back, perhaps we were too conservative, and we made you endure loneliness and misunderstanding you shouldn't have had to bear in your childhood. Hiruzen's expression and words were flawless, full of sincerity. Maybe he's telling the truth. But it doesn't matter. Naruto's goal today was singular: get paid. Protect loneliness and misunderstanding. You say it so easily. He changed his tone, his voice suddenly dropping to a cold, scrutinizing level. He chose to drop the nuclear bomb directly. Lord Hokage, do you think Konoha is still worth staying in for someone like me? Hiruzen's heart seemed to skip a beat. He scrutinized Naruto, seeing that his expression wasn't faked. This wasn't an angry outburst, it was a serious consideration. Naruto was genuinely thinking about leaving. This is it, my greatest fear has come to pass. His voice involuntarily rose, tinged with urgency. Naruto, what kind of talk is that? You are the fourth son, your roots are in Konoha, you have your teammates in Team 7, your classmates from the academy. This is your home. Home? Naruto gave a smile that was hard to read. Home? Maybe I have another home somewhere else. He seemed to suddenly remember something and said in a casual tone, Oh, by the way, I was bored the other day and received a letter. A letter? A warning bell rang in Hiruzen's head. A letter? From where? Yeah, Naruto nodded. It was from a young fan in the land of Earth. She was quite enthusiastic. Her name was Kuretsuchi, I think. Her grandfather is the third Tsuchikage Anoki. He deliberately paused, looking directly at the third. The letter said that the scenery in Iwagakure is beautiful, and the people are simple and honest. She enthusiastically invited me to visit. He ignored Hiruzen's instantly stiff face and continued to fan the flames. And I've also heard that the village hidden in the clouds in the land of lightning is famous for its generous treatment of truly powerful shinobi. From housing to ninja tools to training resources, they use the best the village has to offer. Tusk, it sounds like a great environment. The meaning was clear. Third Hokage, you don't want a core asset of Konoha like me to end up in another village, do you? With every word Naruto spoke, Hiruzen's face grew a shade darker, and the hand holding his pipe trembled slightly. Anoki, the Reikage, those two old bastards, how dare they make a move on Naruto? With Naruto's strength and age, him going to any other nation would mean a strategic imbalance for the next few decades. Konoha would be completely suppressed or even annexed. Konoha could not afford these consequences. They had to keep him at all costs. They absolutely could not allow him to even consider leaving. Naruto. Hiruzen's voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity, even a rare and urgent intensity. A letter from the land of Earth? Those are just polite words. The Cloud Village under the Reikage is known for its brutal style. Would they truly welcome a hero son from another village? How can those shallow promises of treatment compare to your roots and future in Konoha? Don't be fooled by appearances. Konoha is where you belong. Seeing the undisguised urgency, anxiety, and even fear in the old man's eyes, Naruto knew the time was right. He didn't press further. Instead, he showed a perfectly timed, tired, and disappointed smile, a smile full of detachment. My place, he repeated softly, his voice filled with a deep sense of bewilderment. Old Man Third, this place called Konoha, a home? I don't feel it. I wasn't even allowed to know who I was or to have the honor of my parents, and I was hated and discriminated against by the villagers. A home like that, I don't want it. Hiruzen felt a cold sweat instantly break out on his back. He knew that conventional soothing words and apologies were no longer enough. Although he was absolutely certain that this brat Naruto was making a blatant demand, Konoha had no leverage to refuse. They could only, and must, use absolute sincerity to get him to stay and earn his trust. My boy, the fault is ours, 100%. Hiruzen stood up abruptly, his face showing a desperate and resolute pain. The past cannot be changed, but the village must give you an explanation that is enough to make up for the past and to support a bright future for you in Konoha. Land, funds, special permissions, a private training ground, top-tier resource allocation rights. Give the village a few days. We will definitely prepare several proposals that you will be absolutely satisfied with. Konoha's future needs you. Naruto's heart knew, it's a success. The core objective has been achieved. But he still had to keep up the act. The disheartened look on his face gradually faded, replaced by a slightly hesitant, skeptical, and non-committal expression. He nodded slightly. Oh, is that so? I hope this time it won't be another empty promise. I'll wait for the village's sincere proposals. Good, it's a deal. I guarantee it in the name of the Hawkage. The village guarantees its utmost sincerity. Hiruzen hurriedly confirmed. Even a small chance of Naruto leaving could not be allowed to happen. Naruto seemed about to turn and leave, but then he stopped. An empty promise, maybe I should set a deadline. Then, as if he had just remembered some trivial matter, his tone regained a little spirit. By the way, Old Man Third, I've been feeling cooped up in the village for the past 2 days. I want to go out and get some air and take care of some things. It will probably take about 2 days. Don't worry, just 2 days. He specifically emphasized the time limit. Hiruzen's eyelids twitched again. This kid, is he reminding me of the urgency of preparing the proposals? Or is he really going to visit to check things out? All right, be careful. Go and come back quickly. The village will definitely give you an answer within 2 days. Hiruzen agreed repeatedly, his voice no longer able to hide his urgency and sense of being under pressure. Naruto said no more, turned, pushed open the heavy door of the Hokage's office, and walked out with a light step. As soon as he was out the door, Naruto quickly reviewed his gains and losses from the conversation. Tusk an Oscar-winning performance, the effect was amazing. Everything had gone smoothly. He had not only achieved his goal easily, but had also unexpectedly gotten a 2-day vacation. 2 days? What can I do in 2 days? It's enough time to visit the village hidden in the clouds, and then make a friendly visit to the village hidden in the rain. Red Uchiha, the plan has changed. This time, I'll do it myself. Chapter 1303. The sun was setting, and dusk had arrived. The setting sun, red as blood, stained the western half of the sky. The clouds, churning like a giant hand stirring a pool of blood, were a bright, fiery orange. A myriad of red rays pierced through the gaps in the clouds, painting the rolling mountains in a shade of reddish-orange. On the summit of one of these treacherous peaks, Naruto leaned lazily against a withered tree stump, a can of soda in one hand, admiring the forge-like spectacle of the heavens. He looked as if he was truly on vacation. Originally, he had planned to visit the Land of Rain, but a sudden thought of some unfinished business with the Land of Lightning made him change his mind. So, he took a detour and, along with Sixdale's Uchiha, headed straight for the Land of Lightning. The two of them were going to give the Cloud Village a bit of warmth. As he was enjoying the beautiful sunset, he suddenly frowned, feeling that something was off. A moment later, he realized what it was and muttered, "Damn it, the timing is all wrong." "Boss, what's wrong with the timing?" A sidekick, Sixdale's Uchiha, who was supposed to be doing this mission, poked his head out and asked in a strange tone. It was twilight, almost night. Launching an attack just before nightfall seemed like perfect timing, didn't it? Gulp tilde. Naruto tilted his head back, chugging the rest of his soda. He let out a long, satisfying burp and crumpled the empty can, making a crunching sound. I shouldn't have come in the evening. Why not? Sixtails was even more confused. Naruto stood up, brushing the dust from his backside. He looked at his underling with an expression of disappointment. You don't get it? Because something will happen sooner or later, we should have come at noon. He said this with a serious expression. Sixtails, Weighing the aluminum can in his hand, Naruto's gaze swept over the sheer cliff face below. He raised his arm, his fingers opening. The can went over the edge. The lightweight aluminum can was caught by a gentle breeze from the mountain peak, and it danced in the air. Suddenly, a blinding white light precisely enveloped it. Dust style, garbage cleanup jutsu. The white light flashed and disappeared in an instant, and the can was gone without a trace. Naruto stretched his limbs, and his joints cracked. He looked out into the distance. All he could see were layers of mountains, one after another, a vast expanse of them. The rolling black silhouettes stretched all the way to the horizon, fitting perfectly with the intel about the land of lightning being mountainous. There were also clouds. Thick, heavy, dark clouds hung low over the distant mountains. That area was as dark as ink, and silent, pale, branching lightning would occasionally flash deep within the clouds, illuminating a brief moment before disappearing back into the darkness. No wonder it was called the Land of Lightning. I heard the hot springs here are famous. I'll go soak in them after the mission is done. A hint of anticipation appeared on Naruto's lips. He had been transmigrated for 12 years, but aside from school and missions, he had never truly had a vacation. A vacation would be great, and he should take them often. In his last life, he was a workhorse, but now that he was invincible, why shouldn't he enjoy himself? As for the various cage and the world-changing things, clones were for that. It was awesome to have a bunch of workaholic clones doing all the heavy lifting. Thinking of this, Naruto's eyes narrowed. He turned his head and gave a dangerous look at Sixtails, who seemed a bit too leisurely. Why does this guy seem more relaxed than me? Sixtails, Naruto said, lifting his chin, his tone brooking no argument. Stop being that damn reporter of yours. The Mizukage election team is at a critical juncture. You, Uchiha Abido Markai, are to report for duty immediately. Yes, boss. Sixtails bowed and responded instantly without any hesitation. He had sensed the danger. Naruto stretched his shoulders, his gaze turning sharp as he looked in the direction of the Cloud Village. As for now, it's time to work. He took a deep breath, and his immense chakra sensing spread out like an invisible tide. Within a few hundred kilometers, chakra signatures were as numerous as stars, and a few of them were particularly bright. However, there were only two with that unique, violent-tailed beast chakra. One was large, and one was small. He would deal with the smaller one first. Target locked. Then, in the ocean of his consciousness, tens of thousands of familiar spacetime coordinates suddenly lit up. There was one nearby. Got you. Using the transformation jutsu, Naruto's appearance was instantly replaced by the grim face of Uchiha Abido. He skillfully took out the iconic tiger-striped mask from his backpack and put it on. The cold, sinister aura instantly replaced his former laziness. He looked down at Sixtails, his voice low and hoarse through the mask. Let's go. It's time for the Cloud Village to feel some pain. Whoosh! Space shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, two figures appeared abruptly on the roof of a tall building, the evening breeze rustling their clothes. Below was the building where the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was located, standing alone with sparse guards. His gaze swept over the few people occasionally seen around the building. Naruto couldn't help but frown, his eyes behind the mask filled with obvious surprise. Tusk, the sunbathing effect here is a bit too strong, isn't it? Before, in the arena, Naruto had seen the bronze-skinned, muscular Reikage and thought he was an exception. But what he was seeing now? Every person in his line of sight had a skin tone ranging from deep to light brown. Sixtails cautiously hid himself in the shadows, lowering his voice to remind Naruto. Boss, the intel explicitly states that most of the Land of Lightning's residents have this dark skin. A few women, however, have fairer skin. The author of Naruto might be hinting, no, paying tribute to a certain country, perhaps. Tribute. Even through the mask, Naruto's tone was one of sudden realization. This skin color? Oh, I get it. I should have known to come here to grow cotton. It would definitely trigger a skin color memory. He turned, staring at Sixtails through the holes in his mask, his voice filled with certainty about the future. Don't forget to remind me later. After the ninja world is unified, there will definitely be a massive industrial revolution. I'll make the people of the Land of Lightning specifically grow cotton. The corner of Sixtails's mouth twitched imperceptibly, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. However, this sudden discovery of a tribute distracted Naruto for a moment. If skin color was a tribute, then his own golden hair and blue eyes as a savior. What would that make him? A not-so-subtle hint. Never mind, back to work. Boom! With a violent crash of splintering wood and flying rubble, and a sudden plume of thick smoke, Naruto brazenly tore into the room as if he were ripping through space itself. As the smoke cleared slightly, the top figure of Yujido Nei, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, was revealed. Her sharp black eyes narrowed, locking onto the face of the intruder. A current of fear shot through her spine. That distinctive tiger-striped mask, that menacing Sharingan that spun eerily in the gaps of the smoke, emitting a foreboding red glow. There was no mistake. It was the butcher who had caused the Nine-Tails incident, the infamous villain of the ninja world, Uchiha Obaido. You must be the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, right? Naruto's voice, low and hoarse through the mask, asked. His gaze shamelessly swept over Yujido. Golden hair, fair skin accentuating her beautiful features. She was indeed a beauty. Looking at her hostile yet determined face, Naruto's mind suddenly lit up, and he had a bold idea. Chapter 1304. Naruto had a bold idea. What would happen if he reclaimed a tailed beast? He had never reclaimed one before. As a child, he had thought about reclaiming the Nine-Tails, but never acted on it. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. If that's the case, I'll give it a try, but at least after I've delivered some warmth. The current mission is still to get the tailed beast out first. Naruto's cold gaze fell upon Yujido's terrified face. His deep, hoarse voice echoed like a chasm. Your name is Yujido, isn't it? Don't be afraid, the dizziness is normal. It will be over soon. The crimson Sharingan behind his mask felt like a physical brand on her eyes. Naruto reached out his wicked hand. It got closer and closer still. Yujido tried to fight back, but found herself completely frozen, unable to move. Is this a genjutsu? How could I fall for a genjutsu? Is it because of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Seeing this, she desperately channeled her chakra, roaring inwardly, move. As a near-perfect Two-Tails Jinchuriki, her vast ocean of chakra was enough to form a barrier against genjutsu, and the space within her mind was impenetrable. But at this moment, all her power was being tightly bound by some unreasonable existence, unable to create even a ripple. She tried to turn her gaze inward to the tailed beast's space. Matatabi, help me break free from this genjutsu. The only response she got was the sight of the massive Two-Tails, Matatabi, crouched low, letting out a whimper of extreme terror. The giant pupils that normally burned with ghost fire were now filled only with a deep-seated fear of some natural enemy, a fear etched into its very soul. She couldn't see the pair of huge, bewitching eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that had appeared in the void behind her, like indifferent deities standing high in the sky. In reality, Naruto clenched his hand. A brutal force ripped the massive Two-Tails Matatabi from Yujido's body. Then, sealing jutsu, soul coffin imprisonment. Chains of black incantations appeared out of nowhere, ignoring the faint struggles of Yujido's soul and sealing it completely inside her body. I'll keep this Jinchuriki for now. There are still many things I want to study. The Kamui dimension opened silently, swallowing the sealed Jinchuriki. Only then did he look up at the giant cat demon that had been summoned and was now almost bursting out of the space. Strangely, the tailed beast's pupils, which burned with ghost fire, were now completely replaced by crimson Sharingan. Naruto elegantly snapped his fingers. Go, little cat, have fun. The show is about to begin. The scene shifted. A silent vortex twisted space, and Naruto's figure appeared quietly on the most prosperous peak observation deck in the Cloud Village, with a bottomless abyss below his feet. Looking around, the sky was about to darken. The last ray of sunset was struggling to stay, and this final afterglow was all that was left between heaven and earth. He looked down. The lights on the cliffside buildings, stacked one on top of the other, began to light up, like a river of stars adorning the steep cliff, gently welcoming the night that was about to swallow everything. It was the perfect stage. Summoning jutsu. Bang! Amidst the swirling smoke, the gigantic two-tails Matatabi suddenly appeared. The stage is set, let the show begin. Matatabi raised its huge head. In its abyssal maw, a high-density, compressed-tailed beast ball twisted with dark and ghostly blue light, rapidly taking shape. Its target was the dignified, well-lit Reikage office building on a distant mountaintop. Boom! A destructive torrent of energy erupted. The tailed beast ball didn't fly in a straight line, but instead arced a deadly curve, like a falling black star, accurately hitting the Reikage's office building. After a moment of silence, a terrifying roar erupted. A blinding blue-white ball of light swallowed the entire mountaintop. The spherical building and half of the mountain peak were hit as if by a giant's hammer. But the building seemed to be made of incredibly sturdy material. It only collapsed halfway before stabilizing. Then, as if it were just a warm-up, Matatabi's huge body twisted nimbly, and its giant paw, burning with a ghostly blue flame, came down with immense force. Its target was a cluster of buildings clinging to the steep cliff face below. Boom! Wherever the paw struck, a dozen or so rock-carved buildings were torn to shreds like paper. Let's rewind a bit. A piercing alarm blared instantly. The Cloud Village's command center was flashing red. A monitoring ninja shrieked with a cracking voice. We've detected a tailed beast-level reaction at the Lonely Eagle platform. It's Lady Yujido. She has completely transformed into the tailed beast. At this moment, the office was filled with people. They had been discussing Ninja World affairs when this happened. As soon as the report came in, A's fist, crackling with lightning, smashed a corner off the obsidian desk in front of him. What the hell is Yujido doing? Why did she suddenly lose control? The situation was urgent. Seeing this, Samui gave a no-nonsense suggestion. Immediately cut off all bridges leading to the main peak. Initiate the evacuation plan for the areas near the Lonely Eagle platform immediately. C focused his senses for a moment. This tailed beast's chakra, it's strange, cold, full of malice. Lady Yujido has not simply lost control. Darui slowly stood up and stretched his joints. Beneath his lazy tone was a chilling coldness. This is big trouble. The moment the last syllable of big trouble fell. Boom! Like the first bell toll of the apocalypse, the command center shook violently. The ceiling lights shattered, and fragments fell like hail. A huge, muffled explosion seemed to come from the roar of the entire mountain. This was followed by the teeth-grinding sound of the rock structure completely tearing apart. The main monitor screen shook violently, showing the dignified and massive side of the Reikage's office building, as if it had been hit by an invisible giant fist. Half of the Reikage's office building, along with a part of the mountain, disintegrated and fell into the abyss amid the terrifying smoke and blue-white light. The remaining half of the building was now teetering precariously. The command room was filled with smoke. The brief silence was broken by a shriek from the front line of the battle damage report. The Reikage's building has been hit. The number 3 peak subsidiary mountain has a serious collapse. The eyewitness report says it's the Two Tails. How is that possible? How could the Two Tails have changed target so quickly? A sharp voice broke the silence. The distance from the Lonely Eagle platform to here wasn't short. Everyone's mind flashed with a piece of common knowledge. This was not something a tailed beast could do alone. Almost simultaneously, a backup emergency screen next to the main monitor lit up, and a scene appeared. The giant Two Tails Matatabi was standing upright and roaring on another isolated peak nearby. What was heart-stopping was that in the center of its 2 giant pupils, which burned with destruction, were 3 distinct, coldly spinning tamo, like the brand of a curse. A Sharingan. The ninja in the monitoring team screamed with all his might, his voice filled with an indescribable terror. There's no mistake, it must be that man, Uchiha Abido. Uchiha Abido. A's roaring chest was more frightening than the previous explosion. His entire body was wrapped in a solid, blinding blue-white lightning plasma. The chaotic energy stream instantly ignited the scattered documents around him, turning them to ash. Every word he spat out was like it was crushed by a rolling thunder. "I swear, I'll grind your bones to dust." Before his voice even finished, boom! His body, which had turned into a ball of blue energy, instantly leaped out of the collapsed half of the Reikage building. Chapter 13:05. Whoosh! A figure engulfed in a blinding blue-white flash of lightning shot out of the crumbling remains of the Reikage's office. His speed was so immense that he left a trail of afterimages in the air. In a few flashes, the figure appeared near the Two Tails. Two Tails Matatabi. Bang! Accompanying the roar was a sudden burst of power from the blue figure. He stomped on the hard rock peak beneath him, shattering and cracking it like fragile glass. The blue-white lightning on his body flared brightly, and he moved so fast he became a blur. Then, lariat! His voice couldn't even keep up with his lightning-fast movements. That lethal elbow, wreathed in destructive blue-black lightning, struck the side of the Two Tails' massive head at a terrifying, sound barrier-breaking speed. Speed equals mass. Boom! The muffled thud of flesh and the explosion of energy went off simultaneously. The Two Tails' half-formed, chaotic-tailed beast bomb was interrupted by the attack and detonated with a deafening blast. The destructive shockwave spared no one. The uncontrolled energy exploded, turning into a flash of light that consumed the Two Tails' head. The force of the explosion left the Two Tails feeling far from good. As for the fourth Reikage, the instigator, he was sent flying backward like a streak of burning blue light. In the swirling dust, he tore through two shattered buildings. From a distance, Naruto's cold gaze watched him. He had noticed this blue figure the moment he leaped from the Reikage office. This chakra was almost as powerful as a many-tailed beast. That seems to be the Reikage. Naruto squinted as his gaze swept over the muscular black figure, struggling to get up in the dust. The Reikage, he must be the strongest in the hidden cloud village. If so, I can't let him ruin my fun. Just as he was about to use the flying Raijin Jutsu to flash over, Naruto suddenly remembered that he was playing the role of Obaido. He instantly adopted the persona. Space twisted silently into a vortex, and Naruto disappeared from his spot, reappearing elegantly on top of a broken, protruding concrete pillar. His masked gaze looked down coldly. Reikage A shook his head, knocking off shattered stone, and noticed the figure who had suddenly appeared. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto the figure above him. That tiger-striped mask, that ominous Sharingan eye. It was the exact same outfit revealed in the ninja world daily. If he had only suspected before, now he was certain who the mastermind was. Obaido Uchiha. Boom! Reikage A roared, and a violent burst of lightning chakra exploded. The ground collapsed violently, and the already crumbling building remains were utterly pulverized and reduced to rubble like toy blocks. A's figure disappeared in the storm of shattered rock and lightning. No. His speed had surpassed what a normal person's eyes could capture. This attack was even faster than the last one. Lightning-style lariat. A blue arc, honed to its absolute limit, zipped through the air like a streak of lightning, slashing through the area where Obaido's body had been. It was unknown if the real Obaido Uchiha could have dodged it, but this fake Obaido was too much of a cheat. The speed seemed as slow as a slideshow to his Sharingan and 200+ neural reflexes. Swoosh! The blue lightning attack missed completely, not even grazing Naruto's clothes. Reikage A, as he passed through the phantom, was filled with an incomprehensible shock. Suddenly, he remembered Obaido Uchiha's Mangekyou ability. The next moment, boom! He stomped on the opposite cliff to propel himself forward. With a burning rage and even more violent lightning, his figure charged forward like a bolt of lightning once more, trying to hit that intangible body. Speed, absolute speed. Reikage A believed that his speed could overcome anything. But the result was still the same disheartening, shadow-like void, without even a single ripple. Again. Reikage A let out a roar of frustration and charged again. But the result was still futile. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Is this guy really that hot-tempered? He spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Hey, old man, stop trying, it's useless. But to Reikage A, these words were a taunt. He gathered his strength and charged one more time. Even though his speed was the best in the ninja world, in front of the absolute law of space, his efforts were just a hopeless struggle. He finally stopped, his chest heaving violently, the lightning on his body flickering erratically. He stared intently at the figure standing on the ruins, waiting for backup. He remembered the analysis from the Ninja World Daily. Only sheer numbers could break through this cursed intangibility. Abaido Uchiha. A's roar echoed through the ruins. The hidden cloud is far away and has no grudges with you. Why attack us? That was a good question. In truth, Naruto also wanted to ask the real Abaido Uchiha. Why did you kill your master and his wife for no reason? Why did you manipulate the Nine Tails on the night it attacked? And most importantly, how could you be so heartless as to harm an innocent newborn baby? Do you have no humanity? No one knew what Abaido Uchiha was thinking. So now, did Naruto, or rather, did Abaido Uchiha, need a reason for his wanton destruction? I Abaido, act as I please. Why should I explain myself to others? If I want to do something, I do it. I will commit every single bad deed. This is my nindo. And it's the perfect way to make people hate me. But looking at the furious Reikage A in front of him, a cold, mocking smile formed under Naruto's mask. You might have no grudges with the real Abaido Uchiha, but you have a deep-seated hatred with me, Naruto. Why attack the hidden cloud village? You, old man, have the least right to ask others why. He had just used his abilities to absorb the memories of several shinobi during the chaos, reading many fragmented memory pieces, including a lot of secrets about the hidden cloud village. They had once tried to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his own mother. That was one reason. They had twice tried to kidnap Hinata to get the Byakugan bloodline. That was another. There was no need to mention anything else. If either of those two fell into the hands of the hidden cloud, Naruto dared not imagine the consequences. What? Is it okay for you to kidnap people from other villages, but not okay for others to destroy your village? When you do bad things, you have to be prepared to face the consequences. It's not that revenge doesn't come, it's that the time hasn't come yet. Today, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am here to repay you. Moreover, his current identity was Abaido Uchiha, the Abaido Uchiha who did every evil deed, the Abaido Uchiha who wouldn't even spare a newborn baby. What reason could he possibly need? But looking at the devastated buildings and the several mountains cut in half, the corner of his masked mouth curled into a wide, infuriatingly playful smile. A reason, I'll give you one. His voice, low and hoarse, came from behind the mask. Don't thank me, Reikage, I'm just helping out. Helping out? Reikage A almost thought he misheard. Was wreaking havoc in his village considered helping? Of course. The masked man spread his hands, looking at the devastation around him as if it were a masterpiece. Look at these desolate mountains. The houses are halfway up the mountain, and a single step outside is a bottomless abyss. How dangerous, how hard life must be. I'm just here to help you flatten things out and remodel your village. No need to thank me. You can just call me the director of the Hidden Cloud Demolition Office. Abaido Uchiha. Reikage A's roar was deafening. Lightning chakra raged all over his body, and the large rocks beneath his feet disintegrated from the sheer overflow of his anger. He had never been subjected to such an extreme insult. Stop yelling, I'm actually quite puzzled. Looking at the crowd of people who were starting to gather, the voice from behind the mask was genuinely, righteously confused. I'm helping you with your demolition. After I'm done, you'll have some excellent flat land. What great living space. By all accounts, I, Abaido Uchiha, am a great benefactor to the Hidden Cloud. But not only are you not cooperating, why are you fighting back? Chapter 1306. Why are you still fighting back? The masked man's tone was so self-righteous that the Reikage, I, and the surrounding Cloud Village ninja were thunderstruck, their momentum faltering for a moment. Why is he so confident, could it be, that we are in the wrong? Reikage Eye was the first to react. Nonsense! Eye's roar like a thunderclap shattered the absurdity of the moment. Boom! The solid rock where the Reikage had been standing cracked, and he shot forward like a blue-black lightning bolt, tearing through the sound barrier. Lightning release, lariat. Arcing electricity blurred, too fast for the human eye to track, but Naruto easily dodged it with his Kamui intangibility. The voice from under the mask remained calm and cold. I already told you it's no use. Phew, phew. I panted slightly after the intense burst, sweat mixed with lightning and vaporized. He swept his sharp gaze over the newly arrived reinforcements and roared a command. Everyone, overwhelm him with attacks. Don't leave him a single opening. We have 5 minutes to defeat him. Karui, attack with me. Understood. The blonde Samui's eyes flashed with cold, tactical wisdom, and she instantly took command. Squad 1 and 2, prepare for a combination of ninjutsu to bombard him. Amui and Karui, cover the Reikage. Move out. Yes, XN. Reikage Eye was clearly trying to completely annihilate him. Naruto's visible eye coldly scanned the gathering elites. When his gaze fell on Samui, who was directing from the center, his pupils contracted sharply under the mask. Wait! What a magnificent sight! And such a weapon? I thought Tsunade Bossen was already unbeatable, but there's an even greater master. Whose subordinate is this? In that moment of his distraction, the Cloud Ninja's attack arrived. Reikage Eye led the charge, followed closely by the 2 swordsmen, a red-haired dark girl and a white-haired dark boy. This was just the close-quarters attack. The ninjutsu squads were preparing a barrage of lightning release to strike him precisely. Unfortunately, the attacks were a barrage, but only Reikage Eye's attacks were worth Naruto's effort to become intangible to dodge. He could easily block or evade the others. Hey, newcomers, can you even do this? The voice under the mask was cold and mocking. Facing the crisscrossing slashes of the red and black blades, he simply took a tiny step back, elegantly moving between the gaps in the blade flashes. Your attacks are weak. Do you really expect me to turn intangible to deal with them? Has the Cloud Village's swords become dull? Then his gaze suddenly locked onto the white-haired dark boy. Wooden spikes shot out from his palm like venomous snakes. And you, my little dark one, are far too lazy. Poofs! The shining wooden spike, carrying a terrifying kinetic force, easily pierced right through Amoy's chest, and a gush of blood erupted. Just as the wood release was about to burst forth and bloom from within. Lightning release, lariat. A roar and a bolt of lightning arrived simultaneously. Reikage Eye, who had just passed him by, his black elbow attack wreathed in destructive lightning, had teleported back and was about to hit Naruto's back again. Naruto once again became intangible, dodging the attack and ending his assault on Amoy. Karui took the opportunity to quickly drag the white-haired boy with the pierced chest away. Ninjutsu squad, begin the bombardment. The blonde bombshell immediately ordered the ninjutsu squad to fill the gap. Instantly, various lightning release attacks rained down. Wood release, wooden prison wall. Several layers of curved, thick wooden walls shot up from the ground, enduring a round of the lightning release bombardment. Electric snakes ran across the charred wood, crackling and popping. But this was only the beginning of his defense. Under the unseen wooden prison wall, Naruto's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing almost simultaneously behind several lightning release ninja who were forming hand signs. What? A ninja turned around in horror. Too late. Wood release, multi-spike jutsu. Naruto lightly pressed one hand against the ground. The rocks under the nearby ninja's feet exploded without warning, and dozens of sharp, steel-like, gray-white wooden spikes with barbs shot out. PSSH, PSSH, PSSH. The screams were cut short. Several ninja were instantly impaled by countless wooden spikes, like insects pinned to a specimen board. You bastard! Reikage Eye's roar and blue lightning exploded at the same time. He arrived the moment the spikes emerged, and a giant fist wrapped in lightning slammed down on Naruto. Buzz, it was the Kamui intangibility again. Ai's fist fruitlessly smashed a wooden stake, sending sawdust flying everywhere. When he turned his head, Naruto had already disappeared. Samui shouted in a panic, "Watch out, he's luring the Reikage away, his target is us." Before she could finish, a scream came from another direction. A ninja who was forming a hand sign to maintain a formation stared in horror at his chest. A sharp, gray-white wooden spike had silently pierced him from the back and jutted out of his chest. The masked man's figure slowly solidified behind him. "Die," a cold whisper came from his ear. Lightning release, lightning snake. Karui's lightning-infused sword slashed over in time, trying to force him back. The masked man didn't become intangible. Instead, he instantly transformed into a twisted log. A wood clone, Karui's heart sank. The real, fatal gray-white wooden spike shot out from a crack in the rocks near Karui's feet. It was aimed straight for her throat. It was so fast that Karui had no time to react. Just in the nick of time. Lightning shushin. Zap, zap. Ai, wreathed in electricity, appeared in front of Karui at a speed beyond his limits, smashing a heavy fist wreathed in lightning into the base of the wooden spike. Cracked. The wooden spike was shattered. Genjutsu team, disrupt his hand signs. Samui, fighting her anxiety, gave the order. Lightning release, lightning illusion, flashing pillar. As soon as the words left her mouth, a blinding flash of light, a genjutsu, appeared before his eyes. How pathetic. These people were actually trying to use genjutsu on him. Naruto's crimson Sharingan swept over them with cold indifference. His terrifying, deep-sea-like spiritual energy crushed the Cloud Village's genjutsu, and the casters were hit with a backlash, their faces turning pale. Seizing the opportunity. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Naruto quickly formed a hand sign. A ferocious giant fire dragon roared out, rushing towards the genjutsu team. The high temperature made the air itself twist. Water release, Water Wall. Sizzle. Water and fire collided, and steam shot into the sky, instantly obscuring their vision. The steam-filled air meant only one thing for Naruto: it was hunting time. There was a gap between one Obaido and another. The difference between a Mangekyo and an eternal Mangekyo was even greater. While both used Kamui, the eternal Mangekyo not only had a longer intangibility duration, but also a shorter time to absorb objects. Therefore, with his bug-like fundamental attributes, Naruto was able to master Kamui and would release to their fullest potential. Just by using the combination of Kamui absorption, wood release spikes, and intangibility, he had already slaughtered over half of the Chunin and Jonin present. The Cloud Village had suffered heavy losses. A moment later, Naruto paused and the attack stopped. In the uneven clearing created by a tailed beast ball that had cut a mountain in half, nearly half of the Cloud Village's elite ninja lay fallen. Impaled or swallowed by a spatial vortex, their deaths were gruesome and bizarre. The ground was covered in burn marks, spikes, and wood shards left by the wood release, as well as bloodstains. Karui, enduring the pain in her body, helped the pale-faced Samui. Ai stood in the center, panting heavily, his blue-white lightning still raging, but his eyes were filled with the bloodshot exhaustion of battle. He had been a one-man rescue team, constantly using extreme body flicker and bursts of speed to save his allies, which had taken a heavy toll on him. He thought he was waiting for backup, but instead they had become a burden and the losses were heavy. Meanwhile, his opponent, that Uchiha Obaido, seemed to have barely used any chakra other than a few would-release jutsu and his intangibility. That Mangekyo Sharingan was still cold and emotionless. The remaining ninja looked up to see the masked man standing on a high point, proudly and indifferently looking down on them all. Samui's voice was hoarse. "Reikage-sama, we can't get past his intangibility. If this continues, the remaining elites would be picked off one by one." Ai stared intently at Uchiha Obaido, his teeth gritting audibly. Rage burned within him, but the cruel reality forced him to consider the cost. Reform the ranks, prioritize defense, I'll deal with him. His voice was strained, filled with humiliation. But Naruto had no intention of playing with them anymore. The Cloud Village was indeed powerful. While they were fighting him, on the other side, in the tailed beast battle, They had somehow managed to get a sealing tool and were now sealing the two tails. The voice from under the mask spoke, arrogant and mocking, "The show ends here. I'll play with you all again next time." The space around him distorted, and he reappeared in the distance, standing proudly on top of the sealed Kohaku no Johei amber purifying pot. The two tails was contained inside the pot beneath his feet. Darui, who was in charge of the sealing, saw the person who had suddenly appeared, and his pupils contracted. Uchiha Abaido? The surrounding members of the sealing squad recoiled in fear. The eye hole in the mask held a look of amusement as he looked down at the on-guard ninja. "Yo, you all worked hard. I'll be taking this gift." At the same time, a notification appeared. A limited-grade item, the 6 Paths Amber Purifying Pot, containing the Two Tails Matatabi, has been detected. Would you like to recover it? Tusk, I didn't expect to get the 6 Paths Amber Purifying Pot as a bonus just for recovering a tailed beast. The Cloud Village is so generous. Thanks. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed it and instantly refined it. The 6 Paths Amber Purifying Pot has been recovered. You have received 500,000 Ryo, plus 50000 chakra, and plus 5 skill points. The Two Tails Matatabi has been recovered. You have received 200,000 Ryo, plus 20000 chakra, plus 5 skill points, and the Two Tails badge. The massive amber purifying pot and the two tails within it vanished as if they had been erased, right before everyone's wide eyes. Darui and the sealing squad were completely stunned. All that hard work for nothing. Boom! Seeing this, a blue-black lightning bolt filled with endless fury shot from the distance with the momentum to destroy everything and slammed into Naruto. But he dodged it with his intangibility. The shadow of the attack smashed directly into the rock wall behind him, sending dust and debris flying. Uchiha Abaido. Reikage Eye leaped out of the dust cloud, his eyes wide with fury. The Two Tails, and the Cloud Village's secret amber purifying pot, they had been stolen by Uchiha Abaido. He could have suppressed the rage from the destruction and the ninjas' deaths. But a tailed beast was the foundation of a great nation, a strategic nuclear deterrent. They could not afford to lose it, even if it cost the blood of the entire village. No matter where you go, the Cloud Village will use all its strength to grind you into dust. This hatred is irreconcilable. Every word was soaked in Ai's blood, tears, and determination. Naruto, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. No matter where you go, like a mad dog that won't let go, how can Abaido cause trouble in peace like that? Especially since there's a big plan coming up that absolutely cannot be disturbed. I was going to let you live, but it seems I must kill you. The calm voice suddenly erupted with murderous intent like thunder. I have no choice but to kill you. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trianhong Mengzai. Chapter 1307. It seems I have no choice but to kill you now. The masked man's voice was deathly still, a sharp, murderous intent leaking from his crimson Sharingan. Originally, Naruto only intended to come to the hidden Cloud Village to deliver warmth, get a little revenge for the past, and showcase the existence of Abaido Uchiha while letting the village experience some pain. But the Reikage Eye had challenged him. You think you can leave without killing me? Well then. He had no choice but to make him die. Reikage, no, I be a good person in your next life. With this thought, his entire demeanor changed drastically. The playful, taunting attitude vanished, replaced by a chilling, abyssal coldness that was all-consuming. His Sharingan swept the area. There were too many people around. He would clear the field first. The masked man's hands moved through a series of hand signs, then slammed down hard on the ground. Wood-style Dance of the Thorns. Beneath the earth, a surge of wood-style chakra erupted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh tilde. The violent wood-style chakra tore through the ground, and countless sharp, spear-like wooden spikes burst from the earth. They shrieked as they shot toward every single cloud shinobi present, threatening to impale them all and pin them to the ground. In that critical moment, a burst of lightning chakra erupted from the Reikage Eye. The chakra he squeezed from his body became a tearing, blue bolt of lightning. Lightning release, lariat. The rakeage, like a bolt of blue lightning, struck. The speed was so fast that the masked man could only give up his wood-style attack and turn intangible to avoid it. After the attack, whoosh, even the rakeage was breathing heavily after the continuous bursts of power. In the intense battle, his speed had finally slowed down by a fraction of a second. Thud, thud. A few sickening sounds of flesh being pierced echoed. Although I had delayed the masked man for an instant, several wooden spikes still impaled the ceiling team ninjas who were unable to dodge. Their screams and blood instantly stained the ground. Aya! Rakeage Eye's teeth ground together as he witnessed the scene, but he knew the direness of the situation. "Everyone," he roared, his voice shaking the air itself. "Fall back immediately, that's an order. Fall back, all of you, hurry." Darui's heart stopped, and he shouted in agreement, his voice hoarse. After directing the others to leave, Darui turned to stare at the masked man. The night had already become a thick ink, completely covering the shattered hidden cloud village. The fires burning in the ruins were the only source of light. Yet, the lone, black figure standing in the center seemed to devour all the dim light. He was dressed in black, almost merging with the background of the night. Only his orange, tiger-striped mask glowed in the firelight. The flickering flames made the strange black markings on the mask look especially vivid, like the runes of some ancient beast writhing. He simply stood there, but an invisible pressure, like the stillness before a mountain collapses, enveloped the entire battlefield. Everything that had just happened replayed in Darui's mind. The ghost-like ability to phase and warp space, untouchable. The sharp, ominous wooden spikes summoned from nowhere, and the sickening thud as they pierced his comrades' bodies. The rakeage's desperate lightning assault, which only tore a ripple of nothingness at the last moment. Darui's gaze was fixed on the patterned mask, and a chill crawled up his spine. One person. Just one person. He has the terrifying strength to take on an entire great shinobi village, forcing them into a desperate retreat, even making a cage threat a suicidal attack. Is this Abaido Uchiha? Abaido Uchiha. Darui's voice was incredibly dry, repeating the name almost like a sigh. The Nine Tails attack on Konoha, the Uchiha clan massacre, the manipulation of the fourth Mizukage, the annihilation of the hidden grass village. Each of these events was a bloody testament to his terrifying power and evil deeds. The masked man's singular crimson eye scanned the retreating cloud shinobi, his gaze resting on Darui for just an instant. In that fleeting moment, Darui felt as if he had been dragged into a soul-freezing abyss. The hairs on his body stood on end, and an intense premonition of danger made his muscles tense instantly. He instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Is this a legendary S-rank rogue ninja? No. Darui felt as though he was facing a living calamity, wearing human skin. After a light sweep of the area, the masked man's gaze returned to the muscular man in front of him. Naruto, who was impersonating the masked man, already had a plan to deal with Rakeage Eye. The Rakeage's lightning release chakra mode was incredibly fast and gave him quick reflexes, making him the perfect counter to Abaido. If it were the real Abaido, he would have a hard time killing him. After all, the real Abaido's strength was pathetic. So, the masked man that Naruto was impersonating had to cheat. Paralysis Jutsu. The three Tamo in the masked man's single Sharingan silently grew and spun in Rakeage Eye's vision. A powerful, vast mental energy, like the deepest part of the ocean, ignored the rampaging lightning release chakra barrier and his resilient will. It brutally pierced his soul, binding every muscle fiber and every single thought that directed the flow of his chakra. Eye's pupils dilated to their limit. Sleep paralysis? No, this is far more terrifying. He could clearly feel the ferocious lightning release chakra still roaring inside him. His heart was still beating wildly. His blood was still rushing through his veins. However, every nerve signal trying to move his body, every thought trying to guide his chakra, was completely frozen and blocked by this power. This is a genjutsu. Are you kidding me? Ai's heart was filled with monumental terror. He, the fourth Rakeage, He had chakra comparable to a tailed beast, and the violent, unpredictable burst of lightning release chakra mode. How could he possibly fall for a genjutsu? Break it now, Aizel screamed wildly inside the prison. Terrifying chakra, like a maddened beast, thrashed through his pathways, trying to break the invisible shackles. But no matter how hard he thrashed, his body remained completely still. Powerless. An unprecedented, absolute, soul-shaking sense of helplessness, mixed with humiliated rage, fiercely seized the fourth Reikage's heart. Reikage Eye, horrified, looked up in his cold bonds. The single, eerie eye beneath the mask, its 3 crimson tamo reflecting the firelight, emitted a heart-stopping red glow. The single eye suddenly locked onto the immobile eye. Next, a swirling vortex of space covered and consumed Reikage Eye. Lord Reikage, Darui's roar was filled with a throat-shredding terror. He had seen this technique from a distance before. Those who were consumed by it never reappeared. So, seeing the Reikage standing motionless, about to be swallowed by the vortex, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and lunged forward. His arms, like iron bands, tried to grab Ai's upper body and pull him away from the strange vortex. But it was too late. The swirling space instantly covered and enveloped Ai's entire body. Tear. With a sickening, muffled sound, as if space itself was being forcibly ripped apart, the void vortex suddenly contracted and vanished. Darui's arms were left with a suffocating emptiness. The immense momentum and impact sent him crashing to the ground, holding something heavy and severed. As the dust settled, Darui found himself clutching the lower half of the Reikage's torso, which had been cleanly severed at the waist. The fourth Reikage dead. Chapter 1308. The mere 0.5% of a chakra remaining in Darui's arms caused the corner of Naruto's eye, hidden behind his mask, to twitch violently. Why? Naruto had no intention of killing the fourth Reikage. After all, everyone has their value, even a small screw. This was one of Naruto's personal mottos. How much more valuable was an actual cage like the Reikage? He was a raw talent. With a few minor adjustments, he could become a super cage-level existence, a powerful enforcer who could surely contribute to the great journey of the Empire. Not really. Even if he was assigned to carry bricks at the bustling construction sites in the Land of Grass, he would be worth 10 ordinary people. And yet, this was truly an incredible assist from his teammate. The Reikage, who could have lived to contribute to the revolutionary cause in another way, had now been killed by his own subordinate. For a moment, Naruto couldn't even tell if the Reikage was killed by him or accidentally taken out by his own people. Blonde-haired dragon sage, guess it was just his fate. Lord Reikage. A heart-wrenching wail suddenly tore through the dust-filled battlefield. Darui's face was ashen, and many surrounding ninja cried out, running toward the Half-a-Corpse. A team that had just been on its way to support the Reikage and Naruto's fight arrived just in time to see this devastating scene. Uchiha Obaido. Several red-eyed ninja from the Cloud Village charged at the masked man like rabid dogs, roaring and brandishing their blades. The masked man easily phased through their attacks. With his goal of creating chaos achieved, Naruto prepared to leave. His cold, indifferent voice, masked by the deeper voice of Obaido, rang out once more, "Keep your lives for now. I'll come for them another time." A swirling vortex of space enveloped the masked man. Space twisted and contracted, and with an absurd finality, his figure vanished completely. Uchiha Obaido. The moment Naruto entered the Kamui dimension, he was greeted by a fist crackling with lightning. A's half-severed body was like a blood-soaked mad lion, burning its last ounce of strength to unleash a lightning punch infused with a lifetime of resolve. Bang! There was no need for pretense now. Naruto's single hand firmly caught the heavy, lightning-infused punch. Then, with a bang, a kick like a bolt of lightning struck directly in the chest. The explosive force sent a flying back like a broken sack. The Reikage, who had barely managed to bounce back with his arms, tumbled like a rolling gourd, his half-body rolling for more than a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Naruto took a closer look and realized this guy was incredibly resilient. Despite being reduced to half a body and his face deathly pale from blood loss, he was still using his powerful arms to force himself back to his feet. He had cauterized the bloody, severed portion of his body with lightning release, stopping the bleeding for the time being. He's a real badass. Without a second's hesitation, Naruto's eyes switched to the Rinnegan. A vast, mental tsunami of spiritual energy crashed down. The genjutsu activated. A's body instantly stiffened, his eyes losing focus as he fell into a state of absolute stupor. Naruto raised his hand and extended it. Universal pull. A powerful suction dragged A's body toward him. Naruto's hand grabbed his head with precision and began to extract his memories. A massive, complex flood of information instantly poured in. Countless secrets, plans, and jutsu scrolls flashed through Naruto's mind. "Tisk, this is the correct way to acquire information," he muttered with a sigh. It was hard not to feel how inefficient his intelligence gathering via clones all over the world was in comparison. Unfortunately, he only had one pair of eyes. He pulled out a scroll and sealed A's half-body and entire soul within it, just in case someone tried to use Edo Tensei on him to get information. After completing this task, Naruto's gaze turned to the depths of the Kamui dimension. There, more than a dozen ninja from the Cloud Village were either unconscious or groaning in pain. These living ninja were now ready to be put to use. With his Rinnegan still active, Naruto grabbed the nearest one and used his yin-yang release. The ninja's injuries were healed in an instant, and then the modifications began. There were 13 people in total, 1 cage-level template, 6 Jonin templates, and 6 Chunin templates. These modified clones were all prepared for Shimura Danzo's Root organization to help him cause trouble around the world. A moment later, the mission was complete. He also took the opportunity to send a message to the news tycoon. "Uzumaki Daedong, Root is ready. 13 members, 1 B-rank cage level, 6 C-rank Jonin, 6 D-rank Chunin. They are in the Kamui dimension. You can take them whenever you need them." News tycoon Suiatsu Sanjo, "Yes, boss," heart emoji. Uzumaki Daedong, when is the plan scheduled to begin? News tycoon Suiatsu Sanjo, "We estimate we have about 6 months. The people of the Land of Water are easily brainwashed and are quite receptive now, but the ninja of the Hidden Mist Village are more rigid and need a change of mindset. In 6 months at most, we'll need to take action to personally help them change their minds." Uzumaki Daedong? Good. Abaido's reputation here is a bit tarnished. This is a good time for it to settle down a bit, especially since I just killed the Reikage, News tycoon Suiatsu Sanjo, "What? You killed the Reikage? Boss, this is explosive news." Uzumaki Daedong, "Rokusuk will send you the photos. Ask him for the details." Tomorrow, with a huge publicity push from the newspapers, Uchiha Abaido's notorious reputation was sure to resonate throughout the shinobi world once again. He hoped the real Uchiha Abaido would be able to handle it. Ending the chat, Naruto took stock of his spoils. Money and chakra were insignificant. The attribute points were useful, but the most important thing was the badge. Two Tails badge. Fire-style chakra proficiency. Plus 2,000 fire-style jutsu power. Plus 35% plus 2% chakra regeneration. Rating, dear player, your choice to reclaim the tailed beast was a wise one. Welcome to the Tailed Beast Reclamation Project. This rating, reclaiming the tailed beast, was, of course, a wise decision. For only about 30% of the price, plus some chakra and attribute points as compensation, he could reclaim a high-value tailed beast. How could that not be a wise decision? Naruto decided to try equipping the badge to see its effects. His fire-style chakra was already maxed out, so the key was the chakra regeneration. Recovery, 7.9%, small times, 1 plus 200% plus 100% plus 500% plus 2,000%, times 2, 458.2% hour. This badge was powerful indeed. As a player in his 12-year-old youth stage, his total chakra regeneration was only 3% per hour. Over the years, the bonuses from various missions, rewards, badges, and titles had only raised that number to 5.9%. And yet, A single Two Tails badge gave him a 2% increase in chakra regeneration. If the Two Tails was this strong, how much would the Nine Tails give him? Naruto suddenly felt an urge to go for it. However, thinking of the potentially unacceptable accidents that could happen, he decided to find another test subject first. His chakra sensing instantly went out. Just a dozen kilometers away, a powerful chakra signature was shining like a lighthouse in the darkness. Eight Tails, here I come. Chapter 1309. Amidst a towering range of mountains and swirling clouds, a vast, treacherous canyon known for its perpetual roar, the Cloud-Dry Gorge, served as the forbidden land of the Cloud Village. Several months ago, ever since the appearance of the Uchiha Obaido, who shook the ninja world, the fourth Reikage, had been on high alert. He had immediately locked his most precious nuclear weapon, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, in this very location. B, without my permission, you are absolutely not allowed to take a single step outside the Cloud-Dry Gorge. I's roar still echoed in his ears. And so, this thundering canyon became both Killer Bee's prison and his training ground. At this moment, a certain dark-skinned ninja bounced out of the gorge. Yo tilde I trained, till my legs got shaky tilde my tummy's as empty as a baby tilde yo tilde. A figure bounded out, accompanied by an odd rhythm. A small, black pair of sunglasses perfectly covered his eyes. His light yellow hair was slicked back with hair gel, and a carefully trimmed mustache on his upper lip twitched with his every move. This was none other than the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Waving his arms and legs, he hopped down the stairs from the very top, following a rhythm he created himself. I'm having eel for dinner, oh yeah, rapping is my soul, yes tilde. Just as he got into the swing of things, and his body swayed with the rhythm. Tab. His movements suddenly stopped without warning, as if someone had pressed a pause button. His gaze, hidden behind the sunglasses, instantly fixed on a figure that had appeared on a massive rock platform not far below. A striped mask, a black cloak, was it, the Uchiha Obaido who forced him to hide here? Whoosh bang! He leaped from the top, soaring over 100 steps, and landed on the giant platform, his face serious as he stared at the newcomer. You must be the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Naruto looked at the dark-skinned ninja with a hint of amusement. He had appreciated the rap just now, word for word. Just as he remembered from Ai's memories, this Jinchuriki loved to rap. You had to admit, with that skin tone, he had a certain flair for rapping. It was just a shame that his impromptu rap skills weren't very good. Naruto found it hard to appreciate. Call me Lord Killer Bee. Killer Bee's voice was cool and collected, as if he were saying something very serious. At the same time, his eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, warily stared at the strange three Tomos Sharingan under the mask's single eye hole. Oh. Naruto let out an amused chuckle. Now that it was just the two of them, he no longer had to pretend to be Uchiha Obaido and could revert to his true nature. He suddenly reached out and grabbed something from his backpack. In his left hand, a large, vibrant green watermelon with dark stripes appeared out of thin air. It looked so fresh and juicy, giving off the unique sweet scent of the land of Wind's desert. In his right hand, he held a big bucket of hot, steaming, and crispy fried chicken. The golden skin crackled with every move. These two things were sure to be a hit with this guy. In my left hand, a melon from the land of Wind. The huge temperature difference makes it so sweet it'll make your tongue tingle. In my right hand, Konoha's Colonel Sanders' fried chicken. Fresh out of the pot, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Choose one of the two. The crimson gaze from behind the mask seemed to pierce through Killer Bee's body, staring directly at the Eight Tails inside him. This wasn't just a choice for Killer Bee, it was a test for the Eight Tails, too. The test started now. The three Tomos Sharingan under the mask almost pierced through the dark-skinned ninja, allowing Naruto to see the Eight Tails inside him. Naruto's words hadn't even finished yet. Shut up, Byakuya, you fool. Without giving Naruto, or rather, the masked Obaido, any time to react, Killer Bee disappeared from his spot and reappeared right in front of him, drawing his swords to strike. Swish! So fast. The sharp blade sliced through the masked man, but the attack passed through him, Only the watermelon in his hand was cut in half. Swish, 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 swish. Killer Bee didn't stop. A furious flash of blades wove a web of death as he unleashed 18 quick strikes. The fatal 18 strikes were finished. Killer Bee quickly retreated about 15 feet, breathing heavily. His eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, showed unmasked shock and seriousness. It's exactly as the newspaper said. This Mangekyou ability is unsolvable. Tusk, you're wasting food, you jerk, Naruto said, his eyes on the mangled watermelon on the ground, his tone full of genuine heartache. I'll have to punish you later by making you lick the floor clean. Not a single seed can be left behind. He didn't waste any more time. The crimson light from his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan blazed. Genjutsu activated. Paralyzing jutsu. Killer Bee's body shuddered violently. His limbs felt as if they were pinned down by countless sharp spikes, unable to move a single finger. It was as if his entire soul was being dragged into a frozen abyss. The shock in his eyes couldn't be hidden, even behind his sunglasses. Sharingan. He knew it was a Sharingan, but it could even control the Eight Tails chakra. However, in just a fraction of a second, the crimson eyes of the Eight Tails within him burned brightly. The massive amount of tailed beast chakra inside him roared like a furious tidal wave, crashing against the spiritual chains. Hello. With a wild roar, Killer Bee broke free from the restraints. Cold sweat was already running down his forehead, but the fighting spirit in his eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, was rekindled. It's no use, you're underestimating the Eight Tails inside me. Bakiero, Kaniero, Takoyaki. Killer Bee yelled in a rap, as the red-tailed beast chakra on his body boiled and steamed out. His body was instantly covered in a thin red chakra cloak. The Eight Tails. Looking at Killer Bee's state, Naruto generally understood why his genjutsu had failed. It was simple to control a Jinchuriki, and it was simple to control a tailed beast. But controlling a Jinchuriki who was in perfect sync with their tailed beast wasn't so simple. Once a person was controlled by his bug-like Sharingan genjutsu, any other ninja would be useless against it. But a tailed beast was different. Its massive chakra could help the Jinchuriki break free from the genjutsu. And for now, Naruto couldn't control the tailed beast inside the Jinchuriki from a distance. It seems the only way is to make physical contact and enter his mind to control it. B, show this guy what you're made of. Rumble. The entire Cloudry Gorge trembled violently. The massive, sky-obscuring form of the Eight Tails began to spread out from Killer Bee's body. Its 8 giant octopus tentacles thrashed against the canyon walls, sending rocks tumbling down. B, this guy is strong, be careful. The rumble of Juki's voice echoed in Killer Bee's mind, filled with unprecedented gravity. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Eight Tails, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, unable to understand what just happened. Why did he go all out without a word? He was worried about not being able to see a tailed beast, and now the opportunity had presented itself. The eternal Mangekyou, Sharingan instantly shone with a strange light. Whoosh! Juki's deafening roar, as huge as a mountain, was cut short. Terrifyingly, the angry, burning light in the giant beast's eyes was quickly replaced by a cold, strange crimson. A pair of massive, perfectly clear 3-tomo Sharingan patterns began to spin in its huge pupils. The malevolent red light instantly consumed all of its will. Abe. Killer Bee's voice was completely distorted with terror. No matter how hard he tried to call out, he received no response from Juki. The giant octopus body was completely frozen in place. You've truly done me a great favor. A sarcastic tone came from behind the mask. His crimson eternal Sharingan flickered, and a silent mental command instantly struck Juki's empty, giant eyes. Go back now. Whoosh! The solidified body of the Eight Tails suddenly blurred and collapsed. The 8 massive octopus tentacles rapidly shrank inward, disappearing into Killer Bee's back. In the end, only the dark-skinned ninja was left standing there, his face ashen, and his eyes behind the sunglasses filled with the profound emptiness of shattered faith. The red light from the genjutsu flashed. Huh. Killer Bee's daze was instantly frozen. He stood stiffly like a puppet on a string, his consciousness trapped in a transparent cage. Naruto didn't stop. His hand, like an iron clamp, pressed down on the top of Killer Bee's head. His consciousness instantly plunged into Killer Bee's mind. In Killer Bee's mental space, the massive Juki's once furious giant eyes now only reflected the empty, puppet-like crimson Sharingan. Naruto's conscious form hovered in front of Juki's huge head. "Juki, can you hear me?" A cold voice pierced the silence of the space. "I will now extract you from this seal." His voice held a hint of undeniable pity. "I can see that you and this Jinchuriki have a good relationship. If you have any last resort to keep him alive, now is your final chance." With a flash of his thoughts, he returned to reality. Naruto looked at the Eight Tails sealing jutsu. The iron armor seal, that was child's play. Without needing any complicated ritual preparations, Naruto tapped a few times, then spread his fingers and pressed down firmly on Killer Bee's stomach. "Come out, Juki." Whoosh! A dark purple vortex instantly formed in front of his palm, and a terrifying suction force locked onto the Eight Tails inside. Aya! Even under the deep genjutsu control, Killer Bee's body instinctively arched and spasmed violently. In the mental space, the strange crimson Sharingan marks in Juki's huge beast eyes faded away like melting snow. The cold shackles disintegrated, and liveliness once again lit up its deep, ancient eyes. It slowly turned toward the direction of the tearing force. This terrifying, immense power was completely irresistible. It was about to be extracted. As the thought flashed through its mind, it suddenly remembered the words the masked man had left behind. If that's the case, be alive. Just as the massive body of the Eight Tails was being completely torn out and was on the verge of leaving Killer Bee's body. Riep! One of its thick, octopus-like tentacles, covered in suckers and as big as a giant snake, was severed and detached from Juki's main body. Recycled. Chapter 1310. Noticing that Killer Bee was still in decent condition, Naruto delved into him with his consciousness once more. He clearly sensed that the severed tail had saved Killer Bee's life. Sacrificing a tail to save its host. Interesting, Naruto's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. So could Kurama do the same? He was eager to try it, because the half of Kurama in his body was too weak. He wanted to replace it with a new, full-powered one. However, the prerequisite for replacing Kurama was that the memories had to be preserved. Otherwise, wouldn't the past 9 years of cultivating their bond have been a waste? Time for more tests. His mind locked onto the shop. Purchase 8 Tails Juki. 1.8 million Ryo instantly evaporated. A piquet ball with a cold, metallic sheen appeared in his backpack. "I choose you, 8 Tails." He tossed the piquet ball into the air. Bang! Amidst a ground-shaking roar and a cloud of dust, a colossal, mountain-sized tentacle monster, an 8-legged octopus monster, reappeared in the world. What is? Juki's giant beast eyes were filled with immense confusion and the shock of having narrowly escaped death. One moment, it was trapped in an eternal void of frozen time, suspended thoughts, and absolute silence, a despair it would never forget. The next, it had returned to the world of the living. The intense contrast made its massive body tremble slightly. "Hey!" Naruto looked up, his voice not loud but piercing through the Eight Tails' confusion. 8 Tails, do you remember the 2 options I just gave you? What were they? Juki's giant head suddenly lowered. Its massive eyes immediately locked onto the small figure below, a masked man who sent a shiver of endless dread through its very soul. It was him, the culprit who had thrown it into that abyss of despair. Roar! Ignited by fear and fury, its roar shook the canyon. A powerful tailed beast bomb began to form in its mouth, its destructive black light chilling to the bone. However, through the hole in the mask, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun, its gaze as cold as a sharp sword. It pierced Juki, making its entire body tremble. The half-formed tailed beast bomb vanished instantly, like a snuffed-out flame. Watermelon and fried chicken. Juki's colossal voice carried a subtle tremor and a hint of submission, like a deflating balloon. Tusk, Naruto grunted softly, his gaze softening slightly. The memories were intact. The plan was feasible. The next second, a flash. In an instant, he had teleported to the top of Juki's mountain-like head. His right fist was clenched tightly, his terrifying chakra-enhanced strength compressed to its limit. The space around his fist seemed to warp. You're just a tiny-tailed beast, and you dare bare your fangs. This is a warning. Super heavy punch. Bang! The moment his fist connected with the Eight-Tails' head, the Eight-Tails' massive head was slammed into the ground by an unstoppable force. Boom ROOM. The hard rock layers shattered like dry crackers as the enormous head smashed a large crater into the ground, then rebounded slightly. The surrounding ground for several square kilometers instantly cracked and broke apart. Several nearby mountain peaks were as if cleaved in half by an invisible giant axe, their upper halves slowly sliding down amidst the deafening roar. It was stunned, completely stunned. That single punch plunged Juki's consciousness into endless darkness. Recycle. No, don't. The cold, familiar word appeared again, instantly triggering Juki's PTSD. The fragments of Juki's consciousness screamed in despair. It didn't want to go back to that place again. The horror of the desolate void was far worse than death. The next instant, its colossal, mountain-like body vanished. What don't you want? Yujiro is still waiting for you. Calmly looking at the scene of destruction left behind, Naruto checked the earnings from recycling the Eight-Tails again. Money plus 600,000 Ryo, same as before. Eight-Tails badge, chakra recovery rate plus 8%. This was also the same. Tusk is the recycling value fixed, money is still 1/3, and the badge effect is still 8%. Naruto mused, stroking the chin of his mask. Interesting, it seems he'd found a bug for infinitely boosting his chakra recovery. 1.2 million Ryo equals 8% chakra recovery, equals 464% per hour chakra recovery. System spend. He would throw money at this until he could get his chakra fully recovered in just 1 second. Who said that wasn't an infinite chakra bar? He. A groan came from the side. Killer Bee, who had passed out after his tailed beast was extracted, slowly came to. The moment he opened his eyes, a grinning tiger-striped mask was right in his face. You're awake, the surgery was a success. A serious voice came from behind the mask. From now on, you're a girl. And nanny. Killer Bee forgot all about rapping and frantically reached down. Phew, thank goodness. Tusk, look how scared you are. Naruto's face behind the mask curled into a mischievous grin. I'm just kidding, little homie. The organization has decided. Effective immediately, you and your dear bro, the Reikage, will throw yourselves into the glorious basic construction of the land of grass. Your tasks are clear. One of you will lay bricks and the other will mix mortar. Also, since you love rapping, we'll approve you to hold a construction site arts festival, Killer Bee's solo rap concert. The spiritual and entertainment needs of the workers must be met. If you perform well, it's not impossible to release a CD in the future. Killer Bee was completely lost on the construction division part, but the moment he heard concert, his eyes lit up. Yo tilde a concert, bro, Killer Bee is. Before he could even start his signature rap, Naruto impatiently cut him off. Shut up, get to work. He reached out and telekinetically grabbed Killer Bee by the top of his head. Cooperate or your concert is cancelled. This time, the transformation had no template. It was just a precise cut of memory fragments related to the Cloud Village and the tailed beast extraction, along with a slight chakra-based adjustment of his facial and skeletal structure and skin tone to prevent him from being recognized at his concerts. Done. Go and keep your bro company. With a flick of his hand, a spatial vortex opened, and Killer Bee was thrown in, spinning. Surveying the completely destroyed landscape of the Lightning Canyon, Naruto summarized his day's itinerary. Caused trouble for the Cloud Village. Additional achievements. Recycled the 2 tails, took down the Reikage, recycled the 8 tails. So, according to the plan, should he still go through with the Land of Earth dungeon? After careful consideration, he looked at Obaido Uchiha's current hate list. Land of Fire Konohagakure. The Nine Tails attack plus the Uchiha clan massacre. Land of Lightning Kumagakure. The Two Tails rampage plus taking down the Reikage plus the Eight Tails disappearance. Land of Water Kirigakure. Controlling the Fourth Mizukage plus the Bloody Mist Village. Land of Wind Sunagakure. Betrayal that led to huge losses, making the already poor finances of Suna even worse. Tusk, he had already earned the hatred of 4 out of the 5 great nations. Obaido Uchiha was truly full of sin. For now, he'd pass on the land of Earth. After all, while Obaido Uchiha was a big IP, the name Obaido Uchiha no longer belonged to just him, but to the entire organization. He couldn't just keep destroying things, he had to maintain the image. He couldn't provoke too many people, or else anytime he tried to do something under that name, his enemies would already be swarming him before he could even start. This IP would become useless, and he'd have to create a new one. But in the entire ninja world, where could he find another perfect supervillain to take the blame? Well, there were a few with potential, but they still needed to be developed. Until then, Obaido Uchiha would have to keep taking the heat. Today, I'm granting Obaido Uchiha a special day off with pay. As for himself, he had nothing to do today, so he'd go listen to some music in the red light district. The space distorted, and his figure vanished, leaving behind only the sound of the wind in the ravaged canyon. Chapter 13:11. The next day, the media across the ninja world was rocked by news about one man. The incredibly explosive news that Obaido Uchiha had used the Two Tails, Matatabi, to attack the hidden cloud village and torn the Reikage, to shreds, was a Category 12 hurricane, sweeping across the entire ninja world thanks to the frenzy of the media. 136 newspapers hit the stands like 136 bolts of lightning. At newsstands in the land of fire, the land of lightning, the land of wind, the land of earth, the land of water, and even in smaller, more remote countries, countless hands trembled in horror as they reached for the fresh ink of headlines saturated with the scent of death. The Shinobi Daily, front page headline. Shocking, the Uchiha demon rules the heavens. The Two Tails goes berserk, ripping the Reikage to shreds. Manjikaio controls the Jinchuriki, the fourth Reikage is bisected by a spatial jutsu. Half of the hidden cloud village falls. The land of fire times. Obaido Uchiha, destroyer of the new world. The calamity of the hidden cloud. When tailed beasts become weapons and cage-level shinobi become sacrifices. The land of lightning honest news. The Reikage's fall, the night the hidden cloud village bled. The hero falls, dies on the ruins he was protecting. The Sun Daily. Shocking, Obaido Uchiha did this to one person and one beast. In the land of lightning, in the streets and fields, women clutched their shopping baskets until their knuckles turned white. Shopkeepers sweeping the floors stood frozen. An old man in a tea house, lost in thought, spilled his tea but remained oblivious to the scalding water. A deadly silence. After a brief, suffocating silence, whispers of fear and disbelief spread like a plague. Arcage was killed. That Obaido Uchiha. People's faces were filled with nothing but pure horror and bottomless panic. For months, the ninja world's media conglomerate had relentlessly branded the name Obaido Uchiha with heinous crimes like the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha clan massacre, controlling the Mizukage, and destroying the land of grass. But all of that seemed so far away. Today, the demon's claws had mercilessly torn apart the strongest symbol in their hearts, their most powerful cage. Didn't they say the hidden cloud village was the strongest? If our cage-sama can't even protect himself, is the land of lightning safe? We've lost our tailed beast in our cage. What's next? A war. Whispers of pessimism and despair passed between every pair of eyes. This was the heaviest and coldest weight on the hearts of the hidden cloud shinobi right now. In contrast to the despair brewing in the land of lightning, the people of other countries were mostly just shocked and felt a sense of detached indifference. Obaido Uchiha, that was a matter for the ninja bigwigs. When the sky falls, the tallest person catches it. They just wanted to watch the show. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, in the hidden stone village. PFFF. The moment he sat down and opened the Shinobi Daily, Anoki spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. His mustache was soaked, but he didn't have time to wipe it. His small eyes were completely captivated by the news. Obaido Uchiha invaded the hidden cloud village, released the Two Tails to attack it, and used his Mangekyo ability to tear the wreckage apart. The first picture showed a towering, snarling Two Tails, made of ominous blue flames, standing atop a mountain of burning rubble. In the background, the hidden cloud's iconic steep buildings were being consumed by a sea of fire. The second picture showed Darui holding a bisected torso. In the distance, a figure with an orange swirl mask was clearly visible. The half-torso was unrecognizable, but Anoki knew Darui was a highly trusted subordinate of the wreckage, a likely candidate for the next wreckage. In an instant, all the clues connected. A. The man who was as strong as the personification of lightning and the fastest shinobi in the world had actually been torn to shreds. Anoki felt a chill run from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. A cage dying in a time of peace. Rare, too rare. Obaido Uchiha? This guy's strength is even more terrifying than when he destroyed the land of grass, he said, a raspy sound escaping his dry throat, tinged with a caution he himself hadn't realized. Lord Tsuchikage, the Hidden Cloud's tragedy proves this man has mastered some secret art of controlling tailed beasts, and his spatial abilities are exceptionally fierce. Kitsuchi, who had been waiting beside him, analyzed in a deep voice. Our Jinchuriki. Calm down, Anoki snapped. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable weight. Roshi and Han aren't as easy to manipulate as that little cat from the Hidden Cloud, but... At this time, the Hidden Cloud village was still in chaos and hadn't noticed Killer Bee's disappearance, so the newspapers hadn't reported it yet. A shrewd glint flashed in Anoki's eyes. Give the order immediately. From this moment on, the secrecy level for tailed beast Jinchuriki is to be raised to the highest level. All intelligence checks on people entering and leaving the village will be doubled. Yes, sir. Watching Kitsuchi leave, Anoki's gaze returned to the newspaper. The Hidden Cloud village. Their cage was dead, many shinobi were killed or injured, and the strategic Two Tails was lost. Their situation was almost identical to the Hidden Leaf villages after the Nine Tails attack. A subtle glint of insight flickered in his small eyes. So, what benefits could the Hidden Stone village gain from this? I need to plan this carefully, he said, taking a sip of his tea. The rich aroma couldn't erase the shrewd, calculating look on his face. As his thoughts churned, he subconsciously turned to the second page of the newspaper. PFFF. A mouthful of hot tea shot out of his mouth again. Cough, cough, cough. Anoki choked violently, his face instantly turning crimson. S.H. Shishimura Danzo, a rogue ninja. A distorted shriek suddenly broke the silence of the office. In the land of wind, in the Hidden Sand village. The atmosphere in the meeting room of the Hidden Sands leadership was so heavy it felt like it could drip water. The glaring newspaper headline was like a freshly cauterized wound on everyone's heart. Obaido Uchiha? Why did he attack the Hidden Cloud village instead of the Hidden Leaf? Yura frowned, his eyes on the Land of Lightning's area on the map, which was a startling crimson. This is illogical, unless he has some other scheme planned for the Hidden Leaf. That's enough. Chiyo, who had been sitting with her eyes closed, slammed her hand on the table. Her wrinkled face was now as taut as sand iron. Who cares what schemes that Obaido has? The Hidden Cloud's misfortune is their problem. She stressed, we have one urgent matter. Finalize negotiations with the Hidden Leaf. We must get Gaara back, no matter what. And all 83 of our captured shinobi must be brought back as well. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Yura like a hawk. What demands did the Hidden Leaf make? Weren't they originally going to release them unconditionally? Yura, having failed in his mission, lowered his head in shame. He hadn't expected the usually reasonable Hidden Leaf to suddenly go back on their word and demand money for the return of the shinobi. The Hidden Leaf's price is a total of 500 million ryo. They won't accept anything less, she said with a cold huff. Money? If the Hidden Sand village had money, would they have attacked the Hidden Leaf in the first place? Continue to negotiate. In the Hidden Leaf village, the Hokage's office was filled with smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffing on his pipe, was also reading a newspaper. Next to him, the two elders and Shikaku Nara were each reading a copy. Sai, hers inside when he saw the second page. Danzo's matter, it turned out, couldn't be kept a secret after all. They had been planning to pay to keep the news quiet, but Naruto's sudden departure forced them to reallocate their funds. Luckily, an even more explosive story had stolen the front page. The four of them had already discussed the matters of the Land of Lightning, Danzo, the Hidden Sand, and Naruto. Regarding Naruto, they reached a conclusion. The Hidden Sand Village would just have to suffer a little longer. They wanted the One-Tails Jinchuriki and all their shinobi back. They would have to pay to ransom them back. The deal was a package deal, not an a la carte menu. Also in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke and Sakura were sitting side by side on a bench outside the Sweet Bean shop. Sasuke was clutching the newly delivered Shinobi Daily, his eyes fixed on the bloody headline on the front page. Shocking, the Uchiha demon rules the heavens. The Two Tails goes berserk, ripping the rakeage to shreds. Sasuke's right hand tightened around the paper, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. In his dark eyes, hatred was brewing. That demon, Obito Uchiha. His power, his evil, had not diminished in the slightest. It had only become more unfathomable. A Kage, the leader of a village, killed like a dog. Sasuke's heart sank, and a cold anxiety gnawed at him. How much further do I have to go to reach the point where I can kill this demon with my own hands? Is there still no news from Naruto? Sasuke asked Sakura, who was looking at the same paper, his voice dry and cold. Huh? Sakura's cheeks, which had been flushed from being so close to Sasuke and smelling his clean scent, trembled in surprise at the sudden question. She quickly composed herself. I asked Kakashi-sensei. He said Naruto went on a vacation. He said he might not be back for another 2 days. She tried to recall. Kakashi-sensei mentioned, maybe in the land of hot water. A vacation? Sasuke frowned, his lips tightening subconsciously, flying Raijin. Without his Naruto brand battery pack, he felt like he was going to die. A week of desperate training was less effective than just a few hours in Naruto's mysterious space. He forcefully suppressed his inner irritation and continued to flip through the pages. When he saw the next photo, Sasuke froze, followed by a surge of boundless fury. His eyes were fixed on the blinding photo on the second page. Underneath an old and sinister face was an arm, a shocking sight, covered with countless Sharingan eyes. 10 crimson tamo from his clan members, like an eternal curse, were embedded in that disgusting flesh. Rogue ninja, Danzo Shimura. All these Sharingan must have been from the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and now Danzo Shimura. Anyone and everyone was willing to feast on the flesh of the Uchiha's corpses. Seeing this arm, Sasuke, who was always proud of his Uchiha heritage, had bloodshot eyes. Danzo, you old thief, I will kill you. He threw the newspaper to the ground and stood up to leave. Sasuke, Sakura stood up, startled by his sudden anger and movements. Where are you going? Sasuke's steps didn't falter, his voice cold and resolute. To train. On a street in the land of hot water. Amidst the mixed scents of sulfur from the hot springs and spices from the street food, Kakuzu walked out of the inconspicuous back door of a bounty exchange with a flimsy cloth bag. He weighed it in his hand, his turquoise eyes showing no ripples of emotion. 2 million ryo. He muttered in a low voice, his shriveled lips moving. This new companion was as light as a feather. Still, turning garbage into money was always a good thing. I hope the next one is a little heavier, he said, no longer dwelling on it as he strode steadily toward the next information point. In front of a newsstand with a rickety wooden sign, Kakuzu stopped, his voice flat. 1 copy of the Bounty Hunter's Bulletin. It had become a necessity for him in recent months, like a merchant checking market prices or a fisherman watching the tide. Kakuzu's gaze habitually swept over the front page, and then his eyes froze. A massive bounty number, 3,200,000,000 ryo. Below it was a familiar yet monstrous image of an orange swirl mask and a single crimson Sharingan. HMPH. Kakuzu let out a light breath, and something ignited in the depths of his dark green pupils. He didn't hesitate for a second. Snap! He neatly rolled up the newspaper and tucked it under his arm. The next second, whoosh! The figure in the black cloak with red clouds had already turned around and disappeared like a phantom. His destination, the bounty exchange. He couldn't catch the entire Abaido Uchiha, but he still had an arm from him that he had acquired earlier. The hidden leaf had already released some information about Abaido Uchiha to the ninja world, from a body missing one half to a complete person. This arm held a secret. Kakuzu licked his dry lips, and a specific and tempting number instantly appeared in his mind. This arm is worth at least 400 million ryo. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trianhong Mengzai. Chapter 1312. In a dark, secluded underground cave deep in the land of grass. Zetsu rushed back from outside in a panic as soon as he saw the newspaper. There was no other reason. The news in the paper was simply too shocking. Unlike others, Zetsu's main concern wasn't the raikage. He didn't give a damn whether the raikage, lived or died. He only cared about the tailed beasts. Where did the two tails go? Is it dead? Or what? He had to find out immediately, right now, at this very moment. Otherwise, if he couldn't gather all 9 tailed beasts, wouldn't the Eye of the Moon plan be stillborn? However, before that, he needed to first figure out if Abaido Uchiha was involved in this. If he was, then that was for the best, and Zetsu could forgive him even if he had acted without telling him. If he wasn't, then that was a problem. Zetsu walked into the cave. In the dimly lit space, only a small screen was glowing, illuminating a certain small, round face. Abaido Uchiha was sprawled out among a pile of manga, soda bottles, and potato chip bags. His hands were deftly mashing buttons on a handheld console, and he occasionally made a Hadoken fighting sound. KO. The sound of the battle ending rang out. He casually grabbed a large bottle of soda next to him, tilted his head back, and chugged a huge gulp. Zetsu watched this practiced, thousands of times repeated sequence of actions and fell silent. He was sure it wasn't him. Compared to the imposter, the real Abaido Uchiha never left the cave. All he did was play games, read manga, and drink soda. Damn it. This is the partner for world destruction that I chose. The one who stirred up the bloody mist, controlled the Nine Tails to attack the village, and turned the ninja world upside down. How did he turn into this sorry state? Has he been here this whole time, never left? Since he was already here, Zetsu still asked the white Zetsu doing chores nearby. This white Zetsu was a regular one, not the one called Tobai. Its job was to take care of their daily lives and, most importantly, to act as a monitor. At that moment, it was squatting in a corner, trying to flatten a pile of Lay's potato chip bags and stack them neatly. Next to it were stacks of empty soda bottles, empty jars of old godmother chili sauce, and various manga books, all neatly arranged. It was clear that it had a bit of an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Hearing the boss's question, it immediately replied. Lord Abaido's mood has been stable today. He's been at home the whole time. Today's record is controlling Naruto Uzumaki to beat Kakashi Hadake 114 times. Zetsu became even more silent. You didn't have to report the battle record. See, I told you it couldn't have been Abaido. The main body of White Zetsu's voice was filled with a carefree sarcasm. Besides, even though the raikage, is all muscle for brains, he's not someone Abaido could take down with his current strength. It's never wrong to be a little suspicious. Black Zetsu said in a low voice. In truth, it would have been better if it was this Abaido Uchiha. The fact that it wasn't was a much bigger problem. It couldn't for the life of it figure out where the other Mangekyo Sharingan with Kamui came from. A Mangekyo Sharingan could only come from the Uchiha clan. But it had been monitoring the ninja world for so many years and hadn't seen any Uchiha clan members living outside the village. It couldn't figure it out, its head was starting to hurt. Abaido, who was chugging soda, noticed Zetsu from the corner of his eye. His voice was tinged with the annoyance of being interrupted. Hey Zetsu, have you caught that fake, the one named Uchiha Daitama, or Tsuchai? I don't know what he's called, but have you caught that imposter yet? No, Zetsu replied coldly. As for this partner, if his Mangekyo didn't have some use, Zetsu would have already abandoned him. Now, the ideal partner was no longer Abaido Uchiha. It was that imposter, Tgthegood, or Tsuchai, or was it Date Suchi? If he could find him, Zetsu was confident he could trick him into joining his Eye of the Moon plan. That person had the strength to kill the Reikage and capture tailed beasts by himself. He was the perfect choice to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. That damn rat. Abaido, who didn't know Black Zetsu's thoughts, violently crushed the empty bottle in his hand. A furious, homicidal rage at being impersonated instantly overwhelmed his otaku aura. He's ruining my reputation like this. When I catch him, I'll... White Zetsu glanced at the slightly rounder Abaido, wondering if it should say something. Actually, your reputation couldn't get any worse. Abaido, Black Zetsu ignored his anger and interrupted abruptly. Are you sure you don't have a brother? No. Abaido's roar shook the cave, his anger level surpassing even Tobai's persistent questioning about when he needed to go to the bathroom. Seeing this, Zetsu shook his head inwardly, and its figure gradually disappeared into the cave. Abaido Obitooth, I'm home, dinner's ready. Tobai's cheerful voice came from the cave entrance. He had 2 family-sized buckets of old godmother, fried chicken tucked under each arm, 4 2-liter bottles of soda hanging from his fingers, and was struggling to hold 3 new newspapers and 4 brand new manga volumes. He wobbled as he squeezed inside, almost tripping over the scattered potato chip bags. He was greeted by a gaze so cold and devoid of otaku vibes that it was chilling. Whoosh! The handheld console was tossed aside. Abaido stood up. Tobai, his voice was low and cold, without a hint of the laziness from his gaming. Get ready, we're leaving now. What are we doing? Tobai looked at the slightly pudgy Abaido and was stunned, almost dropping the soda bottles. He had been perfectly fine when he left this morning, so why had he suddenly turned back into the big boss from before? White Zetsu is incompetent. It hasn't found the imposter after all this time, so it looks like I have to emerge from hiding, Abaido said decisively. His eyes seemed to have returned to how they were half a year ago, full of fighting spirit. But, fight the imposter, can we even win? Thinking of this, Tobai immediately put down the things in his arms, skillfully pulled out a copy of the Ninja World Daily, and shoved the front page in front of Abaido. The Ninja World Daily's front page headline: Shocking, the Uchiha Demon's solo domination, the Two Tails rampages tearing the Reikage apart. The killing intent on Abaido's round face instantly froze. He gasped, his small eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Extract the Two Tails. Tear the Reikage apart. I did this. Am I that strong? The younger Abaido would have been fearless and bold enough to think he could take on a cage, but now that he was older and heavier, he knew better. Especially after being ganged up on last time, he had a much better grasp of reality. His strength was insufficient. Moreover, the Reikage was a person who had fought against the Fourth Hokage. So, this earth-shattering event could only have been done by the imposter. That damn imposter. Abaido was so angry he wanted to throw something. The imposter had framed him for something this terrible again. In an instant, he calmed down. If what the newspaper said was true, then the imposter's strength. An imposter is stronger than the real me. Is there any justice in this world? No, I can't be this listless anymore. If I continue like this, not only will I fail to change the ninja world, but I might not even get to see Rin again. Abaido, are you still going to emerge from hiding? Tobai asked sincerely. Grumble. Let's eat first. He picked up a bucket of fried chicken and started eating right away. Then are you going to play games? Tobai seized the opportunity, deftly picking up the discarded game controller and handing it over. Let's play online. I'll use my newly practiced Naruto Uzumaki super combo to beat you up, Tilda. Play, of course I'll play. A pair of greasy hands took the handheld console. The scene cuts away. At the same time as Abaido and Tobai were eating, Uchiha Ben was setting foot in the Land of Rain. Chapter 13:13. The Land of Rain was, in a word, the central stage of the ninja world. Bordering the land of fire, wind, and earth, it was a strategically vital area. Throughout history, its role had been consistently to be the first one to get beat up whenever the 3 great nations fought. What could the land of rain do against the loving care of the great nations? Since it couldn't resist, it had to endure. That is, until Hanzo, the salamander, a ninja world demigod, appeared and changed the country's dire situation. In the land of rain, in a dilapidated temple, the walls were in ruins and spiderwebs hung in the corners. It had been abandoned for a long time. The sound of rain pattering on the broken roof became a small stream that flowed into a puddle on the ground. Uchiha Hongjang was looking up at the sky. The sky, which was normally a leaden gray, was now churning with dark clouds, as if they had been splashed with ink, hinting that a big storm was brewing. "It truly is the land of rain. There's so much rain here," he said calmly, his black and white eyes as still as an ancient well. At this moment, Hongjang had a face that would get lost in a crowd. He was in his early 20s, with regular but unremarkable features, perfectly fitting the requirements for a legendary king of spies, low-key and easily forgotten. But his tone changed. The boss would definitely not be able to stand this place. Hongjang felt like he had been in the land of rain for only a day and had already been drenched for half of it. The other half was just as cloudy, and he hadn't seen the sun at all. It would be a wonder if the boss liked a place like this. Looking at the drizzling rain, Hongjang continued his work. He picked up a small stone from the side, placed a barely visible flying Raijin mark on it, and let go, allowing the stone to fall to the ground. Thud! The small stone rolled for a bit and then stopped. The wet soil next to it seemed to come alive, wiggling slightly and swallowing the ordinary marker that held the secrets of space, burying it completely. The marking was complete. This unmarked node was now a flying Raijin marker. In the next second, with a flash of the flying Raijin, Hongjang appeared dozens of kilometers away. His cautious gaze swept the surroundings, and he found himself at the edge of a dense forest. In front of him was a vast lake. At the end of his sight, the silhouette of a village with black and gray spires and high-rise buildings shimmered faintly in the rain. His senses instantly spread out. 10 centimeters beneath the rock layer at his feet, an inconspicuous flying Raijin kunai lay dormant. This was the flying Raijin mark closest to the Aimgakure village hidden in rain. It was probably a mark left by a clone who, out of habit, had placed it before entering the village to gather intelligence. "Is that the Aimgakure?" He stared intently into the distance, and the fortress in the rain became clearer. The black and gray spires stood like cold fangs pointing at the gloomy sky. The massive village, crouching on the land, exuded a chilling aura that seemed to want to devour people. On the surface, it might just seem like a small nation's ninja village, nothing to worry about. But the warning bells in Hongjang's heart were ringing silently. That's because this small village had already cost his organization 2 cage-level clones and 3 Jonin-level clones. A cage-level clone had 1 million of the super cage-level chakra, could use all 5 chakra natures with ease, and even came with a powerful bloodline limit. A fighter of that caliber could meet the young Sannin and easily win, earning the title of demigod. The Jonin clones, needless to say, were all slightly stronger than Kakashi. And yet, all 5 of these powerful clones had entered Aimgakure to gather intelligence and had vanished without a trace, not even making a ripple. This Aimgakure was not simple. Could it be that Hanzo is still in his prime? This thought lingered in his mind for only a second before Hongjang dismissed it. That old poisoner Hanzo was strong, but he wasn't strong enough to devour a force like that without a sound. The conclusion was obvious. Something monumental must have happened in Aimgakure. However, this change was not known to the outside world. After all, Hongjang had been wandering the land of rain for a whole day, and all he had heard were the sounds of rain, bawdy jokes in tea houses, and other scraps of information. There was very little intelligence about the inner workings of Aimgakure. Even after asking several people in the know, they all claimed ignorance. So external reconnaissance wouldn't work? How about internal infiltration? The security inside Aimgakure was even more stringent. So far, none of the organization's food, medicine, or newspapers had been granted permission to enter. All in all, the organization's intelligence database on Aimgakure had not been updated. The last known intel was that Hanzo was still the ruler of Aimgakure. There was no other choice. "It seems I'll have to go in and check out this dragon's den myself." Hongzhang sighed inwardly, tightening the buttons on his raincoat with an air of carefulness. He first had to confirm the principles of this mission: enter the village quietly, with no gunfire. His chakra sense swept through the village again. There were a total of 4 flying Raijin markers inside. One of them was in an area so dead silent there was no sign of any living organism. Safe. Whoosh! The scene flashed. Inside Aimgakure, a figure shrouded in a dark gray raincoat appeared abruptly on a hidden platform. The special kunai that served as the coordinates was stuck in a nearby crack within arm's reach. A clone had placed it there. He took out the kunai and put it into his backpack. Then, Hongzhang touched the wet, cold wall, and a flower-shaped flying Raijin mark that looked like a child's doodle was left on the wall. Only then did his vigilant gaze sweep over his surroundings. Black and gray spires stood densely packed like the spines of a giant beast. Their heights of dozens of stories were like sharp swords piercing the leaden sky. The Gothic spires and sharp-angled outlines appeared even colder and gloomier in the continuous rain, as if they could shatter the light of day. Even more striking were the dense, thick pipelines. They were like a grotesque network of blood vessels, crisscrossing the exterior walls of all the tall buildings, supplying this giant steel beast with an unknown medium. It was depressing. The monotonous black and gray architecture and the towering buildings all conveyed this feeling. It's like something out of a steampunk story. All these pipes must be for drainage, right? After muttering to himself, he was about to look away. Pitter-patter. A drop of rain landed on the back of his cool hand. The chakra contained within the raindrop made him pause. The raindrop contains chakra. Is this some kind of perception ninjutsu that uses rain as a medium? Hongzhang thought for a moment, genuinely impressed. I see. The weather in Aimgakure is always rainy, so mixing chakra into the rain allows them to silently detect everything within the covered area. Any intruder who carelessly enters would be instantly discovered. What a genius idea. In an instant, Hongzhang learned this ninjutsu. Unfortunately, he didn't need such a clumsy method. However, this did explain why the clones had all died here. They were discovered as soon as they entered and were then chased to their deaths. How exciting. A cold smirk played on Hongzhang's lips. He was about to make his escape, ready to play a game of cat and mouse. From a position of strength, it was hard to say who the cat was and who the mouse was. But Hongzhang knew his goal was to gather intel, not to fight. If he could find the information before the cat caught him, all the better. Otherwise, a battle would be inevitable. With that thought, Uchiha Hongzhang immediately began to move. This perception ninjutsu seemed powerful, but it could only estimate a general location. So, all he had to do was blend into the crowd. At the same time, inside a certain building, Pain frowned sharply. "What's wrong?" Conan asked from beside him. Pain's face was expressionless. "My rain has been blocked. This chakra feels like a very powerful opponent." Is it another one of those 3 from before? The thought of the 3 from not long ago made Conan tense up. No, Pain denied. This one is even stronger than those 3. The scene shifted to the middle commercial street of Aimgakure. It was still damp, oppressive, and suffocatingly desolate. And although it was called a commercial street, it was a world away from the prosperity of Konoha. His chakra sense told him this was the area with the most people, but when he got there, he still found only a few people. Hongzhang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and he casually scanned the street. There were indeed a few dozen more moving figures in raincoats, but it was nowhere near the bustling crowds of Konoha. The shops were also few and far between. It was interesting that a paper doll was hanging in front of every house. How strange, Uchiha Hongzhang sighed inwardly, averting his gaze. He continued to walk with his head down until he stopped in front of a building with a large, worn-out beer bottle sign. His senses told him this was where the most people were. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a wave of noise and the thick smell of smoke and alcohol rushed out, a stark contrast to the deathly silence outside. More than 20 people were squeezed into the relatively narrow space. There were ninjas talking in small groups, with rare looks of ease on their faces, and ordinary patrons silently drinking. The air was heavy with the smell of cheap alcohol, sweat, and mold. As soon as he hung his raincoat on the wall, Hongzhang heard someone loudly discussing something. "Hey, did you hear? A man with a scratched Aimgakure headband and disheveled clothes, his face flushed an unnatural red, asked, "That demon named Uchiha Abido went to the land of lightning and caused some trouble." "What? Really?" A few shocked voices came from a corner. "It's absolutely true," the drunk man swayed his head. "That mad dog released the two-tails Jinchuriki, who flattened the Cloud Village, and even more unbelievable, he cut the Reikage eye in half." Hiss, the people around him all gasped. Some were quietly asking what a tailed beast was. Someone immediately explained it to them. Even though the Ninja World Daily wasn't sold in Aimgakure, it was still sold in the Land of Rain. Many people had read the newspaper, and after several months of information, most people already knew what a tailed beast was. "Oh my God, that's a cage from a great nation," another voice exclaimed, filled with shock and fear. "You guys, who do you think is stronger, Uchiha Abido or that Naruto Uzumaki?" a curious voice suddenly asked. One voice replied with certainty, "Naruto Uzumaki is definitely stronger. He even defeated the first Hokage." "HMPH, I think Uchiha Abido is stronger. How old is Naruto Uzumaki? He's just a little kid." Then someone suddenly asked another question. "Who do you think is stronger, Uchiha Abido or our god of Aimgakure?" Uchiha Hongjang, who had just sat down, quietly perked up his ears. Uchiha Abido and the boss were old acquaintances, but what was this god to be mentioned in the same breath as those two? "Our god of Aimgakure is definitely stronger," the drunk man said without hesitation. His bleary eyes tried hard to remember, but when compared to Naruto Uzumaki, it's hard to say. As a neighboring country, the legend of the first Hokage was also well known in the Land of Rain. "Hey, be careful what you say." This warning made the drunk man break out in a cold sweat. His eyes instantly cleared up. Oh, I'm drunk. I need to go home right away." Without another word, he put down his cup and pretended to be dizzy as he walked out. Hongzhang's peripheral vision was on him the whole time. He waited until the man's figure disappeared in the doorway, and then for a while longer, before he put down the cup he had just picked up, slapped a banknote on the table, and quietly followed. The rain had stopped at some point, and the air was thick and heavy. It seemed the cat had made its move. The game had begun, he was running out of time. Hongzhang focused his senses. The target ninja's chakra signature was still moving, but not quickly. The distance was still manageable. He used a few swift body flickers and quickly found his target. He saw that no one else was around. It was his chance. He lunged forward and patted the ninja on the back. The ninja, who was walking quickly with his head down, was startled when his vision blurred. A genjutsu was activated. The ninja felt himself being held in a twisted, bizarre prison of colorful light, unable to move. "Who's there?" "Quiet." The flat voice was like a bucket of ice water, and his startled cry stopped abruptly. Then, an ordinary, unremarkable face appeared in his terrified eyes. Hongzhang looked at him with satisfaction and thought he was a good kid. He had complimented the boss without even realizing it. He'd make him a small-time captain in the Land of Grass later. "Let me see what secrets this Aimgakure holds," Hongzhang whispered, his eyes suddenly changing to the eerie purple of the Rinnegan. Then, he extended his evil right hand. The scene shifted. Reality rippled. "Pop!" Hongzhang's true body squeezed out of a spatial rift. His brain was working at high speed, processing the intelligence he had just extracted. Hanzo, the demigod, was dead. He had been killed by the current leader, a man named Pain, who was also referred to as God. The name was a bit strange, but having killed a demigod and calling himself God didn't seem so weird after all. However, that was all the intelligence there was. Who was God? What did he look like? What were his abilities? Everything was still unknown, but one of his earlier questions was answered. The paper dolls in front of every house were angels. The ninja had also caught a glimpse of the angel, a beautiful woman with blue hair. "Is that all?" Hongzhang sighed inwardly. The core question was still a complete mystery. This ninja was just a genin, with little strength and not much information. If he had been a jonin, the situation might have been completely different. Since that was the case, closing his eyes, Hongzhang began to search. In his chakra senses, a ninja with a decent amount of chakra was approaching. "You're the one." Thump thump thump. Time was of the essence. He no longer concealed himself. His steps were swift but steady as he headed toward the source of the powerful chakra. The ninja he had targeted also seemed to be walking towards him. They got closer and closer until, after turning a corner, the two of them met. A head of blue hair fluttered in the alley. A beautiful woman with blue hair, the angel herself. At the same time, Conan's sharp gaze was fixed precisely on Uchiha Hongjang. I never thought I'd run into the cat just while taking a walk. My luck isn't great, is it? Hongjang's lips curled up slightly, his voice mocking. An angel? In the genin's memory, this was a very important character, referred to as the messenger of God. He hadn't planned to deal with a person like this, but since they had met, he might as well have a little fun. He scanned his opponent. Her body was made of paper. This seemed to be some kind of secret jutsu. At this moment, the angel only had the upper half of her body. The lower half was probably transformed into separate sheets of paper using her jutsu. She wore a black cloak with red clouds, clearly the Akatsuki uniform. Could Aimgakure be the Akatsuki's base? He didn't know. His eyes moved up to her face. Blue hair and a beautiful face, but her eyes, which should have been her most captivating feature, were completely lifeless, like stagnant water. She looked as if she had died once already. Tisk, she has the form of an angel, but a heart of a withered corpse. A flash of curiosity went through Hongjang's mind, and he asked loudly, "Hey, are you called Angel just because you can fly?" Conan didn't answer. Instead, countless sheets of paper surrounded her and formed two enormous wings on her back. With these massive wings, calling her an angel was now perfectly fitting. "Intruder, by the will of God, I will kill you." Conan's voice was ice cold, and her eyes were indifferent and sharp. In the next second, with a series of whooshes, countless paper shuriken as hard as steel detached from the giant wings. With a chilling shriek, they enveloped Hongjang from all directions. Uchiha Hongjang's hands moved so fast they were a blur. Fire style, great flame tornado. Boom! A fierce, blazing column of orange fire roared out, instantly transforming into a giant dragon of fire with sharp claws and scales. It spiraled around Hongjang, consuming all the paper shuriken. The countless paper shuriken were like pale moths flying into a blazing sun. The moment they touched the wall of raging dragon fire, they turned into specks of ash and vanished. They were completely useless, not even a single spark made it through. In a flash, the paper from both massive wings was completely used up, but nothing was accomplished. This angel's strength was a bit weak. Hongjang sighed inwardly, ready to end the fight and capture her. Water style, great waterfall technique. Hongjang didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. He was here to gather intel, not to expose it. Even with his power restrained, his powerful passives still amplified his jutsu to a terrifying degree. A massive flood of water appeared out of thin air. The water wall, dozens of meters high, came crashing down on Conan's fragile paper body with the force of a mountain. Just as it was about to send her into the abyss, a person suddenly appeared with a body flicker. He pushed his palms forward. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sudden burst of boundless, devouring power. Then, the surging water, the dozens of meters-high wave, was completely absorbed by his hands without even a single splash. The steam dissipated. Hongjang's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Underneath the grotesque, black-spiked face was a pair of rinnegan that spun with an eerie purple ripple. Where did this rinnegan come from? Chapter 13-14. When it came to the rinnegan, Uchiha Hongjang wasn't unfamiliar with it. In reality, his main body possessed a pair. In the Akatsuki battle arena, there were even more. He had seen the likes of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obaido, and Uchiha Sasuke at certain points. But compared to those individuals, who was this little cookie in front of him? How could he possibly be worthy of the rinnegan? Wait a minute. His gaze swept over the other two who appeared, standing in a triangular formation, a total of 3. These 3 people, no, 3 corpses, all had the rinnegan. Where did they come from? Some kind of puppet jutsu. After a moment of thought, Hongjang roughly understood. From his sensory perspective, there were 3 invisible but incredibly clear chakra energy lines in the air, connecting from a distance to this spot. The ends of the 3 lines were inserted into the bodies of the 3 individuals. The true owner of the Rinnegan must be controlling these 3 from afar. It was likely that the person behind all this was the so-called God or Pain. Interesting. Hong Zhang's gaze darted over the 3 puppets, and his eyes gradually became more intrigued. A pair of Rinnegan he had never seen before, a mysterious owner. And the red-clouded black robes, which represented the Akatsuki organization. This mysterious organization, which he had been searching for but could never find, was now unexpectedly found here. Curiosity. Very, very curious. An owner of the Rinnegan, yet hiding in a small ninja village and quietly developing. I, Naruto, am quietly developing and causing trouble everywhere to rightfully become the unrivaled son of the ninja world. What about you? With both the Rinnegan and the Akatsuki organization, what are you trying to do? Naruto, no, Hong Zhang didn't even dare to imagine. The ninja world couldn't afford to have such an old schemer. Wait, the ninja world only allows one old schemer, me, Uzumaki Naruto. Originally, he had only planned to do a simple reconnaissance of the Hidden Rain Village. But now, he had to turn the Hidden Rain Village upside down and figure things out completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night from worry. With that thought, Hong Zhang immediately changed his approach. Heh, is this the Hidden Rain Village's way of hospitality? His tone was full of questioning. That's right. His identity as Uchiha Hong Zhang was just a small ninja who came to the Hidden Rain Village to seek a job. And yet, he was treated this way as soon as he arrived. Why? You're forcing me to act out. Good, now I have a reason to act out, and I can easily wrap things up if an unexpected situation arises. Is this an invader we can communicate with? The person standing to the back right, with long reddish-orange hair styled exactly like Ino's, said, word by word. His voice was cold and his tone was like a machine, devoid of inflection or emotion. The animal path's callous, Rinnegan stared at this unfamiliar invader. His appearance was unremarkable, but his physique was tall and robust. His chakra was quite massive, even stronger than the main bodies, as perceived by Hong Zhang. This was a bad omen. However, unlike the 5 strange invaders from before, this one could be communicated with. Invader, state your name. My name. Hong Zhang raised an eyebrow. It seemed a little conversation wasn't a bad idea. Hong Zhang, and you, what should I call you? Pain. Pain. Hong Zhang's eyes flickered. So this is Pain, the Pain-sama from the memory of that lower-ranked ninja, so the person behind him is the so-called god. Uchiha Hong Zhang acted as if he hadn't noticed that the 3 were corpses and continued to talk to gather more information. And your other 2 brothers, what are their names? Pain is the name of all 3 of us. The animal path spoke loudly, scrutinizing Hong Zhang. Your name, Hong Zhang, a name I've never heard before. A strong person like you shouldn't be an unknown. Hathy. Hong Zhang sneered. The same goes for you. Someone with those eyes shouldn't be obscure either. So that's how it is, huh? Pain, or rather, Nagato behind him sighed. This person was another troublemaker and was very confident in his own strength. Such a person, Nagato actually wanted to recruit, since he discovered he had been deceived by the so-called Uchiha Madara. The Akatsuki organization had lost several key members. Uchiha Obito, Zetsu, Hidden, and others. Moreover, Uchiha Obito had initiated a military race, and this morning's news reported that he had already begun to capture tailed beasts. The Akatsuki organization was severely short on manpower to carry out its plan ahead of schedule. They needed strong people to join. In fact, before this, he had also considered recruiting 2 powerful ninjas who had invaded. However, those 2 were unyielding and he had to kill them. But this person in front of him was different. He could be reasoned with, which meant he could be recruited. As for being a troublemaker, Pain had seen many. Which one in the Akatsuki wasn't a troublemaker? Didn't they all end up joining obediently? These kinds of people just needed a good beating to become much more docile. So he'd test his strength first. It seems I'll have to beat you into submission before we can continue to talk. The animal path clapped his hands together. Summoning jutsu. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, a strange and gigantic chameleon appeared. It flicked out its tongue, wrapped up the speaking pane, and then completely concealed itself, disappearing without a trace. The animal passed. Hongzhang, who also possessed the Rinnegan, instantly knew this person's abilities. Although he had never made the 6 paths of pain himself, he was more than familiar with their abilities. Moreover, Hongzhang keenly noticed a change. This person no longer seemed intent on killing him, but wanted to communicate. He wants to use me. Hongzhang understood this person's thoughts. But who isn't? Upon seeing the Rinnegan, Hongzhang immediately had an idea. The Rinnegan represented immense power. Compared to this person, that weakling Uchiha Obaido's importance immediately plummeted. But there's no rush. The Master Hunter often appears in the form of prey. I'll play along for now and see what this guy is really up to. So simple and direct. Hongzhang grinned, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if searching for the invisible chameleon. In reality, under his powerful chakra sensing, that massive creature was as clear as day. Then let my jutsu do the talking. His eyes roamed, and when they locked onto the bald pane in front of him, Hongzhang's expression changed. This is the Preta path. With him here, none of my ninjutsu will work. Tusk. He hadn't thought about it before, but now that he saw it, the Rinnegan was indeed a bit troublesome. Especially when he didn't want to reveal too much of his abilities. In that case, I'll just have to deal with this one first. Hongzhang's hands moved so fast they were a blur. Ninja art, dark mist. With the genjutsu, an infinite darkness instantly enveloped the Preta path. Fire style, fire dragon tornado. He opened his mouth and spat out a ferocious fire dragon that instantly took shape. The scorching flames twisted the air, and the temperature of this not-so-enclosed space instantly rose by over 10 degrees. Roar! With a roar of flames, the fire dragon charged towards the Preta path, which was enveloped in the genjutsu. As the charging fire dragon was about to consume the Preta path extended its hands and absorbed the attack entirely. Tusk sensing, did my voice give it away or something else? Warily, Hongzhang glanced at the other two and decided to try a different approach. He crouched down to build up power, then exploded into motion. Tap, tap, tap. Hongzhang moved with a speed that left afterimages. In an instant, he was in front of the Preta path, throwing a powerful punch. Boom! Smack tilde. The Preta path, with no vision, actually managed to catch the surprise punch. Thud. It was indeed unexpected. Hongzhang swept his leg out again, and despite its parry, the Preta path was swept away by Hongzhang's immense force. Crash! The flying Preta path hit the wall like a meteorite, smashing into the pipe-filled wall and disappearing from sight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large amount of water sprayed from the severed pipes. As expected, just as I thought, the three of them share a common field of vision. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 13:15. That's right, after all, with 3 people sharing one account, it would be funny if they didn't also share a view. These 3 not only share a view, but also share the same brain. This boss is something else. Muttering to himself, Hongzhang thought the mastermind was truly capable. It was difficult for an ordinary person to draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other. Yet this person could focus on 3 things at once, and possibly even 6. The current situation was indeed a bit tricky. But only a bit tricky. The long-seeming taijutsu and ninjutsu tests were actually over in an instant. At this moment, the other pain bodies began planning their attacks. Hongzhang sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation from above, and then, bang! A thick cloud of smoke erupted. Something had been summoned. The battlefield was a semi-enclosed space. The surroundings were filled with black skyscrapers that seemed to pierce the sky. These buildings formed a box-like structure, like a giant skylight, with only a small view of the lead gray sky above. The chakra fluctuation was coming from the middle of the buildings above, at least a few dozen meters high. Thick white smoke billowed from the high position, obscuring what had been summoned. According to his chakra sense, it was an enormous creature. Hong Zhang quickly glanced at the other Pain who was standing still. This was a bald Pain with horns on his head, and he didn't know which of the 6 paths he was. Is he not going to attack? Could it be that this person had the same idea as he did? Did they both want to test each other's strength? His momentary confusion was broken by a roar from above. Roar! A gigantic creature howled, smashing through the smoke and leaping out. Looking closely, it was a massive, 3-headed dog the size of Gamabunta. The dog's 3 gigantic heads were terrifyingly ferocious, and on its shared body, there was a small pair of wings. Strangely, the dog seemed to have no ears. It bared its fangs and slobbered as it flew down from above like a mad dog. Its speed was immense, and it was in front of him in a flash. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters instantly formed, blocking the monster's path. In the gloomy weather, the enormous fiery sphere was like a small sun. The moist air around it was instantly scorched, becoming dry and filled with steam. Just as the fireball was about to swallow the monster, shoo! A figure appeared. With his hands stretched out, the huge fireball was consumed as if by a tiny black hole. In an instant, the entire fireball was devoured. It was the Predapath again. Hong Zhang couldn't help but frown. Troublesome. It seemed he had to deal with him first. The 3-headed dog was only delayed for a moment by the fireball. Even though it was nearly consumed by the scorching flames, it still knew no fear. Its 3 heads looked even more ferocious, and with a sudden rush, they all snapped at Hong Zhang. Even a single tooth of the massive dog's head seemed bigger than a person. Just as they were about to bite him. Zing! A sword was unsheathed, and a flash of lightning appeared. The elongated blade of the lightning-infused sword sliced the dog completely in half vertically. One down. Hong Zhang's gaze turned to the Predapath, thinking about how to deal with him. If he wanted to take him out, he would have to reveal some of his abilities, or... Grrrr. A low growl and whimper came from deep within a throat. The dog that he thought he had taken down had now split into 4, and was charging at him again from 4 different directions. It can split, cutting it vertically wasn't the right way. It seems I have to completely burn it to ashes, but then again, there's still the Predapath. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not only that, but there was also another Pain who had been watching the entire time, having not shown any of his abilities. Since that was the case, I'll just stall them. I'll retreat for now. The giant dog snapped its jaws, and Hong Zhang could smell the foul stench from its mouth, just as the 4 abyssal mouths were about to bite him. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted, and Uchiha Hong Zhang disappeared. The scene shifted. 2 streets away, in a more hidden underground corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The lone figure of Uchiha Hong Zhang walked along. While the enemies had yet to catch up, he began to sort out his information. Chakra, over 7 million. Without considering his regeneration ability, he could use 4,000 S-rank jutsu. Stamina, virtually unlimited until his chakra runs out. Known abilities, fire style, water style, lightning style, swordsmanship. After sorting through his information, Hong Zhang's thoughts became much clearer. The boss had told him to think more. Hong Zhang thought, as long as I don't use abilities that would give away my identity, everything should be fine, right? After all, the Rinnegan was quite difficult to deal with. He only wanted to gather enough information, not get himself defeated. So aside from his Kekkei Genkai, wood style, the flying Raijin Jutsu, and the Rasengan, it seemed he could show off everything else. If his abilities were fire, water, lightning, and swordsmanship, there shouldn't be any overlap with the other clones, right? Grrr. A low whimper and growl came from one end of the corridor. 4 giant dogs appeared at the end of the hall. Instantly, 4 pairs of eerie Rinnegan eyes locked onto Hong Zhang. Owo! A howl rang out. They slobbered as they came charging toward him. Heh, little dogs, there's no one here to protect you this time. Hong Zhang clapped his hands together, and a torrent of violent chakra surged from his body, almost creating a whirlwind. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Under the enhancement of his extraordinary stats, the dense, crystalline fire-style chakra shot out of his mouth in a thin line. The moment it left his lips, it expanded exponentially, turning into a sea of fire about 4 to 5 meters away. The liquid-like, scorching flames surged through the narrow space. The heat, as hot as the surface of the sun, instantly swallowed and vaporized the 4 giant dogs. The flowing sun continued to spread, and the square corridor was widened into a massive trench. Unidentified scorching liquids, whether melted iron or vitrified building materials, were left behind everywhere. Tusk, this fire style is still so unreasonable. Muttering to himself, Hongzhang instantly turned around. 2 figures appeared at the other end of the corridor. The light from the opening stretched their shadows long. Looking closely, the leader was the Protagonist. Behind him, a bald man emerged. He sensed that the other animal path was blocked at the other end by the liquid-hot flames. Hongzhang stared at the Protagonist, thinking, "This time I must defeat you." Tap, tap, tap. Hongzhang crouched down, bursting forward once again and charging toward the 2 pains. At that moment, the pain who had been observing the whole time finally made a move. He yanked his left arm out with his right hand. Whoosh, the entire arm was pulled out completely. Hongzhang, who had expected a bloody mess, was stunned. The arm was bulging with what looked like small missiles. This was the Usura path. Swoosh! Dozens of small missiles flew erratically, seemingly in Brownian motion, but their ultimate target was all directed at him. Bang! Chakra exploded from the bottom of his feet, and Hongzhang began to leap continuously. In the corridor, he ran on the top, bottom, and side walls as if they were flat ground, his figure flashing as he dodged the missiles coming from all directions. After 1 round of missiles, Hongzhang, hanging from the ceiling of the corridor, made a series of hand signs. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball appeared, instantly filling the entire corridor. It scorched the walls and surged forward. As before, the scorching fireball reached the 2 panes, and the Protagonist's hands absorbed it like a black hole. But Hongzhang had already anticipated this. In fact, the purpose of this jutsu was to obscure the 2 panes' vision. Then, slash! A flash of sword light tore through the flames, becoming a streak of cold light that sliced the Protagonist in 2. As the Usura path stood in surprise, slash! Another sword strike. Tap, tap, tap. Passing the 2 panes, Hongzhang took a few steps forward and calmly sheathed his sword. The Usura path seemed unfazed. Whoosh, he pulled back his right arm, intending to launch more missiles, but plopped. The Usura path's head was severed and rolled on the ground like a soccer ball. As his perspective shifted, the Usura path's vision wobbled. When it stabilized, he found that his body had been cut into several pieces, all jumbled up, and had fallen to the ground like a pile of spare parts. Crunch! Hongzhang, who had turned back, stomped on the severed head, crushing it. He then took a small scroll from his bag, and with a few quick strokes, a sealing jutsu was formed. He knew what the Naraka path was. Having to deal with the Preta path again, after it was revived, would be a real pain. Just as he finished sealing the 2. KKKKKK. A shrill cry came from the air, no, from a giant pipe. Without even turning back, Hongzhang threw his grass-cutter sword. Whoosh! The lightning-infused grass-cutter sword instantly traversed the space, pinning the strange giant bird to the wall. Bang! The strange bird dispersed. That's not enough. Now that the Preta path was gone, Hongzhang had nothing to hold back. He clapped his hands together again, and his surging chakra made his clothes flutter and his raincoat billow. Found it. That invisible chameleon is right here. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The liquid-like, scorching flames appeared once more. This time, the target seemed to be an empty space, but it was actually the animal path. With the angle he was attacking from, the chameleon would have nowhere to hide. Just as the terrifying flames were about to engulf the void. Almighty push. Chapter 13:16. A heavy, leaden sky hung low, devouring almost all light. A brief tear in the clouds created a single, piercing beam of light that accurately illuminated the figure floating in the air. This bright light stretched his shadow, pinning it to the dark, blade-like spires below, like a long, sharp sword stabbing into the ground. A god descends upon the world, JPG. Uchiha Hongzhang narrowed his eyes, looking into the light. The one floating in the air was a pain he had never seen before. Under his short orange hair was a young face, but this face was covered with the black piercings that symbolized something inhuman. His powerful aura was completely different from the pains he had encountered before. He was more like an abyss, an unfathomable darkness and coldness. He defied the laws of the mortal world, suspended alone in the air. The light shining on him like a magnet drew all eyes in the world. A cold, sidelong glance showed more figures emerging from the shadows, on top of the surrounding spires. Beside the animal pathpane, 2 more figures in red cloud black robes stood silently. 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs of eyes, all glowing with a strange purple light, opened from the cold darkness above, looking down emotionlessly at the tiny figure of Hongzhang below. The remaining 4 of the 6 paths of pain had gathered. They stood like statues on the spire tops, dozens of meters high, looking down. The only light source was behind them, leaving their faces in shadow. Only the 4 pairs of Rinnegan twinkled with a chilling purple light. The pressure was immense. After a quick scan, Hongzhang focused his gaze on the most imposing figure in the air. To be able to fly in such a way that defied all logic, this was undoubtedly the Deva path. As if in response to his gaze, the Deva pathpane began to descend slowly. It wasn't a rapid dive, but a steady descent, as if he was defying gravity and was in complete control. He was absolutely confident in his power. Even after seeing Hongzhang easily destroy the Preta and Usura paths, he still chose to descend and land on the ground in front of Hongzhang, only about 10 meters away. While Hongzhang observed and assessed the pain, or rather, Nagato, who was deep within a dark spire, was also observing this strange intruder through Pain's eyes. His appearance was the same as before, unremarkable, but his strength was unexpectedly powerful. Without any intel, he had managed to swiftly take down the Preta path and the Usura path. If the Deva path hadn't intervened, the third one, the animal path, would have probably fallen as well. This was no ordinary ninja. The destructive and controlled power he displayed had reached the pinnacle of S-rank rogue ninja, making him a perfect recruitment target for the Akatsuki. Hongzhang, your strength is considerable. I invite you to join the Akatsuki. Deva Pathpane's voice was cold and emotionless, and his face, covered in black piercings, was forever a mask of icy coldness. Hongzhang noticed that these 4, no, including the 2 from before, all 6 faces were stiff and cold like masks, devoid of any life. That's right. They're just puppets being controlled. Why would they have expressions? It's as pointless as Kakashi-sense carving a dog's head on his Earth release, Earth wall. Oh. Hongzhang put on his acting face, and a look of genuine surprise and inquiry appeared on his ordinary face. The Akatsuki? What's that? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, 3 figures silently dropped from the spires, precisely positioning themselves on either side of the Deva path. The 4 panes now stood in a line. 4 pairs of Rinnegan, shining with a deep purple light, were now close by, focused on him without emotion, and the pressure increased exponentially. Hongzhang felt that the person controlling them was intentionally trying to force him into joining the Akatsuki by using this pressure. Deva Pathpane scrutinized Hongzhang and spoke with the same calm voice. I see you're about 23 or 24. You must have experienced war, right? Hongzhang tilted his head, his eyes momentarily showing confusion before becoming clear again. War, in my last life and this one, I've never experienced it. That kind of thing is pretty far away. Wait, if you count one-sided beatdowns as war then. The boss has done it. The Grass Village, the Konoha Crush, and last night's Cloud Village sabotage plan. War, perhaps, he answered ambiguously. Deva Pathpane assumed he was just being shy. At 23 or 24, he would have been the right age for the Third Shinobi World War, which was over a decade ago. If you've experienced war, have you ever lost family or friends and felt pain? Pain? I Hongzhang know I Naruto am kind-hearted. Does the whimpering grass village dog count? I felt guilty about it for a whole 1.5 seconds. I have. His voice was low, with a hint of a barely perceptible hoarseness, and his eyes appropriately darkened. Devapath Payne took a half step forward. Then, in the depths of your despair, have you ever longed for a world without tears or bloodshed? Have you ever hoped for world peace? His purple Rinnegan eyes were locked on Hongzhang. World peace. Hess, for some reason, hearing that word reminded me of a joke from my previous life about God and the national football team. But isn't world peace the boss's goal? This kid has big ideas. However, from Uchiha Itachi, who annihilated his clan, to the rogue Sasuke, and the villain Uchiha Obaido. This Akatsuki organization seems to be a far cry from the goal of world peace. With that thought, Hongzhang asked honestly, is that really your goal, the Akatsukis? To bring world peace? Yes. Devapath Payne finally showed a hint of emotion. He suddenly spread his arms, as if embracing the void. His face, covered in black piercings, actually revealed a flicker of a dreamer's light. To bring world peace, that is the mission of the Akatsuki. Hongzhang's mouth twitched imperceptibly. So, how do you plan to achieve this goal? The answer will be revealed once you join the Akatsuki. Now, tell me your choice. Payne's fanaticism instantly cooled, and his Rinnegan eyes scrutinized Hongzhang. Join the Akatsuki. Hongzhang actually had this thought. He not only wanted to join, but also wanted to be a spy within the organization. This organization was too mysterious, and very little was known about it. Gathering intel in the dueling ground. In the past few months, he had been spending almost all his time with Sasuke and Sakura, which left him with very little free time. The little time he did have was spent challenging cage-level and other powerful, named opponents, so he had no time to specifically search for Akatsuki intel. Based on the intel he already had about the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi was a member. The rogue Sasuke from his past life would also join. The villain Uchiha Obaido was once a member of the Akatsuki, and if it weren't for the variable that was his boss, he probably still would be. Furthermore, all the other known members of the Akatsuki were S-rank rogue ninja. Most importantly, the leader of the Akatsuki, a fact he had never uncovered before, had a pair of Rinnegan. Looking at it this way, this Akatsuki organization was powerful, and they were hiding their names, so they must be planning to do something big. It was bound to play a significant role in the original story. Therefore, it was very necessary to monitor this organization at all times. However, as a powerful individual, Hongzhang had his own pride. He couldn't just join because they asked him to. That would be too fake and have no value as a united front. Besides, Hongzhang was curious about the strength of the Rinnegan's owner. All in all, he'd have a ranking match first. Status was earned through battle. Join, Hongzhang's eyebrow twitched, and his tone carried a playful hint of provocation. Does that mean you want me to be the boss? Devapath Payne's face remained frozen, without a single ripple. This reaction was within his expectations. If Hongzhang had simply agreed, he would have been suspicious and wary. It was the same with Orochimaru before. Those who begged to join the Akatsuki must have had some ulterior motive, and it turned out to be true. Hongzhang's reaction was what he expected from a powerful person. Why would he submit so easily? Someone like him would become much more obedient after a good beating, and would still join the Akatsuki. Mortal, you have a little power, and you dare to presume you can be a god. I will show you what true divine power is. Devapath Payne's aura suddenly changed, and his cold Rinnegan eyes looked down on him from above, like a god from heaven looking down on an ant in the dust. At the same time, the three Paynes beside him moved slightly, and their formation suddenly changed into a 1-2-1 absolute defense formation, protecting a certain Payne at the very back. Hongzhang quickly scanned the four of them. The Deva path stood alone at the very front. The animal path with the Ino-like hairstyle and another long-haired, orange-haired Payne were in the second line. The last one was also a short-haired orange Payne. Hongzhang immediately deduced that the last short-haired orange Payne must be the medical ninja of the group, the Naraka path. By extension, the long-haired orange Payne must be the human path. Tuzg. The remaining ones seemed to be all about function. Almighty push, a cold, indifferent voice sounded. Devapath Payne's right palm opened like a black hole, and his 5 fingers spread slightly. Buzz! A powerful, irresistible, invisible gravitational field was instantly created. Hangzhang felt his feet lose their grip, and his whole body was forcibly pulled towards that palm by a force that defied the laws of physics, like a leaf in the wind. Faced with this strange and illogical power, others might be instantly stunned and killed, but Hangzhang was different. He was all too familiar with the power of the Rinnegan. He channeled chakra into his feet, clinging to the ground like tree roots, while also beginning to test the limits of the technique. But as Devapath Payne increased his chakra output, crack rumble. The ground his feet were clinging to was torn up, and Hangzhang, along with this giant slab of rock, was irresistibly pulled toward that terrifying palm, like a kite with a broken string. The distance closed rapidly, and the lines on the palm were clearly visible. He knew he was reaching his limit and had to act now. Now! Hangzhang brought his hands together, forming the horse hand seal in an instant. The surging chakra in his body roared like a volcano, rushing into his chest. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Whoosh, boom. A scorching orange red sea of fire, hotter than magma and more ferocious than a tsunami, poured out of his mouth, instantly engulfing the space in front of him. Boom! Devapath Payne's pupils contracted slightly, and he was forced to stop the gravity pull. Almighty push. Buzz! An invisible repulsive barrier expanded from him. The world-destroying sea of fire, along with Hangzhang, who was caught in it, was met with an invisible wall of force and was pushed back even more violently. Flames lit up the sky, and a fiery storm swept through. Bang, a crisp sound. Where the rebounded fiery torrent hit, only a substitution log was instantly reduced to ashes. Thud, 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 thud. The real Hangzhang, with chakra condensed under his feet, moved like a ghost, flashing and darting at high speed along the wide steel platform, circling the 4 panes in the center. His goal was clear, the other panes were just cannon fodder. The most important one was the Naraka path. He had to find an opportunity to take down the Naraka path, otherwise he would be guaranteed to lose. With that in mind, his hands formed a series of hand signs that were like a blur of motion. Fire release, great fire extermination. A sea of molten fire, even more terrifying than the great fire annihilation, descended instantly. Hangzhang was on a high point of the structure, and the sea of fire surged down from above, instantly enveloping the 4 panes below. Almighty push. Buzz! The sea of fire was too vast, so the ability could only create a safe zone around the 4 of them, and the molten liquid fire within that range was instantly repelled. But outside of this jutsu, the surrounding area was still a swirling mass of liquid fire, like flowing lava. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of evaporating water filled the air, and at the same time, the high temperature melted the ground and even the surrounding steel. At this moment, even a proud god would have to give a second glance to the person above. That gaze kept scanning and searching for an opportunity to strike Hangzhang. What a powerful fire release. At this moment, the animal path stepped forward and clapped its hands. Bangs, bangs, bang. 3 large smoke pillars exploded. From within the smoke, a gigantic rhinoceros, a monstrous bull, and a fortress-like crab emerged. The one-horned rhinoceros was the closest, and it stomped the ground with its massive front hooves to gather momentum, then charged forward like a mountain. Troublesome. Hangzhang quickly formed hand signs again. Water release, high-pressure water cannon. Spit. 3 water balls, like cannonballs, were stretched into long lines as they shot forward at high speed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment they touched the rhinoceros, the ultra-high-pressure water cannons cut through its skin, instantly blasting 3 large holes clean through its body. Bang! After a puff of smoke, the rhinoceros disappeared. As for the other 2, Hangzhang again retreated backward, his figure flickering. He reached out his right hand, and the hilt of a sword appeared in it. It was the Kusanagi sword that he had thrown earlier. With the sword in hand, Hongzhang suddenly stopped, a cold glint in his eyes. Now, he turned and charged towards the two giant beasts. Xing, a 10-meter-long blade of lightning, condensed into a tangible form, suddenly appeared in his right hand. It wasn't formed through hand signs, but was summoned from thin air. Slash. His body moved like a flash of lightning. Swoosh. A fierce, space-daring blade of lightning flashed by. This one diagonally sliced the giant bull, its horns breaking off, and its massive, mountain-like body was cut in half. While the giant beast was still wailing in the dissipating smoke, Hongzhang didn't stop. Clang! Following that, another blinding bolt of lightning, similar to the one he had used to shoot the bird, shot out like a meteor. Crack! The lightning bolt pierced right through the thick center of the giant crab's head. Bang! Amidst the swirling smoke, the third summoned beast dissipated. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Piet Trian Hong Mengzai. Chapter 1317. Bang! A dense cloud of white smoke exploded. The third summoned beast, the giant armored crab, vanished in a puff of smoke. Swoosh! A figure arrived in an instant. Clank! A long, slender hand firmly grabbed the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, which had been buried deep in the steel wall. Having dealt with the three giant beasts in one go, Hongzhang's aura was as steady as a deep pool, not a single strand of his hair out of place. He stood up, sheathed his sword, and spun it with a practiced, sharp flourish before doing so. He then turned. Standing on the vertical steel wall as if on flat ground, his sharp, battle-filled black eyes, like a hawk's, looked down on the four figures waiting in ambush below. Come on, Pain, show me your limits. The scene shifts to the depths of the hidden rain village. Inside a steel tower flanked by statues of human-faced asuras and strange beasts, sparse, lead-gray light filtered in. It cast long shadows from the doorway, barely illuminating the two figures in the center of the quiet room before fading. One figure stood, the other sat. The one standing behind was the same angel, with clear blue hair that Hongzhang had first encountered, Conan. Sitting in front, with his back to the shadows and facing the light, was Nagato, with his red hair falling over his shoulders. He sat with his head bowed and his eyes closed. His once emaciated and gaunt body was now noticeably fuller and more robust. His shoulders were broad, and the outlines of his muscles were vaguely visible in the shadows, suggesting great strength. He was no longer the frail figure he once was. However, dozens of black chakra-conducting rods were still deeply embedded in his healed back, making him look like a super router. These black rods also connected him to a massive, mysterious device behind him. His hands were deeply inserted into the dark holes of the machine. Wrestle. Nagato, what's wrong? Conan's sharp senses detected a subtle tremor in Nagato's leaning body. Nagato slowly lifted his head. His deep purple Rinnegan glowed like stars in the dim light, a look of pure interest in his eyes. I found a good one. The outsider named Hongzhang was undeniably strong. His fierce and dominating fire style, his exquisite lightning style sword skills, and his powerful, instant water style made him an S-rank shinobi. There were only two questions now. First, would this guy agree with the Akatsuki's ideals? Second, where did he come from? The second question was not that important as long as he wasn't a spy. The first was the most critical. He would let the Deva Path find out. Nagato, Conan's voice came again with a tone of authority. Nagato replied distractedly, then caught a wisp of a familiar, strange scent approaching. It's time for your medicine. Conan skillfully held a round, full, red pill of ease to Nagato's lips. Nagato instinctively opened his mouth and took it. The moment the medicine went down his throat, a gentle yet potent life force flowed through his body, nourishing him from the toll the Rinnegan was taking. With these pills, the Rinnegan was no longer a burden, he even had a surplus of energy. He closed his eyes again and began his meticulous control. Conan glanced at the time. The next dose would be in 2 hours. She took a half step back and remained silent, her gaze tender and complex as she watched Nagato's now healthy back. Nagato, once so thin and on the verge of death, was now like a parched tree receiving rain, his body revitalized with astonishing vitality. This miraculous change had happened in just 1 month. The effect of these pills of ease was truly incredible. Not only had Nagato's body been restored, but his legs, which had been completely destroyed by explosive tags while saving her, were also fully healed by this strange life energy. He could now walk normally without any issues. Seeing Nagato recover made the long-held burden of guilt in Conan's heart finally feel a little lighter. However, 10 of these pills of ease a day cost 100 million ryo, which was a significant financial burden even for the Akatsuki. She had already started selling explosive tags to help with the cost. Kakuzu had recently mentioned making some extra money. She wondered what it was and how many pills of ease it could buy. She would ask him when he returned. With that thought, she closed her eyes, preparing to conserve her energy for the monotonous work ahead. In the deep shadows not far from them, over 20 special coffins were neatly arranged. The scene returns to the battlefield. Below, 4 pairs of purple Rinnegan locked onto the figure of Hong Zhang on the wall, their auras as cold as a deep pool. Hong Zhang's gaze slowly swept over the 4 figures, the Deva path, the human path, the hell path, and the animal path. As he did, he reviewed their intel in his mind. In terms of defense, without the Preta path, the only effective way the 6 paths of pain could defend against ninjutsu was with the Deva path's almighty push. But that had a 5-second cooldown. To others, this might seem short and hard to exploit, but to Hong Zhang, that was enough time to kill him 10 times over. And their offensive capabilities? Aside from the animal path and the Deva path having some long-range attacks, the rest were essentially close-range fighters. The animal path could summon giant beasts. As for the Deva path, this was the hidden rain village. If he didn't want to destroy the place, his full-power techniques were as good as useless. This lineup was full of short-range fighters, wasn't it? Suddenly, Hong Zhang felt like an idiot for not using long-range attacks. What was almighty push? It was only good for bullying weaklings and clueless kids. To a ninjutsu artillery platform like him, it was completely insignificant. Where's the artillery? Bring it out, open fire. Having made up his mind, Hong Zhang's hands moved so fast they were a blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a powerful ninjutsu was formed. Water-style, water slicer cannon. Sizz. Hong Zhang spat out a series of what looked like mouthfuls of air. This was not a breath attack, but an intensely compressed, high-pressure water projectile. Each one was only the size of a soccer ball, but it carried the terrifying kinetic energy of a falling comet. They left behind short, steamy shockwaves in the air from the high-speed friction. Thump! A projectile hit the ground, and the hard concrete was sliced through as if by a hot knife through butter. It left behind a deep, barrel-sized crater with melted, charred edges. The crater went so deep you couldn't see the bottom. Thump! Thump! The 4 pains quickly leaped and dodged, trying to evade this precise rain of death. The water projectiles were incredibly powerful. Even those that missed a pain and hit the steel jungle were devastating. Clank! One projectile hit a thick drainage pipe. The solid metal wall was torn apart like paper, and murky water and broken metal pieces sprayed out. The undiminished water projectile then carved a bowl-sized, deep hole with lava-like solidified edges in the wall of a building behind it. Through the hole, one could vaguely see flying debris and churning dust inside the building. Though their movements were chaotic, the 4 pains still maintained their formation. Seeing this, Hong Zhang continued to increase the intensity of the bombardment, and the scene began to look like a blur. From his mouth, the water projectiles came out like a rapid-fire automatic cannon, tracing trajectories that were hard to see, weaving a deadly storm. Thump, thump, thump. Facing the relentless bombardment of the water projectiles, the 4 pains desperately dodged. When they couldn't dodge, they had to use the Deva path's instant almighty push to repel the attack. Hong Zhang was as steady as a rock, his breathing calm. This small ninjutsu might be difficult for an ordinary ninja to sustain, but he was a cheater. With various buffs and reductions, each projectile only cost 1 to 200 chakra, so he could keep this up for hours. He only needed to maintain a continuous bombardment. His core tactic: apply constant pressure and wait for the prey to make a mistake. the opportunity would eventually present itself. He was like a precisely operating turret, his gaze sharply catching every subtle shift in the four-man formation. By chance, the human path was a moment too slow in dodging. A high-pressure water jet grazed its red cloud robe, leaving a visible, scorched water mark on its skin. A glint of light flashed in Hong Zhang's eyes, and he immediately began to focus his attack. The cyclic bombardment of water projectiles suddenly paused for a moment, and then began a single-track loop. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, more water projectiles were already on their way. Almighty push. Bang! The invisible shockwave briefly cleared a fan-shaped area, but the very next moment, even more water projectiles came flying in. The cooldown for Almighty Push was 5 seconds. The firing rate of the water projectiles was 6 per second. The Deva path could only hastily grab the human path and pull it away. The storm of water projectiles, like a parasite, relentlessly pursued them. In a single second, at least 4 projectiles were aimed at them, while the other 2 continued to precisely target the hell path and the animal path. As time went on, the pressure on the 4 panes increased dramatically. Hong Zhang precisely controlled the trajectories, confining the 4 panes to this area. Whenever one of them tried to break out and escape, they were met with a fierce barrage and a roadblock. Under the suffocatingly dense and precise attacks, the panes formation inevitably began to fall apart. Because the Deva path was constantly pulling the human path away from the special treatment attacks, the other 2 panes became isolated. The hell path and the animal path were gradually cut off toward the edges. Especially the hell path. Hong Zhang saw that its dodging movements were noticeably sluggish and immediately gave it special attention. By chance, the hell path was too slow to dodge and was grazed by an attack, taking some damage. Seeing this, Hong Zhang abruptly increased its dose, starting a single-track bombardment aimed at it. Thump, thump, thump. The intensity of 6 shots per second was too much for it to handle. As one water projectile after another came flying at it, and it was about to die, a voice roared. Almighty Push. A boosted version of Almighty Push instantly spread out in a circle, deflecting the barrage of water projectiles heading toward the hell path. But even more projectiles were already being spat from Hong Zhang's mouth. The distance was short, only a few dozen meters. In the blink of an eye, the projectiles, still hot from being fired, already filled the hell path's vision. Again, a single-track loop. All possible escape routes around it were already blocked. It's over. Thump slice. A violent water projectile pierced its chest with deadly precision. The terrifying kinetic energy of the water carried the hell path's body and slammed it into the ruined battlefield, which was half murky water and half broken concrete. Water and debris flew everywhere. A moment later, the water was instantly stained a thick, dark red. A few tattered fragments of a red cloud black robe floated on the surface. The hell path dead. 2 full minutes for a single kill. Hong Zhang felt a bit dissatisfied with his performance. He decided to try another mode. His hands once again moved through a series of hand signs. Water style, Great Waterfall. Below, the survivors of the dead seemed calm. After all, they were just corpses, so there was nothing to feel bad about. The 3 of them simply looked up again, their cold gazes fixed on Hong Zhang. But what greeted them was a devastating flood, a torrent of water that crashed down with the force of a mountain collapsing. The animal path wanted to summon something, but it was too late. The Deva path's voice tore through the noise again. Almighty Push. A powerful repulsion force exploded from him, centered around him. This chakra was even stronger than the regular Almighty Push from before. The giant, towering wave of water seemed to crash into an invisible wall of sorrow. Boom! The immense volume of water that couldn't be repelled was violently sent upward and outward with a deafening roar, scattering into a torrential downpour that covered an area of several hundred meters. But this was water, not fire. After the water splashed all over Hong Zhang, gravity pulled all of it back down to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The storm of water pouring down from above caused the water level under the 3 panes' feet to rise by more than 10 meters. The entire platform area had now turned into a small lake. Hong Zhang stood on the wall, a silent smirk on his face. The effect had been achieved. Next, Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu X100. Under his incredibly powerful chakra control, the turbulent water below began to boil and churn. 100 massive, fierce water dragons instantly reared up and roared. Without hesitation, these 100 water dragons, carrying immense force, charged from all directions toward the 3 panes trapped in the center of the lake. Almighty push. The Devapath's ice-cold voice sounded once more, but it couldn't hide the slight strain of overusing its energy. A repulsion force, with a much smaller range and intensity than before, burst forth. The 3 or 4 water dragons closest to him were instantly torn apart, exploding into a cloud of mist. However, more water dragons tore through the fragile vapor barrier, their destructive water force unabated as they continued to charge and attack. The Devapath lunged and grabbed the human path's arm. Now, but with a burden to carry, and facing so many simultaneous attacks, they could only flee with even greater speed. After a few escapes, their movements inevitably became sluggish and slow. Just as the 2 of them had barely escaped again, and hadn't yet regained their balance. Zzz. A spear of lethal lightning tore through the air, thrown by Hong Zhang as if it were a javelin. Its target was not the constantly teleporting Devapath, but the human path that he was dragging along. The lightning spear was far faster than the water dragons. By the time the Devapath sensed the threat, it was already too late to fully evade. He could only quickly turn his body to the side. Slice. Boom. The lightning spear narrowly grazed the Devapath's side, but accurately pierced the human path's chest. The violent, explosive lightning chakra instantly filled his torso. Crackle zzzt. Blinding arcs of electricity pulsed madly. The human path's clothes were charred and stripped away, his flesh carbonized, and his vital organs instantly turned to cinders by the extreme heat of the lightning. The human path dead. The churning water gradually calmed after the attack, leaving behind a chaotic mess and a still swelling body of water. Thump! Hong Zhang jumped down from dozens of meters high, landing steadily on the water's surface. His superb chakra control allowed him to land smoothly on the water. His gaze, filled with a hint of playful pity, fell on the figure in front of him. Is this what a god is? Hong Zhang's voice was calm, yet every word was like an ice pick chipping away at the heart. This power is truly weak, a pity. The Devapath stood motionless on the water, his deep purple Rinnegan as profound as an abyss, locked onto Hong Zhang. His expression was unreadable. Splash. On the other side, the animal path, with torn clothes and soaking wet hair stuck to its forehead, struggled out of the water, its appearance a miserable mess. Hong Zhang glanced at it and then shook his head. I have indeed been exploring a way to bring peace to the world, but the prerequisite is to have the power to rewrite the world. Tusk. His gaze swept over the 2 remaining panes, and he sneered. You guys, the Akatsuki, with this little strength, you dare to claim you'll end war? What a joke. Is this the power you wanted to show me? A god. His tone was filled with the utmost mockery. The Devapath's face finally showed a trace of a cold, inhuman smile. Mortal, you know nothing of a god's power. Almost simultaneously. Summoning jutsu. The animal path slammed its hands down on the water. Bang! After 4 clouds of smoke, 4 new figures appeared on the water next to the Devapath. Each one was wearing a complete red cloud black robe and was covered in black rods. Strangely, each of them also had a pair of Rinnegan. Including the Devapath and the animal path standing there, the 6 paths of pain were reunited. What the? Hong Zhang looked at the 4 new faces. He didn't recognize any of them. What the hell, this isn't how it's supposed to go. How does he have spares? Chapter 13:18. The 6 paths of pain had reassembled. Looking at the 6 figures standing in a row, Naruto felt a bad premonition. Was he being forced to go through the whole process again, fight the boss again? And after he defeated this boss, would there be another 6? Naruto was tempted to ask, will you ever stop? These were just the 6 people on the surface. Who knew how many more there were? Was he supposed to bring out the iceberg theory? Or was it like the story of the foolish old man, with generations upon generations endlessly moving mountains? The key was that Naruto wasn't the foolish old man. He was the villain, the mountain. Was he supposed to fight until the end of the world? With this thought, Naruto felt his mission was mostly complete. He had tested their strength, and it was about time to show his cards. From the very beginning, he knew these were puppets. But the Deva Path didn't know that he knew they were puppets. Now, he had to let the Deva Path know that he knew they were puppets. He would just be direct about it. He put on a great performance, first giving a helpless smile, then feigning a sudden realization as he stared intently at the leading figure, the abbot, or rather, the Deva Path. Just as I suspected, all 6 of you are puppets, aren't you? You've already figured it out. Of course he had. Others might have difficulty, but for a powerful sensory ninja like him, he knew the moment he made contact. Naruto suppressed the urge to complain. I figured it out when I took down the first pain that could absorb ninjutsu. The second pain I defeated was completely made of parts. He paused there. Now that he had mostly tested their strength, he was more curious about the identity of the person behind all this. There were only a handful of people in the ninja world with the Rinnegan. Who could it be? Uchiha Obito? Impossible. All intelligence indicated that he hadn't acquired the Rinnegan yet. That left only one possibility, Uchiha Madara. The moment that thought arose, Naruto's mind flashed with that young face. No, if it were the younger Madara, he wouldn't be hiding behind puppets. He would have jumped out to fight him already. So it could only be the old Uchiha Madara? That thought instantly brought to mind the Madara from the fighting tournament, the one with white hair and only a few teeth left. Back in the day, when Naruto was sweeping the tournament, he often assaulted the nursing home on the southern mountain. And Uchiha Madara was no exception. The ninja world might have said Madara had died in his battle with the first Hokage, but the intelligence from Danzo and the old Madara from the tournament both confirmed that the old man was not dead. He had even survived to the level of the 6 paths. The 6 paths Madara. Instantly, Naruto's thoughts became clear. If Uchiha Madara was the one behind these puppets, it was a very real possibility. Furthermore, looking at the 2 members of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, besides Sasuke and Naruto's own clones, the only remaining living Uchiha were all here. This was practically an Uchiha den. If Madara wasn't behind this, it would be difficult to explain. And combining the information from the fighting tournament with the current state of the Akatsuki, it was clear that in the original story, the Akatsuki's plan, or rather, Madara's plan, was successful. This Uchiha Madara was very good at laying low. He had even succeeded and reached the level of the 6 paths. Tusk. Thinking about it this way, Naruto had no choice but to join the Akatsuki. At the very least, he had to supervise and sabotage their plans. But first, he had to verify the other party's identity. With a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, Naruto's expression remained unreadable. Why do you control these puppets to walk around while you hide? Is it to conceal your identity? Conceal my identity? The Deva Path, or rather Nagato, who was controlling the pain, murmured. He suddenly realized he had fallen into a rut. After a month in his current healthy state, he could completely replace pain and fight himself. But he also wanted Yahiko to appear in this world in the name of a god. For a moment, he fell into deep thought, unsure how to answer. Naruto continued to press. What's the point of hiding? Where is your main body? You want me to join your so-called Akatsuki? Fine, I want to talk directly to the boss. Naruto was direct. He didn't want to go through human resources, he wanted direct hiring from the boss. Or, Naruto glanced at the 6 puppets. I could just take down all your puppets and then find your location myself. Just in case, Naruto added more weight to his threat. Your location is in one of those tall buildings to the west, isn't it? Pain remained silent. Curious as to how I figured that out? Hech, that powerful chakra is like a lighthouse in the dark, so distinct and outstanding. It's difficult not to notice. The Deva Path gave Naruto a deep look. Was he also a sensory ninja? He looked to be no more than 23 or 24, yet he was already proficient in so many abilities. He was a genius, even more outstanding than Uchiha Itachi. However, he was a god. He would not agree to such a demand. With the 6 paths of pain assembled, I'll show you the insurmountable gap between a human and a god. Heh, a god? Naruto didn't remember Uchiha Madara being so melodramatic in the fighting tournament. Was this another one of the stupid AI's faults? Naruto scoffed at the remark. No matter what, he would see the person behind this, whether they wanted to or not. And to join this Akatsuki, he would throw in another bombshell. A pair of Rinnegan is nothing. When it comes to ocular jutsu, the Rinnegan isn't the only one out there. As he spoke, Naruto's eyes suddenly changed. A pair of crimson Sharingan replaced his black and white eyes, with 3 Tamo slowly rotating at the center. The Tamo then began to spin faster, connecting to form a strange, 4-pointed shuriken pattern. The Sharingan, the Deva Path's unchanging tone, was laced with clear surprise. You're from the Uchiha clan. There are still Uchiha, haven't they all been wiped out? If having the Sharingan makes me an Uchiha, then I guess I am. Naruto calmly began to weave a story he had prepared in advance. I've been wandering the ninja world with my mother for as long as I can remember, and I never knew I had any connection to the famous Uchiha clan. Until. He paused, collecting his emotions. Until those masked people suddenly appeared and killed my mother. That's when I awakened this special ocular jutsu. Later, I learned it was called the Sharingan, a special ocular jutsu unique to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. I even considered going to Konoha to find relatives, but alas, the Uchiha clan was easily wiped out by a single person. He glanced at the stone-faced Deva Path, unable to gauge what Uchiha Madara's attitude was toward Konoha or even the Uchiha clan itself. It was said that when Madara wanted to lead the Uchiha away, no one followed him. Tusk. Naruto couldn't guess if the old man, after that experience, felt hatred for the Uchiha clan or love. But one thing was for sure, this person probably had no love for Konoha. And his identity had nothing to do with Konoha, only a small connection to the Uchiha. If Uchiha Madara could take in Konoha's rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido, then surely he would be more than willing to take in an Uchiha who didn't belong to Konoha. Even if it was just for the sake of one of the few remaining Uchiha in the world, it should at least earn him some points, right? And that wasn't all. Revealing these eyes wasn't just for showing his identity and gaining points. Thinking of this, Naruto's mouth curved into a wicked smile as if he had thought of something fun. Now, let me, a mortal, show you the power of a god. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated. This time, he wasn't using its unique abilities, but a simple genjutsu as a test. The power of the Rinnegan was undeniable. But whether it was the Sharingan, the Mangekyo, or the Rinnegan, they were all just tools. What mattered was the user and the power of their eyes. The Rinnegan was sold separately in the system store, and it could also be a special evolution from the eternal Mangekyo. In short, it could be considered an evolution of the Sharingan. Its ocular power appeared to be stronger than the eternal Mangekyo, and the Rinnegan could generally be immune to genjutsu from the Sharingan. But Naruto was different. His body was a walking cheat code, with a taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu stats all over 400. The effect of this genjutsu was immediately apparent. Not only did the Deva Path freeze, but the 5 other paths surrounding him also fell into a state of absolute stasis. It seemed the man behind the scenes had also fallen for the genjutsu. Clang! Naruto's sword was unsheathed, ready for the kill. Just as he was about to swing his blade, the Deva Path's body trembled slightly, and the purple light of the Rinnegan broke free from the binds and forcefully relit. It suddenly reached out its hand. Almighty push. A powerful repelling force, like an invisible sledgehammer, slammed into Naruto. HMPH. Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan swirled with a dark glow. His Mangekyo ability was just as powerful. With a thought, a layer of equally solid, invisible force fields spread out with perfect precision. Push against push. Buzz! The 2 immense repelling forces clashed fiercely in the air. The air at the edge of the stalemate distorted and let out a low hum. Naruto's gaze swept over the look of lingering fear in the Deva Path's eyes, and a hint of surprise crossed his mind. The genjutsu was actually broken by him. Was the dosage not enough? Or was there a loss of power due to the transmission delay? He couldn't tell, and there was no time to investigate. The battle had begun, and there was no room for distraction. No matter, Naruto's mouth curved into a cold smirk. I'll let you, a frog in a well, witness what true creation power is. This was the true knowledge he had acquired from the four fundamental forces, the true power of a creator. Before he could finish his thought, the Deva path reached out its hand again. Universal pull. A terrifying gravitational field locked onto Naruto. The intricate pattern of the Mangekyo in Naruto's eyes swirled. Repel. The pulling force was like hitting an absolutely smooth wall, instantly dissipating into nothingness. While the Deva path was still in a state of shock, Naruto's palm also extended. But this time, instead of pulling, he aimed it at the spot where the six paths were standing and pressed down as if swatting away dust. As the six paths looked on in confusion, a solemn voice rang out. Gravity 100 times. Boom! As his will was executed, an indescribable sense of weight, as if the earth itself had gained a will, suddenly descended. In that moment, even the air seemed to become solid. Thud, thud. The six figures were clutched by an invisible giant hand. Their spines groaned under the strain. Except for the Deva path, who was still able to support himself on one knee, the other pain bodies collapsed, unable to move. Some of their joints were already making a creepy, cracking sound. Oh, not yet defeated, Naruto murmured, his eyes narrowed. Then, gravity 500 times. Dong! The second wave of pressure, like the sky collapsing, slammed down. Under such terrifying gravity, a person's weight suddenly increased by 500 times. Even just the sheer weight was enough to completely crush a person. Splatter, squish. Two of the pain bodies, with their fragile defensive structures, could no longer bear the weight. They exploded like blood-filled sacks crushed by a 10-ton hydraulic press. The splattered blood and guts instantly stained the shattered steel and concrete below. Rumble, crack. Suddenly, the already pockmarked ground could no longer withstand the immense weight and collapsed completely. The four remaining pain bodies, along with countless twisted, broken steel pipes and shattered concrete, fell into the intricate drainage system below as if plummeting into a chasm. Naruto stood at the edge of the collapse, peering down. Below the massive 20-meter-wide hole was Aimgekyure's vast, dense network of giant drainage pipes, like an ironclad intestine. It's over. Seeing this, Naruto reached out, his hand aimed at the direction where they had fallen. His 5 fingers slowly closed, as if he was holding a star. Ultimate technique, Annihilation Black Hole Form 1. Whoosh! In the core area where the pain bodies fell, a 50-meter-wide sphere of absolute darkness, as if a piece of the universe itself had been carved out, suddenly appeared. The surface of the sphere was as smooth as a mirror, cutting off all light and sound. Only at the very center of the sphere was a single black speck, emitting a devouring will that made the soul tremble. Then, the space within the sphere exploded. The speck in the center suddenly erupted with a black hole-like gravitational pull, so strong that not even light could escape. All matter inside the black sphere was continuously compressed, and compressed again by this terrifying gravity. The molecular structure completely collapsed under the absolute force. Molecular bonds broke, atomic nuclei were crushed, and electrons were forcefully crammed into protons to become neutrons. Finally, all matter was compressed into a single, less than 1 centimeter wide microneutron star core, with a density that surpassed the core of a star. Pop! The pitch-black sphere vanished like a phantom. In the space below, the once dense jungle of pipes had a perfectly spherical hole, 50 meters in diameter, carved out of it. The edges were as smooth as a mirror. Everything that had been inside the black sphere had been silently annihilated. The 6 paths of pain, instantly wiped out. Tab! The dark neutron microcore, which contained all the matter from the 50-meter space, lightly landed on the rubble at the bottom of the pit. Naruto's will shifted. The dark microcore floated up as if pulled by an invisible thread and finally came to rest in his open palm. Wow, this is heavy. Naruto conservatively estimated that the tiny sphere weighed at least several hundred tons. He could barely lift it using his repulsion ability. After toying with it for a bit, he put it into his inventory. Then his gaze turned to the west. Next, it's time for the master of the Rinnegan. Old Man Uchiha Madara, is that you? Chapter 13:19. The sky was a heavy lead gray, and there were no paper cranes fluttering outside the window. Hong Zhang, however, had a gift, and it was for Uchiha Madara. Swish, swish, swish. Hong Zhang moved quickly through the iron jungle of Aimgakure, a blur of motion that was the only sign of his presence. After a few more leaps, he arrived at his final destination. Even for Aimgakure, the building was an eerie, black structure. The top of the building was decorated with grotesque stone carvings of human-faced asuras and strange beasts, giving it a profound sense of religious ritual. Hong Zhang gave it a passing glance before his focus settled on the large door directly below the asura carvings. In the small, empty space in front of the door, 6 figures were already waiting. They were the same 6 with Rinnegan and black robes with red clouds. The old guy really has backups. Muttering this to himself, Hong Zhang vanished in a flash and reappeared directly in front of the 6 of them. His Mangekyo Sharingan was already deactivated, and his black and white eyes inscrutably swept over them. Don't tell me, I'm already here and you're still blocking the door, not letting me in to talk. Just as he finished speaking, the Pains paused for a moment before moving in unison, stepping aside to fully reveal the open door behind them. 6 pairs of eerie, purple Rinnegan all focused on Hong Zhang, watching his every move. It was as if they were saying, "Do you dare to enter?" The pressure was immense. Why are a bunch of losers so proud? Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Zhang strode forward and entered the door. The light from behind stretched his shadow, synchronizing with the door and casting it at the feet of the 2 figures inside. The room was dimly lit. Hong Zhang narrowed his eyes, peering at the 2 figures. One was Conan, whom he had fought before, and the other. Huh? This isn't right, is it? Where was the old man, Uchiha Madara, as promised? Why was it a young man with red hair? With that red hair, he was clearly not an Uchiha. So where did he get the Rinnegan from? Could he be a hybrid? At that moment, the red-haired Nagato lifted his head and opened his eyes. Even in the shadows, Hong Zhang could see clearly. A pair of Rinnegan were glowing with a purple light in his eye sockets. This is indeed the master behind the puppets. What are you surprised to see me? Nagato asked, noticing Hong Zhang's look of surprise. Hong Zhang was very confused. Which clan are you from? Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan with red hair, that made sense. But it only confused Hong Zhang more. Under normal circumstances, the Rinnegan evolves from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan under certain conditions. So the question was, where did this Uzumaki clan member get the Sharingan from, and how did he evolve it? Or, there was one more exception for the Rinnegan, being born with it. In the ninja world, there was a guy named Hagoromo Otsutsuki who also had a pair of Rinnegan. But he wasn't an Uchiha and didn't have the Sharingan, so he was probably born with it. Later, Hong Zhang had asked about Hagoromo Otsutsuki many times in the real world, but had never heard of him in the ninja world. He was probably an unknown figure lost to the river of history. That left only one possible answer for the person in front of him. Where did your Rinnegan come from? Hong Zhang asked for confirmation. I was born with it. Is that really true? Hong Zhang wanted to ask, but seeing Nagato's certain expression, it seemed to be the truth. At least in his own understanding, it was. He would believe 80% for now. Believe first, then question. But if it were true, how can someone be born with the Rinnegan? You were born with such powerful eyes. Dude, are you a cheater? If he didn't already know he was the protagonist, Hong Zhang would start to question his life. Wait a minute. If this guy from the Uzumaki clan can have the Rinnegan, then wouldn't the main body also have a chance to directly evolve a pair of Rinnegan? After all, there's a precedent, and that makes it plausible. Hong Zhang, or should I call you Uchiha Hong Zhang? Nagato narrowed his eyes, looking at the silhouetted figure. Even with the backlight, his every expression was perfectly clear under the Rinnegan. It doesn't matter, it's just a code name. Now that he knew the person wasn't Uchiha Madara, Hong Zhang was actually indifferent to the Uchiha surname. Seeing that they were too far apart, he walked toward them step by step, stopping when he was 2 or 3 meters away. With the two of them so close, Hong Zhang noticed more details. For example, Nagato had many black rods sticking out of his back, like router antennas, probably signal transmitters. But that wasn't the main point. It was now confirmed that Uchiha Madara was not behind the Akatsuki, and that raised even more questions. With so many questions, Hong Zhang decided to first get a better understanding of the Akatsuki. He refocused his gaze on Nagato's face. All right, we're face to face. Let's talk properly. How exactly does the Akatsuki plan to achieve world peace? Do you believe a world of mutual understanding can exist? Nagato didn't answer directly, instead asking a question of his own. This question. The Akatsuki was made up entirely of rogue ninjas, every one of whom had blood on their hands. And now, he was talking about creating a world of mutual understanding. Hong Zhang could see that Nagato wasn't asking a rhetorical question, but was looking for affirmation. The expected answer would definitely not be a yes. It doesn't exist. Good. Nagato looked at Hong Zhang with satisfaction. Since you agree with that, we can continue our discussion. He continued, this boring world is sick. It's always a cycle of war, followed by brief peace, then war again. The so-called tailed beasts, which are supposed to balance the great nations, are completely useless. They even become weapons on the battlefield and a fuse for conflicts between nations. Look, a new war will definitely break out because of the missing two tails from the Cloud Village. It will happen in the near future. Here, he paused, perhaps thinking of the past plight of the Land of Rain. He said with emotion, the first to suffer from this war won't be a great nation like the Land of Lightning or any other great nation, but the small countries surrounding the Land of Lightning. Heck, the great nations start the wars, but the small countries bear all the consequences. He seemed to be reminiscing. I couldn't see these things clearly before the wars, but many people have died since, and that has helped me grow. I am no longer human. I have evolved into something beyond human in my endless pain, a god. Hearing this, Hong Zhang raised an eyebrow. Has he really become this Chunabu? After becoming a god, I can see things that humans cannot, and only as a god can I do many things that humans cannot. Therefore, Nagato took a deep breath. I can finally bring a permanent end to this world full of war. This is the miracle of a god. Oh, finally to the point, Hong Zhang asked, so how are you going to do it? I will create a new forbidden jutsu. This jutsu will become the most powerful forbidden weapon, capable of destroying a great nation in an instant. Destroy a great nation in an instant. Hong Zhang started to understand. This guy wanted to build a nuclear bomb. No, a hydrogen bomb. He recalled his previous life, where the world's superpowers, fearing each other's nuclear capabilities, never started a world war, only engaging in constant friction. Hong Zhang was very familiar with that situation. It was a great idea, but could their current technology and financial resources achieve that? It had to be some other way. How exactly will you do it? Hong Zhang asked again. Nagato didn't hide his intentions from Hong Zhang's curiosity. He answered directly. The tailed beasts are very powerful, and there are 9 of them in the ninja world. By gathering them, we will create a new and even more powerful weapon. Gathering all 9 tailed beasts, a more powerful weapon. For some reason, this immediately made Hong Zhang think of the 10 tails in the shop. The 10 tails didn't seem to exist in the ninja world, but it was available for purchase in the shop. Therefore, the conclusion was that the 10 tails had to be created in some other way, and judging by the price, it was likely formed by gathering all 9 tailed beasts. So the Akatsuki's ultimate goal was to create the 10 tails, and then use it as a weapon. Tusk, this was a brilliant plan. But I have another question. Hong Zhang asked curiously, what will you do after you have this weapon? How will you bring peace to the world? What's the point if only they have a nuclear weapon? I will give the weapon to 2 nations at war. When they get the weapon, the two warring nations will inevitably use it. Countless lives will be instantly annihilated. The remaining people will be filled with fear. They will understand pain, which will create a deterrent to end all wars and make them long for peace. Those who do not know pain cannot understand what peace is. Hiss. If Nagato hadn't been standing right there, Hong Zhang would have gasped. You are a truly ruthless man. You're on par with Thanos, the head of the universe's population control department. To think he would try to achieve peace through the death of hundreds of millions of people. Hong Zhang was now completely certain. This guy and the entire Akatsuki organization were probably the biggest villains in Naruto. Even if not the biggest, they were one of them. Hong Zhang couldn't help but think. Coming to Aimgakure was the right choice. He would have never known about the Akatsuki's astonishing plan if he hadn't come. However, this plan seemed to have a flaw now. The 2 tails and 8 tails had both been recycled by the main body. No big deal. He could always buy them back, couldn't he? And with that, he could completely control the Akatsuki's progress in gathering the tailed beasts. So, after hearing my plan, do you want to join the Akatsuki? Nagato asked, his eyes intensely focused on Hong Zhang. There were only 2 possibilities after hearing the plan. Either agree and join the Akatsuki, or die. The plan is good, it's very feasible, and it's much better than my aimless searching, but... Hong Zhang frowned, asking a serious question. What about the 9 tails Jinchuriki? I've read the newspapers and know he's a powerful being. How do you plan to collect the 9 tails? The 9 tails Jinchuriki? Naruto Uzumaki? Nagato clearly remembered the newspaper reports and the powerful blonde kid. That Naruto was the one who had defeated the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. His strength was indeed great, but that was it. He was a god with the Rinnegan. The gap between a human and a god was utterly despairing. Besides, he had a powerful helper right in front of him. In the face of overwhelming power, everything is meaningless, Nagato said coldly, answering Hong Zhang's question. This answer greatly pleased Hong Zhang. Excellent. He thought his main body was already too powerful for anyone to challenge, but it turned out there was still a hero. This is great. He had been wondering when he would have a chance to be Konoha's savior again. Now was his chance. This trip to Aimgakure was truly a multi-purpose trip. All right then, I'll join. Chapter 1320. Land of Hot Water. The streets were bustling with noise, but the clamor of people and vendors was just white noise to Kakuzu. He felt like they were all just noisy. He was squatting alone in the shadow of an alley, completely cut off from the bustling world. He held a burger in his right hand, mechanically stuffing it into his mouth. His left hand, however, was clamped tightly onto a copy of the Bounty Hunter's Gazette, his green eyes practically glued to the headline that listed a staggering number, one that was enough to drive a man insane. 3.2 billion ryo. His Adam's apple bobbed instinctively, not from hunger, but from the subconscious act of swallowing at that terrifying number. Kakuzu's mood today could be described as an emotional roller coaster. In the morning, upon seeing the bounty for Abido Uchiha, that 3.2 billion ryo instantly triggered his monetary instincts. The most crucial part was that he happened to have a well-preserved severed arm of Abido Uchiha. He had initially estimated its value at a minimum of 400 million ryo. But then he was told, 20 million ryo, not a single ryo more. 20 million. Heh, these people have no idea of the true value of this arm. He didn't argue or protest. He didn't even make a move. He decided to hold on to it and wait for its value to appreciate. Just when Kakuzu thought that was all for the day, Pain sent him a message. He had been assigned a new teammate who was already on their way and would arrive soon. In his mind, a teammate equals bounty money. He had just cashed in a worthless teammate for 2 million ryo this morning. Now there was a replacement? Excellent. Kakuzu's withered fingers put the last bit of the burger into his mouth, the green light in his eyes flaring again. Another walking vault was on his way. He hoped this new teammate was worth some money to make up for his loss. Meanwhile, Hong Zhang had just completed his initiation into the Akatsuki, received his uniform and ring, and was told that he had been assigned to a member who had just so happened to lose their teammate. Through his conversation with Nagato, he now knew that the Akatsuki was in its dormant phase. The current goal was simply to raise funds for the organization and prepare for the future. The way they did this was by taking on various missions. Additionally, the Akatsuki's current structure was a two-person team, for both mutual assistance and mutual supervision. Hong Zhang immediately set off. His teammate would be waiting for him in the land of frost, next to the land of hot water, and they would embark on a mission in the land of lightning together. The scene shifts. At the border of the land of frost, at the designated meeting point, Hong Zhang immediately spotted a figure shrouded in a black robe with red clouds. The man had a gloomy aura and a hunched back, his dark green pupils fixated on a newspaper like a vulture eyeing carrion, as if it were a priceless treasure. This must be his teammate. What was his name? He didn't know. Seeing that the man hadn't noticed him, Hong Zhang walked over with a light step, just in time to see the contents of the newspaper. Abido Uchiha, bounty of 3.2 billion ryo. His voice was filled with a perfect amount of curiosity. You want to claim this bounty, too? 3.2 billion ryo, who wouldn't want that? Kakuzu calmly folded the newspaper, his movements showing a hint of annoyance at being interrupted. He looked up, his clouded green eyes scanning Hong Zhang's black and red Akatsuki robe and ring, confirming his identity. Who are you? His voice was dry and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together. Just call me Hong Zhang, Hong Zhang grinned. He was still getting used to the Akatsuki's rules. He didn't know what the relationship between teammates was like. Would it be like the dynamic of Team 7? He thought to himself and decided to offer a friendly greeting to test the waters. This friendly smile in Kakuzu's eyes was like a lamb willingly showing its plump neck to the butcher. Kakuzu. His name was concise and to the point, hitting the ground like a shard of ice. Kakuzu, an unfamiliar name. He had no memory of him from the fighting arena, and his boss had never encountered him in the real world. He would just have to go to the intelligence database on the forums and find out more later. Well then, Kakuzu-senpai, shall we get going? Senpai. Kakuzu was a little surprised. He carefully sized up the teammate he had been assigned. The man was tall, with a plain face and clear, stupid eyes. Was Pain just trying to humor him with a teammate like this? Do you have a bounty on your head? Kakuzu's voice was completely flat, as if he were asking about the weather. But in the depths of his green eyes, a sharp glint flashed. Although Kakuzu was very good at concealing himself, his unrestrained malice had already been detected by Hong Zhang's own malice-sensing ability. Where did I slip up? Hong Zhang didn't know what he had done wrong. He had just met his teammate, and he already wanted to kill him. Was this Kakuzu an undercover agent from another organization, or was this just how Akatsuki members normally interacted? Could it be right for a teammate to constantly want to kill you? In any case, although he didn't know why the man wanted to kill him, he immediately put on his best acting performance and decided to play along to see what this teammate was up to. He, Hong Zhang Uchiha, was at this moment a completely innocent and naive rookie. A bounty. Hong Zhang showed just the right amount of confusion, then waved his hands as if he had just realized something. No, I just joined the organization. Where would I get a bounty? Kakuzu. The faint hope in his heart was completely extinguished. This newcomer didn't even have a bounty. Judging by his foolish look, he was probably not even a rogue ninja. Did Pain think that this arrangement would prevent me from killing this worthless teammate? No bounty, no problem. As long as he followed him on 3 missions, someone with no bounty would eventually get one. And that would be the time for harvesting. Hong Zhang, Kakuzu's voice was still calm, but it held a hint of subtle, scrutinizing intent, as if he were choosing a tool. What can you do? The bounty value is nothing, so let's see if he has any other value. Hong Zhang scratched the back of his head. I don't know much, just a little bit of lightning style and some swordplay. Lightning style. In the depths of Kakuzu's dark green pupils, a glint of greed appeared. Of his 5 elemental styles, he only needed a lightning-style heart. This body had no bounty value, but the lightning-style heart was very valuable. I'll just let you fill that missing heart. Perfect. He suppressed his murderous intent, his voice still icy. Very good, let's finish the mission first. If he accidentally killed his annoying teammate during the mission, even Pain wouldn't be able to say a word. With that, he turned and started walking away without any hesitation. The murderous intent is gone. Is this a trick or something more? Hong Zhang let out a silent breath, suppressing his chaotic thoughts. A faint, invisible smirk appeared on his face. Tusk, I have nothing to do, so I'll play with you. Wait for me, Kakuzu-senpai. Chapter 13:21. The mission for Hong Zhang and Kakuzu was simple. Infiltrate the land of lightning, clear out the hidden cloud's border outposts, and observe the village's reactions to gauge its internal state. That was all. Reportedly, this was a mission from the land of Earth. 3 days later, in the land of Frost, the two had completed their mission and were exiting the land of lightning. The land of Frost, bordering the land of lightning, was the only land route into the country. Yang'an City, a prosperous border town near the land of lightning, became a stop on their return journey. How to describe Yang'an City's prosperity? Hong Zhang's gaze swept over the bustling storefronts and finally settled on a vibrant red sign in the distance. The Old Godmother Fast Food Restaurant. This alone was enough to be the standard for judging a city's or town's prosperity in the ninja world. You go to Old Godmother and get 2 sets of meals. I'm going to buy a newspaper. As soon as they entered the town, Kakuzu spoke without warning, sending Hong Zhang on an errand. All right, Hong Zhang nodded slightly, giving him a quick glance before looking away. 3 days, and this guy really held his breath. Good. A subtle smile curved Hong Zhang's lips. He would just have to do a surprise inspection of the Old Godmother fast food restaurant to see if they were using day-old lemons. Watching the red-clouded figure disappear into the crowd, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. Over the past few days, he had carefully observed his teammate. His strength was average, about the same as his last teammate, and easy to handle. He turned his attention away and walked to a colorful newsstand on the street corner. His voice was flat. The Bounty Hunter's Bulletin. He tossed down a few cold coins and took the newspaper. Kakuzu's green eyes quickly scanned the prices. At the very top was still Abido Uchiha. The situation in the Land of Lightning was still brewing, and his bounty had increased by another 200 million ryo. But Abido Uchiha was a guy who could kill the rakeage. Kakuzu was willing but powerless. He could only wait for the next team mission, hoping to grab an arm or something. If they had a few more missions, he would eventually be able to collect all the parts of Abido Uchiha. At that point, 3.4 billion ryo. Imagining a mountain of money, his fingers trembled slightly. He forced himself to suppress his boiling greed, his gaze continuing to scan downward with a morbid obsession. He saw many bounties that made him drool, but they were too far away. He could only jot them down in his bounty notebook and wait for a future opportunity to cash them in. Suddenly, his eyes were locked on a name that was all too familiar. Kakuzu, bounty 28 million ryo. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the newspaper. If only he could turn in himself. The thought flashed for a moment, then was crushed by cold reality. What a shame. He couldn't kill himself, otherwise he would have done it for the bounty. He searched for a while longer and finally found it. In a corner of the newspaper, he found his new teammate's bounty. Identity unknown suspected rogue shinobi Hong Zhang. First bounty, 5.2 million ryo. Time seemed to freeze. The noisy chatter around the newsstand, the scent of fried chicken from a distance, the cool morning breeze, all sounds, smells, and sensations suddenly faded. In his vision, there was only that string of cold numbers, 5,200,000. In an instant, a murderous glint flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, which were as green as money. Very good. The value of this fat pig probably won't increase any further. Now, the pig is finally fat enough to be slaughtered. Abido Uchiha, bounty 3.4 billion ryo, Hong Zhang said, his sunny face suddenly popping out from behind the newspaper. His voice was innocently teasing. Kakuzu-senpai, you're still obsessed with him. He took a sip of his coke, holding 2 bags of fast food. He handed one to Kakuzu and with sharp eyes noticed another bounty. Kakuzu-senpai, you're worth 28 million ryo. Tusk. That's a lot. Kakuzu's withered fingers discreetly rubbed against the paper, covering the corner where Hong Zhang's bounty was printed. He remained silent, letting his new teammate chatter away. He didn't like teammates who talked too much, but the fat pig was about to die, so he might as well let him speak his last words. The two of them quickly finished their fast food, but the spicy taste couldn't suppress the murderous intent churning within Kakuzu. Just then, they received another mission from their leader: infiltrate the hidden cloud village and investigate the truth behind the Two Tails Jinchuriki's disappearance. The Two Tails? This was related to the organization's plan to capture tailed beasts. They returned to the Land of Lightning. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Raikage's death and the shock to the Hidden Cloud's leadership, the two slithered through the village's defenses like venomous snakes. Soon, two unlucky Hidden Cloud Patrol shinobi were silently taken down and dragged into the shadows. During the interrogation, Hong Zhang watched with great interest as Kakuzu, with his withered fingers, easily pried open the captives' mouths as if they were puppets. The conclusion was that the Two Tails was very likely in Abido Uchiha's hands. Snap! Kakuzu cleanly snapped the captive's neck, the movement as practiced as breaking a dry twig. He paused for a moment and then casually discarded the body. These two lightning-style captives were too weak to be of use, not even as good as the fat pig's heart. Just as the two finished cleaning up their tracks and were about to leave, whoosh, 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 a dozen figures emerged from the forest and behind the rocks like ghosts. Cold kunai and long blades shimmering with lightning instantly formed a deadly net, trapping the two in the center. S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu and that unknown Hong Zhang. A hidden cloud Jonin with a thick beard and dark skin stepped forward, his voice like thunder. Put down your weapons, surrender now, or we will kill you. Unknown ninja Hong Zhang. A subtle eyebrow twitch from Hong Zhang. He glanced at the bearded Jonin and silently marked him for death. He looked around, they were completely surrounded, and escape was impossible. But he had already anticipated this. It was a trail Kakuzu had deliberately left, and Hong Zhang had allowed it to happen. Was this old ghost finally getting ready to sharpen his knife for the slaughter? Kill everyone else! Kakuzu's cold voice rang out like a death knell, and his index finger pointed directly at the bearded Jonin. Leave him. Hong Zhang, in a perfect show of newbie confusion, asked, why him? Kakuzu's head snapped to the side, and he gave Hong Zhang an impatient look, as if looking at a dead man. But perhaps fearing this idiot would mess things up, he squeezed out an explanation in a voice as dry as sandpaper rubbing against rock. He's worth 12 million ryo. Got it, Hong Zhang nodded. 12 million, though I don't lack that kind of pocket change. Every little bit helps. Boom, the shriek of a kunai with an explosive tag tore through the brief silence, and the battle instantly erupted. The crowd quickly split into two groups, Hong Zhang's side and Kakuzu's side. The hidden cloud shinobi, well-trained, formed a cordon around the two. Kakuzu's withered face was expressionless, even with a hint of mockery. Facing the siege, he moved like a phantom, weaving through the lightning net. Each swing of his wide sleeve brought a shower of blood. Earth spear hardening, water release slicing, wind blade decapitation. A dozen minutes? No, only a few breaths. The ground beneath his feet was already stained dark red, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. The last hidden cloud shinobi had his neck snapped as easily as one would crack an egg. On the other side of the battlefield, Hong Zhang was seemingly struggling, maneuvering under the assault of several hidden cloud swordsmen. But out of the corner of his eye, he accurately saw the end of Kakuzu's slaughter and the old ghosts leisurely pulling out of a body bag. Kakuzu, like the most professional butcher, meticulously stuffed the 12 million ryo Jonin into the body bag, as if he were packing cargo. Having done all this, he slowly turned to Hong Zhang's stalemated battlefield, his skinny hands quickly making hand signs. Time to send you off, fat pig. Combine ninjutsu, blaze and wind vortex. Fearing that his teammate wouldn't die, he had chosen the most powerful combined ninjutsu. Boom, a torrent of flames swept across the area, instantly engulfing 7 or 8 hidden cloud shinobi and Hong Zhang. No, the hidden cloud swordsmen who were caught in the vortex only managed to let out half a scream of despair. Sizzle! In an instant, Kakuzu smelled roasted meat. When the flames subsided, only scorched earth and a few wisps of smoke remained. Kakuzu, like a vulture, leaped down from above, searching through the hot embers. 5.2 million ryo was not a small sum. He couldn't let it go to waste. Soon, he found his target. A charred, curled-up fragment of an Akatsuki cloak, barely recognizable by its red cloud pattern. A satisfied smile curved on his lips, and his withered claw reached for the remnant. Splat! A cold, icy light without any warning shot out from beneath the charred cloak fragment. It was precise, vicious. Like a snake's fangs, it instantly pierced through Kakuzu's heart. Cough, cough. Kakuzu's body stiffened. His dark green pupils shrank into pinpricks. He looked down in disbelief. A long sword shimmering with eerie blue lightning was now completely embedded in his heart. He struggled to lift his head. The charred Akatsuki cloak fragment was pushed aside by an unharmed hand. Hong Zhang, without a single scratch, stood up from the scorched earth of death. The newbie confusion on his face was gone, replaced by a cold, taunting scrutiny. Kakuzu-senpai, Hong Zhang's voice was frighteningly calm. When you're collecting a body, you have to make sure the target is really dead first. Kakuzu spat out a large mouthful of black blood. His body swayed, about to collapse completely, when a sudden change occurred. Tear. The tattered Akatsuki cloak on Kakuzu's back ripped open. A more solid, ominous black shadow, a Jiangu with a sinister mask, shot out with a silent scream. This was Jiangu, Kakuzu's true, immortal core. Ha! Spitting out another pool of black blood, Kakuzu let out a sneer. His wrinkled face showed no fear. Instead, it contorted into a twisted expression of pain and mad laughter. He had 4 lives, and even after losing one, he still had 3. But this fat pig, this weakling, didn't get a second chance. He struggled to lift his head, his cloudy green eyes filled with the mockery of a victor, ready to enjoy his opponent's final moments of terror. As his gaze met Hong Zhang's eyes, time seemed to freeze. The pure and foolish, black and white pupils had now transformed into a pair of scarlet Sharingan. 3 black tamos slowly spun, emanating a cold and familiar ominous aura. In an instant, Kakuzu's memories of being dominated by the Sharingan came rushing back. It was a sense of absolute control, of being played like a pawn with no power to resist. Was this the masked man, the one who wasn't Tobai, the one who called himself Madara Uchiha? Then the familiar feeling came. Kakuzu found that no matter how hard he tried to move, his body wouldn't budge. The nightmarish experience returned. It's over, it's completely over. A profound sense of absurdity, and the anger of being fooled overwhelmed him. Cold, trembling. In broad daylight, Kakuzu felt his body go cold and tremble all over. It's you, that masked Uchiha, why didn't you just say so? Why the hell didn't you say you were that Uchiha? I, Kakuzu, am a man who knows his place. When I see an Uchiha, I'd walk in the opposite direction. Pain, you set me up. I noticed your heart is different from others. You seem to have 4 of them, Hong Zhang said coldly. Splat. The long sword was pulled out with a harsh scraping sound. The next second, splat. It was thrust in again, with the same deadly precision. Kakuzu's body arched like a fish pinned to a cutting board. His second heart was officially destroyed. Then the same method was used again. Now, Kakuzu, who once had 4 lives, had only 1 left. It seems you only have 1 life left. What would happen if I were to give you 1 more stab? Cough, cough, splat. Spitting out another pool of thick blood, Kakuzu's previous calculations, arrogance, and anger were all now crushed into the finest dust of fear. He was still tough, though. His bloodshot green eyes glared at Hong Zhang, his teeth clenched, and he refused to make a sound. I must have been rude. Kakuzu's voice was hoarse as sandpaper, each word accompanied by blood foam. I failed to recognize your true form immediately. Oh, Hong Zhang's eyebrow raised slightly, the mockery in his scarlet eyes almost overflowing. It seems those unpleasant memories have finally caught up with you. Over the past 2 days, by communicating with his other clones, Hong Zhang learned that Six-Tails had a history with Kakuzu. To prevent the ninja world from having another Uchiha clan member, he, Hong Zhang, had to take responsibility for the sins Six-Tails had committed. As for why he had pretended to be Obito Uchiha earlier, it was because he had heard that Madara Uchiha was still alive, and he wanted to use this method to meet him. Splat! The long sword was thrust in for a fourth time, but this time it avoided the last, weakly beating heart. It's good that you remembered. Hong Zhang's voice was like a demon's whisper in Kakuzu's ear. It saves me from having to introduce myself again. The muscles on Kakuzu's blood-stained face twitched. His green eyes were a mix of fear, unwillingness, and a resigned despair. Seeing him like this, Hong Zhang was a bit unclear about what exactly Sixtails had done to him that was so unforgettable. But Hong Zhang didn't plan to kill this Kakuzu. The Akatsuki organization was already short-handed, so there was no need to reduce their numbers further. However, the necessary procedures couldn't be skipped. Buzz! A pair of strange Rinnegan appeared. Kakuzu was so shocked he almost screamed, but at that moment, Hong Zhang's black hand had already covered his brain. Memory extraction. 3 minutes later. Wow, this Kakuzu was truly a living fossil of the ninja world. His experiences, his belief in money, it was all quite something. However, after this series of events, Hong Zhang was sure that it would be difficult to modify Kakuzu. A person like him would surely lose their original personality if he was modified. Since that was the case, he would spare his life for now. Besides, this guy's ability to make money was truly terrifying. Why not let him continue to be a highly efficient money-printing machine? With a slight thought, Hong Zhang completely sealed away some of Kakuzu's memories and then switched back to his Sharingan. You should be familiar with my procedure, right? Kakuzu's bloodshot green eyes were blank for a moment. Then, as if struck by lightning, I understand. Ransom for my life, I know the rules. Good, Hong Zhang said, nodding in satisfaction as if inspecting goods. Your life is now priced at 400 million ryo. Your life won't be your own until you have paid every last coin. Cough, cough, Kakuzu choked and coughed up a pool of blood at the number. But, in the depths of those cloudy green eyes, after the extreme pain and fear, a nearly insane, twisted obsession of a miser suddenly ignited. 400 million ryo, this was a ransom for his life. But, money could be earned again, a life once lost, was truly gone forever. As long as he could survive 400 million. He, Kakuzu, would pay it even if he had to sell all his assets. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up another bloody froth, but forced out a twisted grin that was uglier than a cry. 400 million ryo, I'll pay it. Here. Plop. 2 pills fell in front of Kakuzu. Seeing the 2 red Ryojigan pills, a familiar scene flashed before his eyes again. Old price, 1.6 million ryo a pill. Cough, cough. Kakuzu coughed up more blood. He really wanted to say that he had some Ryojigan pills in his ninja pouch, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. And Hong Zhang grinned and pointed at the body of the bearded Jonin that Kakuzu had already packed up. I went through a lot of trouble to take down this body. Kakuzu, does a bounty just jump into my pocket automatically? Kakuzu, I'm almost 90 years old, and didn't I take him down? Cough, cough. Kakuzu almost coughed up more blood. In the end, he could only choke out, I understand. After taking the Ryojigan pills and recovering, Kakuzu slung the body over his shoulder and followed Hong Zhang. As they walked away, Kakuzu's back became more and more hunched. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. Patreon Hong Mengzai. Chapter 1322. On the first night of his vacation, Naruto Uzumaki arrived in his loyal Land of Grass. The Land of Grass's recent events could easily win the Ninja World's Most Baffling Behavior of the Year award. Ever since the previous feudal lord of the Land of Grass choked to death on a rice cake, 2 successive lords who took his place were found dead the very next day, lying cold on their tatami mats after giving their inaugural speeches. The bizarre part was that both of them also had half a rice cake in their mouths. One after the other, their deaths were eerily identical. From then on, no one dared to sit on the feudal lord's throne. Not only that, the family of the feudal lord fled the Land of Grass overnight. But they disappeared without a trace. When they were found again, the entire family was dead, their mouths, and even the mouths of their highly paid ninja bodyguards were stuffed with rice cakes. It was too brutal. Even an idiot could see what was going on. Immediately, the feudal lords of neighboring small countries couldn't sit still. They started making veiled accusations, pointing fingers at various powers they didn't like. For a while, insults and bricks flew. The turmoil in the ninja world increased by 5 points. In reality, they were all scared for themselves. Was this another tactic for a great nation to swallow up a smaller one? But the expected invasion never happened. Instead, the very next day, a guy named Naruto Uzumaki, who seemed to have come from nowhere, claimed a piece of land in the land of grass and began hiring workers and buying materials to build a city. Some people who came from the feudal lord's manor claimed to have seen this red-haired man meet with the feudal lord of the land of grass. And then, the next day, the feudal lord choked to death on a rice cake. And then the nightmare began. As soon as this explosive, eyewitness account came out, the neighboring feudal lords who had been clamoring and furiously condemning a moment ago suddenly fell silent. The scene was eerily quiet. They dared to point fingers at good people because good people wouldn't do anything to them. But a truly evil person was a different story. This guy named Naruto Uzumaki dared to break the unspoken rules of the ninja world and would genuinely kill them. However, this didn't stop them from putting their guard up against the land of grass and sealing their borders. The feudal lords of the small countries all looked to the 5 great nations for help. But the 5 great nations' lives were not exactly thriving. They were all too busy with their own problems. The great nation of the land of fire, the Hokage's first disciple, had just caused a major incident, nearly bringing Konoha to its knees. They had no time to worry about a small country. The land of lightning, the richest economically, was in the worst shape. The Two Tails was gone, and the Reikage was brutally killed. The Eight Tails was also discovered to have disappeared, but they dared not let outsiders know about this last one and were only searching for it within the country. The village hidden in the cloud's future was uncertain, so how could they have any extra energy to focus on a small country? The land of water, it was still in isolation mode. The mess left behind by the previous Mizukage was still being cleaned up. They had no time to deal with matters on the mainland. The land of wind, the feudal lord's relationship with Konoha was even better than with the village hidden in the sand. They were in the same predicament as the land of fire. The land of earth, old man Anoki's eyes were fixed on the juicy land of lightning, trying to figure out if he could take a bite. The land of grass, what's that? As a result, Naruto Uzumaki had been completely running free all this time. As for the tentacles of various factions that were sent in, they were all directly severed. All spies were confiscated and subjected to labor reform, joining the glorious army of bricklayers. In short, the name Naruto Uzumaki had successfully topped the most unpopular person of the year list among the feudal lords of all nations. So, when he learned of the boss's arrival, Comrade Uzumaki was very tactful. To avoid suspicion, the welcoming ceremony was kept simple. Uzumaki only summoned a mere 800 or so shadow clones to put on a small show. And then Naruto sent them all packing. It's the middle of the night, don't you guys have work to do? A moment later, in Naruto Uzumaki's CEO's office, which still smelled of fresh cement, Naruto sat in Uzumaki's main chair, leaned back, and put his feet up on the desk. He seriously scrutinized the red-haired Uzumaki over and over again, trying to figure him out. Despite being the same person, Naruto couldn't be sure of his own shadow clone's thoughts. After watching for a long time, Naruto gave up. The only thing on this guy's face was cowardice, and even more cowardice. Talk, Naruto's fingers drummed impatiently on the desk. Tell me about that feudal lord business. Uzumaki was so scared by his boss's cold gaze that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was genuinely afraid his boss would reabsorb him. When he heard the question, he grabbed onto it like a drowning man grabbing a straw. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he still had a chance. Boss! A mournful wail rang out. Uzumaki's knees went weak with a thump, and he knelt down on the spot. You really can't blame me for this. All I wanted was a piece of wasteland, and that feudal lord made an outrageous demand. 100 million ryo, 100 million. I really didn't know if he wanted to die or not. I figured since he was so intent on it, I would help him on his way. I figured I might as well send his whole family on their way too, so they could have each other for company on the road, right? Naruto's finger stopped drumming on the desk, and he put his crossed legs down. Well, I'll be. He thought Naruto Uzumaki was honest and a man of few words. Turns out he was just a man of few truths. But this feudal lord of the land of grass really did deserve to die. 100 million. It was always Naruto Uzumaki who took money from other people's pockets, who dared to reach into his family's pockets. That feudal lord deserved to die. All right, I'll let this one go. So, how's the city you're planning coming along? As he spoke, Naruto picked up the blueprint on the desk and looked at it. Boss. Uzumaki almost cried with joy when he heard the topic was changing. But when he was asked about the progress, his face instantly fell again, and he looked as wronged as a 200-pound child. It's only been a month, boss. He pointed at the brightly lit, dusty construction site outside the window. Building a city? That's a huge project. Look. At the very least, the basic infrastructure is almost complete. Isn't that fast enough? The office, along with the nearby dormitories and cafeteria, was located halfway up a mountain. Looking down the mountain, a large area of brightly lit construction stretched to a horizon he couldn't see. It really was a massive city. Are you really going to build the city you imagined? Naruto had seen the city blueprint that Red had submitted earlier. To put it simply, it was a scaled-down, customized version of Night City. Of course, boss. I planned it myself, and didn't you approve it? He said so, but when he remembered some of the facilities planned for the city. How are you going to build things like the rail transit? Won't that be too advanced for this era? Naruto turned his gaze away from the window and looked back at Naruto Uzumaki. Boss, this time, it was Uzumaki's turn to be surprised. Haven't you been paying attention to the research results from the R&D Center? Technologies like subways and cars have already been developed. All they need now is to be put into trial production. The factory being built to the southwest is a planned car production line. Is that right? It was indeed very consistent with the plan for a technology center in the land of grass. At this moment, Uzumaki quietly leaned in and whispered, Boss, I'll let you in on a secret. Our intelligence team has discovered a huge, shallow oil field in the desert of the land of wind. What you need to be thinking about now is how to secure that area before anyone else realizes its value. Chapter 1323. As everyone knows, oil is a breeding ground for germs. But in this world, there is no United States, nor is there a U.S. embassy. However, if there's no U.S., there can be the land of grass. It was all arranged. But a permanent member, like the land of wind, was not a tiny nation like the land of grass. In the land of grass, an outsider like Dog Egg could simply show up, choose a piece of land, and declare himself king. Even when the entire royal family of the land of grass was wiped out, no one would come to protest. The most they would receive were a few toothless international condemnations. If he tried this in the land of wind, the other 4 great nations would probably form an alliance to attack him the very next day. At that point, the whole world would turn against the civilized world, wouldn't they? Is that a good thing? No, it's not. Therefore, a direct land grab was too brazen. He had to at least put a nice spin on it, find a reason, like claiming they had laundry detergent, and then send in the troops. But this was only a last resort. Naruto felt that this wasn't a job for Dog Egg Uzumaki. It was best if he handled it himself. Oil fields, and a huge oil field at that. When the world realized the value of this resource, a scramble for it, and even war, would surely follow. But if Naruto handled it, it would be different. He didn't believe anyone in this world would dare to seize the property of Naruto Uzumaki. When they did, they wouldn't be facing Sunlight Naruto, but Naruto, I don't eat beef, Uzumaki. My sword is never not sharp. With this thought, Naruto gave a soft "him" and looked out the window again, a look of confidence on his face. I know, don't worry about this, I have a plan. Yes, yes, boss. Dog Egg nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and the weight on his chest was finally lifted. It seemed the threat of being recalled had been temporarily averted. He grew a little bolder, scratching his messy red hair and leaning in, asking cautiously, "Boss, what are you doing here? Weren't you busy running for Hawkage? Why are you personally here in the land of grass to supervise work?" He hadn't dared to ask earlier, as he had been intimidated by Naruto's presence. A dreadful thought popped into Dog Egg's mind. Could the boss be here too? Huh? Naruto raised an eyelid lazily. Didn't I mention it in the group chat? Mention what? No, I didn't see it, boss. Naruto thought for a moment, realizing he hadn't checked the group chat in days. Oh, I probably forgot. So he briefly recounted his experiences from today. From losing the Hawkage election, to the matter with Danzo, to his father being the fourth Hawkage, to his 2-day vacation, to the gift for the Land of Lightning, the 2 Tails, the Raikage, and the 8 Tails. Bang! Dog Egg slammed his hand on the wall and roared. Boss, I'll go gather my troops right now, invade the Leaf Village, and bring that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi to you so he can kneel and apologize. Hey, calm down, Naruto sighed helplessly. Our age is indeed an issue, it's hard to convince people, but well, a sly, fox-like grin appeared on his lips. I already have a plan. As for you, as a SimCity player, you should worry less about politics. Go hurry up and build our night city. If I can't be Hawkage, I'll build a new Leaf Village in the Land of Grass. Got it. Under that all-knowing gaze, all of Dog Egg's aggression vanished instantly. He shrunk his neck. Oh, yes, boss, building the city is important. Building the city is important. Dog Egg calmed down and processed the information storm the boss had just unleashed. The boss was indeed the boss. He had killed one of the 5 Kage, the Raikage, in the Land of Lightning, as if it were a casual, trivial matter. And here he was, killing a mere daimyo in the tiny Land of Grass, trembling in fear of being recalled. The gap between them was truly massive. But Dog Egg's keen sense for war was not overshadowed by this gap. He furrowed his brows, his voice filled with gravity. Boss, your actions will cause huge waves in the ninja world. War is probably unavoidable. Naruto's expression was calm, and he neither confirmed nor denied it. War? This was not unexpected. He had foreseen it the moment he decided to kill the Raikage Eye. Later, when he took the 8 Tails, Juki, with him, he knew the consequences were a huge thunderclap that would detonate the entire ninja world. Why? The Land of Lightning was one of the 5 great nations. Its foundation was the 2 Tails and 8 Tails, the 2 divine artifacts that secured its borders. The Raikage Eye was the pinnacle of Cloud Village's power and the spiritual pillar of the entire Land of Lightning. In one day, all 3 were lost. The Land of Lightning was now like a toothless tiger. The consequences were obvious. In a ninja world that followed the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest, when a behemoth suddenly lost the absolute power that matched its territory and resources, it was never met with mercy and peace. There was only one outcome: war. War was the only iron rule for the powerful to reshuffle and redistribute interests. The people of this world believed in using war to reallocate resources. Even the slightest imbalance had to be fought over until every last Indian, scratched out, genin was exhausted. Otherwise, after the Nine Tails attack, when the Leaf Village was severely weakened, the Land of Earth wouldn't have immediately torn up their treaty and sent their troops straight to the Land of Fire. The Land of Lightning wouldn't have followed suit, taking advantage of the chaos. As for the other 2 nations, one was in isolation and was consumed by internal strife in the Village of the Bloody Mist, unable to look outward. The other was licking its wounds from the 3rd Great Ninja War and was in the same situation as the Leaf Village. It had no tailed beasts to use. Otherwise, the Leaf Village would have been carved up and feasted on by the 4 great nations, and the 4th Great Ninja War would have broken out long ago. Therefore, war, as the ultimate means for great nations to reallocate resources and establish a new order, had long been an unspoken consensus among the 5 great nations. The crisis in the Land of Lightning was far more severe than the Nine Tails attack. The outbreak of war was almost a foregone conclusion, unless the other 4 great nations were feeling generous. But was that even possible? Naruto knew this would be the result, but he chose to do it anyway because the times had changed. In the past, Naruto had tried his best to avoid war because he hadn't yet set up his chessboard. However, things were different now. He was already invincible, had several clones, and his manufacturing clones were everywhere. For others, war was a disaster and a calamity. But for Naruto, it was a golden opportunity. Panacea, a necessity, would see explosive growth. His clones could also take advantage of the chaos to get into key positions and acquire resources. It was all a huge benefit. This time, Naruto Uzumaki would no longer be a bystander, but the strongest player on the chessboard. "Boss, look." Dog Egg's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. He pointed to the somewhat empty new city outside the window. "Our night city is great in every way, but it lacks people. It's too quiet and deserted." He rubbed his hands, a flattering smile on his face, and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Don't you think, with a war about to break out, we could take advantage of the chaos and grab some people from those war-torn areas?" Naruto didn't even raise an eyelid. He knows me well. He just glanced at him and, in a flat tone, pointed out Dog Egg's true intention. "What? Are you tired of playing SimCity and want to switch to Hearts of Iron?" The smile on Dog Egg's face instantly froze. He shrunk his neck. No, I was just making a small suggestion." "No," Naruto said decisively, leaving no room for argument. The light in Dog Egg's eyes was extinguished, and his shoulders slumped. Seeing his crestfallen look, Naruto uncharacteristically softened his tone, as if a boss teaching you how to do things moment. "You want people? Look at the bigger picture. Think about the United States during the 2 world wars. The wars were raging in Europe, but its homeland was safe and sound, separated by an ocean. What was the result?" Naruto lightly tapped the table with his finger. "All the top scientists, engineers, and artists from Europe fled to the US with their brains, their technology, and their gold bars." "Why?" he asked and answered himself. "Because it was safe, stable, it was the only beacon in a chaotic world." Naruto leaned forward slightly, his eyes burning as he stared at Dog Egg. "Now, where is your night city?" "Right in the center of this ninja continent that's about to become a powder keg, not across some ocean. When the land of wind, land of lightning, land of earth, and even the land of fire are all in a state of chaos and bloodshed." He emphasized his next words. "If only this place, only Night City, is still brightly lit, orderly, free from war, free from the threat of death, with enough food and enough panacea, where do you think those civilians, merchants, and even skilled people with no place to go will run to? Do you still need to grab them? They'll come rushing in themselves, with their families in tow, crying and trying to break down the doors to get in. By then," a look of certainty appeared on Naruto's lips. "Your problem won't be a lack of people, it'll be a lack of space. You won't be able to fit them all." Then, he remembered the military force he had prepared for the land of grass, the 108 heroes and 1,080 Jonin. This force was powerful enough to take on any great nation. "And what did I give you this military force for? Their core mission is to, at all costs, keep the war out of the walls of Night City. You have to use this power wisely. As long as you ensure safety, people, they'll come flocking in, you won't be able to stop them." Dog Egg's eyes lit up, and he was filled with excitement. He could almost see the magnificent sight of a sea of people pouring into the new city. "But boss," Dog Egg scratched his messy red hair, a conflicted look on his face. "It's not that I don't want to assign those guys as city guards." He counted on his fingers with a serious expression. "You don't know, but our Night City can do a year's worth of work in a month, all thanks to them. The Earth-style users, their speed at digging ditches, filling hollows, and compacting foundations is faster than 100 excavators combined. The Water-style users, mixing concrete pressure-testing pipes. They come with their own high-pressure water guns. The Wind-style users, cleaning dust, cutting with precision. They're as steady as a rock. The Lightning-style users, welding steel bars, laying circuits. They come with their own plasma cutters and welders. They're as fast as lightning. And their strength, their stamina. They're like walking, multifunctional construction machines. The kind that come with their own power source, infinite battery life, and smart controls. You're telling me to have them put down their hammers and steel bars to stand guard at the city gates?" Dog Egg threw his hands up and shrugged dramatically. "Isn't that a waste of talent, boss? Their skills are completely wrong for the job." Naruto, who had just picked up his soda to drink, froze midair. The corner of his mouth twitched, and 3 black lines seemed to appear on his forehead. What the hell? The 108 heroes, the elite ninjas I gave you, have all been turned into human cranes and walking cement mixers by you? Is this how these people are supposed to be used? No wonder the progress was so fast. No wonder. Wait a minute. Naruto slammed his cup down, his eyes as sharp as knives. If it's all being done by free manufacturing clones, why are the project costs so high? You've already spent several hundred million Ryo. Where did all my money go? Oh, well, Dog Egg's eyes darted around nervously. He subconsciously wrung the corner of his clothes. The main thing is, the panacea, the consumption is a bit high. His voice grew softer and softer. Think about it, boss. They work around the clock and their chakra consumption is huge. They're only able to keep up this infrastructure maniac pace because of the panacea, and this stuff is incredibly effective. The guys are cheering and shouting while they work. The efficiency is off the charts. The money was well spent. Naruto was silent for a full 3 seconds. He slowly raised his hand and rubbed his throbbing temples. Finally, he looked at the red-haired Dog Egg, who had a look of "I did it for construction, I'm not wrong," and squeezed out a single sentence from between his teeth. Dog Egg, you are a genius." Upon further reflection, this path, while a bit wild, was surprisingly on the right track. Wasn't this the kind of transformation he envisioned for ninjas in a future peaceful world? When war was no longer the main theme, ninjas should transform from killing machines on the battlefield into superproductive tools for building homes and serving the people. They could open up mountains, build bridges and roads, do precision manufacturing, and even accelerate crop growth. And looking at Night City, it was already putting on a good show of ninja reemployment under Dog Egg's accidental guidance. Excellent. Keep going. Continue to explore. However, the consumption of the panacea was a bit frightening. But then he thought, didn't this prove that the panacea's market potential was far greater than just for the battlefield and for training? When ninjas become chakra workers doing high-intensity, long-duration, and delicate production ninjutsu, the demand for chakra replenishment and mental rejuvenation would be constant, continuous, and massive. The panacea could transition from a strategic resource and training aid to a daily necessity for the ninja blue-collar worker. Just like workers need rations when they go down into a mine, and programmers drink coffee when they work through the night. How could a ninja bricklayer do without the panacea? The market. The thought of it was terrifying. It was a win-win. No, it was a multi-win. It was like the first emperor of Qin touching a live wire. They were winning so much it was electrifying. Chapter 13:24. Night City was too new, so new that the entire city's foundation had only just been laid. There was really nothing to do there. Even Uzushiagakure's leader, Naruto Uzumaki, who wanted to arrange a full-service experience for himself to learn foreign languages, had nowhere to go. However, after getting off work at 10:30 p.m., the ninja world's once-in-a-millennium musical genius, Killer Bee's concert, gave Naruto a little surprise. Once-in-a-millennium musical genius was a self-proclaimed title by Killer Bee. Naruto felt that Killer Bee, a genius, at most, he was a genius in a certain flavor tilde. However, the concert was indeed lively. The scene was filled with gongs, drums, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. So many friends in attendance, with nowhere else to go, sent Killer Bee into a frenzy. The atmosphere was so passionate that Naruto even went up to show off his singing voice. As expected, after a song, the audience's response was enthusiastic, their faces contorted in a passionate grimace. After coming down from the stage, Naruto decided then and there that he must create a clone specifically for making music. He had to get pop culture going. It was definitely not because the audience's applause was too half-hearted. Anyway, after a night of passion, it was the next day. As dawn broke, the master of ninjutsu, who was just over 18 years old, minus 72 months, struggled out of his rock-hard bed. He stretched his limbs, then rubbed his slightly stiff lower back. Tisk, this wretched bed. He glanced back at it in disgust, missing the soft, comfortable bed at his real home even more. After a simple wash, he walked into the office next door and saw the red-haired, disheveled Naruto still wrapped in his blanket, fast asleep with a snot bubble coming out of his nose. He gave him 2 hard kicks, and as Naruto looked up, dazed and confused, he instantly vanished with a flying Raijin flash. Swoosh thud. The air trembled, and his figure disappeared instantly. Thanks to his clones, which numbered in the hundreds initially and had now expanded to thousands, and their hard work running around the ninja world for over 4 months, his flying Raijin markers were already as densely scattered as stars across the entire ninja world. Although the ninja world was vast, for him, a thought was all it took to arrive instantly. Naruto could now take a spontaneous trip anytime and still come home for dinner and sleep on time. Using the countless flying Raijin coordinate points covering every corner of the ninja world, Naruto flashed a few times and swoosh. When he landed again, the surroundings had changed completely. A humid, fresh scent of grass and trees greeted him, and his eyes fell upon a lush forest. At the edge of the forest stood a seemingly ordinary, low-key wooden building next to a bustling commercial district of the land of hot water. As soon as he appeared, Naruto keenly sensed that the entire wooden structure of the building contained a vibrant and energetic chakra. He looked up closer. This building, hidden in the forest, with the special aura emanating from its wood, was almost one with nature. If you weren't looking for it specifically, it would be easy to miss. This was the temporary headquarters for the Ninja World Media Group, Konoha Sun Group, White Rabbit Group, and other sister companies. "Boss," a clear voice called out. A figure who had been waiting nearby, upon seeing the suddenly appearing Naruto, walked over to greet him. The person had long, black, disheveled hair that fluttered in the breeze. In the early morning, with the light in the forest dim and hazy, he looked like a ghost. As he got closer, Naruto saw his face clearly. It was a beautiful and flawless face with delicate features. He wore no makeup, yet he was breathtakingly beautiful. The slender eyebrows, the enchanting phoenix eyes, and the charming face were enough to make anyone's heart race. Unfortunately, it was a cross-dressing guy. Even the straightest of men would be turned just by a glance at his face. If that wasn't enough, that pair of phoenix eyes could deliver a look so flirtatious it was absolutely lethal. However, Naruto's heart was completely calm. He even wanted to rub his forehead. If his other strange clones were an amplification of a certain part of his personality, where did this cross-dressing guy's personality come from? Was there a strange cross-dressing fetish hidden beneath his sunny and cheerful exterior? This can't be right. The wind is quite noisy today. Naruto couldn't help but make an incomprehensible comment. "Boss, what did you say?" Mizuki Tetsuhiro approached, a look of well-crafted confusion on his stunning face, but his voice was deep and magnetic. That's right, the voice is definitely a man's deep voice. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. This clone was at least staying true to himself. As for the appearance, well, it must be because the Mizuki family's ancestral genes were just too good. Yes, that must be it. I was saying, Naruto changed the subject, gesturing to the deserted gate, there are so few people today. There isn't even a single soul around. Mizuki Tetsuhiro looked embarrassed. "Boss, our work schedule is a bit different from others. The reporters are all out running around, digging up news and chasing headlines. The headquarters is busiest at night. Right now, the guys have just finished their all-nighters and gone to sleep not long ago." Oh, so that's how it is. Naruto suddenly understood. He really hadn't paid attention to such small matters. But his gaze fell upon Tetsuhiro's face, which showed no signs of fatigue and was glowing with vitality. Naruto remembered that this big boss was in charge of 139 newspapers, 52 magazines, and hundreds of other publications. Shouldn't he be even busier? "Have you rested?" Naruto was still concerned about his subordinate. "Boss, I've evolved beyond the need for sleep." When he mentioned this, Mizuki Tetsuhiro's beautiful phoenix eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Evolved beyond the need for sleep, that's a thing. Thinking about it, it seemed, it wasn't impossible. With his non-human physique, he would be fine even without sleep. So was he, who stubbornly slept every day and even liked to stay in bed, the lazy one. Hey, so be it. I love sleeping in, I'm proud of it. But as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Naruto suddenly realized a serious problem. This subordinate, Mizuki Tetsuhiro, was so busy he had evolved beyond sleep. So why was that red-haired Naruto sleeping in with a snot bubble coming out of his nose? And why was Uchiha Roku the slacker wandering around all day doing nothing? Hehe. It's one thing for me, the original body, to occasionally sleep in. But how dare these clone subordinates of mine be so leisurely? Naruto instantly felt that he was too kind. After he kicked Naruto just now, he even felt a tiny bit of guilt. Now that he thought about it, those kicks were too light, too gentle. Guilt? Guilt my ass. I should have dumped a bucket of ice water on his head. No, I should have thrown him directly into the sea. Lazy. Too lazy. It's one thing for a single red-haired Naruto to be lazy. But if all my clones are so sluggish, when will I, Naruto, become the light of the ninja world? Thinking of all the wasted time, the smile on Naruto's face instantly disappeared. He was no longer happy. Mizuki Tetsuhiro keenly caught the change in his boss's demeanor, and his heart tightened. The boss isn't satisfied. Am I not doing a good enough job? He immediately straightened his back, and his beautiful phoenix eyes shone with a light of unparalleled loyalty. Boss, his voice was decisive and powerful. Please don't worry, sleep is just the beginning. My next step is to evolve beyond these low-level physiological needs like eating and using the restroom. I will burn every single second on the glorious path of your great ideal. Naruto said nothing, just nodded silently. He's unlocked 2 more directions for exploitation. No, for evolution. He took a step forward, grabbed Tetsuhiro's delicate hand, and patted it with gratification. Tetsuhiro, you are a favorite of the Emperor's heart, understand. What's the use of those clones that just follow him around and flatter him? Look at Tetsuhiro. This is a true and capable minister. He's pragmatic, efficient, and has a built-in perpetual motion machine evolution path. Unlike that fool Naruto, he doesn't organize people to work overtime at night to catch up on progress, only to do some flashy welcome ceremony. And look at how fast the media group is developing. In less than 4 months, it grew from nothing, from a handful of people and 7 or 8 guns, into a huge comprehensive media group. In simple terms, it has grown into an army of over 100,000 people. He's even better than Li Yunlong. If this were during the anti-Japanese war, would he still be fighting over Pingan County? Tetsuhiro would have already marched straight to Tokyo. This speed is truly terrifying. Although his game-like functions played a huge part, Mizuki Tetsuhiro's hard work was still invaluable. After their pleasantries, Tetsuhiro respectfully led Naruto on a tour of the headquarters. The exterior was a low-key wooden building, but the interior was a different world, with space utilized to the fullest. The different departments were clearly divided, neat, and orderly. Naruto did a quick count. The total number of clones and hired employees under Tetsuhiro was just over 1,000, with the majority being reporters and others working outside. This complex organization of over 1,000 people, under Tetsuhiro's command, was operating like a set of precise gears in a neat and orderly fashion. Clearly, the SSS rank talent was still at work. Finally, they arrived at the top-floor president's office with its open view. Naruto sat down in Tetsuhiro's chair and listened to his work report. The first item, the anti-propaganda campaign for Uchiha Obaido, codename Project Kuretsuchi, is progressing smoothly, with significant results. More than 100 local newspapers under our wing are continuously fabricating juicy gossip and negative stories about Uchiha Obaido, aiming to ingrain the stereotypical image of him as brutal, treacherous, neurotic, and emotionally twisted into the minds of everyone in the ninja world. In the second half of the year, a total of 12 novels will be released in the ninja world, in which Uchiha Obaido's identity will be the antagonist, the villain, and once again, the villain. 3 theatrical movies have been filmed and are waiting to be released. In these movies, Uchiha Obaido's identity is still the villain, and the kind that can't be whitewashed no matter what. Naruto nodded slightly, a cold smirk on his face. Uchiha Obaido, I wonder if you can sleep at night, but this grudge was something he, Naruto, couldn't let go of. The second item, the progress of the Mizukage struggle team. After hearing the report, Naruto was quite satisfied with the current progress. Since ancient times, true love doesn't last, but schemes win people's hearts. The purpose of the Mizukage struggle team was to verify if the strategy he proposed earlier was effective. That is it feasible to become a Kage by acting as a savior? From a preliminary perspective, the execution during the Konoha crush was not bad. If it weren't for his young age and the sudden appearance of Tsunade, the roadblock, Naruto, would have been the Hokage a long time ago. So, he decided to test this strategy in the hidden mist village. The goal this time was to align the granularity, find an accurate lever in this new experiment, and thus form a path dependence, completely clearing the underlying logic and completing a new business closed loop. If this was successful, then this strategy could naturally be applied to other places. In addition, there was one last, but most important matter. That was the work of public opinion and propaganda. Unifying the ninja world was still a long way off. The great unification in Naruto's plan would not happen for at least 3 years. However, compared to action, consciousness and culture must precede it. He first had to remove the ideological barriers in people's minds. After all, the history between ninja villages spans decades. The history between countries spans thousands of years. What would happen if one day everything was suddenly merged? Would people be unaccustomed to it? For example, in the future, if the entire Earth were to form a united Earth Federation, would humans be unaccustomed to it? While it was certainly possible to force it, since there was a better, more harmonious way, why not try it? It would also prevent the rise of resistance movements in the future. So, how could he inspire people's longing for great unification? This was also Mizuki Tetsuhiro's question. The answer Naruto gave was, write history. No, it should be called create history. Looking at the world, it seemed that only the great Eastern nations liked to record history from morning to night. What about the ninja world? They didn't have the habit of detailed record-keeping. Since no one was meticulously recording history, this gave him room to use his imagination. News must serve politics, culture must serve politics, and history, of course, must also serve politics. What was the future political need? Great unification. So, the history of the past, or at least the fabricated history of the past, needed to serve the purpose of great unification. There had never been a precedent for great unification, but there could have been one before. What? There was no precedent. How do you know? I, Uzumaki Naruto, control the media group. I say there was, and therefore there was. Even if there wasn't, there was. For example, 500 years ago, no, 1,000 years ago, there was a wonderful era of great unification. An era without war, filled with peace. This was what was known as distance creates beauty. People always liked to give an ideal state to countries they didn't know well, placing all their hopes and dissatisfaction with reality onto this ideal country, hoping it could fulfill their every desire. For example, the ancient people's longing for the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors with its democratic abdication and rule by virtue. For example, Europe's ideal country from the 15th to 18th centuries, China. For example, the ideal country for many people in the 80s and 90s in China, the United States, and so on. The reality of the United States, a mountaintop country, could have its image shattered by the increasing number of people traveling abroad and the development of the internet. But 1,000 years ago in the ninja world, no one could reach that time, so he could let his imagination fly. He had to portray the unified ninja world of 1,000 years ago as a utopia, an ideal country, and place all good things in that era. The implication was, as long as the ninja world was unified, the current ninja world would also transform into that state. Peace was probably the greatest desire of the ninja world. Even if it wasn't now, it would be after the wars. And 1,000 years ago, peace was as easy to come by as breathing air. There was never any war. How harmonious and wonderful. Next, the Ninja World Media Group would launch 4 major magazines, including Jian, Dej, Yilin, and Youth Wenjai, to specifically embellish and promote this idea. The goal was to achieve an acceptance rate for great unification of over 75% among all citizens in 3 years or within 10 years. As for the rest, it could be promoted after the great unification. Now there was only one remaining question. How did that period of great unification in history come to be? This was naturally Tetsuhiro's question. At this moment, Naruto smiled slightly. The two individuals whose names were never heard of in reality and couldn't be found, Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, could now be brought out.